Chapter 1. Beware of provoking me, lest you regret it. Do you dare to challenge me? The man's husky and alluring voice, laced with lethal temptation, brushed against Wen Zhihe's eardrum. The intoxicating scent of alcohol in the room gradually scorched her rationality. Brother, do you want me? Dare to provoke me, and you shall not regret it. The man pinched her delicate chin with his fingers, his long, powerful hand tightening around the girl's waist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. Desire shimmered in her beguiling fox-like eyes, a veil of moisture enhancing the allure of the small, crimson tear mole at the corner of her eye, exuding and irresistible. Temptation for him to pluck. Chi Yutong lowered his head, his thin lips brushing against her tender cherry blossoms. The warmth of the kiss urged her consciousness to gradually return. As she slightly lifted her gaze, the dim light cast a perfect outline of the man's handsome, profound profile. The familiar visage sent a jolt through her pupils. Wen Zhihe abruptly pushed the man who loomed over her away. Uncle. The soft, gentle tone carried a barely perceptible tremor of fear, as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over her, extinguishing the flames of desire within her. The man before her possessed a face of unparalleled beauty, yet exuded an extreme sense of restraint, with a smoldering desire igniting beneath his cool exterior. His tone dripped with a hint of mockery. What? Could it not be me? Wen Zhihe turned away, wrapping her arms around herself, her alabaster shoulder blades trembling slightly, drawing a deeper shadow into the man's gaze. With her pair of glistening, fox-like eyes, she anxiously observed his expression, a flicker of confusion crossing her heart. Wasn't today the chief family's recognition banquet? How could her uncle appear in the hotel room she had reserved, and in such an embarrassing manner? No, she could no longer refer to him as uncle. The true heiress of the chief family had been found and acknowledged just days ago, leaving her, the usurper, without an uncle. Wen Zhihe's long lashes fluttered down as she hurriedly donned her disheveled clothing, her voice barely above a whisper, "Mr. Qi." The moment her words fell, a chill emanated from his narrowed gaze. His open collar revealed a seductive collarbone and smoothly defined chest muscles, radiating the primal allure of a mature man. For a fleeting moment, she found herself unable to avert her gaze. Suddenly, a jarring sound echoed as the hotel door was knocked upon violently. "Miss Zhihe, it has been reported that you have been frequently seen entering hotels with senior executives from Yihua. Are you attempting to leverage this relationship to ascend in the entertainment industry? Is there an arrangement of mutual support? Miss Zhihe, rumors suggest that several of your hit dramas were acquired through these dubious channels. Could you clarify the veracity of these claims? Insiders have disclosed that this executive has familial ties to you. Could you kindly open the door to clarify?" Wen Zhihe felt a surge of anxiety prickling at her scalp. She remembered attending the Qi family's recognition banquet, feeling despondent and drinking excessively, thus opting to rest at a nearby hotel. She never anticipated Chi Yutong would be in her room, let alone in her bed, and certainly did not expect to be besieged by reporters. At this moment, their situation was hardly one of innocence. Wen Zhihe's brows furrowed slightly, the high-ranking executive repeatedly mentioned by the reporters must be none other than Chi Yutong himself. Chi Yutong had just returned to the country not long ago, and in the past 2 years, she had only encountered him a few times. How could the media so recklessly speculate about a connection between Le Duo and Yang Le Duo? "Mr. Qi, have you perhaps mistaken your room tonight?" Wen Zhihe was so preoccupied with her strategy for handling the situation that she failed to notice the taut line of Chi Yutong's thin lips drawn tight with tension. The woman before him appeared remarkably composed, recalling the journalists outside. The coldness simmering in Chi Yutong's eyes bore down on her swollen lips as if it were a palpable force that he asked icily, "So, is this your intention?" "What?" Wen Zhihe was utterly bewildered. Her intention? It was simply to swiftly rid herself of those bothersome paparazzi, wasn't it? Chi Yutong lightly pinched the bridge of his nose. Having initially thought that Wen Zhihe had boldly invited him here, due to her change in status, it seemed he had misjudged her. Motives that a decade ago, he had inadvertently discovered that the young girl was not of the Qi family's bloodline. To protect her, this secret had remained solely in his possession. As his inner agitation subsided, Chi Yutong rose without a hint of hesitation. With a graceful motion, he donned a tailored black suit that accentuated his tall and slender frame, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. I commend your progress, you have succeeded. His tone was as frigid as ice, lacking warmth. Did she truly wish to gain fame at the expense of his reputation? Wen Zhihe found herself ensnared by his cryptic words, realizing that the enchanting atmosphere had dissipated, and they were indeed not on the same wavelength. Was it not cruelly unjust that he was born into privilege while she, despite her origins, was cast away to the depths of exile? In her youth, no matter her missteps, a simple pout or a display of stubbornness would elicit unconditional forgiveness from her proud uncle. But now, she felt unworthy. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. She must not be photographed by the media. The current situation was far too awkward to clarify. By the time Wen Zhihe gathered her wits, she had already pushed Qi Yuding into the bathroom and shut the door behind him. Qi Yuding. The corners of his lips involuntarily curled upward. The young girl had made her move again. How fond she seemed of his backside. Chapter 2. Why are you hiding me? I could easily throw them all down the stairs. Qi Yuding's voice rang coldly through the door. Shoo, don't be impulsive. You are still nominally my uncle, representing the Qi family's honor, Wen Zhihe anxiously reminded him. The man chuckled softly, his voice low. Then I must go out and clarify that I'm no longer your uncle. Wen Zhihe's heart skipped a beat as she rolled her eyes. You're so impressive. But hush. This girl hadn't changed a bit, still playing the game of restraint and allure with remarkable finesse. Qi Yuding suppressed the depth in his gaze, rolled up his sleeves, and smiled slightly at the corners of his lips. In any case, the young lady was now in his grasp. There was no escaping. Wen Zhihe cautiously opened the door, just a crack, only to have a microphone and camera thrust toward her. Thankfully, she had secured the door with a chain lock beforehand. Dear reporters, please hold your horses. I can invite 2 journalists from the Hua Daily for an interview. It's quite cramped in here for too many people, she said, her eyes subtly shifting, clearly hiding something, which instantly incited a chorus of noise from the reporters outside. Those not acknowledged were outraged. Why Hualo? Are we not worthy? Hualo is the largest media company in the industry. What gives you the right to compete with us? Bah, are you descendants of the Eisenjoro clan? We are all just workers. Who is nobler than whom? Seeing the media outlets nearly at each other's throats, Wen Zhihe allowed a barely perceptible smile to curve her lips, all while trying to mediate the chaos. A reporter from Hua Le has already gone to the Yu Tinghua mansion to cover the film Emperor's engagement. I fear you might arrive too late. The film Emperor? Engagement? This revelation dropped like a stone into the pool of reporters, instantly causing a frenzy. News of the film Emperor's engagement was far more sensational than any trivial gossip about a minor celebrity. The reporters who had just been bickering suddenly scattered like locusts, vanishing down the long corridor. Wen Zhihe finally sighed in relief and closed the door. Tonight's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by Qi Moli. Qi Moli was truly the eldest daughter of the Qi family, having merely exchanged 20 years of her life with her. Not long ago, her mother had been diagnosed with aplastic anemia and urgently needed a bone marrow transplant. The younger generation had been tested for compatibility, leading to the revelation that Wen Zhihe was not Qi Moli's biological daughter. Upon investigation, the Qi family discovered that the children had been swapped at birth with the one family, who were of humble origins. Knowing her true identity, Qi Moli wasted no time returning to the Qi household. The banquet held to welcome prominent figures was specifically arranged for Qi Moli, coinciding with the engagement ceremony between the Qi and Gu families. Wen Zhihe had already seen through the situation and had no intention of marrying into the Gu family. In this way, Qi Moli was effectively marrying on her behalf, much to her delight. As her muddled thoughts swirled, she suddenly recalled Qi Yuding, whom she had locked in the bathroom. Oh no, how could she have forgotten about this illustrious figure? He was the aloof fourth master that countless married women yearned for, and many young men and women extolled his handsomeness, wealth, and perfect physique. Meanwhile, Qi Yuding lounged lazily against the sink. The warmth at her wrist felt as though it still lingered. The pair of soft, boneless little hands wandered restlessly across him, leaving a lingering shiver that pierced the soul. Qi Yuding stared blankly at his wrist. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a bang, the cold metal handle striking Qi Yuding's back. Could it be that this little rascal was trying to ensnare his soul while in bed, now seeking to endanger his life? As Wen Zhihe looked up, she was met with the piercing gaze of those ink-black, cool, and aloof eyes. Under the glowing light, the man's icy and indifferent eyes fixated on her, his lips curling into a perfectly measured arc, thin yet extraordinarily seductive. His entire demeanor exuded an enigmatic aura that was difficult to decipher. If good looks could strike terror, Qi Yuding was precisely that kind of man. Handsome yet oblivious, radiating an aura that repelled others, with merely a subtle glance. Both women and men were rendered inconsequential in his presence. Wen Zhihe swallowed hard, taking a few seconds to reclaim her voice. "Mr. Qi, we can leave now." The man lowered his gaze, a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. "But you were unconscious while touching me for 19 minutes. His dark eyes bore into hers, a hint of danger palpable. Wen Zhihe curled her fingers slightly. Had she known to hold on for just another minute, it would have been a round number. He had indeed held back a bit. Not only did her hands wander incessantly, but her little mouth had also been nipping at his collarbone and chin, murmuring, "Brother, I want. How much of a fool could one be?" When Zhihe gazed into the depths of those black eyes, swirling with emotions she could not comprehend, was there a possibility that he had been stimulated by something tonight, deciding to find a woman and throw caution to the wind, and inadvertently ended up with her? In any case, having touched this exceptional man was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. However, as playful as it was, one mustn't jest with the fourth master. In her youth, she had dared to plant seeds of mischief atop this Black Panther's head, but now she would not dare to pluck its fur. What if it raged? Qi Yuding's profound gaze lingered on her, witnessing her surreptitiously stick out her tongue while feigning calmness as she played with her phone. Her cheeks, tinged with the scent of alcohol, bore a faint blush, an innocent purity laced with a hint of allure. How vexing. After teasing, the mischievous fairy showed no responsibility. Moments later, his phone chimed. Upon opening it, he found a message from Wen Zhihe, a glowing, red-eyed, tongue-out emoji. Qi Yuding narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, dark and profound, fixating on her. "Do you truly like me this much?" But before he could process, the woman jumped up, exclaiming, "I sent that by mistake." Wen Zhihe felt utterly dismayed. She had intended to send it to her close-knit group of friends, but, amidst her nervousness, mistakenly sent it to the only pinned contact, Uncle. Qi Yuding regarded her pitiful acting, pressing his temples. "Next time you wish to send a message, do so without me present to avoid your embarrassment." He turned and stepped away, his nearly 1.9-meter height nearly grazing the doorframe. Wen Zhihe's heart raced at the sight. With such a physique, how could he not grow taller, striking his head against the doorframe? One could probably knock out something gleaming. Hearing the door close, Wen Zhihe exhaled in relief and sank back onto the bed, drifting into a hazy slumber. In her dreams, she returned to her childhood, clad in a floral dress, skipping merrily behind Qi Yutong like a little shadow. The scene shifted, revealing her, emboldened by drink, confessing her feelings to the young master of the Gu family, only to be met with a heartless rejection, awakening to pour her woes to Qi Yutong. The imagery transformed once more. Beneath dim lighting, two alluring figures intertwined passionately, lost in a fervent embrace. Yet Wen Zhihe could never quite discern the man as face. Just as she was about to take the initiative, she finally glimpsed that familiar, flawless countenance. Qi Yutong. Chapter 3. A beauty by nature, yet a thief by circumstance. As she opened her eyes, the dawn light streamed through the window. Today, Wen Zhihe would return to the Wen family. However, she had to make one last visit to the Yuding Huafu, so she rose to freshen up briefly. Casually, she unlocked her phone and entered the chat group entitled "When One Suffers, All Laugh." Wen Zhihe expressed her lament. "Last night, I nearly made a grave mistake by provoking Qi Sai. Fortunately, he didn't bury me." Qin Yihuan replied, "Qi Yutong, you dared to meddle with him?" And Xiao Xiao chimed in, "Do tell, has he shed his divine robe? Did your cunning plan succeed?" Wen Zhihe, upon reading her friend's remarks, felt darkness cloud her vision. "What wretched friends?" she retorted. "We were set up." However, he was fully aware. He is quite the kisser. At that moment, and Xiao Xiao, who had just mastered walking in high heels, almost stumbled and spilled her milk tea onto the road upon reading the message. Similarly, Chini Huan, still in her internship, nearly doused her freshly bought coffee on their boss's head. In a rush, she sent a voice message. Wow, how thrilling. This prompted the handsome boss to glare at her. But she remained blissfully unaware, and Xiao Xiao, with a mischievous grin, steadied herself and typed. He meow, a beauty by nature, yet a thief by circumstance? How could I have not noticed your potential for causing a stir all these years? No wonder you've been single. You must have been angling for a big catch. Tell me, how could you foresee that Chi Yutong wasn't he your real uncle for birth? Chini Huan added, that old man Chi Yutong, dealing with you, a budding romantic. If things turned serious, would you have even survived last night? Wen Zhihe mumbled, I feel my prospects are bleak. Aspiring to be the CEO's intern secretary is even less likely. He would surely tell me to scram, turning me into fried rice. And Xiao Xiao proposed, Sister, I have a plan for you. To eliminate the beast, one must first surrender to it. Embrace his golden thigh, call his father dad, and follow his path, leaving him with no escape. After a moment of playful banter, the three women fell into a reluctant silence. Having had a restless night, Wen Zhihe's complexion was far from radiant. Her slightly swollen lips, coated with a jelly lip gloss, aimed to lend her a more vibrant appearance. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. Chi Yutong fiercely sucking on her cherry lips, his rough fingertips invading her skin inch by inch. As those thoughts lingered, her cheeks flushed crimson. For years, Chi Yutong was renowned in their circle for his disinterest in women. Yet last night, when he kissed her, it was as if he were a wolf starved for a millennium. Could it be that, having nurtured flowers only to see them bloom in another's garden, he had succumbed to a madness of revenge against society? Wen Zhihe gazed into the mirror, her porcelain skin as delicate as that of an infant, with a pair of doe-like eyes shimmering with moisture and lips as red as a rose. Her face still retained a hint of youthful innocence, embodying the perfect blend of sweetness and allure. Unbeknownst to her, it was this unique quality, straddling the line between girlhood and womanhood, that rendered her irresistible to any man who laid eyes upon her. Shaking off the suffocating memories of passionate kisses, she hurriedly exited the hotel and hailed a cab to the Yuding Huafu. Though the Qi family belonged to the upper echelons of society, her adoptive parents held a deeply entrenched bias towards sons, cherishing her elder brothers while regarding her as mere foliage. Until the age of 6, her existence within the Qi household was akin to that of a servant. It was only when her parents brought her back to the Qi residence for a family banquet that her plight caught the attention of the elder Qi. During the gathering, her elder brother, reprimanded by their uncle Qi Yuding, vented his frustrations upon her, subjecting Wen Zhihe to both physical and verbal abuse. This incident illuminated her dire circumstances to the venerable elder of the Qi family. Wen Zhihe ultimately grew up in the Qi residence until she turned 18. Upon her departure from the Qi family, the one she would miss the most was the elder, for besides him, there was another radiant figure in her life, Qi Yuding. Before she turned 18, Qi Yuding had simultaneously fulfilled the roles of both father and mother in her life. Her current return to the Yuding Huafu was to retrieve a precious gift bestowed upon her by the elder, as its value necessitated a personal return. The butler, with an air of detached politeness, summoned a servant to bring her a pair of guest slippers. Miss Zhihe, your previous belongings have been instructed by the young lady to be discarded. You must make do with these guest slippers. His words not only underscored her status as a visitor, but also conveyed Qi Moli's lack of welcome. Wen Zhihe discerned the underlying message, yet the attitudes of the Qi family were no longer of concern to her. As she donned the slippers and stepped towards the first staircase, the butler's hand barred her way. I apologize, Miss Zhihe, but the young lady has instructed that no one is permitted on the second floor. Your previous items have been placed in the storage room. Retracting her foot, she surmised that the room she once occupied was now home to Qi Moli. Upon pushing open the door to the storage room, a foul odor immediately assaulted her senses, a stench that was conspicuously absent in the past, seemingly contrived. Nevertheless, seeing her familiar belongings scattered across the floor, Wen Zhihe gritted her teeth and ventured inside. Holding her breath, she searched diligently until she finally unearthed the music box in the corner. Though it bore a few scratches, it remained largely intact, indicating that Chi Moli had not discovered its contents. Just as she turned to leave, the door to the storage room was slammed shut, plunging her into darkness as the overhead light extinguished. The already dim space became impenetrably black, rendering her unable to see anything. "Open the door. What are you doing?" She cried out, but her pleas echoed unanswered in the void. In the confined space, the unbearable stench intensified, causing her head to throb painfully. Wen Zhihe retrieved her phone to call for help, only to be taken aback by what she saw. The once full signal now flickered to nothing. Not even a single bar remained, the signal icon marked with an ominous cross. In the upper echelons of Yihua Group, Assistant Lin maintained his perpetually stoic expression, meticulously reporting the information he had gathered. The surveillance footage from a corner was aptly displayed before Chi Yuding, while Chi Moli's slightly sharp voice resonated through the external speaker, reaching the ears of both men. Isn't Wen Zhihe quite close to Chi Yuding, given that the old man Chi now favors this counterfeit heiress? Let us observe closely how far Wen Zhihe is willing to go to secure her place within the Chi family. Chi Moli emphasized the phrase to remain in the Chi family with deliberate weight. The woman standing nearby nodded, though she refrained from speaking until Chi Moli whispered something in her ear. At that moment, as the woman turned, the surveillance camera captured her visage in full. This individual was none other than Zhao Jie, Wen Zhihe's manager. Chi Yuding's cool, dark eyes narrowed dangerously, his well-defined fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, each knock resonating like a heartbeat. Assistant Lin felt a chill run down his spine, his mind racing with tension. Recognizing the palpable atmosphere, he tactfully withdrew a step. After a prolonged silence, Chi Yuding raised his gaze. Where was she now? Since Wen Zhihe reverted to her original surname, an indescribable joy had blossomed within him. He had never mustered the heart to scold her, let alone bully her. Yet last night, under the weight of clarity, he lost control, driven by an overwhelming desire to tease her, to make her cry with laughter. Having spent the past 2 years abroad, he had indeed neglected her, and upon returning, he sensed that the young girl no longer depended on or cherished him as she once had. He recalled his harsh tone at the hotel. Given Wen Zhihe's childlike temperament, she would likely ignore him for a fortnight. Assistant Lin, fully aware of whom his boss referred to, gauged the situation and noted that after leaving the hotel, Miss Zhihe had gone to Yuding Huafu. Chi Yuding's brown pupils constricted slightly. Grabbing his suit jacket, he issued commands as he walked. Inform everyone that starting today, Chi Moli is not to receive any resources. Assistant Lin swiftly tapped on his device, quickly catching up with Chi Yuding's long strides. The blue Bugatti sped down the expansive road. Although aware of his boss's extensive racing experience and numerous accolades, witnessing such speed within the city was unprecedented. Even Assistant Lin, hardened by the trials of life, felt his palms sweat with anxiety. It was unmistakable. Chi Yuding was agitated. Since learning that Chi Zhihe had become Wen Zhihe, Assistant Lin had caught a glimpse of his boss grinning like a fool in the rearview mirror that very evening. Who would have believed that the usually stoic Chi Yuding could reveal such a broad smile, exposing 8 gleaming teeth, containing his urge to mock his boss? Assistant Lin cleared his throat. Mr. Chi, we have arrived. Chi Yuding emitted a soft hum in response. With his long, proportionate legs stepping out of the car, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number etched in his heart. The cold, mechanical voice emanating from the phone declared that the user you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Chi Yutong furrowed his brows, his thick lashes concealing the fleeting shadow of sorrow in his eyes. Had she truly caused another ruckus? This time, she had even blocked his number? Meanwhile, a wave of sharp pain swept through Wen Zhihe's neural pathways. Fortunately, in an effort to hide the marks Chi Yutong had left on her neck, she had tied a silk scarf around it. Little did she know it would prove useful at this moment. Wen Zhihe tore off the scarf to cover her mouth and nose, attempting to filter out the toxic gas, gradually shifting a chair that was wedged in the corner. With it fell a piece of milky white wood, revealing the shutters behind it. Strands of sunlight seeped through, accompanied by a breath of fresh air. The clean air flooded her lungs, providing instant relief to her painfully throbbing head. She raised a wooden stool and aimed for the center of the shutters, summoning all her strength to bring it crashing down. The fourth master has arrived? Good heavens! How could Chi Yutong have suddenly appeared? The butler, trembling with fear, wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he rushed to the garden. It is worth noting that the 28-year-old fourth master had only visited the Yujing Hua Fu once, and that was before going abroad, specifically to celebrate Wen Zhihe's 18th birthday. Fourth master, only Miss Molly is home. I shall call the sir immediately, noticing the butler's face riddled with forced smiles. A flicker of impatience ignited in Chi Yutong's eyes. No need. Where's He? Upon hearing this, the butler's face turned the color of someone suffering from constipation. Miss Zhihe. Chi Yutong's gaze darkened, retracting his eyes from the second floor with an air of indifference. Where's Chi Molly? Kvi Molly? Upon learning of Chi Yutong's arrival, she had long fled from the back garden. Speak. Chi Yutong's tone was laced with irritation, his cold gaze capable of freezing water. The butler's legs weakened, his mind racing to contemplate where he might bury himself. A dull thud resonated from the lawn at an angle. A figure clad in white landed on the grass. From a distance, the girl's dark, slightly curled hair clung to one side of her pallid face. Chi Yutong's breath caught in his throat as he rushed forward. He. Wen Zhihe lay on the grass, barely conscious, her eyes fixed on Chi Yutong's tall, rushing silhouette, the corners of her lips curving upward. A golden thigh, long and straight. How she longed for an embrace. As if a rootless water plant had found its support, the taut nerves in Wen Zhihe's mind snapped. Chi Yutong's vision darkened, and she fainted. Chi Yutong's breath halted, his heart pounding against his chest as he trembled, his palm gently caressing her cheek. Sweat beaded at Wen Zhihe's temple, causing strands of hair to cling to her face, her thin clothing now damp with perspiration. Chi Yutong swiftly removed his outer coat, wrapping it around her delicate frame, lifting her effortlessly in his arms. His piercing gaze turned coldly towards the butler. What have you done to her? Regaining his composure, the butler's eyes involuntarily darted toward the window on the second floor, acutely aware that revealing the truth could make him the second Wen Zhihe. Trembling, he could only stammer out a lie. Miss Wen Zhihe insisted on searching for something in the storeroom herself. As for the remaining matters, I was at a loss. Observing the girl in my arms, her lips tinged with a purplish hue, teetering on the brink of death, while she clutched the music box tightly. The pent-up fury within Chi Yutong surged to its zenith. With a swift kick, he sent the butler flying. You insolent fool. You are finished. Chapter 5. Is it a matter of inability or simply a lack of courage? The butler, hands clasped over his head, trembled in a crouched position, attempting to diminish his presence. Chi Yutong was the helmsman of Yihua Group and the sole heir designated by the venerable patriarch of the Qi family. It was not merely a matter of receiving a kick today. Even being stabbed twice would be something he would have to endure. He could only blame himself for misjudging the situation and underestimating the significance of this faux heiress in Chi Yutong's eyes. Chi Yutong was known for his mercilessness, devoid of familial sentiment, cold-hearted and unyielding. Who could ever fathom his thoughts? At this moment, all his attention was devoted to Wen Zhihe. Call the police, he uttered, his complexion ashen. Right away. Assistant Lin had already opened the back door of the car and promptly started the engine. Observing his employer's grave expression, akin to that of a hen guarding her chicks, he tightly cradled Wen Zhihe in his arms. Assistant Lin felt an inexplicable surge of emotion and pressed the accelerator to the floor, running a red light in his desperation. This was undoubtedly the most exhilarating day of his life. He finally understood what it meant to fly ahead while one's soul lags behind. As the car screeched to a halt in front of the hospital, Chi Yutong carefully supported Wen Zhihe's head to prevent his firm chest from causing her any discomfort. Witnessing this scene, Assistant Lin realized that the only one capable of defeating Chi Yutong was indeed himself. Wen Zhihe awoke to the scent of antiseptic, slowly opening her eyes to encounter a stunningly handsome visage. Her memory faltered for a fleeting moment. Goodness, was she trapped in a dream, possessed by Leonardo? Ensnared in a perpetual cycle of the dream world? Was she dreaming of becoming a family with Chi Yutong once again? Before she could ponder further, a dull pain throbbed in her head, forcing her to close her eyes once more her neck arching slightly backward. This pain felt all too real. It was no dream. Thus, Chi Yuting must have come to inform her to pack her things and leave. How audacious of her to flirt with the boss during her internship. If she wasn't fired for this, then what law remained? No. She must heed in Xiao's advice and cling to him for forgiveness. She had to safeguard her precarious position, though when family's financial resources were limited, and she could no longer afford to be reckless. Clearly, the path of familial affection was impassable. She would have to resort to old sentiments. In the past, Chi Yuting had indulged her. Perhaps a touch of nostalgia would lead him to forgive her. Yes, she would act adorably. Chi Yuting's eyes reflected urgency, completely oblivious to the fact that Wen Zhihe's mind was not only clouded by toxins and lack of oxygen, but also by a lack of virtue. What do you feel uncomfortable? He began to reach for the call button beside the bed when a delicate hand encircled his neck, followed by her small, round face pressing against his warm chest. Chi Yuting stiffened momentarily, yet instinctively, his arm wrapped around her slender neck, resting on her lower back, his hand moving in a gentle, absent-minded rhythm. The familiar scent of cold pine resin enveloped him, reminiscent of childhood, when he played both father and mother. Lulling her to sleep before turning off the television. Wen Zhihe, she completely forgot her lines. It's all right. Chi Moli has already been taken away by the police. Chi Yuting's deep, melodious voice resonated from above. But my head hurts so much, will I die? Wen Zhihe took a moment to recall the lines she had prepared, speaking in a soft, feathery tone. Nonsense. It's merely mild poisoning and hypoxia. After a couple of days of rest, you'll be lively again. Chi Yuting's tone carried an unconscious hint of affection. I was wrong. Wen Zhihe suppressed her embarrassment, her hands gently encircling his slim waist, her beautiful brows and eyes soft and tender. Her voice trembled with a broken quiver. I will never be like that again. Chi Yuting pulled her closer into his embrace, his Adam's apple bobbing as his voice dropped slightly. Will you really not? I won't tease you anymore. With that, Chi Yuting's gaze flickered, releasing her and intently observing the subtle expressions on her face. Was it truly a matter of will, or was it fear? Wen Zhihe, if I die, I truly cannot solve this problem. No, I'm not afraid. She nearly suffocated from the effort of holding back. Chi Yuting looked down at the seemingly harmless Wen Zhihe, his handsome features softening, the corners of his pale lips curving into a charming smile. This smile resembled her idol Zhan far too much. Gentle and healing, it ensnared one's heart in an instant. No, Chi Yuting, why are you smiling? Lower your lips. Chi Yuting cautiously placed her head back on the pillow, informing her that the old man had visited while she was unconscious, and the Wen family had also come by, which he had asked to leave for now. Oh. Wen Zhihe gazed at him in astonishment. Chi, what about the music box from the carousel? I did not go by Chi. His tone grew somewhat stern, and his smile faded. What should I call you then? Wen Zhihe rubbed her still-dazed head. You are an elder and also my client. Elder? Yes. Although no longer in a nephew-uncle relationship, given your age, I should address you as uncle. Uncle? Yes, or perhaps fourth master. It's settled then. Wen Zhihe felt quite clever, unable to resist, lifting her head to say, praise me. Yet she was met with Chi Yuting's dark, profound gaze. Those elongated eyes filled with inscrutable cold emotions. Heavy and deep, they seemed to swallow one whole. Wen Zhihe blinked in dazed surprise. Indeed, that healing smile was but a fleeting moment. Chi Yuting was most adept at invoking melancholy. The stagnant atmosphere lingered until Assistant Lin knocked and entered, providing a slight easing. Chi Zong. Chi Yuting stood up, one hand in his pocket while the other took the music box. He could be called Chi Zong. Why can't I? Wen Zhihe looked at Assistant Lin, never daring to voice this question. Young Master Gu has arrived. Assistant Lin stated, glancing at Wen Zhihe. Chi Yuting furrowed his brow tightly, questioning his purpose for coming. Do not let him in. Is it Brother Gu Yin? Wen Zhihe propped herself up, eager to ask him something. Chi Yuting fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes as chilling as a cold pool, his tone growing colder. He is engaged to Chi Moli. You should no longer call him brother. Wen Zhihe leaned against the headboard, her charming and innocent smile radiating warmth. It's all right. We aren't related by blood, brother is merely a term of endearment. Qi Yuding pressed the music box into her embrace. Bending down with both hands resting on the edge of the bed as he gazed at her, his slightly tousled hair obscuring the depths of his dark eyes. We share no blood ties either. Why then do you call me uncle? Wen Zhihe felt as though fate had dealt her a cruel hand, having barely escaped death. She was now subjected to such a probing inquiry. Swallowing hard, her nerves taut, she replied, because you're older. Assistant Lin thought to himself that Wen Zhihe was truly tempting fate, squandering the beauty of her otherworldly charm. Her words, when spoken, sounded like a devil singing. Let all perish. It's high time the boss regained his clarity. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room, centered around Qi Yuding, grew particularly heavy. Wen Zhihe sensed the air around her chill several degrees. Qi Yuding's profound gaze shifted from her glistening eyes to her delicately upturned nose, finally resting upon the music box cradled in her hands. It was a gift meticulously crafted by Italian artisans, a limited edition piece he had commissioned for her 18th birthday. She had nearly lost her life over this music box. Her protective hold on it could only mean that she cherished him dearly. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Qi Yuding reached out to touch the exquisitely carved, vibrantly colored wooden horse. Wen Zhihe instinctively clutched the music box tighter, explaining, "This contains a precious gift from Grandpa Qi. Thankfully, I didn't lose it." Chapter 6. Like a well-behaved kitten hearing, Wen Zhihe's explanation left Assistant Lin utterly astounded. This girl was far too audacious. Qi Yuding straightened his somber expression and strode out of the hospital room. Upon reaching a terrace, he unexpectedly inquired without turning back, "Do you have a cigarette?" Assistant Lin paused, quickly retrieving a hidden pack from his pocket and offering him a single cigarette. As the lighter emitted a flickering blue flame, Qi Yuding's face, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom, tilted slightly, narrowing his eyes as he took a deep drag. Assistant Lin dared not ask questions. Years ago, Qi Yuding had inexplicably quit smoking overnight, yet today he had broken his vow. It was evident that Wen Zhihe had truly provoked him. In the span of one cigarette, Qi Yuding's emotions stabilized, returning to their icy demeanor. Gu Yan, that young man, had just gotten engaged to Qi Moli, undoubtedly seeking to plead his case on behalf of his fiancée. Assistant Lin nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his boss. Wen Zhihe was carefree and unworthy of his protection. "Boss, may I ask an inappropriate question? If you know it is inappropriate, then don't ask." Assistant Lin scratched the back of his head, his gaze evasive, yet he pressed on recklessly. "If Wen Zhihe and Qi Moli both fell into the water, whom would you save?" Two individuals, one a blood-related niece devoid of emotional connection, the other, a seedling he had nurtured himself, now a heartless creature who left him empty-handed. Qi Yuding turned, extinguishing his cigarette with a fierce glare directed at Assistant Lin, his eyes dark and consuming. "You ought to see an ophthalmologist." "Ah, yes. I should not have posed such a mother-in-law dilemma. Arrange for Miss Zhihe to undergo a full medical examination, except for those she wishes to see. All others are to be denied visitation. And you? I shall return to the company. What treasures lie hidden within that music box? Could it be the token of love that old Master Qi bestowed upon old Madam Qi?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuding paused momentarily, then abruptly turned and made his way toward the hospital room. He felt compelled to ascertain the truth of the matter. Inside the room, Gu Yan sat gracefully on the edge of the bed, deftly peeling an apple, his every movement exuding elegance, and his smile radiating warmth akin to sunlight. At such a tender age, he had already risen to prominence as a celebrated film emperor, his handsome visage and gentle demeanor earning him the undeniable title of the nation's first love in the entertainment industry. The union between the Gu family and the Qi family had been arranged since their grandfather's generation. 2 years prior, old Master Qi endeavored to tame the reckless Qi Yuding, hoping he would settle down and marry Gu Yan's sister, Gu Yuan. To his dismay, Qi Yuding not only refused, but also absconded abroad to pursue a career as a race car driver, remaining away for 2 long years. Consequently, old Master Qi acquiesced to an alternative arrangement, allowing his eldest granddaughter to marry Gu Yan. It was nearly the case that the one engaged to Gu Yan would have been Wen Zhihe. "Zhihe, I am sorry." Gu Yan extended the apple toward Wen Zhihe, his gaze fervent as he declared, I truly do not wish to marry Chimoli. The person I long to wed is you. Wen Zhihe managed a faint smile, replying, Please do not say such things. Chimoli is the true, legitimate granddaughter of the Chi family, and I bear you no ill will. Yet, my heart is solely yours. I have attempted to persuade my parents, but they are resolute in their disapproval. Gu Yin, typically composed and gentle, exhibited an unusual fervor, rising to grasp Wen Zhihe's hand. She raised her hand to take a bite of the apple, skillfully avoiding his touch. Maintaining her smile, she replied, Young Master Gu, I cannot bear such devotion. Chimoli wishes for my demise. Zhihe, I had not anticipated that Chimoli would be so malicious as to harm you. But what do you mean by that? I kept the engagement news confidential, yet somehow it was leaked yesterday and journalists from every media outlet descended upon us. The entire world now knows that I am Chimoli's fiancé, and today the situation has escalated. How can I hold my head high in this circle? Wen Zhihe, with a hint of a smile, thought to herself, I knew it. Gu Yin, in the end, loves only himself. The film Emperor, akin to the plumage of a peacock. How foolish I was in my youth, having harbored a slight affection for him, confessing my feelings while intoxicated, only to be met with rejection. Back then, he was enveloped in shadows and light. How did he refuse me? He had said, We are not in a position to marry, but I will take care of you. Huh? Mere care without marriage? Was he expecting her to be a mistress? Infuriated, Wen Zhihe ignored him for a month, avoiding him in school, yet he feigned deep affection. Pursuing her with questions, Zhihe, why do you ignore me? I miss you so much. This scenario was witnessed by her dorm mates, and Xiao Xiao and Qin Yihuan. Leaving all three in shock, their perception shattered. Returning from her reverie, she heard Gu Yan's gentle persuasion, Zhihe, as a mature individual. Would you not overlook the slight transgressions for the sake of old Master Qi's health? Please do not pursue Chimoli's accountability in this matter. Wen Zhihe's lips curled into a sardonic smile as she retorted, Are you attempting to morally bind me? Isn't it true that Sister Zhao was the one you introduced to me? Are you aware of her betrayal? Gu Yin gazed at Wen Zhihe in astonishment. Why would Sister Zhao betray you? Observing his expression, Wen Zhihe realized that he was genuinely oblivious to the situation. This entire matter was orchestrated by Chimoli. Now, she was the true heiress of the Qi family, and all the pent-up resentment had been unleashed upon Wen Zhihe. Taking another bite of her apple, she remarked, I have no further inquiries. As for Chimoli, let the police handle it. Zhihe. Gu Yan's eyes reddened with urgency. Can you grant me a moment? I need to announce the dissolution of our engagement. Young Master Gu. A low voice resonated from the doorway. It was Qi Yutong. Both Wen Zhihe and Gu Yin stiffened in surprise. Hadn't Qi Yutong departed? The man approached, hands in his pockets, looking down at Wen Zhihe from a commanding height. His gaze as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. You ought to rest, he stated, his tone frigid as ice. Fourth Master, Gu Yin began, but Qi Yutong interjected with a cold snort. You are mourning at the wrong grave. She is now Wen Zhihe, no longer Qi Zhihe. You should be at the police station lamenting, for your fiancé, is Chimoli. Cough, cough. Wen Zhihe choked, the apple juice catching her throat. Qi Yutong's words were indeed sharp, as if they had sealed her fate. Gu Yin hurriedly turned to pour a glass of warm water, but Qi Yutong, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, swiftly lifted Wen Zhihe and placed her directly on his lap. Wen Zhihe felt herself flush with embarrassment. Gu Yin stared in disbelief at the intimate scene unfolding before him, especially Wen Zhihe, who, blushing fiercely, nestled in Qi Yutong's embrace. Her fox-like eyes gleaming with the clarity of autumn waters, exuding an irresistible charm, yet appearing as docile as a little kitten. This was a sight he had never witnessed before. Fourth Master, what is this? Qi Yutong feigned ignorance, his gaze fixed on the petite figure in his arms. His typically icy eyes now shimmering with an indescribable allure, laced with indulgence. Why are you not behaving? I will rest now, Wen Zhihe replied, sticking out her tongue. This was the perfect opportunity to irk the vain and arrogant Gu Yin, who seemed to think his esteemed lineage granted him the right to choose a bride in public. Assistant Lin, see him out. Qi Yutong raised his voice. As Assistant Lin and the bodyguards gestured for Gu Yin to leave, he could only retreat begrudgingly, his gaze still fixated on Wen Zhihe's exquisite, alluring face. Was she smiling shyly in Qi Yutong's embrace? Could it be that she was with Qi Yutong? No, that was inconceivable. How could they possibly be together? Chapter 7. What kind of poison? A poison of affection? As Assistant Lin closed the door to the hospital room, only Qi Yutong and Wen Zhihe remained inside. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, he could feel how warm Wen Zhihe's face was. Unable to resist teasing her, he asked, "Are you feeling shy now? Weren't you quite bold last night?" Wen Zhihe hastily sprang from his embrace, playfully rubbing her backside, as if she had just sat on a scorching iron and was now feeling the heat. As she moved, his gaze fell upon her voluptuous peach-shaped posterior, which, despite being clad in loose hospital attire, revealed her exquisite curves. Qi Yuting's eyes darkened slightly, and he couldn't help but lament how much little Hema had grown. Last night, she had rubbed against his shoulder, playfully tugging at his buttons. What man could resist a woman with a slender waist, long legs, and a round, enticing rear? Writhing in bed, Wen Zhihe, with her relatively simple mind, lowered her head and said, "Fourth Master, I was merely putting on a show for Gu Yin. Why have you returned? A show?" Qi Yuting frowned, feeling the urge to smoke again. Wen Zhihe discarded the oxidized apple into the trash and looked at him with utmost sincerity. "Thank you." Qi Yuting was taken aback. "I didn't compliment you. So why thank me?" Wen Zhihe, washing her hands, chuckled, "In the entire Qi family, only you and Grandpa Qi genuinely care about me. After leaving the Qi family, I might have to endure a life of poverty. You're worried that I might be looked down upon, so you still protect me like you did when we were young. You just embrace me to let Gu Yin know I have a guardian and am not easy to bully." Qi Yuting's cool fingertip gently tapped her nose as he murmured, "You are correct, to a degree." The other half of his thoughts yearned to hold her, to press her against his lap, where he could easily kiss her. Wen Zhihe remained unconcerned. As long as Qi Yuting didn't abandon her, she would adapt to the life of an ordinary citizen. Picking up her phone, she casually reassured her parents from the Wen family. Moments later, a youthful voice interrupted the call. "Sis, we came to see you today, but were chased away by that fierce-looking man." "Who is he?" "Fierce-looking?" Wen Zhihe instinctively glanced at Qi Yuting, smirking mischievously as she activated the speaker. "It's Fourth Master Qi." On the other end, 14-year-old Wen Jiao, in a rebellious phase, exclaimed, "So he has Qi Yuting? He is not even that handsome. The rumors at school make him seem like a god. He hugged you tightly, looking like a widower, and his hair was all messy. I thought he was your boyfriend." Wen Zhihe quickly turned off the speaker and glanced at Qi Yuting. She had slipped. At that moment, Qi Yuting's expression resembled that of a vengeful deity, as if he might throw her and her phone out of the window. Wen Zhihe, grasping her hair, whispered into the phone, "I'll be discharged tomorrow. Come pick me up, okay?" However, Wen Zhiao feigned indifference. "I'm not familiar with you." Wen Zhihe, unfazed, understood that he was in a rebellious stage, feeling a natural aversion to suddenly having a new sister. "If you won't pick me up, should I ask Fourth Master Qi to do so? Do you want to be overshadowed by him?" Wen Zhiao, easily provoked, retorted, "Fine, I'll pick you up. None of the Qi family are good people. They're all hypocrites. Just like Qi Moli, a wolf that has been raised for 20 years. Wen Zhihe's smile deepened. "I won T let you down. I finally have a younger brother. You must protect your sister from now on. You're 20 years old and still so sentimental," Wen Zhiao remarked, tossing his phone aside in good spirits. Wen Zhihe looked at the disconnected call, shaking her head with a sigh. "Now that feels like family. So genuine." Qi Yuting observed with intensity, his gaze darkening as if it could seep ink. With his arms crossed, he mused, "Is there not a single decent person in the Qi family? How dare this lad claim, I am not handsome?" Wen Zhihe, with a sly squint of her fox-like eyes, retorted with a hint of rebelliousness. "That was said by Grandpa Qi, and holds no fault." Qi Yuting found himself momentarily at a loss, realizing there was indeed some truth to her words. Upon learning that Wen Zhihe was the granddaughter who had been mistakenly taken in, Grandpa Qi had wept throughout the night, refusing food or drink for an entire day to digest the reality. After grappling with his sorrow, he took Wen Zhihe by the hand and, in Qi Yuting's presence, lamented that not a single child in the Qi family was worth a dime. They were all disobedient, save for the one who was gentle and understanding, only to discover she belonged to another family. This lamentation was largely directed at Qi Yuding, who, despite being of age, had yet to establish a family of his own. Qi Yuding, observing the triumphant gleam in Wen Zhihe's eyes, felt his heart soften at her rare delight and decided against further dispute. He leaned down, his lips drawing near to her smiling face, and softly inquired, "What treasure lies within that music box?" At his sudden closeness, Wen Zhihe's ears flushed with warmth, and images of fervent kisses danced in her mind. "It is a piece of sheep fat jade called full moon, round and flawless. Such jade is exceedingly rare these days." Qi Yuding recognized the jade, knowing it to be a token of love between his parents. Yet, he pondered why such a significant heirloom had not been passed down to him, the son, but rather to his eldest granddaughter. Was it a fear that his 4 uncles might vie for it? If Wen Zhihe were to return it, what chaos might ensue when Qi Moli eventually discovered it? Surely, that treasure could not fall into her hands. No, it must remain with Wen Zhihe. A plan formed in Qi Yuding's mind. "I can assist you in conveying it to Grandpa," he suggested, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, his touch tender. "I assure you that Qi Moli will not obtain full moon." Wen Zhihe's heart fluttered as she met his earnest yet mischievous gaze. "Can I trust you?" she asked, her voice trembling. Qi Yuding chuckled, his voice deep and resonant. "For a lifetime, you can trust me." Wen Zhihe, just about to extend her pinky to seal their promise, was taken aback when he leaned in closer, his long, strong fingers brushing against her earlobe, a sensation both electric and tantalizing. His alluring Adam's apple was a mere breath away. Wen Zhihe felt her body weaken, a sudden impulse to capture that prominent feature. For the first time, she regarded Qi Yuding purely as an alluring man, devoid of any distractions or reservations. Was this how other women were drawn to him? Her heart raced as she nervously gripped the fabric of his sleeve, her palms damp with anticipation. Suddenly, the door swung open forcefully, and Xiao Xiao's voice echoed like a loudspeaker, shattering the intimate atmosphere of the hospital room. He, startled, Wen Zhihe stumbled back, collapsing onto the hospital bed, her breath uneven. Is 4th Master also here? And Xiao Xiao, having caught the earlier scene, realized her intrusion and turned slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "You may continue." "Help!" Just moments ago, Qi Yuding was about to kiss Wen Zhihe's ear. Wen Zhihe remained utterly captivated. Qi Huan, who had just reached the doorway, appeared bewildered. "Continue what?" Wen Zhihe, flustered, felt a blush creeping on her fair face. "It's nothing. You must have misinterpreted." However, Qi Yutang's expression visibly darkened, as he casually shoved his hands into his pockets and announced, "I'm leaving now. Please keep the music box safe for me." Wen Zhihe obediently retrieved the music box from under the covers and handed it to him, avoiding his gaze. "Don't chat for too long. Remember to rest," Qi Yutang said, giving her a lingering look before departing. The 3 girls exhaled in relief. In the presence of other women, Qi Yutang was the same aloof figure, exuding an otherworldly aura that discouraged any approach. "He's so handsome," and Xiao Xiao was the first to break the silence, leaping up and wrapping her arms around Wen Zhihe's slender waist, playfully pinching her. Wen Zhihe, being particularly ticklish, laughed uncontrollably. "If you want to touch someone, go bother your own, Chu Yao." Qi Huan quickly moved to shut the door. Their synchronous antics felt reminiscent of their days in the school dormitory, and Xiao Xiao teased, "Let me see which poison you've succumbed to. Is it love's poison?" Wen Zhihe responded with a contemplative expression. Qi Huan, grinning mischievously, extended a finger to pry open Wen Zhihe's collar, peering down to catch a glimpse of the shocking red marks. Wen Zhihe gasped in surprise. "Wen Zhihe, even your cleavage has fallen victim, and you dare say you didn't do anything?" She clutched her chest, nearly bursting into tears of laughter reminiscent of the Mona Lisa. Chapter 8. This book is not suitable for men. The 2 friends teased Wen Zhihe for quite some time before finally releasing her. Gasping for breath, she took a sip of warm water and stated earnestly, "Did you know? Guyan is here, pleading for his fiancée, E." And Xiao Xiao was the first to scoff. "Does he even have the audacity?" He spoke so sweetly before, claiming he would marry no one but you. But as soon as he learned you weren't of the Qi family, he turned around and got engaged to Qi Moli. Qi Nihuan shared her disdain for Gu Yan, exclaiming in frustration, "Does he think he is a king? More like a mere fisherman. That innocent face of his has deceived countless young hearts. And his fan base is swelling like a borrowed arrow, all composed of girls." Wen Zhihe pondered thoughtfully, what he desires is not me or Qi Moli, but the legitimate granddaughter of the Qi family. Before Qi old madam passed away, she left a will granting her shares in the Yihua group to her legitimate granddaughter. But there's a stipulation. Both in Xiao Xiao and Qin Yihuan widened their eyes in unison. What condition? This is a grand family secret. Hurry and tell us. When Zhihe played with a strand of her hair, her voice low. This granddaughter must marry into a family of equal standing, one that contributes to the group, in order to inherit those shares. I see. Qin Yihuan paced the room, growing increasingly puzzled. If Gu Yan knew this about the marriage alliance, why did he refuse you 2 years ago? You were the genuine article back then. And Xiao Xiao echoed her confusion. Exactly, that scoundrel. When you confessed to him, he acted like thunder, but after the confession, he turned into a saint. Gu Yan is truly a master of performance. Wen Zhihe smiled with a sense of relief. Perhaps at that time, he thought Qi Yutong would marry his sister. Initially, he probably didn't want to be part of that alliance. But whatever, it no longer concerns me. 2 reckless friends concurred. Indeed, from this day forth, you shall deal with Qi Yutong. When Zhihe rolled her eyes in exasperation, it was even more unacceptable for him. Being the heir of the Qi family, where a long-standing lineage was expected to unite in marriage. I certainly wish to sever any ties with the Qi family and prioritize my own life, dutifully honoring my newly minted parents. And I have a fresh little brother too. The future is ripe for manipulation. Qin Yihuan, exhibiting a more composed demeanor, remarked that Qi Yutong's reluctance to marry Gu Yuan was somewhat ungrateful. You see, my boss often laments Qi Yutong's existence, claiming that he singularly diminishes the Qi family's prestige, fit only to assume the role of Tang Sung, striking his wooden fish. It is indeed a matter of obliviousness. Gu Yuan is the most eligible heiress in Jiangcheng, exuding elegance, beauty, and possessing an impressive physique, not to mention her exceptional talent as a cellist. Clad in a white dress, she radiates purity akin to that of an angel. Listening to Xiao Xiao's effusive praises, Wen Zhihe's smile waned, a vague and inexplicable pang of bitterness stirring within her. Indeed, as Gu Yuan herself stated, only a man like Qi Yutong is worthy of her. Conversely, only a goddess as perfect and pristine as Gu Yuan deserves the illustrious Qi Yutong. Their mutual refusal to marry has become a poignant legend within the aristocratic circles. The following day, upon her discharge from the hospital, Wen Zhihe arrived early with their parents, Wen Shiming and Su Jia. However, to their surprise, Qi Yutong had come even earlier, having prepared breakfast for Wen Zhihe, who was now nibbling delicately at her meal, his gaze soft, akin to that of a caretaker watching over a small rabbit munching on a carrot. Wen Zhihe, witnessing this, felt his spirits sink. Sister, you could at least inform us that you had breakfast, leaving our parents to toil over nourishing porridge, which now must be taken back to feed the dogs. When Zhihe glanced apologetically at her distant biological parents, saying, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to come so early. The doctor mentioned I should wait for all the reports before being discharged. Qi Yutong cast a fleeting glance at them, stating, You all continue your conversation. I shall find the doctor. As he stood to leave, a hand discreetly reached beneath the pillow, pilfering a novel that was peeking out. This child, indulging in romantic literature, would undoubtedly face embarrassment if her younger brother, in the throes of adolescence, were to discover it. When Zhihe's attention remained fixated on her family. After 2 decades of estrangement, she found herself at a loss for how to interact, her anxiety rendering her unable to consume her breakfast. Wen Shiming and Su Jia hailed from humble origins. Their ability to establish themselves in Jiangcheng was commendable, and having never encountered prominent figures, their cautious demeanor was ingrained within them. In the presence of the cold-faced CEO Qi Yutong, they felt exceedingly constrained. Qi Fourth Master, I've heard that over the years. He has received your kind care. We are profoundly grateful. Yes, yes. Fourth Master, please attend to your matters. He shall never forget your and the chief family's kindness. Wen Zhihe, however, felt discontented and was about to retort when Qi Yutong's gaze darkened, his expression remaining inscrutable. The account cannot be settled in this manner. The Qi family has nurtured Hehe, just as the Wen family has raised Qi Moly. Neither family is at fault. It is merely the whims of fate. Wen Zhihe could not help but steal a glance at Qi Yuting. Ah, as expected of the esteemed Fourth Master Qi, the president who governs the world's lifeblood possesses a remarkable breadth of vision. Wen Zhihe was also taken aback by Qi Yuting's sudden display of understanding. Could be an act? In any case, it was a burden lifted off Fourth Master's shoulders. The family of four watched Qi Yuting's tall figure disappear at the door before they finally relaxed. How do you feel? Su Jia asked, her eyes glistening with moisture. I'm sorry. My inadequate guidance has led to the upbringing of that child with ulterior motives. Moly. When Shiming sighed, she actually intended to harm you? Why would she? You have no grievances with her. The fault lies with us, not you. However, Wen Zhihe, feeling quite at ease, remarked, when has she ever been satisfied? She blames her parents or her background. If she fails an exam, she accuses me of disturbing her practice with my guitar. How wonderful it would be to have a different sister. I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of life. Wen Zhihe was amused by him. If I return home, would you be willing to play for me? Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe's charming peach blossom eyes instantly lit up as he exclaimed, when I play, you'll question your very existence. My life is indeed worthy of doubt. I was swapped at birth. Little brother, we have missed so many years. Quickly, let us form a group. Wen Zhihe immediately pulled out his phone, establishing a family group chat face-to-face while muttering softly. Finally, the Wen family has a group chat. Once the group was created, the other three looked at the name Wen Zhihe had given it, their pupils contracting. They nearly choked, the little brat. What does share blessings together, retreat from difficulties mean? Wen Zhihe recalled the name she had changed for her close friends group, and could not help but tease. As expected of my brother, so clever. Wen Zhihe, however, opened a food box and handed it to her, his gaze filled with tenderness. Just as Qi Yuting reached the door of the chief surgeon's office, his phone rang. Looking at the name displayed on the screen, he saw it was his family's patriarch, Qi Yufeng, who held a preference for sons over daughters. With a cold glint in his eyes, Qi Yuting answered, What is it? Qi Yufeng, exasperated, barked forth, What are you doing? The Gu family sent someone to the police station to bail Moly out. Why are you stopping them? She is my daughter, not yours. Qi Yuting replied coldly, hanging up the phone without mercy. Suddenly, a figure clad in white drifted towards him from behind. Before he could discern who it was, the book in his hand was snatched away. Let me see. The beastly Fourth Master, who has no need for women, is reading what kind of fantasy novel? Qi Yuting glared at Chu Yao, his distant cousin, who was dressed in a white coat. With a heavy tone, he said, Get it back. I won't. Chu Yao, lively and energetic, would not have been mistaken for a doctor had it not been for his attire. One might instead think he was Su Bingtian's brother, once a champion long-distance runner in school. Now he was intrigued by the book. This is something girls read. Why do you want to look at it? Are you studying how to have children? Thinking of switching to obstetrics and gynecology? Qi Yuting asked patiently. Upon hearing it was for girls, Chu Yao was even more eager to take a peek. Recently, that and Xiao Xiao had been pursuing him for half a year and had suddenly confessed on WeChat a few days ago, only to block him before he could respond. Why did the girl suddenly slam on the brakes? He pondered deeply, unable to find an answer, as I sought to understand the nature of girls. Chu Yao turned the pages of the book, his smile gradually fading. The narrative was tantalizing and the prose exquisite. Certain descriptions of the intimate encounters between men and women were shockingly explicit, verging on scandalous. Qi Yuting noticed his face turning crimson and realized that this was likely no ordinary novel. He abruptly snatched the book away and closed it, declaring that it was said to be unsuitable for men. Chu Yao, still caught up in the fervor of the moment, leaned awkwardly closer to Qi Yuting and exclaimed, Brother, I am done for. Qi Yuting was taken aback and glanced down. Ridiculous. What sort of risk of literature was this? Even the aloof and ascetic Dr. Chu was reacting. Chapter 9. Sensitivity and Possessiveness. Brother, please help me cover this up. Chu Yao felt his carefully constructed image shattering. If it weren't for his close relationship with his cousin, he feared his 26 years of a pristine reputation would be at stake. Qi Yuding, with a single hand gripping his collar, smirked mischievously. Pray tell, who is the impeccably dressed beast? Chu Yao found solace in his teasing, and as they entered the director's office, he explained that the director had gone to a meeting. I took the liberty of printing out Wen Zhihe's examination report for you. I reviewed it, and there are absolutely no issues. Qi Yuding secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he accepted the thick stack of reports. She won't have any lasting effects, will she? Noticing Qi Yuding's concern for a faux heiress, Chu Yao's curiosity was piqued, and he scrutinized Qi Yuding's furrowed brow. Brother, you seem a bit off. You are quite concerned about Wen Zhihe. She is no longer your niece, is she? What could be so significant? Qi Yuding raised an eyebrow. After years of affection, how can it simply vanish due to a surname? What I mean is, oh, you're just acting strange. The look in your eyes resembles that of a husband reviewing his wife's pregnancy report. Yes, precisely that. As soon as Chu Yao finished speaking, he covered his mouth. Thinking he was in deep trouble now, Qi Yuding would surely scold him for his overflowing medical knowledge. To his surprise, Qi Yuding did not reprimand him, but instead smiled knowingly. Are you perhaps in love? You've been acting erratically lately, as if your little brother is ready to burst forth beneath that lab coat. Absolutely not. Chu Yao instinctively shielded his groin, lamenting, that was merely an accident. If you don't believe me, look at that book yourself tonight. He cast a lingering glance at the tiny yellow book tucked away in Qi Yuding's suit pocket. So this was the daily life of girls? In retrospect, he realized he had been too naive. Qi Yuding chuckled. You doubt my composure? I can discuss business and sign contracts while witnessing intimate acts before my eyes. A mere book could never make me lose control. Chu Yao frowned with concern. Shall I refer you to a urologist? Qi Yuding narrowed his eyes, his already noble and distant gaze turning more menacing. Are you seeking death? Today seems quite fortuitous. I could bury you alive and save on a coffin. At this, Chu Yao felt as if a portrait of himself had appeared on the wall, and he was terrified enough to flee. The Wen family's house was a self-built residence beyond the third ring road, although somewhat dilapidated. It was a rare gem with a small courtyard, much better than Wen Zhihe had initially imagined. This place is truly delightful, Wen Zhihe exclaimed with genuine joy. I can plant some flowers and greenery in the yard. Everyone stared at her, somewhat incredulously. How could a girl who had enjoyed a life of luxury for 20 years truly find this place appealing? Qi Yuding surveyed the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed, and gravely remarked, I have several vacant properties in the city center, all spacious. You may choose one. Wen Zhihe was taken aback, exchanging glances with his parents. However, Wen Zhihe promptly declined. No, the fourth master's assets are a result of his own hard work. I wish to rely on myself in the future. Over the years, Qi Yuding had invested in her foreign language studies, arts, music, and drama to ensure she became the most exceptional girl of the Qi family. He had truly done enough. It was evident to all that Wen Zhihe was drawing a clear boundary. Qi Yuding's pale face darkened, his lips twitching slightly, feeling a suffocating tightness in his chest. Yet he found himself unable to argue. As you wish. He turned to Assistant Lin and instructed him to unload the luggage from the car. He then raised his chin and inquired of Wen Zhihe, is the flower shop next door owned by your family? Wen Zhihe glanced towards the moly flower shop and confirmed, yes, it is usually managed by my mother. Wen Zhihe also looked over, the two characters moly appearing somewhat glaring. It was apparent that Qi Moly had been quite favored in this place over the past 20 years. Su Jia immediately beamed, fourth master. Why not stay for a simple meal before you leave? Wen Zhihe observed Qi Yuding's proud jawline, musing internally. How could a young master who requires customized late-night snacks possibly remain in this humble abode for a home-cooked meal? To her astonishment, Qi Yuding politely acquiesced. All right. What? He said yes. Wen Zhihe was left dumbfounded. Assistant Lin was equally surprised. You may head back now. Qi Yuding instructed Assistant Lin. Have the driver come to pick me up later. Understood. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, Su Jia immediately went to brew tea, while Wen Shimming, an excellent cook, naturally took to the kitchen. Wen Zhihe helped carry the luggage upstairs, suddenly turning to glance at Wen Zhihe, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong?" Wen Zhihe paused, looking at the young man's tall, still undeveloped arms. Was the suitcase heavy? Wen Zhihe shook his head. "There are only 2 rooms upstairs. Yours was previously occupied by Qi Moli." A flicker of distaste crossed Wen Zhihe's mind. Yet she quickly adjusted her feelings, reassuringly responding, "It's all right." Seeing her so easygoing, Wen Zhihe flashed a bright smile. "But rest assured, I've disinfected it for you, ensuring there's not a trace of any ill intent." Wen Zhihe felt a warmth in her heart and nodded. "Thank you, little brother." Qi Yuding regarded her, her fox-like eyes misty with unshed tears, clearly struggling to accept it all, yet being forced to mature and become resilient. He called out, Wen Zhihe turned at the sound, disregarding the restrained tears brimming in her eyes, her face pale from illness, looking rather pitiful. Qi Yuding felt his heart shatter. Were it not for the present circumstances, he would have loved to cradle her small face and kiss the corners of her reddened eyes. His little sprout, his little princess, how could she endure such hardship? "Fourth Master, please enjoy some tea." Su Jia perceived an unsettling atmosphere. Qi Yuding's gaze upon Wen Zhihe was anything but simple. It held a predatory intensity, reminiscent of a man observing a woman rather than that of an elder regarding a younger. It was laden with sensitivity and possessiveness. Qi Yuding, compelled by the moment, gracefully settled onto the sofa, accepting the exquisite blue and white porcelain cup with an air of sophistication. Su Jia, feeling a wave of anxiety, cast a furtive glance at her daughter before mustering the courage to speak. "Fourth Master, I have a request." "Pray, go on," Qi Yuding replied succinctly, lowering his gaze to savor his tea, while his peripheral vision remained fixed on Wen Zhihe. Sensing her mother's distress, Wen Zhihe quickly interjected, "I shall ascend to tidy my room." As she ascended the stairs, Su Jia finally sat down, her hands trembling as she whispered, "Fourth Master, is it true that Moli is to be imprisoned?" Qi Yuding paused, taken aback by Su Jia's inquiry. With a detached tone, he affirmed, "Yes, for at least 3 years." Su Jia's hands shook more violently, her throat parched. "Could we not reconsider? We shall not pursue this further regarding our Zhihe." "Reconsider?" Qi Yuding abruptly rose, his fingers poised to shatter the porcelain cup. Su Jia, alarmed, quickly gestured, "What I mean is, Zhihe has been wronged. Yet Moli's fate has been altered due to my negligence in the hospital years ago, which has led her to harbor such hatred toward Zhihe." Qi Yuding's eyes darkened, resembling an abyss that threatened to consume all light. The veins on his forehead throbbed with intensity. He could hardly fathom that Su Jia, instead of mourning her near-lost daughter, was pleading for the very daughter responsible for her suffering. "I believe Zhihe cannot remain here any longer," Qi Yuding declared emphatically, slamming the teacup down, prompting Wen Shimming from the kitchen to emerge, bewildered. "What is amiss?" In the stairwell, Wen Zhihe and Wen Zhihe sat side by side. They had overheard Su Jia's words clearly. "Sister, do not be disheartened. Mother feels guilt for Qi Moli, and besides, we cannot provoke the Qi family. Fourth Master Qi must marry eventually. He cannot protect you forever." Listening to this, Wen Zhihe felt silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Wen Zhihe, at a loss, witnessed his sister's quiet sorrow for the first time. Suddenly, as if sensing her distress, Qi Yuding hurriedly ascended the stairs. Midway, Wen Zhihe looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed, her nose slightly flushed, reminiscent of a child who had hidden away to silently weep after being reprimanded by the matriarch of the Qi family. "I am fine." She managed to offer a smile that was more heart-wrenching than tears themselves. The familiar quaver in her voice caused Qi Yuding's heart to constrict painfully. The defenses he had erected against the world crumbled inch by inch, collapsing entirely in her presence. Chapter 10. The rise of the antagonist. Qi Yuding approached step by step until Wen Zhihe stood entirely enveloped in a shadow. In the dim light, his pupils appeared dark, inscrutable. Even Wen Zhihe, with his wild spirit, felt an overwhelming pressure as if entering a battlefield. In the next moment, he realized his sister was about to be taken away. He sprang to his feet, arms outstretched to block Qi Yuding. No, my sister cannot go with you. Wen Zhihe was momentarily taken aback, gazing up at Wen Zhihe, who stood between her and Qi Yutong, clad in an ordinary tracksuit. The youth's figure was as upright as a pine. Step aside, Qi Yutong said, his expression devoid of emotion. No, my sister is not your pet. She cannot be your cash cow. What did you say? Qi Yutong's gaze darkened, his eyes piercing like a blade. Wen Zhihe attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Wen Zhihe unleashed the rumors he had encountered on the school forum, declaring that classmates said Qi Sai was so attentive to his sister because he valued her beauty and believed she had the makings of a star. You are merely packaging her because she is destined for great success and can bring you wealth. Wen Zhihe's voice trembled with anger. Wen Shiming rushed forward and struck Wen Zhihe, exclaiming, "How dare you speak to Qi Sai like that? Get lost." Su Jia leaned against the staircase railing, clutching her chest. Her complexion pale, her voice weak. Xiao Yi quickly apologized to Qi Sai. After receiving a slap, Wen Zhihe's demeanor grew even more resolute. I will not apologize. I want my sister to stay. I do not want her to be the subject of gossip. Though Wen Zhihe found her brother's words somewhat extreme, they resonated deeply. If they were to move to a larger house, they could easily afford it. There was no need to let others speak ill of them. Qi Yutong seemed to perceive her thoughts, the shadows in his eyes gradually dissipating. Hee, I respect your decision. Wen Zhihe gently touched Wen Zhihe's swollen left cheek and turned back to Qi Yutong with a smile. Shall we go upstairs and talk? Qi Yutong nodded. Very well. Wen Shiming also pulled Su Jia away, advising her not to worry unnecessarily due to her heart condition and to return home to take her medication. Only Wen Zhihe remained, looking as forlorn as a forsaken puppy, his head drooping as he returned to his room. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut, as if to ensure that Wen Zhihe knew precisely why he had been struck. Wen Zhihe shook her head in amusement. Fool. Qi Yutong, noticing her laughter instead of tears, took her hand, waiting intently for her to turn and look at him. Who is the bigger fool? Have you forgotten about Qi Sai just because you have a brother? Your brother just bullied me. Wen Zhihe turned her head to him, her long lashes casting shadows on her porcelain-white cheeks, which were now tinged with pink. She withdrew her small hand from his larger grasp. Qi Sai has heard it too. We've already been rumored to have that kind of relationship. Why are you still pulling and tugging without discretion? Qi Yutong leaned closer, his empty hand encircling her slender waist. His long, firm fingers felt like fire against her soft flesh. Wen Zhihe's face flushed even more. She attempted to break free, but the more she struggled, the tighter he held her. His voice was husky, his gaze swirling with a deep, oceanic darkness. What kind of relationship? Do you think I cannot afford to support you? If we don't want me to support you, then it's not impossible for you to support me. How could she possibly afford him? A single pair of his shoes could cover her tuition for a year. Wen Zhihe felt as though her breath was caught in the grasp of his unabashed scrutiny, staring at him in a daze. He bent down, his thin lips nearing her, causing her to instinctively arch her back, her head tilting up slightly. Their breaths mingled. Suddenly, Qi Yutong lifted her in a cradled embrace, carrying her into the room. Put me down. Wen Zhihe's heart raced. Her voice lowered as she pounded her small fists against his broad shoulders. The man inhaled her alluring fragrance, a smirk playing on his lips in the unseen corner. If you continue to cause a ruckus, I shall let your brother witness how I embrace and kiss you. Wen Zhihe could not help but exclaim. The door was swiftly shut, and Qi Yuding pressed her back against the wall, his breaths deep and heavy. Soon, Wen Zhihe knocked at the door, urgency lacing his voice. Sister, are you all right? No, it's nothing. Please come with me. This is not your home. Qi Yuding, seemingly out of spite, kissed her again, releasing her only when she was on the verge of breathlessness. Please don't do this. Wen Zhihe felt as though her entire being was being scorched on a grill. He reveled in the desire that flickered in her eyes as her innocence faded, murmuring softly, "Only I can provide you with the home you desire." He was unwilling to let go, nor could he allow her to blossom so seductively in another man's embrace. Wen Zhihe, still unconvinced, knocked again. Sister, are you okay? I'm fine. There's a mouse. A mouse? Open the door, and I shall help you deal with it. However, Qi Yuding ambiguously replied, No need. I can handle it. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Zhihe wriggled free from his arms and raised her hand, intending to slap him. Yet, her delicate wrist was deftly captured by him. Qi Yuting licked his lips, his handsome visage tinged with desire. With such a feeble strength, you might as well save your energy for later tears. Is this man a devil? Wen Zhihe felt he possessed no shame in this regard. Whatever happened to the aloof, ascetic figure? Now he spoke with such ease and seduction. Go change your clothes. Qi Yuting's tone softened as he glanced at the button that had come undone at her chest. Get out, Wen Zhihe exclaimed, her emotions causing the small tear mark at the corner of her eye to come alive. Her flushed cheeks ignited thoughts of possession within him. Qi Yuting chuckled softly at her. Did she wish to draw a line? Impossible. He would pursue her gradually. Didn't he want to talk? Wen Zhihe shot him a glare, feeling exasperated. I'm done talking. Done talking? Are you sure it's not that you're just done kissing? Wen Zhihe nearly choked on her own words, declaring defiantly, I will not go with you. I know. She had just returned to the Wen family. She could not leave immediately. They needed to cultivate their feelings over time. Qi Yuting removed his jacket, tossing it onto the chair at the desk, and inadvertently dropped a small yellow book. Wen Zhihe had turned her back to find clothes and did not witness this moment. You know, then why treat me this way? We cannot be together. Qi Yuting, languid and unbothered, retorted, You were the one who initiated it that day. I merely reciprocated. Is that not permissible? Wen Zhihe replied, Indeed. Capitalists possess no limits. In a cheerful mood, Qi Yuting bent down to pick up the book, casually flipping open the cover. The first page was blank, yet boldly inscribed was a line of intricate characters. The methods of Wen Zhihe and Qi Yuting's intimacy. Qi Yuting froze, laughing heartily, embodying the villainous rhythm. Chapter 11. What a delicate little darling. And yet she claims not to crave his body. The little girl had even preemptively learned their methods of intimacy and cultivated it. Truly, she was all bark and no bite. Wen Zhihe was taken aback by his sudden, audacious move until she recognized the cover of the book he held, feeling an unsettling familiarity. This appears to be something that Xiao Xiao placed beneath her pillow last night, claiming it was a painful sacrifice. At that moment, she was suffering from a severe headache, devoid of any interest in romance novels, and soon succumbed to slumber. Where did you take my book? You dropped it on the floor. I picked it up, Qi Yuting replied, his eyes wide with feigned innocence as he sat on the chair, meticulously perusing the pages. Is that so? Wen Zhihe pouted in confusion. Aren't you a bit too old for this? I'm nearly past the age of reading romance novels. Once you're done, it's my turn, Qi Yuting said, raising an eyebrow at her suggestively. He could not fathom how she managed to be so endearing and unabashedly lewd. Wen Zhihe contemplated telling him that she hadn't read it yet, but decided against the explanation. As long as he behaved and didn't cause trouble, he could read it if he wished. After all, it was merely a novel. To master this skill, one must first undergo self-castration. The woman muttered under her breath, casting him a fierce glare before retreating into the bathroom with her clothes. Qi Yuting, meanwhile, continued to read with great interest. It must be said, the quality of this Riska literature was exceptionally high, with no superfluous details. The more he read, the warmer he felt. He could hardly contain himself. This was disastrous. He self-deprecatingly pressed his forehead. Abruptly closing the book, he tucked it back under her pillow. Rubbing his temples, he rose and opened the door to the small balcony, seeking to distract himself. He took out his phone and returned a call to Qi Zhai. Old Master Qi, having just finished his lunch, responded gruffly, You little rascal, you still remember to return calls? Where have you hidden Hihi? I went over today and found nothing. Qi Yuting lit a cigarette casually. She has parents and a younger brother. Why would I need to hide her? Of course. She's back at the Wen residence. You're at the Wen residence? Yes. What do you think about Qi Moli? Old man, don't you hold 10% of my mother's shares? Why not use them to trade for Qi Moli? What? The old man's beard quivered as he retorted. If you were willing to marry Gu Yuan, those shares would have nothing to do with Qi Moli. At the mention of Gu Yuan, Qi Yuting's previously lustful gaze turned cold. His tone hardened. I never wanted to marry her, and I certainly won't in the future. It will never happen. You little rascal, feeling quite capable, aren't you? Who you marry is your business, but you've never shown interest in anyone all these years. Now I do. Chi Yuding smirked mischievously. You should be grateful to the heavens that you've lived long enough to see your youngest son marry and have children. Hearing those words, the old man was utterly flustered. He wished for nothing more than for Chi Yuding to write it down immediately, black and white, stamped with his fingerprint, to prevent any chance of retraction. Which girl do you fancy? As long as she is of suitable status, we can arrange a meeting promptly. Chi Yuding scoffed. I'm sorry, but if she doesn't match in status, I'm still quite happy. The old man clutched his chest in agitation, exclaiming, You can't possibly have found a foreign girl, can you? A model or a prostitute would be worse than remaining single. Let us not digress. I prefer those close at hand. Let us talk business. If Chi Moly is willing to relinquish her shares, I can spare your eldest son some face and let her go. But what? The old man was acutely aware of his son's terrible disposition. He was the type to be easily persuaded. The crux of the matter lies in his rather ambiguous stance. Chi Yuding's tone was cold and devoid of warmth. Yet she had spent 3 months on the island of madmen. What? The old man nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. A blossoming young woman confined to the island of madmen for 3 months? It would be preferable to serve 3 years in a detention center. The island was populated by various patients suffering from irreparable mental disorders or scientific failures. 3 months, and Chi Moly would either be terrified to death or driven insane. Chi Yuding chuckled coldly, questioning what of it? Was she not entitled to go there? At least she could present it as a vacation, avoiding a criminal record. As you all wished, preserving the reputations of both the Gu and Chi families. You two families can discuss it amongst yourselves. I shall abstain from participation due to pressing matters. The old man genuinely suspected that his youngest son was the reincarnation of a demon, with a temperament both obstinate and foul, yet possessing a keen intellect. But what could be done? He pondered, attempting to call him back home, asking what he had been so busy with lately, urging him to return home at once. Fourth Master, dinner is ready. Wen Zhihe had just finished her shower and emerged, unaware that Chi Yuding was on the phone. A sweet voice resonated through the receiver. The old man became alert, questioning who was beckoning him to dinner. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Chi Yuding flicked the ash from his cigarette, turning to glance at Wen Zhihe, a wicked smile creeping across his face. My darling is calling me to dinner, old man. I await your message. Wen Zhihe exclaimed. Who is your darling? Touching her flushed face, she hurriedly opened the door to her room. Wen Zhihe, anxious, pressed against the door, intending to eavesdrop on their conversation, only for the door to swing open abruptly. The young man stumbled, nearly colliding with the floor. Xiaoye, how dare you lurk in the corner? Wen Zhihe shot a shy glare at her younger brother, uncertain how much he had overheard and whether he had caught anything he shouldn't have. Sister, why is your face so red? He asked innocently. I just took a hot shower. Wen Zhihe deflected, her heart racing. Chi Yuding also ended his call and approached, noticing Wen Zhihe's face, which was flushed and slightly swollen. Unexpectedly, this young lad was quite the protective brother. The thought eased Chi Yuding's irritation. Wen Zhihe, go downstairs and apply some ice to your face. Wen Zhihe shook his head, glaring at Chi Yuding with a mock ferocity. I just want to ask you, are you now my sister's boss? Sort of, Chi Yuding replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he gazed at Wen Zhihe with an intense stare. What are you looking at? I am quite charming. Wen Zhihe teased, pouting playfully before darting downstairs, exclaiming, I'm going to find some ice. Dog man, she muttered, irritated by the way he regarded her, as if she were a pet. It was peculiar, after their intimate encounters. The sight of his lips made her yearn for a kiss, and his proximity ignited a wildfire within her. How vexing! This man was undoubtedly intoxicating. No wonder the saying circulated in the world, cherish life and stay away from the fourth master. Chi Yuding withdrew his gaze from Wen Zhihe's retreating figure and patted Wen Zhihe on the shoulder. Rest assured, your sister will be residing here for the time being. However, I will ensure she willingly stays with me. What is going on? Why would she stay with you? Wen Zhihe, still innocent to matters of the heart, was left bewildered. Chi Yutong, fearing that he might indulge in unfounded thoughts that could affect his studies, merely smiled and remarked that she was fluent in 6 languages and would one day be his capable secretary. Acting was merely a hobby for her, not her entirety. Wen Zhihe gasped, realizing the implications. So my sister is so remarkable. You must allocate her a large house and a high salary to retain her, correct? That is one way to interpret it. Wow, my sister brings great honor to the Wen family. During dinner, Su Jia filled her glass and stood to apologize to Qi Yutong. I am sorry, fourth master. I should not have said that. He is my daughter, and I should not indulge a wayward child. When Shiming interjected, fourth master, she is merely afraid, considering Qi Yutong's composed demeanor. I will return to the office this afternoon, so I shall refrain from drinking. This matter has been resolved. When Zhihe raised her head, resolved? Yes, it was addressed within the Qi family. When Zhihe frowned, dissatisfied with this outcome. Indeed, it is Qi Sai who wields unparalleled influence. Qi Yutong recognized her sulking and discreetly took her hand, leaning close to whisper, I will explain later. In the next moment, she forcefully shook his hand away, offering him not even a glance. Qi Yutong sighed inwardly, truly a delicate darling. He then turned to the one couple, his tone leaving no room for argument. He did not have a good childhood. If you are not prepared to accept her, please spare her. No. How can we not accept? Su Jia's voice trembled slightly. I will prove it through my actions. When Shiming's eyes were also brimming with tears, I toast to this drink. Today is a joyous occasion. Wen Zhihe cleverly hinted to Wen Zhihe, sister, mother has a weak heart. Wen Zhihe immediately advised Su Jiamom, if you cannot drink, do not force yourself. Let me toast fourth master. Saying this, she took the glass and boldly downed a shot of liquor. Gritting her teeth, she declared, fourth master, I thank you. Qi Yutong responded, indeed, my sister is truly admirable. When Zhihe coughed, her eyes slightly reddened, and she licked her lips at Qi Yutong. It's fine. I have no engagements recently, and all future leading roles will be played by Qi Moli. After all, it will be her who calls you uncle in the future. Qi Yutong's lips curled slightly, wondering whether she was drinking alcohol or jealousy. When Zhihe's face flushed, insisting, who wants to compete for your affections? Unable to bear her distressed expression, Qi Yutong instinctively sought to comfort her, knowing that otherwise she would struggle in her endeavors. From childhood to now, he had grown accustomed to her many contradictions, realizing that in the end, she merely sought his reassurance. He then held her small hand beneath the table, placing on his thigh, his demeanor unchanged, reminding her that he had just been discharged from the hospital and could only have one drink, not to indulge excessively. When Zhihe's left hand was firmly grasped, pressed against the taut muscles of the man, unable to withdraw. As they brushed against each other, a current seemed to flow from their palms. Before long, Qi Yutong swallowed hard, gazing at her flushed cheeks. The suppressed desire rekindled once more. Chapter 12. Blocking Hehe's bad suitors doubles the bonus. When Zhihe's heart raced, her voice barely above a whisper, and one more toast to my parents. All right, after this, you must take a nap and refrain from overthinking. Qi Yutong lowered his voice, his lips close to her ear, as if gently coaxing her. MHM. When Zhihe felt the air around her growing increasingly oppressive, her mind blank. When Zhihe observed this scene, astonished as he stroked his chin, seemingly confirming whether his jaw had dropped in disbelief. This was Qi Yutong. Senior students at school spoke of him as exceedingly aloof and difficult to approach. Yet here he was, both charming and infatuated before Wen Zhihe. Her face felt as though it were being scorched by a hot iron, and she dared not raise her gaze. Fortunately, her parents were seated across the table, engrossed in conversation, and Wen Zhihe was at a distance, ensuring that no one noticed her discomfort. With her right hand raised in a toast, her left remained enveloped in Qi Yutong's large hand, as if she were being roasted beside a furnace, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on her skin. She forced herself to remain composed, yet her trembling voice betrayed her shyness. Dad, Mom, I toast to you. All right. Be careful not to overindulge. By the end of the meal, not only were Wen Zhihe's legs weak, but her porcelain-white face was also flushed from the alcohol, a sight to behold. Sister, your face is so red from drinking, like a blooming red rose. Wen Zhihe exclaimed, oblivious to the situation, while he lavished her with compliments. "So beautiful." Chi Yutong gazed at her with a tender expression. "I must return to the company now. Remember to call me if anything arises." Leaning on her brother's shoulder, Wen Zhihe let out a soft, dazed hum, pouting, "Can I still intern at Iwa?" Chi Yutong smiled. "Of course, every Friday, I'll be waiting for you." Upon returning to her room, Wen Zhihe felt a little lightheaded, collapsing onto her bed, yet unable to find sleep. What was happening? Chi Yutong had just left, and already she found herself thinking of him. The afternoon light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting gentle shadows on the floor. The bedding was brand new. As with the curtains, it seemed her parents had genuinely accepted her. She embraced a Pikachu plushie gifted by Wen Zhihe, burying her face into the sheets, inhaling the reassuring scent of sunlight. As she closed her eyes, however, Chi Yutong's face intruded upon her thoughts at the most inopportune moment. Oh no! She had truly fallen victim to the most potent of afflictions, Chi Yutong's love poison. Recalling the look in his eyes as he departed, cold yet restrained, it seemed to harbor a tumult of emotions, though he did not readily divulge them. Was he serious? Did he intend to care for her? Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the bedside table, jolting Wen Zhihe back to reality. Upon opening it, she found Xiao Xiao had sent 3 repeated messages in the group chat. "Himeo, how is it? Is that book as spicy as it sounds? I bought it at a high price from an epic schemer. Has it made you utterly captivated? After capturing Chi Yutong, remember to bring a 7-figure handbag to thank me." Wen Zhihe was taken aback, instinctively reaching beneath her pillow for the book. As she flipped to the first page, her pupils dilated in shock. Indeed, while everyone else was concerned about how high she might soar, only her best friend was fervently pulling her back down. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the voice message button and shouted, "And Xiao Xiao, I'm going to devour you." Gazing at the astonishingly racy descriptions within the yellow book only intensified her flush and rapid heartbeat. The opening scene depicted the male lead pinning the female lead against the glass of an observation tower 99 stories high. Could it be that Chi Yutong had seen all of this? Wen Zhihe felt that were her composure any weaker, she would be compelled to rush to the observation tower and leap from its heights. "Alas, my face is gone. What's the purpose of this life?" Qini Huan sent another message. "Ha, if you haven't captured his heart yet, I shall assist you with a few lines." Wen Zhihe, in a state of despair, inquired, "Which lines?" Qini Huan replied, "Simply choose from those flirtatious remarks you left for your idol on a certain site. I assure you, Chi Yutong will be unable to resist." Wen Zhihe retorted, "Those were meant for my idol. Amidst the sea of people, who knows whom? How could I utter such explicit words to Chi Yutong? That would be akin to courting disaster." And Xiao Xiao chimed in, "Expand your horizons. If you must perish, let be in Chi Yutong's bed, with a smile in the afterlife. He will forever remember that you left this world by his side, and your ashes could even find a resting place in the Qi family cemetery. What is wrong with this world?" At that moment, Chi Yutong had just concluded a project meeting. As he passed by the secretary's desk, he instinctively glanced over. It was empty. Wen Zhihe only worked there 1 day a week, leaving behind a vase adorned with a few resplendent red roses. Chi Yutong's footsteps faltered slightly. Assistant Lin promptly explained that a shareholder had sent them, 99 in total, far too many for the secretary's department to manage. Chi Yutong coldly remarked. Assistant Lin patted his chest. "Understood." He then signaled to the secretary from a distance. Startled, she immediately turned and instructed her team to discard all the flowers into the trash bin. Upon entering his office, Chi Yutong, with a stern expression, demanded to know which shareholder was responsible. Assistant Lin, momentarily caught off guard, took a few seconds to realize it was young Master Jiang Fu from the Jiang family. Chi Yutong undid his cufflinks and cast a penetrating glance at Assistant Lin, saying, "If he continues to pursue He, you know what to do." "I understand," Assistant Lin replied, feeling a pang of distress, but keeping silent. The Jiang family, along with the Qi and Gu families, are among the 3 prominent families in Jiangcheng, colloquially known as the Triumvirate. None of these families are to be trifled with. Moreover, Jiang Fu, at just 23, is not only accomplished but also gentle and affluent. How could a mere assistant like himself hope to thwart his pursuit of Wen Zhihe? Is it difficult to handle? Chi Yutong questioned Assistant Lin. If you can ward off Hehe's unwanted admirers, your bonus will double. Really? Assistant Lin's eyes sparkled. But he quickly became hesitant. However, Miss Zhihe is well-liked and beautiful, like being surrounded by blossoms on Peach Blossom Island. How can I single-handedly fend them off? Chi Yutong furrowed his brow, secretly acknowledging Assistant Lin's words. He too was concerned. His little girl was growing up, resembling a mischievous sprite. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his well-defined forearms, and began to operate on the touchpad, suddenly recalling something. Is she still infatuated with that John? Upon hearing this, Assistant Lin straightened his back. Every girl in the company is enamored with that idol, all calling him hubby. Chi Yutong paused. Find out about Hehe's alternate account for me. Huh, boss, isn't that inappropriate? She would be furious if she found out. Why? Chi Yutong's tone turned icy. Assistant Lin, nearly at his wit's end, recalled, once, I accessed my girlfriend's alternate account and discovered she was fawning over a fitness influencer. I was quite upset and confronted her. And what happened afterward? Later, she became even angrier than I was, accusing me of casually invading her privacy and ultimately blocked me, insisting on a breakup. Chi Yutong sensed the gravity of the situation. A girl's secrets are indeed numerous and intricate. However, isn't it simple to discover Miss Zhihe's alternate accounts? Assistant Lin, having forgotten the pain of past wounds, chuckled. Do you know? Chi Yutong, who typically shunned celebrity gossip, only followed one person on Weibo. Her name was Wen Zhihe. He still kept a discreet watch on her. Chapter 13. Chi Yutong regarding the alternate accounts. Chi Yutong believed that the young girl had always been well-behaved. During her adolescence, in an effort to understand her better, he had even surreptitiously perused her diary. She had no crushes or romantic involvements. The entries mainly chronicled her growth within the Chi household, with the words "little uncle" appearing multiple times on nearly every page. Before turning 18, the old man and Chi Yutong represented almost her entire world. She would even sulk for half a day if Chi Yutong adopted a dog. That night, when the little uncle returned reeking of alcohol, with the scent of a woman's perfume lingering on his clothes, she couldn't help but feel vexed. Who knows if he'd been touched by some woman tonight? How infuriating. Neither the dog nor I would acknowledge him. I wish he would quit smoking. His stomach is weak, yet I dare not impose restrictions on him. He has been in a foul mood lately, perhaps having quarreled with grandfather again. Such thoughts filled her diary daily, with a few lines penned each day. Sometimes, when Chi Yutong was busy, he would neglect to read it, but whenever an opportunity arose, he would shamefully sneak a glance. Little did he anticipate that she would later become so dependent on him. That day after attending a banquet, the young girl, intoxicated, grasped his hand in the garden and asked, "Will I have to marry you when I grow up? If so, let us start now." Chi Yutong was taken aback, immediately reflecting on whether he had been overly attentive, causing her to develop this dependency and thus leading to her psychological issues. Yet, he refrained from reproaching her and replied, "We are not in a position to marry, but I will take good care of you." This response displeased her, and the following day, upon sobering, she sought him out to lament her poor judgment, feeling like a failure. This incident weighed heavily on his conscience for a long time. From then on, Chi Yutong deliberately distanced himself from her and even took her to see a psychologist who assured him that her mental health was sound. As memories flooded back, Assistant Lin's words jolted Chi Yutong from his reverie. "Mr. Chi, I once saw President Zhang's assistant, Qini Huan, gaming. One of her teammates was named emerging from the mud unscathed, and I guessed it must be in Xiao Xiao." Chi Yutong suddenly lost his enthusiasm for work, fixating on the hesitant Assistant Lin. And then, risking his job, Assistant Lin continued, "She also had a teammate named My Little Uncle is an old 6, and I suspect that must be Miss Zhihe." Chi Yutong replied, "Indeed, the education in the Chi family has failed miserably. Leave now." Supporting his forehead, Chi Yutong's face turned pale. How had he become the old 6? Clearly, he was the old 4. Upon opening a certain website, Chi Yutong stumbled upon My Uncle is a Scoundrel. As she clicked into it, she noticed that her entire feed was filled with handsome men, ranging from 16 to 36, encompassing various types: muscular, sunny, cheerful, aloof, and stoic. The deeper she gazed into the screen, the darker her mood became, especially when she came across a recent discussion topic that posed the question, if Jean smoked, would you accept it? The response read, what is wrong with Jean smoking? I would mind at all. A pang of anxiety gripped Chi Yutong's heart. Despite the bright sunshine outside, she felt a cloud of despair looming over her. Unable to contain her frustration, she picked up her phone and dialed Wen Zhihe's number. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to confront her. Not only was she uncertain if this alternate account truly belonged to Wen Zhihe, but what if she denied it? They hadn't even begun dating, and yet Chi Yutong felt as though he was catching her in an act of betrayal. Meanwhile, Wen Zhihe was grappling with how to face Chi Yutong, who surely must believe that the little risk book was part of her long-standing scheme. Terrified, she refrained from answering the call, opting to buy time until Friday, which was still 48 hours away. Thus, she silenced her phone and buried her strawberry-red face into her pillow, thinking to herself that no matter how impressive Chi Yutong was, he could never awaken someone feigning sleep. After 2 unanswered calls, Chi Yutong muttered to himself about her seemingly carefree demeanor, wondering how she could sleep so soundly without a twinge of guilt. He returned to browsing the site, delving deeper into the videos, and with each click, his heart sank further. He uncovered even more explicit comments from her admirers, revealing a side of her that left him astounded. There was nothing she wouldn't say to garner attention. Among the comments were, "It's raining heavily here. How's the weather on your end, brother? Darling, pick me today. Your lips are so firm, yet so sweet. If I like you, and you coincidentally like me back, that's what love is." Chi Yutong thought to himself, what a tangled web. It seemed that over the past 2 years, Wen Zhihe had been thoroughly engulfed by the entertainment industry's vices, transforming from a mere hobbyist into a wild horse unbridled. Finally, on Friday, Wen Zhihe arrived punctually at the top floor of Yihua. The Yihua conglomerate primarily contended over equity distribution, with Chi Yutong's elder brother, Chi Yufeng, having settled down in Yuding Huafu after marriage, currently holding 20 of the Group S shares. The second brother had long resided abroad, engaged in classified academic research, relinquishing his shares. The third brother, a mentor at the Research Institute, was leading a scientific project in Antarctica and had also given up his shares. Thus, apart from their patriarch, it was only Chi Yutong, the youngest yet most capable of leadership, who wielded the greatest power. For a continuous span of 48 hours, Wen Zhihe received no calls or messages from Chi Yutong. While she secretly rejoiced, a hint of disappointment lingered. What could his silence mean? Hadn't he promised to explain how to deal with Chi Moli? Just as she was about to enter the CEO's office to seek clarity and address the issue of the risk book, the chief secretary approached her mysteriously. Are you not aware that President Xi is on a business trip? A business trip? I had no idea. Wen Zhihe pouted in disappointment. Had she known Chi Yuding would not be at the office today, she would have chosen to stay home, burdened as she was with a mountain of school assignments. Despite her extensive experience in the workplace as the former secretary to the old master, she had intended to continue her journey alongside the new president. Alas, Chi Yuding had other plans, choosing instead to nurture Wen Zhihe's talents. Thus, even as a junior in college, she was scheduled to come to the company weekly for her education. Reflecting on her current situation, Wen Zhihe realized she was no longer the cherished daughter of the Qi family. It was absurd to expect Qi Yuding to value her, as he once did. Did President Qi not inform you of his business trip? TSK. How pitiful, came the mocking tone of a young assistant. Previously, Qi Yuding had taken care of her as a matter of course. After all, they were uncle and niece. Now, with her surname changed to Wen, she seemed to be on equal footing with the rest of them, and no one was inclined to open doors for her anymore. A fallen phoenix is worth less than a mere chicken. Oh wait, she was never a phoenix to begin with. What was she? Your mother. Unable to tolerate the insults any longer, Wen Zhihe threw down the documents in her hand and unexpectedly seized the assistant by the neck, her demeanor radiating authority. You would do well not to provoke me. The sudden shift in atmosphere startled the young assistant. Wen Zhihe let go. At that moment, her throat was firmly gripped, her expression resembling that of a choking victim, her eyes rolling back. Cough, release me. Wen Zhihe smirked coldly, having portrayed two wicked female antagonists on screen. She had often practiced the act of strangling someone. Never had she imagined she would truly find herself in such a position. The feeling of being a formidable force was rather exhilarating. After years of cultivation, she finally exhibited a trace of Qi Sire's imposing presence. From now on, mind your words and those of your subordinates. Should you dare to sow discord in the office again or speak inappropriately, I will ensure the chairman sends you a wreath. With a forceful shove, the assistant was thrown a meter away, narrowly avoiding a fall. "What are you doing?" A cold, stern voice suddenly rang out. The three turned in unison to find Qi Yufeng accompanied by Qi Moly approaching. Chapter 14. The Little White-Eyed Wolf Qi Moly, adorned in a pink Chanel ensemble and towering heels, approached Wen Zhihe with an air of arrogance. The two women locked eyes, the tension palpable. As usual, Wen Zhihe was dressed in a tailored professional outfit from Qi's high-end line, her slender waist and shapely figure complemented by understated makeup. Standing at a statuesque height of 5'9", she effortlessly overshadowed Qi Moly. In terms of presence, Qi Moly was clearly at a disadvantage. "Wen Zhihe, do you still think you're my uncle's pet? Here for an internship at Ihua? You should take a good look in the mirror." Wen Zhihe was taken aback that Qi Moly had the audacity to saunter out of the police station and stand there to shame her. The pent-up anger within her was nearly overwhelming. So what if Qi Yufeng was present? This adoptive father had never shown her an ounce of paternal affection. He likely raised his daughter solely for his own gain. With her chin held high, Wen Zhihe refused to back down before Qi Moly. "Urinate? Do you dare to do that on the floor right now? I can assure you, I would look better doing it." "You," Qi Moly fumed, stamping her foot as she clung to Qi Yufeng's arm, pouting. "Dad, look at her. She is utterly unruly." Qi Yufeng furrowed his brow. "Wen Zhihe, you are indeed crude. A country bumpkin will forever remain a country bumpkin." As Wen Zhihe listened, the flames within her chest blazed higher. "So what if she was from the countryside? My parents are 100 times better than yours. You, what about me? You favor sons over daughters, scorn the law, and condone your own daughter's malevolent acts. I shall observe how this daughter, who boasts noble blood coursing through her veins, can provide you with greater benefits, equity, or perhaps the coveted position of heir that you long for, but cannot attain." Wen Zhihe, Qi Yufeng was thoroughly incensed, instinctively raising his hand to strike her. Just then, two strikingly handsome men emerged from the elevator, Jiang Yu and Jiang Fu, the illustrious duo of the Jiang family. Hearing the commotion, Qi Yufeng withdrew his hand, seething with humiliation. "Wen Zhihe, I will settle this score with you another day." Wen Zhihe defiantly lifted her chin. "I will accompany you to the end." As Jiang Fu exited the elevator, his gaze remained fixed upon her exquisite face, his fox-like eyes shimmering with a concealed vulnerability, yet resolutely refusing to bow down. Such a girl possesses both delicacy and wildness, an extraordinary allure. "He, my elder brother, is anxious to retrieve a document signed by President Qi. Would you assist me in locating it in the president's office?" Jiang Fu, wishing to ease the tension, spoke kindly. Wen Zhihe maintained a restrained and polite smile. "Certainly, little Jiang, please follow me." Qi Yufeng awkwardly approached Jiang Yu, engaging in pleasantries. "A document? It is unnecessary for President Jiang to come personally. I can have someone deliver it." Qi Moly eagerly introduced herself. "Greetings, esteemed President Jiang. I am." Jiang Fu disregarded her entirely, walking past her and following Wen Zhihe. Qi Moly seethed inwardly, cursing Wen Zhihe thoroughly. The office password of Qi Yuding was known only to Assistant Lin and Wen Zhihe, which fueled their jealousy toward her. The gray-toned office exuded an air of simplicity and grandeur. Even in Qi Yuding's absence, the chilling scent of cold cypress lingered, penetrating the atmosphere. Seizing a rare moment of solitude, Jiang Fu pursued her questioningly. "Hee, are they bullying you?" Wen Zhihe shook her head. "It's all trivial matters. Do not worry, little Jiang. I can handle it. If you can manage those wicked women, what about Qi Yufeng? He was once your father, and just now clearly intended to strike you." Wen Zhihe lowered her head, finding Jiang's project documents on the desk. Upon opening them, she discovered that Qi Yuding had indeed signed them. They dared to act up only in the absence of the fourth master. How could they do so otherwise? Jiang Fu nodded, recalling a thought. It may be due to Qi Moli being sent to the island of lunatics. He has cast all his grievances toward the fourth master upon you. The island of lunatics? Wen Zhihe was taken aback. An island devoid of normalcy. Save for security personnel? Indeed, did you not know? It is the fourth master's arrangement. Wen Zhihe finally comprehended. No wonder Qi Yuding had not explicitly stated this while at the Wen family. He feared that Wen Ximing and Su Jia could not bear it. After all, a father has feelings for the daughter he has raised for 20 years. Why is Qi Moli still so joyful? Shouldn't she be crying at home? Zhang Dufu chuckled softly, his enchanting visage drawing closer to her as he gently remarked, I suspect she remains oblivious to what the island of lunatics represents. Thinking her parents have sent her on a vacation, Wen Zhihe found herself laughing. Indeed, apart from the members of the three prominent families, no one outside is aware of what this place truly represents. They mistakenly believe it to be an ordinary mental institution. However, it is a sanctuary for the scions or dregs of these illustrious families, cast away to this secluded island. Have you finally found amusement? Jiang Fu gazed intently at her, his fingers playfully brushing her ponytail. A small favor tonight? Wen Zhihe took a step back. What sort of favor? My mother has arranged a blind date for me, and I find that girl utterly unappealing. Would you assist me in warding off this romantic entanglement? That would be unwise. Interfering with someone's love life is akin to severing their financial prospects. It would lead one straight to perdition. This sentiment should be relayed to Master Qi. He has clandestinely meddled in your affairs enough to deserve such a fate. Outside the Venetian blinds, Qi Moli shot a resentful glare at Wen Zhihe's retreating figure before reluctantly following Qi Yufeng. She had finally awaited a day when Qi Yuding was away on business, leaving Wen Zhihe unprotected, intending to teach this calamity a lesson with her father's influence. But to her dismay, the Jiang brothers had arrived. Wen Zhihe is indeed a natural enchantress, drawing protection from all, having already dispersed with her assistant, and knowing Jiang Fu was an admirer of Wen Zhihe, as well as her confidant, none dared remain as collateral damage. Miss Zhihe, Jiang Yu suddenly spoke, his icy demeanor radiating an air of detachment. Is Qi Nihuan your close friend? Wen Zhihe nervously nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yu extracted 2 concert tickets from his briefcase, stating, She asked me to deliver these to you, as I will be accompanying her on a business trip this afternoon and will miss the cello performance. Before Wen Zhihe could fully comprehend, the tickets had already found their way into Jiang Fu's hands. Fortune favors me. I shall accompany you to Haicheng, Wen Zhihe remarked. As dusk fell, Qi Yuding, warmly invited by the head of the investment party, remained to dine at the most upscale restaurant in Haicheng. Elevated above, the view of the sea was breathtaking. Mr. Qi, your demeanor is rather aloof. You always bring Assistant Lin along. When shall we see a female secretary accompanying you to enhance the evening? Another official flattered, indeed, facing the sea with a beauty at hand. Assistant Lin observed his boss's stern expression. Under the orange glow of the lighting, his features appeared even more formidable. The boss had not worn a pleasant expression for the past 48 hours. As a seasoned translator, Assistant Lin had become adept at interpreting even the glances of Qi Yuding. Noticing that Qi Yuding remained unfazed, the 2 officials dared not broach the subject of women again, resorting instead to awkward banter to maintain a semblance of joviality. Qi Yuding, however, abstained from alcohol, frequently glancing at his phone screen, his gaze profoundly contemplative. Wen Zhihe, if I do not seek you, you shall never seek me. Had it not been for his concern for her today, he would not have called Jiang Yu, requesting him to retrieve document from the top floor personally. Little white-eyed wolf. His phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Jiang Yu. Once you have seen the vast ocean, what other waters can compare? Do not regret later. Qi Yuding, Jiang Yu, stop pretending. Go to Haicheng and watch Gu Yuan's performance, shall you? Qi Yuding instinctively glanced at Assistant Lin. Miss Gu's performance is in Haicheng? Indeed. A few days ago, she entrusted me with the tickets for you, but you dismissed them without a second glance, claiming you were busy. Qi Yuding felt a momentary distraction. Indeed, He had been preoccupied. Assistant Lin opened his notebook, intending to attend to the tasks typical of a diligent employee, when his gaze was suddenly captivated by the revolving door of the restaurant. Miss Zhihe, Chapter 15. Her jealousy is adorably charming. Qi Yuding, startled by the sound, turned his gaze in the same direction. His brow furrowed slightly. When Zhihe had entered the restaurant alongside Jiang Fu, and they were making their way up the glass staircase, laughing and chatting amiably, they appeared as a youthful couple on a delightful date, embodying a picturesque harmony of beauty and vigor. It was her first visit to this restaurant, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Qi Yuding's attention remained fixated on her enchanting figure, adorned in a red dress with a daringly high slit that revealed her slender, flawless legs. The two executives were equally mesmerized by her beauty, unable to suppress their envious admiration. Isn't that little Jiang? Youth is indeed a blessing, dashing and charming, surrounded by stunning women, each more beautiful than the last. Surely, this one must be his official girlfriend? Truly a gem. Those cherry lips look delectable, and her waist is so petite, one could easily grasp it with a single hand. They gestured with their hands to emphasize their point. Assistant Lin thought to himself, I am truly astounded by these fearless old lechers. Qi Yuding withdrew his gaze, his jawline taut and sharp, his eyes icy as frost, an ominous aura rising within him. Scram! He uttered coolly, the word dripping with a chilling finality. The two executives nearly fell to their knees. Understanding his temperament, Assistant Lin knew that a mere disagreement could lead to a swift clearing of the scene, regardless of any recently signed contracts. Gentlemen, I apologize, but Mr. She has some personal matters to attend to. I will settle the bill shortly. The executives trembled as they stood up. Of course, we shall be in touch. Without a backward glance, Qi Yuding maintained his cold profile. His eyes narrowed as he stared out at the sea, lost in thought, exuding an unsettling chill. Once the adjacent seats were vacant, Assistant Lin cautiously reminded him, Boss, today is the Qixi Festival. Qi Yuding had never paid much attention to such holidays, focusing solely on workdays. He turned his gaze towards Lin, his long legs crossed elegantly, exuding an air of nobility despite his known flaws. His tone unconsciously tinged with jealousy. So, she is spending the festival with Jiang Fu? Assistant Lin offered consolation. Perhaps not. It could be that you've neglected her these past few days. Girls need to be pampered. They tend to listen to those who do so. Must one be such a dog when pursuing a girl? Qi Yuding loosened his tie slightly, his tone laced with irritation. I've courted her from the age of 6 to 18, yet she remains ungrateful. Assistant Lin's mind raced before he chuckled. Could it be that Miss Gu Yuan is performing in Haiqing today, and little Jiang was invited, thus bringing Miss Zhihe along as his companion? Hearing this, Qi Yuding's jaw relaxed slightly as he slowly retrieved his phone. Wen Zhihe was at a booth on the second floor of the restaurant with Jiang Fu. With so much on her plate lately, she had forgotten that today was the Qixi Festival. It wasn't until the waiter mentioned the 4-digit couples package that she realized it. Jiang Fu, however, kept gazing at her with a foolish smile, as if he had struck gold while foraging for wild vegetables. Miss Gu Yuan is truly exceptional. When Zhihe initiated a topic of conversation, Jiang Fu clinked his glass with hers and took a sip of red wine. Indeed, otherwise my brother and Qi Sai would not have sacrificed their lives for her. What? When Zhihe was taken aback, Jiang Gufu smiled enigmatically, explaining that his brother had liked Gu Yuan since childhood, while Gu Yuan had always been enamored with Qi Yutong, still pursuing him to this day. Their relationship was exceedingly intricate, leaving him bewildered. As when Zhihe listened, her fingers tightened around the base of her glass, gradually turning pale. Jiang Fu gazed intently at her delicate features and murmured, Just like me, I have liked you since childhood, but you remain oblivious, only seeing Gu Yan. The sound of her glass clinking against the porcelain made Wen Zhihe's hand tremble slightly. Mr. Jiang, please do not compare me to her. I am merely a counterfeit heiress, forever incapable of becoming a swan like Gu Yuan. No, he replied. She is a white rose in the eyes of others, yet I prefer a red rose like you. Jiang Fu's gaze was fervent, his eyes shimmering like a cosmos filled with stars. I do not like Gu Yan. When Zhihe smiled, her eyes glinting with the vivacity of a small beauty mark at the corner of her eye, exuding a seductive charm. Yet her words, sharper than a blade, echoed. I do not like you either. Jiang Fu was not disheartened, for Wen Zhihe had expressed similar rejections on multiple occasions. Only she dared to be so forthright and unreserved in her refusals, an unprecedented occurrence. However, he would not easily relent. You must believe I am your destined partner. Among the 3 prominent families, I am the most carefree young master, unbound by marriage, unburdened by inheritance. I work when I wish, pursue art when I desire. Marry me, and I shall delete all female contact from my phone, including my mother. Such ruthless words struck at the heart of a woman's dreams. Inside, Wen Zhihe wrestled with an inner voice urging her to marry him. Marry him. Yet her phone chimed with a WeChat message from Qi Yutong. Where are you? A shiver ran through her heart as her delicate fingers typed. Didn't Mr. Qi say he was on a business trip? Why should I inform you? Qi Yutong had been fixated on the dialogue box. Upon seeing her response, his brow arched slightly. Do not believe Jiang Fu's nonsense. His women are not in his phone, but in various cities. Wen Zhihe's gaze flickered with surprise, causing her to look around in alarm. There was no sign of Qi Yutong. Could he be a master of telepathy, able to overhear their conversation from miles away? It was too strange. She typed again, Mr. Jiang is accompanying me to a cello performance. We were just praising your ex-girlfriend. Qi Yutong smirked. Gu Yuan is not my ex-girlfriend. As Wen Zhihe recalled what Qini Huan had said over the phone, he meowed. It turns out Qi Yutong intentionally went to support Gu Yuan, which is why my boss backed out to avoid awkwardness. If you do not want to go, there's still time. A wave of discomfort washed over her heart, leaving her feeling sour. So you admit Gu Yuan is your current girlfriend? You are on a business trip for her, aren't you? Don't worry. If fate has us cross paths, I'll merely step on her dress. It won't be awkward. Qi Yutong replied. You're adorably jealous. Wen Zhihe put away her phone, propping her chin in a dejected manner. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, the coastline shimmered with distant lights, while the grand shell-shaped theater rose majestically from the sea. The shell transformed with vibrant colors, suddenly revealing a stage photograph. A girl with curly hair sat gracefully on a chair, cradling a cello, her flowing white gown cascading to the ground while a soft blue light illuminated her delicate visage. She appeared as pure and noble as a princess. Suddenly, the light flickered, revealing the words, World Tour Cellist Gu Yuan enchants. On the occasion of the Qixi Festival, a romantic commitment awaited. Tonight, within that stunning shell, a cello concert was set to unfold, featuring the illustrious Gu Yuan, organized by Yihua Group. Such a rare beauty. Tickets were scarce. The clash of capital and prestige. Wen Zhihe suddenly contemplated discarding the 2 tickets into the trash. She felt she did not belong in such an environment. Jiang Fu called her name a second time. Only then did Wen Zhihe come back to her senses, slightly embarrassed for being lost in thought. To be honest, I am not fond of the cello. What if we don't go? Jiang Fu realized that Wen Zhihe's current status would inevitably lead her to encounter familiar faces from her past, creating an awkward situation. I'll take you somewhere better. As Wen Zhihe was about to decline, Jiang Fu excitedly continued, Did you know? My brother mentioned that Gu Yuan would forsake her identity as a cellist for Qi Yutang, plunging into the business world to become the president of the Gu family. Aligning forces with Qi Yutang, Wen Zhihe felt overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this information, struggling to accept the uncertainty of her own fate. Unbeknownst to her, she had finished a glass of red wine. She lifted her gaze, her brows and eyes exuding a gentle beauty, her fair skin glowing with a hint of rosy warmth from the wine. Where do you want to take me? Jiang Fu found it impossible to divert his gaze from her enchanting face, his throat tightening into my heart. Chapter 16. Why provoke me? Can you bear the responsibility? As Jiang Fu settled the bill, the restaurant manager recognized Wen Zhihe. He meowed. I am your loyal fan. You are even more stunning in person than in photos. What divine beauty! Wen Zhihe graciously smiled and discreetly donned a black mask. Could you please sign this for me? The manager, elated, handed her a pen, turning to fetch a notebook. Wen Zhihe gently called her back. Then, she produced the 2 tickets for the cello concert. Here you go, happy Qixi. The manager stood stunned, This was a ticket worth thousands. Summoning her courage, she replied, "But I would like your signature." Jiang Fu chuckled, "Bring the notebook." "All right." The manager joyfully dashed away. Soon, she returned with a dozen young servers, many of whom were university students interning at the restaurant, all ardently admiring Wen Zhihe's latest drama, Daddy-type boyfriend. "He Miao, you are so beautiful. He Miao, I love you. Will you really fall for a domineering CEO much older than you? He Miao, over here, please sign." Amidst the crowd, Jiang Fu proudly took on the role of a protective guardian, spreading his arms in front of her as she signed. "Can you please line up? We agreed on one person. Why are there so many? Hey, no photos." Yet inside, he was elated, leaning closer to Wen Zhihe's ear. "See, you are more beloved than Gu Yuan." Wen Zhihe, with her charming smile, chose to ignore him, patiently continuing to sign her artistic name. "Is this handsome guy your boyfriend? Are you on a date?" Wen Zhihe replied, "No." Jiang Fu chimed in, still pursuing, "I will try harder." Qi Yutong raised her gaze to observe the scene from a distance, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. After a moment, she instructed Assistant Lin, "You shall attend the cello performance. Just don't accompany me tonight." "Huh, Chief, I lack any musical talent." "You do possess it. The cells have regenerative abilities. This new batch you unveiled tonight is filled with artistic potential." Assistant Lin, just as Qi Yutong was about to descend to wait for Wen Zhihe at the restaurant's entrance. Hoping for a serendipitous encounter to surprise her, she overheard the manager stirring up excitement. "He Miao, have you answered whether you could fall for a domineering tycoon much older than you?" At that moment, the air on the second floor fell silent. Qi Yutong could not suppress her racing heart, tapping her foot as she turned her back to the crowd. Then, a familiar, sweet voice emerged from the throng, imbued with an ethereal charm. "As long as he dares to love me." Qi Yutong froze, abruptly turning around. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had transformed into a dark stage, spotlighting Wen Zhihe's enchanting figure, her eyes sparkling with laughter. She uttered, "As long as he dares?" Was she implying that if he dared to love, she would reciprocate? With a light step, Qi Yutong exited the restaurant, anxiously awaiting for what felt like eternity. Yet Wen Zhihe and Jiang Fu were nowhere to be seen. Her phone indicated an ongoing call, inquiring with the manager. She learned that Jiang Fu had discreetly taken Wen Zhihe down another elevator. As she hurriedly pressed the button for the descending elevator, her phone rang. It was her grandfather. With a hand in her pocket and a stern expression, she answered, "What is it?" Her grandfather's voice brimmed with excitement. "I heard that he is spending the festival with Xiao Fu today. You know how fond Madame Jiang is of her." "I don't know, what are you implying?" "The Jiang family's servant just delivered gifts and left. I was about to discuss with you. Since Guyan is not an option, why not let he marry?" "No way." Qi Yutong interjected firmly. Her grandfather's cane clattered against the tiled floor. "Why not? Do you wish for He to marry some rough man at random? I'm not her grandfather anymore, and she refuses to stay at Qi's residence. I'm nearly frantic." Qi Yutong stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor with force, unbuttoning her collar to relieve her tense throat. He would never agree, nor will I." Her grandfather chuckled in exasperation. "I know you and your nephew share a deep bond, but you must marry, and she must find a husband. What are you? A lovebird that breaks couples apart?" "I say, father, that's a legendary hero. I prefer to call you a lovebird." "What of it? As long as it brings you joy." "I just spoke with He. She said she's having a great time in Haicheng. I warn you, do not disrupt her." Qi Yutong's breath quickened, growing impatient. "I have urgent matters to attend to. I must hang up." "What urgent matters could you possibly have? The young couple just celebrated Qixi, and you're over here celebrating a belated festival?" Qi Yutong, incensed, retorted, "Is it not a crisis if I've lost my child? I'm in search of them. You're only complicating things." Her grandfather stared at the disconnected call, bewildered. "What?" A few seconds later, a wave of dizziness washed over him. A child? When did he plant that seed? As Qi Yutong arrived at the base of the building, he spotted Wen Zhihe and Jiang Fu already in their vehicle, swiftly departing. That reckless child. It truly is a source of constant worry. Qi Yutong stepped into his Bugatti sports car and immediately pursued the Rolls-Royce. Simultaneously, he dialed Wen Zhihe via Bluetooth. The car was filled with electronic music, and Wen Zhihe, swaying her shoulders deliberately, resembled a rebellious child running away from home. "Hey, my dear fourth master, does the cello sound delightful?" Chi Yutong, listening to her provocative and enchanting tone, observed her red-clad silhouette writhing in the sports car like a sprite. Jiang Fu's arm was protectively wrapped around her, supporting her side. From a distance, the girl's fair skin appeared alluring, as if encircled in Jiang Fu's embrace, her delicate form quivering. A wave of irritation washed over Chi Yutong. An inexplicable urge to catch up to her and discipline her surged within him. His lips pressed tightly together, his breath hot with frustration. "Why aren't you speaking? Old man, you're so dull." When Zhihe had teased him, her voice filled with indignation. "What did you say, old man?" Chi Yutong replied through clenched teeth. Wen Zhihe, sensing his fury, attempted to placate him. "I was merely complimenting you and Miss Gu. You two are a perfect match." Chi Yutong's gaze darkened. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, his handsome, cold features almost merging with the night. In a flash, the Bugatti overtook the Rolls-Royce, crossing the solid line. And veering ahead, the sudden deceleration of the vehicle caused Wen Zhihe to lean to one side, nearly tumbling into Jiang Fu's arms. They had been too anxious to notice it was Chi Yutong's car. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fu inquired, gently ruffling her thick locks. In the rearview mirror, Chi Yutong witnessed this scene, his heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a needle, a sharp pain coursing through him. "Wen Zhihe, did you not say you liked fatherly figures?" His voice was tinged with hurt and reproach. "How many people do you really have in your heart? Virtual or real? Where do I fit in?" Wen Zhihe was taken aback by his sudden, overwhelming fury. At that moment, wasn't he supposed to be with Gu Yuan, offering her encouragement? "Speak. Why do you provoke me? Can you bear the responsibility?" Under his imposing presence, Wen Zhihe felt defeated. Her nose tinged with bitterness, she trembled as she replied. "I know what to do now." "What do you mean?" "I'm sorry. That book led to your misunderstanding. That line was written by Xiao Xiao. I'm not that childish. I have no interest in you." After saying this, Wen Zhihe abruptly ended the call. The sea breeze tousled her hair, leaving a damp sensation. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed ahead. There had been an accident. The driver slowed and pulled to the side. Wen Zhihe lifted her gaze, her heart stopping as she recognized the license plate. Chi Yutong. In Chapter 17, everyone was left bewildered. Gu Yuan prepared to take the stage, repeatedly dialing Chi Yutong's number. It was only at the last moment that she relinquished her efforts. Gu Yin placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Sister, you can do it." Gu Yuan smiled gently and turned to ascend the stage. In that fleeting moment, Gu Yin distinctly noticed a profound pain and resentment etched between her beautiful brows. Gu Yin's expression remained impassive, yet tumultuous waves churned within him. "Chi Yutong, you truly are ruthless toward my sister." Repeatedly avoiding each other, he did not even attend the concert that was supposed to be a commercial collaboration. The memory of that day in the hospital, where Chi Yutong embraced Wen Zhihe with an expression of both indulgence and affection, stirred a wave of jealousy within him. If it were not for years of performance training, his countenance would surely have turned green with envy. As he retrieved his vibrating phone, he saw it was Chi Moli. She must have discovered the true nature of Madman's Island and was likely coming to him in tears, pleading for help. The performance was about to commence, prompting Gu Yin to shut off his phone. Once seated, Gu's mother cautiously probed him. "Son, Chi Moli is still your fiancé, after all. Going to such a place." The lights in the audience dimmed completely. Gu Yan's handsome face was shrouded in darkness, concealing his expression, while his indifferent voice emerged, stifled as if from the depths of the ocean. "Once Chi Moli goes mad, I will use that as an excuse to retreat, allowing my sister to step in and take down Chi Yutong." Gu's mother leaned in to whisper, "All right, for now, let Chi Yufeng invest more projects into our Gu family," binding Chi Yutong in the process. On Coastal Road, the front of a blue sports car collided with a stone pillar at the roadside. A small crack appeared on the hood, emitting grayish-white smoke. Such luxury cars can still exude allure even when smoking. The driver gestured from the front. Wen Zhihe had already exited the vehicle and rushed over. "Chi Yutong, fourth master." Jiang Fu followed closely behind. Inside the car, Qi Yuding was unscathed, just lighting a cigarette to soothe his frustrations. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he caught sight of a beautiful figure sprinting towards him at breakneck speed, her red dress fluttering, her skin fairer than snow. As Wen Zhihe ran, tears streamed down her face, calling out, "Qi Yuding!" Her voice trembled, causing Qi Yuding's heart to skip a beat, and he dropped his cigarette in shock. Just as Wen Zhihe leapt towards him, he swiftly tilted his head and closed his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. "Qi Yuding, are you all right?" Wen Zhihe whimpered, reaching out to touch his cold, stern face. "Please don't scare me. Call 120. Jiang Fu took out his phone. Wen Zhihe leaned closer, opening the driver's door, unwilling to believe that Qi Yuding, an accomplished driver, could make such a rookie mistake. "Qi Yuding, wake up. Aren't you a race car driver? How could your skills be worse than mine? You mustn't die. Don't presume you can die just because you're older." Qi Yuding listened, nearly suppressing a laugh, inwardly cursing. "If I were to die, it would indeed be from the distress caused by your heartlessness." Her delicate hands, weak and gentle, roamed from his neck to his arms, even pinching his firm waist, not sparing his inner thigh. "It tickles," Qi Yuding remarked. "Woman, if you continue, you may find yourself in peril." Ensuring there were no signs of blood or injury, Wen Zhihe hastily wiped her tears, wrapping her arms around his neck playfully. "Did you faint from fright? I never imagined you'd be so timid. Perhaps it's a heart attack. Oof. Didn't you claim to have no interest in me? Why the tears?" She then tenderly brushed his brow with her fingertips, reminiscent of her childhood when she cared for him during his illnesses. "Do not worry. A shot at the hospital will mend you." Qi Yuding dreaded injections. At the mere mention, he jolted awake, staring at her in alarm. Moments later, he felt embarrassed by his sudden revival. In a moment of impulsiveness, he questioned, "Who are you?" If feigning death proved ineffective, then perhaps pretending to have amnesia would suffice. Wen Zhihe felt tears welling up once more. My long, elegantly arched eyelashes were distinctly visible, and my beautiful fox-like eyes brimmed with tears. Pouting my lips, I lamented, "I am who you found. I too am unaware of my own identity." In that moment, I appeared meek and harmless, akin to a clawless kitten. Recently, I had come to the startling realization that the first 20 years of my life were a fabrication. I wept pitifully, each glance and gesture tugging at his heartstrings, invoking a sensation that was both painful and tantalizing. "The ambulance is on its way. Let us depart. I shall take you for a ride on the Ferris wheel." Jiang Fu concluded the call and turned toward them. "What?" Wen Zhihe was about to protest her unwillingness to go. She had yet to discern the resentment swirling in Qi Yutong's gaze, along with the tumultuous undercurrents that eluded articulation. Before she could process it, he had effortlessly lifted her onto his lap. Still dazed, Wen Zhihe found her head firmly grasped by his powerful hand, forcefully directing her toward him. Subsequently, a searing kiss descended upon her lips, which had yet to emit a gasp of surprise. His hand caressed her smooth, delicate cheek. Wen Zhihe felt the streetlights flickering as her eyelids gradually fluttered shut, with the slightest hint of resistance quelled by his dizzying kiss. The scene of the accident transformed into one of social demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Fu, standing nearby, appeared as though struck by lightning, utterly shattered. Despite his countless precautions against Guyen, classmates, and male admirers, he never anticipated that the one embracing Wen Zhihe in such an intimate manner would be Qi Yutong. Qi Yutong was notoriously known in their circle for his callousness and disinterest in women. His aloof demeanor and cold charm made women's hearts tremble, yet he remained unattainable. Even a goddess like Gu Yuan had been spurned by him. How could such a man, one so devoid of warmth, ever lay claim to the innocent child he had watched grow up? "Qi Yutong, you beast!" Jiang Fu shouted, finding an unexpected rush of courage. Qi Yutong, satisfied, released Wen Zhihe and cast a glance at Jiang Fu. He resembled a wounded beast, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the ruthless, cold-faced tycoon before him. Qi Yutong regarded Jiang Fu with indifference. What he desired would remain untouched by anyone else. Lacking experience in courting women, he felt no need for it. His eyes narrowed slightly, the night concealing the allure beneath, yet his face remained one of cool detachment. However, Jiangfu clearly perceived a glimmer of satisfaction emanating from the depths of his dark gaze. It was a profound contentment and pleasure that only a man could comprehend. Wen Zhihe lightly touched her swollen lips, sliding off Qi Yutong's lap, and huffed, "Humph. Did you not claim to have amnesia?" Qi Yutong exited the vehicle and grasped her arm, feigning innocence indeed. "Who am I?" He pointed at the ashen-faced Jiangfu. Jiangfu retorted, "Truly impressive." The formidable Qi Yutong feigns amnesia without a shred of shame. Wait until the ambulance arrives. Let us see how he continues this charade. Wen Zhihe, skeptical, reached out to probe Qi Yutong's forehead. "You truly do not recognize him?" Qi Yutong slightly shook his head. "What a little puppy. I do not know him." Jiangfu exclaimed, "Damn it." As the ambulance arrived, Jiangfu immediately rushed forward, gripping Qi Yutong's collar and pushing him into the vehicle. Wen Zhihe and the doctor were left in stunned silence. Was this not a scene reminiscent of police apprehending a criminal? Surely, this was an ambulance and not a police car. Jiangfu anticipated that Qi Yutong would resist vehemently, more obstinate than a pig at New Year. To his surprise, Qi Yutong appeared submissive, lying down on the stretcher with an air of resignation. His elegant brows arched slightly, as if to say, "Since I'm here, why not enjoy a ride in the ambulance?" As long as it vexed that little puppy, it was worth the attempt. Upon arriving at the hospital, while Qi Yutong was being questioned by the doctor, Jiangfu leaned closer to Wen Zhihe, feigning innocence, merely seeking to take advantage of her. Wen Zhihe, her cheeks flushed, was a loss, unsure of what to think, yet felt uneasy without a thorough examination. Concern had muddled her judgment. It was merely a minor accident. He wouldn't perish, so what could possibly be troubling him? How could someone who could drift a car end up crashing into a stone railing? Why not drive straight into the sea? Wen Zhihe shot him a glance. Perhaps something I said over the phone had unsettled him. After a moment, the doctor summoned Jiangfu to discuss the situation outside. Suddenly, Qi Yutong stood up, wrapping his arms around Wen Zhihe from behind, acting like a child, pouting. "I don't want a shot." Wen Zhihe, exasperated, swatted at his hands. "Qi Yutong, you rogue. How can you claim not to remember me, yet still kiss me?" Qi Yutong tightened his embrace, his taut abs pressing against her soft lower back, his lips brushing against her flushed ear, teasingly murmuring, "Perhaps I've become addicted to kissing you. It's instinctual." The atmosphere was charged with tension. Chapter 18. Declare your love for me in the way you would for your idol. Jiangfu, having returned to the doorway, could no longer bear to witness this and stormed away in frustration. This round was a complete defeat. Assistant Lin hurried in, brushing past Jiangfu, who likely had a sense of what transpired. However, upon entering the ward, he was still taken aback by Qi Yutong's demeanor. The man, with his chin resting atop the delicate fabric of the woman's skirt, had his muscular arms enveloping her curves, occupying all the most enticing parts of her figure, yet wore a pitiful expression, as if lamenting, "I only recognize you after losing my memory, yet you heartlessly keep so many backups." Jiangfu was no backup. He was obedient and would let go. "Then why did you dress so beautifully and go to the Ferris wheel with him? Aren't you afraid I might throw him off from the highest point?" Assistant Lin remarked. "Well, Qi Yutong, look at you now." One glance at his tall, pine-like stature revealed that nothing was amiss. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he could only be described as capable. While 2/3 of a typical human body is composed of water, 2/3 of the boss's being was filled with mischief. Assistant Lin murmured quietly, closing the ward door before calling the elder gentleman to report that all was well. "Qi Yutong, have you had enough of this?" Wen Zhihe turned, only to be restrained by the man at her waist. The heat of his masculine presence enveloped her. Sensing a hint of danger, she dared not struggle further. "I want to play on my phone." He suddenly regressed into childishness, throwing a tantrum. "What?" Wen Zhihe stared at him in bewilderment. "Where's your own phone?" Qi Yutong resembled a child, petulantly declaring, "I want to play with your phone." As Wen Zhihe assessed his extraordinarily handsome features, she grimaced at his childlike tone. Her fingers twitched slightly, almost tempted to deliver a sharp slap. But what if he truly suffered from intermittent amnesia? A single strike could render it permanent, and the Qi family would be doomed. Reluctantly, Wen Zhihe retrieved her phone from her bag, unlocked it with facial recognition, and handed it to him. "You can only play for 10 minutes. Prolonged use is detrimental to your eyesight, she admonished, adopting a tone reminiscent of an adult addressing a kindergarten child. Qi Yuding nodded obediently. Okay, but I'm hungry. Wen Zhihe furrowed her brow. This forgetful tycoon was indeed challenging to manage. I'll check what Assistant Lin has bought to eat and ask him to retrieve your phone, she replied. Yes, please hurry, Qi Yuding said, engrossed in his phone, seemingly captivated by an extraordinary children's game. Wen Zhihe wondered, could it be that fate intends to punish the Qi family? Has Qi Yuding truly become a fool? As she exited, Qi Yuding anxiously clicked on a certain website. His heart raced upon discovering her personal page under the nickname My Uncle is a 6, confirming his suspicions. Despite being somewhat prepared for this moment, the reality of it sent 1,000 horses galloping through his mind, a whirlwind of emotions. He suddenly murmured a lyric, mourning the loss of his past love, then collapsed onto the hospital bed, aimlessly scrolling through Wen Zhihe's social media posts. Suddenly, an unfamiliar update caught his eye, shattering his heart anew. Brother is so amazing. Sending love, accompanied by a stunning photo of her idol in traditional attire, exuding an ethereal beauty. This post garnered a multitude of comments, yet he found himself blocked from viewing her updates. Let all be destroyed, even with countless men in the world. There shall be no more Qi Yuding. He exited WeChat, turning off his phone, the cold screen reflecting his despondent visage. When Wen Zhihe returned to the ward, Qi Yuding had reverted to his usual aloof demeanor. Qi Fourth Master, are you feeling better? She stammered, her hand trembling as she held a food container. He appeared as though he had just returned from a meeting with the underworld, ready to reprimand disobedient spirits. Qi Yuding cast a sidelong glance at her forced smile, a bitter sensation coursing through him. What was she still hoping for? She was merely a thin, drafty quilt. I have regained my memory, he announced, rising to his feet, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of superiority as if to say, I've given up. I no longer wish to strive. Oh, the repair cost for the car will be deducted from your internship salary. Why? Wen Zhihe's legs trembled at the thought. That was a luxury vehicle, and the repair fees could easily soar into the hundreds of thousands. She had hoped to save her meager earnings for a down payment. How could she squander her hard-earned money to enrich a capitalist? Moreover, she believed in blaming others rather than herself for misfortunes. There was no way she would pay such an unjust amount. Qi Yuding, as if he had a listening device hidden in her mind, saw right through her. What? Can't afford it? How much is the repair cost? She inquired curiously, but she had no intention of compensating him. Just 500,000. Just 500,000? You damaged your own car and expect me to bear full responsibility? Such absurdity is beyond reason. If you wish to avoid making a spectacle of yourself, then so be it. He approached her, his icy gaze imposing an overwhelming pressure, causing her to instinctively want to retreat. Qi Yuding furrowed his brow slightly and reached out, pulling her back. The lunchbox fell to the ground. She found herself pinned against the wall, the familiar scent of cedar enveloping her, trapped within the confines of his arms. The man's sensuous lips brushed against her nose, his tone nonchalant. Then be my girlfriend, with compensation. To show my sincerity, I shall cover the car repair expenses. Wen Zhihe experienced a moment of blankness, feeling affronted by the term with compensation. Like an irate feline, her soft fur bristled at the suggestion. If you desire me as your girlfriend, then dream on. The man encircled her waist with one hand, his fingers gliding along her cheek. The chill of his touch pinching her soft earlobe, as if to smooth her ruffled demeanor. Do you wish to collaborate with your idol? He threw out a decisive lure. What? Wen Zhihe's eyes instantly lit up with adoration. Qi Yuding continued to dangle the bait. I have invested in a drama. The production team has confirmed him as the male lead. As for the female lead, Wen Zhihe immediately cast aside all defenses, her demeanor softening. Excitement radiating from her, can I? If she could star alongside Ning Zhan, with her acting skills and appearance, she would never have to worry about a lack of roles in the future. Qi Moli would have to bow deeply upon seeing her, and Guyan Wunti even be worthy of holding her skirt. Observing her with a look of longing, Qi Yuding sighed in resignation. Are you that enamored with him? At 18, you even claimed you would marry him. He realized he had let slip a memory better left unspoken. The past was not to be revisited, especially if it would provoke her ire. Moreover, He shouldn't wound her pride with a proposition of compensation. Feeling a pang of compassion, he decided to take a step back. All right, I won't pressure you. If you truly wish to collaborate with Ningzhan, I will arrange it. Wen Zhihe's heart raced violently. Such an exceptional man, pristine in both body and soul at 28. In proper sequence, she would first honor him with her affection, lest she inadvertently grant an advantage to the neighbor, old Gu. Contemplating this, she lowered her eyelashes, her exquisite face tinged with a blush. Then, when shall we begin? Qi Yuding was momentarily taken aback. Had he not just said he wouldn't pressure her? Did she not comprehend? Wen Zhihe bit her lip. Why didn't you attend Gu Yuan's performance today? Qi Yuding's low voice lacked emotion, an air of indifference surrounding him. Only my girlfriend is permitted to inquire about such matters. Wen Zhihe gazed intently into his deep, cold eyes, which reflected her taut, anxious demeanor. Then when shall we sleep together? What did she just say? Sleep with him? Initially, he had merely intended to provoke her. He could not tolerate being perceived as merely a spare button on a suit in her eyes. Who would have thought this little girl would counter with such a surprising rebound? It caught him entirely off guard. Happiness arrived so abruptly, it felt surreal. He scrutinized her subtle expressions, his hand rising to grasp the nape of her neck, his breath slightly uneven. Do you agree? Did you not say you wished to avoid gossip? Tonight, you kissed me in the street, with Xiao Jiang witnessing it firsthand. Do you believe I can still maintain my innocence among mortals? She tilted her chin slightly, her gaze devout and unembellished. After all, her two good friends supported her, and she indeed harbored illicit thoughts towards Qi Yutong. In the depths of midnight dreams, the mere thought of him entwined with other women in passionate embrace compelled her to descend and pilfer her mother's heart medication. She dared not think. Each thought felt like a piece of her heart fracturing, causing an unbearable ache. Perhaps her state of mind had shifted, as a different kind of alluring charm infused the beauty of Wen Zhihe's face. I agree to be your girlfriend. His body stiffened momentarily. Wen Zhihe stood on tiptoe, unconsciously brushing her cheek against his in a tender nuzzle, deepening the darkness in his gaze. He bent down, lifting her against the wall, and coaxed, "Be good. You mustn't say such things to your idol again." All right. Wen Zhihe's delicately curled eyelashes fluttered slightly, aware that his jealousy lingered. Do you dare to secretly call another man brother in your social circle? I fear you might be angry. I am indeed quite upset. How should I punish you? Wen Zhihe met his dark eyes, feeling a touch bashful. I know I was wrong. Then I shall punish you by having you confess to me in the same manner you would to your idol. Qi Yutong captured her lips in a kiss. Just say one word. All right. One word is sufficient. The porcelain-white hands of the woman entwined around his neck, whispering softly into his ear, "Husband, sleep with me." The man's gaze flickered with intensity. You are in serious trouble. Chapter 19. From now on, you may only speak such words to me. Throughout the journey, Wen Zhihe felt akin to being on a pirate ship, as the scenery outside the car window swayed and spun. She was tossed about. The man in the back seat teased her, his expression unchanging. Through the partition, he kissed her from head to toe, as if uncertain whether it was a dream. He earnestly sought confirmation. Tonight, she was not intoxicated, her eyes glistening as they regarded him. Even the mole at the corner of her eye tinged with a light cherry hue. Qi Yutong, call my name again. Qi Yutong, remember to deposit my salary into my account punctually. How very demanding. Smack. He playfully slapped her bottom before hoisting her out of the car. They did not relent even in the elevator, kissing passionately, reluctant to part. As the door to the presidential suite closed and the overhead sensor light illuminated, she was turned and pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the charged atmosphere. Her little party dress was instantly reduced to tattered red scraps. Qi Yutong, fearing she might not withstand the initial onslaught, kissed her back and waist with utmost patience. In a husky voice, he murmured, "Be good. Confess to me once more. Did you not say one word would suffice? I wish to hear more. Those are merely things I learn online, just empty bravado." In truth, she was only just beginning to understand the essence of romantic feelings. He cared not for the details, as long as those sweet words flowed from her tempting lips. They were akin to an aphrodisiac. If she spoke of other men, he would go mad, but if she spoke to him, he would become even more fervent. Qi Yutong lifted her gently and laid her upon the soft quilt. His breath, deep and sultry, exuded an alluring intensity, like a beast poised to pounce. From now on, you may only speak such words to me. Wen Zhihe, with a blend of shyness and curiosity, delicately traced the enticing lines of his physique with her slender, pale fingers. In the entertainment industry, who possesses such a flawless figure? Even her most adored idol pales in comparison to Qi Yuting's captivating form. Qi Yuting exemplified the ideal proportions. Appearing slender in clothing, yet possessing a well-defined physique when undressed, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, all crafted in golden ratio. Tempting indeed. Qi Yuting's dark eyes narrowed in the warm, dim light as he unabashedly scrutinized the adorable girl beneath him, whose innocence and playful nature stirred a flutter in his heart. Say it again, will you? His voice, low and sultry, was almost hypnotic. Brother, she whispered, prompting Qi Yuting to stiffen, his breath hitching. Is there more? The youth seemed blissfully unaware of the world's complexities and dangers. Her sweet, soft voice pierced through him. I want to be with you on the top floor. To sit with you all night. Such explicit words made Qi Yuting's throat tighten, and the remnants of his rationality crumbled. He instinctively grasped her enticing hand, lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Her delicate fingers sank deep into his back, leaving imprints of desire. Drops of sweat from Qi Yuting adorned her dainty collarbone. As his lips sought solace, gently brushing away the tears from her eyes, whispering, "It will stop hurting soon." Outside, the festive atmosphere grew ever more vibrant, with fireworks illuminating the night sky, yet it paled in comparison to the passionate entanglement of their figures on the bed. In Shaman, Qin Yihuan leaned against the hotel terrace railing, her delicate fingers, adorned with nail polish, holding a cigarette. After a few puffs, she finally managed to ease the unspoken ache in her heart. Tonight, Jiang Yu had succumbed to intoxication, mistaking her for the unattainable white moonlight substitute. Their clandestine relationship was not forged overnight. Qin Yihuan had met Jiang Yu during her freshman year when he came to lecture at her university, where she majored in computer science. Naturally, their paths intertwined. Eventually, through sheer competence, she advanced to become his intern secretary. He had always been aloof, while she maintained her own sense of pride. They were from different worlds, yet after a social gathering 6 months prior, Jiang Yu suddenly seized her wrist in the elevator, pulling her into his embrace. Earlier, when you toasted, that Li's hand brushed against your thigh. His cold yet deep voice reminded her, lingering above her. It was merely an accidental touch. I had to secure the big project. I'm fine, Qin Yihuan replied coolly from his arms, though her heart raced wildly. Was he feeling jealous? Fine. I want to allow it. Jiang Yu suddenly lifted her, capturing her lips with his. Listen, Yihuan, you are mine. No other man is permitted to touch you, not even a strand of hair. In that moment, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes. She had concealed her infatuation for him so deeply that even her 2 closest friends were unaware. That day, she found herself enchanted by Jiang Yu's mix of dominance and tenderness. Though he appeared indifferent and reserved in the bedroom, he was fervent and commanding, tireless in his affections. In a moment of indulgence, she became his confidant. It was only last week that Gu Yuan returned from abroad, and, in the office, Qin Yihuan caught Jiang Yu gazing intently at Gu Yuan. It was the gaze of a childhood friend longing for a love forever out of reach. Tender as a gentle stream, she discovered for the first time how utterly captivating Jiang Yu Xiao was when he smiled. It dawned on her that she was merely a substitute, deemed worthy of his attention solely due to a few similarities in her features and temperament with Gu Yuan. This evening, Jiang Yu appeared to be in a foul mood. Having indulged in too much drink, he entered the room and embraced her, kissing her with fervor. They intertwined in the bathtub, lost in a passionate embrace. Throughout this fervent exchange, Jiang Yu uttered not a single word, even when she bit into his arm in a moment of desire. He merely smirked slightly and intensified his advances. Afterward, he generously sent her a diamond necklace as a gift for Qixi, along with a handsome sum deposited into her account. The only notable difference today was his inquiry. Is Qin Yihuan your best friend? Qin Yihuan nodded weakly, affirming her position. Is she with Qi Yutong? His gaze was direct and probing. Qi Huan was momentarily taken aback, playfully draping her arm around his neck with a charming smile. When did you become so nosy? I suspect you're inquiring about Qi Yutong's private life on behalf of Gu Yuan. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. Am I not allowed to inquire? You and Qi Yutong are close friends, and yet you have feelings for your goddess. Would it be better to ask your friend directly why he hasn't married your goddess? How audacious! Who gave you the right to pry into my private life? He pressed his lips into a thin line, visibly displeased. And who allowed you to invade my best friend's romantic affairs? Whether she is with Qi Yutong or not is of no concern to you and Gu Yuan. Qi Huan. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, and after answering a phone call, he hastily grabbed his coat and left. Qi Huan realized she had provoked him but felt no fear. After all, she was merely Gu Yuan's stand-in. Once she accumulated 20 million, she would resign and return to her hometown to invest in a guest house. Whom he loved was of no consequence to her. With Jiang Yu's considerable financial support, she could achieve her goal within a year, just in time for her graduation. Without love, she could return home to nurture familial bonds. Hailing from a remote tourism town, she was her parents' only daughter, who had sacrificed everything to fund her education. Once she attained wealth, she could repay their kindness. After finishing a cigarette, she glanced at the group chat, wherein Xiao Xiao was entertaining everyone with her antics. And Xiao Xiao, hey, everyone gather around. Look, whose dog is this? Image. Upon clicking the image, Qi Huan realized the dog, or rather, the person, was none other than Xu Yao. And Xiao Xiao, I've been chasing this guy for 6 months, and he always puts on a facade of the purest intentions. Recently, I deleted him, and today he came looking for me. I should have done it sooner. What a dog. Qi Huan chuckled at the absurdity. You've earnestly prayed before the Buddha for 21 years, burning incense daily and making countless wishes. How demanding of you. The Buddha must have grown weary of your pleas and decided to send you a husband instead. Truly, the Buddha is compassionate. Amipa. And Xiao Xiao. The smile is gradually fading. And Xiao Xiao. Hey, He Miao, are you and Jiangfu back? Why are you silent? You didn't go to a hotel tonight, did you? What about Si Yi? Qi Huan. Jiangfu is too frivolous. Si Yi is still chaste. With us, He Miao will surely conquer Si Yi's billion-dollar prowess that he has trained for 28 years. No problem. In the grand narrative of Chapter 20, we encounter the stoic and ascetic Qi Yuting amidst the bustling city of Jiangchen, and Xiao Xiao, cradling a bouquet of roses, radiates joy, her laughter akin to that of a pufferfish, illuminating the interior of the Bentley with her exuberance. To the untrained eye, one might assume that an unspeakable incident had transpired within the confines of the vehicle. Beside her, Chu Yao furrows his brow, pondering who could evoke such delight in her. This evening marks his first foray into taking the initiative, yet he finds himself sidelined. With a playful kiss on the corner of his lips and a teasing flutter of her eyelashes, and Xiao Xiao presents her phone, inquiring if he truly wishes to see the content. It's quite violent and bloody. She adds mischievously. Chu Yao's heart races. This proximity to a girl is unprecedented for him. His aversion to kissing stems from a psychological aversion, having experienced a brief romance in university that ended in betrayal. Strangely, and Xiao Xiao is the only girl capable of breaching his defenses, even daring to steal a kiss without inciting his disapproval. Her pursuit of him is unconventional. A boldness reminiscent of the legendary warrior Guan Yu imbibing wine without a hint of embarrassment. From their first encounter, where she nonchalantly removed his mask and teased him with his name, she has been a steadfast presence, warding off other romantic interests with her fiery spirit. And Xiao Xiao, an aspiring actress of modest renown, is spoiled by her affluent background and flanked by 2 stunning friends, creating a dynamic trio in their humble dormitory. Their classmates jest that the only thing to fear is in Xiao Xiao when she sets her sights on a man. Being a doctor, I've witnessed my fair share of bloodshed. Chu Yao chuckles lightly, dismissing the notion of fear over mere words. And Xiao Xiao, with a playful grin, urges him to take a glance at the screen. He playfully taps her nose, and, as his eyes skim the screen, he turns visibly crimson upon encountering a few choice phrases. Well, you were the one who wanted to see it, she teases, lightly pinching his warm earlobe, reveling in the light-hearted banter with this delightfully reserved young man. Do girls always engage in such colorful conversations? Chu Yao regards her with a mix of exasperation and affection, muttering, "How mischievous of you." The thought of him, a man, perusing such material, particularly involving his cousin and her innocent charm, sends his mind racing. Recalling a recent charity event where a strikingly beautiful model had clambered on a Chi Yuding's car, everyone had anticipated disaster. Yet moments later, she was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle, suffering multiple rib fractures, only to be rescued by Chu Yao himself. Could the sudden transformation of Chi Yuding be attributed to that risk book? Such a notion seems utterly implausible. Is it truly more effective than medication? Dr. Chu, what are you pondering? How impure? And Xiao Xiao's mischievous smile was akin to a worm wriggling in his belly, her fingertips teasingly caressing his collarbone, a timely temptation. Do you wish to plant strawberries with me? Ah, Chu Yao struggled to comprehend, only to find his thin lips captured by Xiao Xiao's eager kiss. He froze, his eyes flickering. The air was imbued with a delicate fragrance of roses, intermingled with the sweet, natural scent of the girl. He gently closed his eyes, suppressing her lips and tongue, deepening the kiss as his heart raced. And Xiao Xiao was taken aback by his fervor for kissing, suddenly wishing to immortalize this sweet moment. She shyly raised her phone while responding to him. However, Chu Yao raised his hand, and with a swift motion, knocked the phone away, the camera swinging chaotically towards the car roof as he cradled the back of her head, kissing her more passionately. Chu Yao, feeling love's intoxicating flavor, could not restrain himself, even casting aside the roses. He lifted her onto his lap, his gaze hazy, driving you mad. Dr. Chu, you are so mischievous. If you keep squirming, you shall surely weep. Chu Yao parted her soft lips, as if uncovering a new and unknown field of medicine, arousing his curiosity and fascination. After a prolonged moment, the two remained entwined, unable to regain their composure. Xiao Xiao, do you think the little seedling would deceive my cousin? It seems she has many admirers. Do not be so melancholic like Du Fu, always worrying about the state of the nation. Instead, live more likely by embracing the notion that one's talents will inevitably be utilized, and that fortunes may be squandered yet returned. My cousin claims that nowadays, a girl can fall for 5 or 6 handsome fellows after merely 10 minutes of scrolling through videos. He does not believe in love. Yet perhaps Chi Yuding does not believe in love, but he believes in the seedling. You see, I merely scroll through handsome men, calling them my husband from behind a screen. Yet in my heart, I solely love Dr. Chu. Chu Yao's face instantly flushed with warmth. You are truly well-behaved. And Xiao Xiao, my heart is screaming like a groundhog. Dr. Chu is so innocent, dear family. In the end, and Xiao Xiao captured a photo to document the moment, featuring only the roses and the hand of the man holding them, accompanied by the caption, Dr. Chu, I shall not allow you to be outdone by anyone. Happy Qixi Festival. After posting on her social media, she gleefully scrolled through the photos shared by others. She noticed that Qini Huan had just shared a song titled White Moonlight on her timeline. While the song was quite normal, her WeChat status read, in the middle, and Xiao Xiao furrowed her brows, recalling that Qini Huan had never behaved this way. She was the light, she was the electricity, the top student of her grade, and the most aloof beauty in the computer science department. What could have transpired? Chu Yao, sensing her sudden silence, inquired with concern. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to speak, Chu Yao's phone rang unexpectedly. It was the emergency room of the hospital. He said, answering the call. 2 seconds later, he spoke coldly. I apologize. I must attend to an emergency. I will take you to the hospital and then return to the apartment. And Xiao Xiao immediately instructed the driver to head to Jiangxing Hospital. The car halted at a traffic light. Having filmed action scenes all day, and Xiao Xiao, feeling fatigued, leaned against Chu Yao's shoulder, intending to catch a quick nap. Outside the window, a striking red Ferrari glided by, its brilliance under the night sky, capturing Xiao Xiao's attention. With that fleeting glance, all trace of drowsiness vanished. Inside the Ferrari, Gu Yuan still adorned the delicate off-shoulder white gown she wore during her performance, leaning against Jiang Yuhai, weeping like a delicate pear blossom, her luminous shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, her emotions seemed to surge as she entwined her arms around Jiang Yu's neck, tilting her head back, as though seeking a kiss. Jiang Yu, however, remained unresponsive, gently wiping away her tears. Meng, Jiang Yu weeping for the Great Wall, and Xiao Xiao, filled with indignation, withdrew her gaze. So this was their relationship? She had thought Gu Yuan was the epitome of purity, declaring before the entire school that she would marry no one but Qi Yutong. Yet here she was, playing a seesaw between two good friends? Was this the reason Qi Yutong had declined to marry her? That truly seemed justified. What of Chu Yao, who casually wrapped his arm around his girlfriend? Suddenly, the facade of the moonlight goddess crumbled. Had she been foolishly acting out a scene? In nearby Jiangcheng, atop a luxury hotel under the Yihua Group, chaos reigned. Sofas and lamps lay strewn across the cashmere carpet. A woman's porcelain-like face was adorned with damp strands of hair. Her swollen, cherry-red lips glistened with a seductive sheen, expressing both resentment and yearning. Qi Yutong found her, this delicate seedling, to be irresistibly soft and exquisitely innocent. He leaned in her neck, his heated breath brushing against her ear, reminding her that she had promised to spend the night, even though the dawn had yet to break. Listening, Wen Zhihe and Qi Yutong had unlocked their fifth method of slumber. It was all in Xiao Xiao's fault, all due to that little yellow book, that careless road, and that forgetful driver. Wen Zhihe had completely lost her wits. She had never intended to provoke a man of such epic restraint as Qi Yutong, someone who inspired both love and fear. Throughout the night, her feet barely touched the ground. She had attempted to escape, only to be pulled back time and again. As she sobbed, she thought, if I survive this night, I shall dedicate myself to my studies, work diligently, savor delicious food, and admire handsome men. Then embrace my best friend and indulge in milk tea paired with barbecue delights. How wonderful it is to be alive. Unbeknownst to her, upon returning to her apartment, and Xiao Xiao had sent a message in their group chat. He meow, tomorrow, 3 rounds of barbecue. Please provide a comprehensive, multifaceted, and in-depth description of the current incident details. Qin Yihuan, struggling with insomnia, chimed in. He meow, life's insignificance in living and its recklessness in death. Chapter 21. This life is unbearable. As dawn broke, golden rays began to pierce through the clouds, illuminating the white gauze. When Zhihe reclined on the edge of the bed, her neck arched back, her eyes shimmering with moisture, delicate as a rose soaked in water. Gazing at the handsome face of the man looming above her, wild and captivating, she felt utterly exhausted. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered shut, her fox-like eyes barely revealing a thin slit that glimmered like glass. She slipped into a deep slumber. Qi Yutong lifted her, tucking away the soft strands of hair by her ear, skillfully using his tie to fashion her hair into a ponytail. Instantly, her charming, egg-shaped face was fully revealed, its contours exquisitely crafted as if an artist had meticulously sketched each detail. Compared to her childhood, she seemed to have shed a delicate layer, relinquishing her innocence while retaining a hint of purity, still youthful and sweet. Qi Yutong gently carried her to the bathroom for a wash, deftly tucking her in a bed and raising the air conditioning by 2 degrees. Having cared for her since she was small, he was acutely aware of her little quirks. She had never been a quiet sleeper. The more tired she became from play, the more she would kick off the covers. Qi Yutong, accustomed to this, fetched a wool blanket to drape around her waist, preventing a chill should she kick off the covers later. After a moment's thought, he tossed it aside. Lying down, he pulled her close, securing her in his embrace before covering them both with the blanket. Henceforth, he would see where she would kick the covers. He loosened his bow tie, and her ink-black hair cascaded over the pillow, exuding a tranquil sweetness reminiscent of red roses. Content, he closed his eyes, murmuring to himself that perhaps he had indulged her with too many treats, resulting in her becoming so endearing. When Qi Yutong awoke, it was already afternoon. The girl beside him opened her eyes and gazed at him. Their eyes met, a tender connection formed. Ultimately, it was Wen Zhihe who succumbed to shyness, her cheeks blooming a brilliant crimson. A teasing smile curled at the corners of his lips, his eyes filled with indulgent affection. his voice a lazy rasp from sleep. Do you still think I am too old? Perhaps too old indeed. Oh heavens, the torrential rains and lost loves of those years. She genuinely regretted not discovering her identity sooner, not savoring the essence of Qi Yuding, this earthly treasure, earlier. Wen Zhihe felt a wave of embarrassment at her own thoughts, retreating her head beneath the covers, inching her body away, wishing for Qi Yuding to distance himself, this beast. Zhihe. Qi Yuding chuckled at her little antics, his voice hoarse. Little snail, do not come near, I need to adjust to our new relationship. She bit her lip, her fingers tangled in her hair. Qi Yuding leaned closer, his tone laced with temptation. What is our current relationship? Wen Zhihe suddenly found her confidence, replying, we are in a debtor and creditor relationship. Oh, who owes whom? Her face grew increasingly flushed as she responded, you owe me wages, and I'm pursuing. You're pursuing me? The depths of his gaze darkened. What is owed is you. Aprupe rekoning. Wen Zhihe trembled. So you admit that you are the one pursuing me? Who was it last night that I pursued? You shameless. Wen Zhihe, flustered and annoyed, instinctively raised her hand and slapped his thigh. The sound echoed throughout the presidential suite. Both froze in surprise. In the past, when Qi Yuding would work late into the night at Qi Manor, upon seeing the light on, Wen Zhihe would storm into the study, playfully slapping his thigh. Then, hands on her hips like a little tigress, she would scold, are you secretly competing? I want to steal your position as heir. This pressure makes it hard for me to sleep. Qi Yuding was momentarily taken aback. Over time, he had learned to avoid staying up late. Those cherished memories brought forth an overwhelming wave of joy. Qi Yuding captured her lips fiercely, his voice hoarse. We now share a bond of life and death. Wen Zhihe. Such a profound statement. It leaves no room for rebuttal. Lin, the assistant, had been waiting at the door for half an hour. Half an hour prior, Qi Yuding had informed him to bring some documents. The boss was always punctual, and it was a rare occurrence for someone to wait so long without the door opening. He contemplated knocking, but hesitated, choosing instead to lean against the doorframe while browsing the web. Exciting news. The popular idol Ning Zhan had announced his participation as the male lead in a new drama funded by Yihua Group. Astonishing. The newly crowned Best Actor, Gu Yin, modestly responded that his most anticipated female co-star this year was, surprisingly, Wen Zhihe. The rising star Wen Zhihe, who had fallen from grace, was originally from a poverty-stricken area beyond the Third Ring Road. Lin couldn't help but smirk. It seemed Wen Zhihe was about to make a comeback. Just as he was about to click on the next entertainment article, a sudden burst of sobbing echoed from within the room. Lin jolted, covering his ears. Although the soundproofing of the seven-star hotel was top-notch, the boss was notoriously ruthless. Unable to bear it any longer, he crouched by the door, a pitiful singleton cornered by life after a recent heartbreak, reciting a calming mantra, in my past life. I aspired for greatness. In this life, I am but an assistant to the CEO. Wen Zhihe was carried in by Qi Yuding. Lin finally understood the meaning of coming in upright and leaving in a state of disarray. When Wen entered, she was upright, passionately kissing Qi Yuding. But when she left, she was limp, draped over his shoulder. At this moment, he could have buried her in a box, and she would have been none the wiser. The hotel manager was preparing to ascend to the top floor to flatter the boss. As the elevator doors opened, a tall man, standing at nearly 6'2", radiated an aura of distinction. He was carrying an unconscious woman, one hand casually tucked into his trousers, exuding both a gangland demeanor and an undeniable elegance as he stepped into the elevator. Trailing behind was Lin, looking somewhat dazed. The manager blinked rapidly, convinced he must be imagining things. Yet the vision before him, a walking embodiment of charisma with a strikingly handsome face, could only belong to Qi Yuding. Mr. Qi, did you sleep well last night? He asked, smiling and averting his gaze. Came Qi Yuding's indifferent reply. The manager, thrilled to have a rare opportunity to stand alongside the big boss and engage in conversation, felt his palms grow sweaty with nerves. That's good to hear. If there's anything you need, the bathtub was a bit small, and so was the bed. Qi Yuding unceremoniously critiqued, showing no sign of embarrassment. He simply stated the truth of his experience from the previous night, suggesting that if the bed were larger and the bathtub wider, His little girl could have enjoyed herself even more wildly. Of course. Next time, we'll make sure to upgrade everything. I will do better, the manager assured. Lin thought to himself. Even the most meticulous of Jews would feel ashamed hearing this. Even the donkey from the production team would consider him a predecessor. If the presidential suite's bed were any larger, one could play football upon it, and the bathtub could easily accommodate an elephant. And yet an upgrade? It seemed it could only ascend to the heavens. On the way back to Jiangsheng, the car was enveloped in silence. The driver, as always, mindful of not disturbing Wen Zhihe's rest, maintained a smoother speed than that of a train. Chi Yutong and assistant Lin occasionally communicated through lip reading before each diligently returned to their respective tasks with fervor. One night in the heavens felt like a year on earth. It was only when the mountain of work began to dwindle that Chi Yutong finally exhaled, taking a sip of coffee. Suddenly, Wen Zhihe jolted upright, her expression one of bewilderment. Where am I? I'm not dead. Chi Yutong was taken aback, while assistant Lin cast a knowing smile, offering her a cup of coffee. Here's some nourishment for the seedling. A caramel macchiato. Wen Zhihe's eyes sparkled as she gratefully accepted the cup. Thank you, assistant Lin. This is my favorite flavor. Chi Yutong frowned slightly, casting a cold glance at assistant Lin, as if to say, when did it become your turn to nurture the seedling? Assistant Lin felt a chill at the look, quickly interpreting the boss's gaze. His own tongue had betrayed him. He cleverly added, this is specially prepared by General Qi for you, something you enjoy. He has always kept you in mind. Hearing this, Wen Zhihe's lips gradually curved into a smile. Looking at the cup in Chi Yutong's hand, she teased, General Qi remains unchanged. A cup of black coffee conquers all? Chi Yutong gazed longingly at her drink, wishing he could experiment with change. He had hoped she might feed him a bite of the caramel macchiato, but to his surprise, Wen Zhihe's fingers grazed his perfectly shaped lips, her eyes bright yet rebellious. So soon, you wish to change flavors? Chi Yutong stiffened. No, he instinctively responded, pulling her close and reassuring her, I want to change. Assistant Lin thought, this is troublesome. Why did I just sense a flicker of panic in the boss's eyes? Could it be fear of his wife? Impossible. Who is Chi Yutong? He could easily toss a woman weighing 160 pounds out the window without breaking sweat, and yet he would fear this delicate little seedling? It must have been an illusion. After all, in front of others. Wen Zhihe's cheeks flushed crimson as she tried to break free, only to be held firmly by Chi Yutong's strong grip around her waist. I found you a new agent, he said in a placating tone. Oh, Wen Zhihe recalled her betrayal by Sister Zhao, her eyes narrowing with coldness. That Zhao has a lot of dark secrets. Humph. I shall expose her. I've already laid bare her misdeeds. She has been blacklisted. Furthermore, the steward who assisted Chi Moli has been sent to the asylum to clean toilets. Chi Yutong handed her the information. So soon? Wen Zhihe looked at the announcement, marveling at Chi Yutong's efficiency. As expected of the great Qi, a single arrow pierces the clouds, and the villains vanish without a trace. As she perused the internal investigation documents, her astonishment grew. Does Zhao intend to harm Guyan? Is she attempting to grant favors to his female fans? To sleep in his bed and tarnish his reputation? Chi Yutong raised his eyelids, his fingers playfully toying with her hair. With a tone laced with subtle sarcasm, he inquired, do you believe Guyan is innocent? I never claimed that, Wen Zhihe replied candidly. Guyan has been on a roll lately. His image indeed exudes warmth. But the entertainment industry is far more chaotic than the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. It's hard to make definitive judgments. This time, Guyan personally uncovered Sister Zhao's evidence and even stated he wanted to prove you can succeed without relying on the Qi family. He wishes to collaborate with you on his next film. What are your thoughts? As Chi Yutong spoke, his palm tightened around her waist, his gaze a blend of scrutiny and possessiveness. Wen Zhihe recognized his attempt to gauge her feelings, mistakenly believing she still held affection for Guyan. Most actresses collaborating with Guyan faced relentless attacks from his female fans, none managing to achieve lasting fame. With a shrug, she internally mused that her greatest anticipation lay in the prospect of working with Ning Zhan, who had successfully propelled several newcomers to stardom. Indeed, the allure of idols was particularly captivating. Qi Yuding concealed the depths of his emotions, his tone unconsciously tinged with jealousy. Wen Zhihe smiled, deliberately clinking her glass with assistant lens, suggesting they focus on their game and ignore him. Qi Yuding replied, "Very well, you're adorable in your mischief. I'm the one who deserves to feel jealous." His long fingers scrolled through the script, seemingly casual, yet a tempest brewed within him. This was a fantasy drama, destined to weave the protagonists into a cycle of fate, where they would, time and again, encounter, know, and love one another. Their entanglement spanned 3 lifetimes, featuring 9 intimate scenes and multiple kisses. Unbeknownst to anyone, Qi Yuding's heart was bleeding, consumed by regret. As they stepped out of the car, Wen Zhihe leaned in conspiratorially, warning him not to publicly acknowledge their relationship at the company or Qi's residence. "I am currently your white moonlight, a wound you cannot speak of." Qi Yuding's gaze darkened. "You are aware that this hurts me? Am I truly so shameful?" Wen Zhihe replied earnestly, explaining that their elders needed time to process the news. If the old man were to suddenly learn of their romantic involvement, he might very well have a heart attack. Qi Yuding couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. If the old man found out I had taken you, he would likely keep me from leaving the house, only to send me off to my funeral. As they neared the Wen residence, Qi Yuding unconsciously caressed her ring finger with his own, his gaze unusually reverent. "You asked why didn't he attend Gu Yuan's concert?" Wen Zhihe stared at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Why?" Chapter 23, A Misfortune, a flower blooming amidst cow dung. The wind tousled her soft hair, brushing against his fingers like feathers, stirring ripples in his heart. "Because I have no time," he affirmed. "My heart is filled with work and you, leaving no room for anything else." I've grown accustomed to this over the years. As Wen Zhihe gazed at his handsome features, her heart felt as if it had been squeezed unexpectedly, then leapt wildly in response. "Your car is too conspicuous. I can walk over myself," she said, feeling a flutter of anxiety as she distanced herself. Watching her in the limited edition dress he had chosen, a sophisticated pale blue layered creation that accentuated her slender waist, he admired her fair, delicate legs that were partially obscured. Her back was straight, and the long, elegant swan neck bore an unexpected crimson mark, resembling a quivering red berry on a branch, adding an enticing allure to her already captivating silhouette. Passers-by turned their heads, captivated by the enchanting beauty that was she, regardless of gender, utterly entranced by this mesmerizing figure. Qi Yuding felt a flicker of unease. This place was far too unsafe. He needed to ensure she resided in the warmth of safety. 10-Meter Sunshine is a luxurious residential complex located near the group, and it is one of the newly acquired properties by Qi Yuding upon his return to the country. Assistant Lin nodded in understanding. "Boss, I have already arranged for the furniture procurement. The bed is a custom order. It will take 3 months to arrive." Qi Yuding's expression immediately soured. 3 months? Do you plan on mining coal in Africa? But there is no but. I need to move in within 3 days. All right, Assistant Lin replied, struggling to breathe. 3 days. He sensed that he might meet his end at any moment in the coming days and quietly opened his phone to draft a farewell letter to his parents. As he watched Wen Zhihe turn into the entrance of her home, Qi Yuding finally turned his attention to the phone that had been vibrating for quite some time. At that moment, the elderly man sat in the swing set, looking desolate, like an abandoned elderly guardian. He had pondered all night, considering that if Qi Yuding truly had an illegitimate child, it might be nice to bring them back to the Qi residence for companionship. "When will you return?" the old man asked, nearly in tears. Qi Yuding was momentarily taken aback. "Dad, what tone is that? Did the family dog die? Jia must still be upset with me. She hasn't come to see me. This home feels so desolate. Is your child a boy or a girl? Have you found them? Bring them back for me to see." Qi Yuding sighed. "Dad, did you send Zhihe living expenses?" "Yes, I did. But there's something. Don't say anything. I made up my mind. I will help raise the child, but don't even think about bringing that woman home. Gu Yuan came to see me early this morning. What do you think this old man has to offer? She is only here for you, after all. When will you consider the future of the Qi family? Only Gu Yuan deserves you. You should wash up and get some sleep." Qi Yuding impatiently hung up the phone, nearly driven to madness by his foolish father. a frustration lodged in his chest with no outlet. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his banking app and transferred another sum of money to Wen Zhihe's account. Upon completing the transaction, he felt a sense of relief. When Wen Zhihe arrived at her doorstep, she was taken aback by the devastation at the flower shop. The commotion among the crowd was incessant. Several middle-aged women were viciously tossing various flowers outside, trampling them underfoot. What kind of flowers are these? They're hideous, right? Even for the dead, they would be deemed unattractive, and they cost dozens per bloom. Why not just rob a bank? A plump woman, adorned in gaudy jewelry, approached Su Jia with her beady eyes, scanning her from head to toe. What a pitiful sight. Whereas Wen Zhihe, is she off gallivanting with some wealthy man? She is notorious for seducing older men. Those two at the Qi residence are completely smitten by her charm. Su Jia's eyes filled with rage. What are you doing? I want to do business with you. Leave. Wen Zhiao, like an enraged little lion, pushed the woman aside. Who do you think you are to bully my mother? Slandering my sister? You must be envious, right? The plump woman stumbled backward, losing her balance and landing on the thorny rose branches, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, you little brat. Wen Zhihe recognized this woman as Mrs. Li, who used to frequently visit Yuding Huafu for card games. It turned out that the steward of Yuding Huafu was her lover. Mrs. Li sprang up and seized Su Jia's hair, her anger boiling over. Today, I will deal with you. Su Jia cried out in pain. Before anyone could react, Wen Zhihe rushed forward and slapped Mrs. Li. Immediately after, Wen Zhihe grasped her thick shoulders and executed a swift knee strike. Mrs. Li hunched over, protecting her lower body, resembling an ugly figure desperate for relief, and fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Rolling her eyes, her palms were lacerated, resembling a freshly bled pig, convulsing on the floor. Wen Zhihe dusted off her hands, draped her arm around Su Jia's shoulders, and gently tucked her hair back. Mom, you should go back and rest. The onlookers were left agape, astonished. Who could have imagined that this delicate, slender girl possessed martial arts skills? Su Jia and Wen Zhihe shared a complex look, filled with surprise, joy, and envy. Sister, you should have told us you knew self-defense. Wen Zhihe gazed at his sister with admiration. Wen Zhihe shot him a playful look, and he quickly responded, I'll float with pride. Wen Zhihe turned her gaze toward the other two troublemakers, her fox-like eyes narrowing, speaking deliberately. You are coming for me, aren't you? Well, I'm not one to be trifled with. You can either leave behind money for flowers or an arm. Your choice. The women were so frightened that their tongues faltered. We are merely providing a service for the pay we receive. One of them, nearly paralyzed with fear, revealed their identity. Buy flowers? M.O. Chili has yet to pay us. Wen Zhihe scoffed. I knew it was her. M.O. Chili was her foster mother, now the mother of Chi Moli. Mrs. Li was unable to rise. Her lipstick smudged on her chin, pointing at Wen Zhihe and cursing. Do you think you're still the Chi heiress? Bah, a lowly counterfeit. Wen Zhihe remained calm and composed, gracefully bending down to pick a wilted flower and placing it in Mrs. Li's disheveled hair, surveying her from a superior position. The mere gaze and aura were intimidating, reminiscent of Qi Sai. Her delicate lips parted, mockingly addressing Mrs. Li, a fresh flower in a pile of dung. The crowd erupted in laughter. Mrs. Li was left breathless, her vision darkening, nearly losing consciousness from rage. Wen Zhihe's expression turned icy as she declared, Return to the Yu family and inform them that I, Wen Zhihe, owe them nothing. If they dare to bully my family again, I will expose Chi Moli's disgraceful deeds in the entertainment industry. Mrs. Li fell silent, feigning death. Not far away, Chi Yuding observed the scene with a slight smile, realizing she could handle it herself. Assistant Lin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Boss, you are quite bold. With so many around, what if they all attack Miss Zhihe? Chi Yuding, hands in her pockets, smiled wider. I taught her all those self-defense techniques. I know she can manage these foolish women. You taught her that? When will you teach me? Assistant Lin asked excitedly. Chi Yuding, puzzled by his enthusiasm, doused his excitement with cold water. Want to learn? The tuition is 100,000. Pay it to Secretary 1, as my money will eventually be hers anyway. What? As Assistant Lin tightened his purse strings, an anguished cry echoed in his heart. The malevolence of capitalism. Upon returning to the car, Qi Yuding pulled out his phone to call the head of the Li family. Ultimately, when the Li family came to carry away Mrs. Li, they laid down a substantial stack of cash for the flowers and bowed sincerely in apology. Mrs. Li, bewildered, found that her affair with the steward had been exposed, leaving her feeling as lost as Zhu Beiji staring into a mirror. Throughout the journey, she wept and called Mo Chili. Mo Chili, growing impatient, retorted, "You can't even handle a trivial matter and still dare to cry? Why don't you come here yourself? You don't even know your adopted daughter practices martial arts. How can you call yourself a mother? How can you laugh at me? Anyone who marries Chi Moli will be cursed. You shameless wretch." In a fit of agitation, Mo Chili's old ailment reemerged, and she fainted on the spot. Chapter 24. So, you refuse to acknowledge me, do you? When Shi Meng returned from out of town, the flower shop had been tidied up considerably. The siblings were engaged in a playful water fight with the garden hose, each chasing the other. Wen Zhihe was thoroughly soaked, with droplets glistening on his hair as he laughed joyfully under the sun. "Sister, the flower shop's name will change to yours." Wen Zhihe was only slightly damp at the hem of her skirt, watching her brother with the hose, unable to bear directing it at her. A warm glow filled her heart, and her lips curled into a smile. "I don't believe you." "Really? Mom and Dad had someone rush to make the sign. It's called Zhihe Flower Shop." Su Jia shouted happily from aside. Wen Zhihe froze, and as the hose slipped from her grasp, it sprayed her face with water, prompting laughter from Wen Zhihe. "Sister, you're so ruthless that you even spare yourself." When Shi Meng observed the scene, unable to suppress a smile, "Little Yi, turn off the water for your sister." Wen Zhihe bent down, chuckling as he turned off the faucet. "Sister, you really are quite foolish." As Cao Cao said, "Northerners are not adept at water battles. Let us play something else." "What shall we play?" Wen Zhihe asked excitedly, eager to enjoy the time with her delightful brother before summer vacation slipped away. Wen Zhihe approached her, wiping his face with the hem of his short sleeve, revealing the slender muscles of youth, and grinned mysteriously. "Let's share a secret." "How klitsch!" Wen Zhihe feigned mystery. "Sister is a professional actress. You cannot extract my secrets." "I already know one of yours," Wen Zhihe declared proudly, his eyebrows dancing with delight. What is it?" Wen Zhihe, feeling a twinge of guilt, loosened her ponytail, allowing her hair to cascade down and cover the red mark left by Qi Yuding on her neck, her face inexplicably flushing. Noticing her nervous demeanor, Wen Zhihe's lashes fluttered as he whispered, "Your self-defense techniques were taught by Qi Yuding, right? He truly dotes on you." Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe sighed in relief. "Yes. When I was your age, I had already begun to attract attention from boys. He was worried, so he taught me a few effective moves." "Does he like you?" Wen Zhihe asked quietly. Coughing, Wen Zhihe averted her gaze, her face aflame. "Children shouldn't speak such nonsense. Men observing men possess an accuracy surpassing that of radar. Surely he must be interested in pursuing you. After all, why would a billionaire executive wander through our humble neighborhood? Aside from my sister, a radiant flower amidst the mundane, what else could captivate his attention?" Wen Zhihe remarked. "The youth of today have such keen powers of observation." Suddenly, she pondered, "Wait, has Qi Yuding returned again? How come I wasn't aware?" After both retreated to their respective rooms to change, Wen Zhihe followed her persistently. "Sister, share another secret with me." Wen Zhihe chuckled. "Only if you first divulge your academic performance at school." Wen Zhihe, invigorated by the inquiry, boasted, "My vision is 52, I scored 690, and I stand at 180 centimeters tall. For someone as exceptional as I, these are hardly secrets. Is it that competitive? Pray, share another." Wen Zhihe playfully insisted. "Then feel free to ask." Without hesitation, Wen Zhihe blurted out, "Do you have a crush on Ningzhan? Are you secretly enamored by him? I've noticed your profile picture features him. This isn't merely radar. It resembles the black box found on an aircraft." Wen Zhihe felt a shiver run down her spine. "Let us change the subject, I beg you. I'll treat you to barbecue tomorrow." Silence implies acceptance. It seems you evade, while Qi Sire pursues. You and Ningzhan are ensnared. Ha! It's more intricate than the Three Kingdoms. Wen Zhihe, thrilled as though he had unearthed a resurrected dinosaur, dashed to his room to fetch his guitar. Surrounding Wen Zhihe as he strummed and sang coolly. You say you were a challenge to pursue, hoping I would retreat. Wen Zhihe mused, oh, my dear little brother, you are rather endearing. As evening approached, Su Jia summoned them for dinner. The sibling duo descended the stairs, still in a fit of laughter. Wen Zhiao queried, sister, did you just say your dormitory has only 3 residents? Wen Zhihe nodded, indeed, we are fortunate. Most dorms are either 4 or 6-person accommodations. Is it merely luck? Wen Zhiao expressed skepticism. That seems implausible. A friend of mine graduated from your school and mentioned there have never been 3-person rooms. Wen Zhihe grew cautious. You have online friends? Are they male or female? Wen Zhiao grinned sheepishly. A buddy I met on a forum while learning guitar. I often sought his guidance, and he patiently answered my queries. Thus we became friends. Wen Zhihe relaxed and smiled. Regardless, I truly am fortunate. Both my roommates are cheerful and academically inclined. We've formed quite the trio. You've made me lose my appetite. I'd rather dine with your friend at the barbecue. Wen Zhiao jested. Wen Zhihe laughed as she pulled out a chair to sit down, only to notice a notification regarding an incoming transfer. Why has Chi Yuting transferred living expenses again? Hadn't he just provided her with a supplementary card this morning? She had no intention of accepting his assistance again. Yet the funds Chi Yuting wished to provide were not something she could simply return. She might as well invest them in a small venture of his. After all, that was simply his nature. While other men seek solace in the company of women when feeling low, Chi Yuting prefers to send money to Wen Zhihe. Sometimes, he even had the note, make me smile. Upon opening the message, her pupils dilated in shock. This time, the note read, call me brother. Wen Zhiao's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly breaking his chopsticks in astonishment. As he counted the figures on the screen, he exclaimed, what in the world? Sister, is your salary truly this high? 7 zeros, 20 million? Upon hearing this, Su Jia was so startled that her spoon fell into the bowl. Trembling, she reached for the life-saving pill, while Wen Shiming hurriedly fetched the medicine, glancing at Wen Zhihe with a look of paternal melancholy, hesitating to speak. Could this child have strayed onto a misguided path? What kind of salary is this? Such astonishing income would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Wen Zhihe quickly tucked her phone away, maintaining her composure as an actress, feigning calmness. After all, it was merely an advertisement for the Pindad ad, showcasing eye-catching figures in the tens of millions each day. Wen Zhiao interjected, he not blind. That pig pay, not Pindad ad. Only then did Su Jia feel at ease to continue her meal. I often receive these annoying ads asking me to help friends with their cuts, and it's never-ending. Wen Shiming chuckled in response. Always a difference of 0.01. What Pindad ad nonsense, it's simply a scam. After finishing their meal, Wen Zhihe diligently began to study her script, while Su Jia brought some fruit to her room. You're working so hard, aren't you? Su Jia Zima? Mom, I have an audition next week. I need to memorize my lines. Wen Zhihe raised her hand, patting the mattress, inviting her to sit beside her. Su Jia's gaze faltered as she caught sight of the alarming red mark beneath her collar. Wen Zhihe replied without lifting her head, marking key points in her notebook with a highlighter. Su Jia reconsidered. Her daughter was 20, and dating in college was entirely normal. Gently stroking her soft hair, she said, it's nothing, dear. I just wanted to say, if you have a boyfriend, you can bring him home for dinner to make your parents happy. Wen Zhihe paused, and the image of Chi Yutong's austere yet alluring face flashed through her mind. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. Okay. Su Jia felt a heartfelt anticipation. Then study well, and I won't disturb you. Wen Zhihe lifted her gaze again. By the way, Mom, I plan to help Dad open a luxury watch repair and refurbishment shop. It's a shame for his skills to be wasted working for others. Silly child. Our family lacks the capital for that. Su Jia chuckled, assuming her daughter was speaking whimsically, and left the room with a smile. Once she had finished reading the script, Wen Zhihe collapsed on her bed, habitually opening WeChat to the pinned black and white avatar. She changed little uncle to Chi Yutong, then reconsidered and altered it to creditor. Lying on her bed, she supported her chin with one hand, scrolling through Chi Yutong's messages in the chat. The old man said he misses you. When will you come back for a visit? What did you have for dinner? Did you drink soup? I plan to sleep with you tonight. In the room we used to sleep in. Ancestral being reply. So you're going to ignore me, huh? Question mark. Chapter 25, Little One. Are you asleep? Wen Zhihe thought. This man had sent dozens of messages throughout the night. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed this person was Qi Yutong. Normally, he could hardly be bothered to utter a single word. His responses were typically limited to, okay, or as long as you like it. In the past, when he tried to coax her, it was akin to dealing with a child, buying a mountain of yogurt or candy, or resorting to cutting her living expenses during disagreements. The most severe thing he had ever said to her was, if you misbehave, I'll toss you onto the street. As a result, Wen Zhihe pouted and ignored him for half a month. Gazing at the multitude of messages before her, she could hardly suppress a smile and began typing. Qi Yutong, who was twisting and turning in bed as if afflicted by some poison awaiting an antidote, endured each moment in torment. Upon hearing her phone vibrate, he eagerly opened the contact with a newly altered nickname. Baby, I had soup. My dad's culinary skills are truly remarkable. I'm quite full. Baby, tomorrow, I'm taking my little brother out to play. I've arranged to have barbecue with Xiao Xiao and Huan Huan. Qi Yutong's eyes darkened as he pressed for more information. What about the day after tomorrow? Baby, I'm busy all this week. We've agreed to earn some milk tea money together. Qi Yutong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Did he truly appear to be someone lacking the funds for a mere cup of milk tea? With a huff, he flicked his tongue against his teeth and resolutely sat up, leaning against the headboard to call her. However, he was met with the tone indicating the line was busy. That wicked woman, utterly heartless. Qi Yutong's heart sank, and with a grim expression, he rose to find a drink. Descending the stairs, he retrieved a bottle of reposado tequila from the cabinet, overhearing the cheerful laughter of the old man in the garden, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. Raising an eyebrow, Qi Yutong noted that the young girl had the sense to call the old man to cheer him up. How obedient! His irritation dissipated, leaving a softening in his heart. He poured the liquor into a rock glass and leisurely strolled towards the garden, each step reminiscent of a sovereign traversing the dragon veins of a palace, exuding the arrogance of a triumphant emperor returning from conquest. The old man glanced at his son, clad in garish pajamas, his brows slightly furrowed. Clearly, there was a woman involved. How ostentatious! Yet, the sweet voice on the phone had the old man chuckling. Don't worry, he is not out gallivanting. Upon hearing this, Qi Yutong's smile nearly reached the moon. So, the young lady had called to check up on him. This woman, so contradictory. Did she harbor such affection for him that she dared not inquire directly? The old man continued his conversation, suggesting, it's time for you to settle down. But it's clear you youngsters have plenty to discuss. Why not just speak to him directly? Lifting his drink, Qi Yutong took a sip, the smile lingering on his lips as he reached over. Without waiting for the old man to prompt him, he swiftly snatched the phone from his hand and pressed it to his ear. His voice, low and indulgent, dripped with a lazy sensuality. Fool, why didn't you just call me directly? The old man's eyes widened in shock, nearly causing him to tumble from his swing. Overnight, his younger son's tongue seemed blessed by the divine, brimming with tenderness. On the other end of the line, Gu Yuan was astonished to the point of tears. Qi Yutong had invited her to call him directly? His tone was so affectionate. Gripping the phone tightly, her palm grew clammy, her heart beating loudly in her chest. After gathering her emotions, she finally spoke. Ah Qing, should I call you now? Upon hearing a voice that was not Wen Zhihe's, Qi Yutong's smile instantly froze, as if he had encountered a ghost, pulling the phone away from his ear. The temperature of the air plummeted to a chilling low. His tone reverted to cold detachment. My apologies, I believe I've dialed the wrong number. What? Gu Yuan stared at the disconnected call, her lovely face gradually losing color, becoming as pale as paper. Qi Yutong tossed his phone into the old man's lap, casting a glare that pierced like a dagger into the heart of a father. It was a gaze devoid of warmth, cold and merciless. He swiftly turned away to call Wen Zhihe, only to discover that her line was still engaged. Frustration surged within him as he drained his glass, his breath tightening. How could one's heart yearn for the bright moon, yet find it illuminating a muddy ditch instead? The old man scrutinized his retreating figure with suspicion. What tempest was brewing now? And Xiao Xiao was animatedly recounting her experiences with Chu Yao over the phone, while Wen Zhihe, feeling hesitant to dampen her enthusiasm, listened on. However, upon the mention of a particular station, a sudden realization struck her. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? The incessant chatter of Xiao Xiao was abruptly halted, a frown creasing her brow. What is wrong? I lost my alternate account on that station. It was exposed by that dog Qi Yuding. And Xiao Xiao gasped in disbelief. Didn't you delete those old comments? When Zhihe scrolled through her past interactions, her heart sinking. How could I have commented such vile things? Did I really say that? I'm not human. I'm just a pathetic sycophant. Don't panic. Remember, if you bow your head, the crown will fall. Don't break down. Friends might laugh. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe felt tears welling up. I've held back from retching all night listening to your whiny voice. And this is how you repay me? And Xiao Xiao quickly devised a plan. Listen, just delete your previous posts and then create a new one flattering Qi Yuding, making it visible only to him. ISN Tihi a dog? Just indulge him. When Zhihe fell into deeper despair. Sister, I've already made such blatant remarks to other guys. How could Qi Yuding ever forgive me? He doesn't love me at all. And Xiao Xiao sighed, exasperated. Honestly, I have nothing left to say. If these two deranged individuals, Wen Zhihe and Qi Yuding, ever end up together, it would indeed be a twist of fate. A comical miscommunication had left Qi Yuding even more wakeful. He lit a cigarette and retreated to his study, immersing himself in work. Time passed, and he could no longer resist the urge to log onto that particular platform, navigating to the profile of the alternate account he had previously visited. When Zhihe had deleted her old reposts and comments, leaving only a few beneath some videos. It seemed the young lady had a busy night ahead of her, deleting until her fingers grew weary. A smirk played at the corners of Qi Yuding's lips as he contemplated the erasure of evidence, an attempt to cover his tracks that only deepened his predicament. Just as he was about to exit the page, his gaze was arrested by a new post. My uncle is a real character. After the new year, at 121 years old, I was interviewed. The reporter asked, "What is your secret to longevity?" I replied, "Until I have Qi Sai, I shall never close my eyes." Qi Yuding read and reread the post, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowing with intrigue. Moments later, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The old man, intending to check on his son, was taken aback upon reaching the study door, where he beheld a most astonishing sight. There sat his son, comfortably reclined in a leather chair, his forehead resting in a gentlemanly manner, yet unable to suppress the tremors of laughter coursing through his tall frame. It appeared that the wildflower outside possessed a remarkable ability to bring joy to his son. For 28 years, I have never witnessed Qi Yutong exhibit such behavior as he did tonight, alternating between being flirtatious and laughing like a fool. The old man sighed, turning away, lamenting that while they could retain his presence, they could not capture his heart. When Zhihe, exhausted from deleting messages, collapsed on her bed. Above her, Qi Yutong's handsome and refined visage appeared, grinning mischievously. Startled, she sat upright, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am not yet ready to meet my end." After erasing all incriminating evidence, she finally opened the voice message sent by Qi Yutong. "Little one, are you asleep?" His voice, imbued with the warmth of alcohol, resonated with a deep timbre that tantalized her ear. This infernal baritone left anyone who heard it bewitched. After listening 3 times, one ear and half her body felt utterly weak. Trembling, she texted back, "Ready." Qi Yutong sent another voice message. "Call me brother once more, will you?" Her cheeks flushed, and she typed 2 words, "Brother." Unsatisfied, Qi Yutong demanded, "I want a voice message." Chapter 26. As long as she is present, he remains utterly distracted. When the passion surged, when Zhihe cried out for her brother to save her, those harrowing scenes began replaying in her mind. Even now, thinking of those moments and calling him brother rendered her speechless, her body enveloped in a thin sheen of perspiration from embarrassment. Qi Yutong, unusually patient, coaxed, "Be good. I can't sleep." With her eyes closed, she shyly uttered, "Brother." Her voice was both sweet and soft, causing his blood to rush to his head. As if she were right before him, her misty fox-like eyes alluringly flushed, a small tear mole hinting at desire. Each movement was both unfamiliar and innocent, yet so enticing that it made one wish to surrender their very life to her. Qi Yutang's long fingers repeatedly tapped the voice message from that moment, wearing headphones as he listened to it countless times. Eventually, he dashed into the bathroom, letting cold water cascade over him, yet the intoxicating images continued to fill his thoughts. Leaning against the tiles, he let out a low, ragged breath. Ever since he encountered this troublesome girl, his self-control, which he had prided himself on for 28 years, had become a mere joke. The following afternoon, within the upper echelons of the Jiang group, Qini Huan, as per usual, tied her hair back into a sleek ponytail. With her delicate hands, she tidied the coffee table and began brewing Jiang Yu's favorite tea. Jiang Yu's stern face bore no expression as he held a stack of documents, veins protruding from the back of his hands, flipping through pages with increasing grimness. Recently, many collaborations between the Jiang and Gu families had dwindled, as Gu Yin had become engaged to Qi Moli, naturally leading to the consolidation of resources between the two families. Quietly, Qini Huan refilled his cup with tea, a faint scent of her perfume mingling with the aroma of the tea, creating a delightful fragrance. However, Jiang Yu frowned, lifting his gaze from the steam, wondering why she had changed her perfume. To his memory, she had always used the fragrance he gifted her, never switching it. Qini Huan smiled faintly, explaining that her best friend had brought it back from a business trip, claiming it was quite special, so she thought she would give it a try. Jiang Yu closed the documents, his gaze fixed on her exquisite features, resembling a lotus emerging from water, and coldly remarked, "Are you fickle in your preferences?" Qini Huan met his gaze without flinching, her tone calm and unwavering. "Mr. Jiang, you jest. I am but an ordinary girl, drawn to novelty. If given a chance, I too would venture out to explore, unlike you, who has already beheld the finest vistas and thus remains unmoved by others." My words only deepened the shadow on Jiang Yu's face. "Qini Huan, why do you persist in your sarcastic tone? What have I done to offend you? That day, I was in the wrong. I should not have left you alone. You're overthinking it. I merely mentioned perfume." Qini Huan replied softly, "On my barren land, you are the last rose." Isn't that a rather romantic tagline for a fragrance? Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, and he pulled her closer, his cold, slender fingers gently clasping her delicate waist. Sensing her slight tremor of nervousness, his voice, husky, resonated. "Which of the luxury brands I gifted you does not have a romantic slogan? Why have I never heard you recite one for me? Mr. Jiang, you still have an appointment with Miss Gu. Do you wish for her to see you?" Before Qini Huan could finish her sentence, her lips were captured by the man's possessive kiss, silencing her unfinished thoughts. It was only when their breaths became erratic that Jiang Yu released her, one hand still lingering beneath her skirt. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes were misted with allure, brimming with emotion. A knock resounded at the door. Instinctively, Qin Huan stood up. The door swung open, and Jiang Fu strode in, observing them with a playful lilt. "Oh, have you already brewed the tea?" Qin Huan's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her lashes to diminish her presence. Jiang Yu, with a mischievous glint, remarked in a low tone, "Why is Secretary Qin so anxious?" "I am your superior." Qin Huan felt the heat rising within her. Jiang Fu sensed the tension in the air, his captivating eyes fixed on Qin Huan, ready to speak. Just then, Gu Yuan arrived, dressed in understated white, exuding an air of aristocracy, noble and pure. Qin Huan hastily compelled herself to regain her composure, transitioning into her professional secretary persona. "Good day, Miss Gu." She greeted warmly, served her tea, and casually handed a wet tissue to Jiang Yu, saying, "Mr. Jiang, here is the wet tissue you requested." Jiang Yu flashed a charming smirk as he took the tissue, methodically wiping his hands. This trivial act left Jiang Fu momentarily speechless, pondering if there was something inappropriate between his brother and the little secretary. Jiang Yu lifted his gaze. The mischief at the corner of his lips gradually concealed as he smiled at Gu Yuan. "Please, have a seat." Qin Huan didn't need to look to know whom he was addressing, silently cursing, "Scoundrel, your retribution shall come." Gu Yuan seated herself, but continued to scrutinize Qin Yihuan. This was their second encounter, and today, Qin Yihuan wore light makeup, with only a hint of eyeliner and a subtle eyeshadow. Yet her fair skin and the charming mole on the side of her nose rendered her utterly captivating. Secretary Qin, you are truly beautiful. No wonder Mr. Li and the others are utterly entranced. Gu Yuan praised without reservation. Jiang Yu continued to smile. Casting a glance at Qin Yihuan, my secretary not only fails to shield me from romantic pursuits, but also attracts them incessantly. Qin Yihuan, maintaining her politeness, replied, Miss Gu, you flatter me. You are the goddess of moonlight, adored by all. Gu Yuan merely lifted her chin slightly, refraining from engaging in conversation. She was a proud princess, accustomed to the flattery and reverence of others. Jiang Fu sensed the atmosphere was rather delicate, just as Qin Yihuan rose to leave. Seizing the opportunity, he stood up and inquired, Is Secretary Qin available? I happen to need to discuss something with you. Taken aback, Qin Yihuan replied, I still have work to do. Make it brief, shouted Jiang. As soon as he spoke, the other two individuals turned their heads in unison. Jiang Yu's expression visibly darkened, and he coldly admonished, Xiao Fu, I do not care how many women you entertain outside, but now you dare to think about my secretary? Jiang Fu laughed in disbelief. Am I truly that hopeless? Brother, I was merely asking her about Wen Zhihe. Jiang Yu's demeanor softened slightly. You may go, but be mindful of your conduct. What does being mindful of your conduct even mean? It's such double standards. Two faces, one in public and another in private. Gu Yuan observed the entire exchange, her fingers gripping the teacup, turning pale. It was the first time she had witnessed Jiang Yu so anxious over a mere secretary. Once they exited and closed the door, she sweetly smiled at Jiang Yu. Are you, are Secretary Qin and Wen Zhihe close friends? He fastened his cufflinks and replied in a low voice. I only learned later that they were roommates. What a coincidence. Are they both 20? Qin Yihuan is 21. Gu Yuan shifted her slender waist closer, teasingly grazing his cuff with her fingertips. Did you inquire for me last time? Jiang Yu nodded faintly, recalling that night when he had argued with Qin Yihuan over it, feeling a twinge of regret. I did ask. Qin Yihuan said she was unclear, considering Qi Yutong and Wen Zhihe share a special bond. It's only natural for them to be close. I believe you might be overthinking it. That is not right. Gu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I watched the video of the accident that day. Tang kissed Wen Zhihe for 10 minutes. Jiang Yu, witnessing her tears anew, handed her tissue. But Xiao Fu explained it, didn't he? At that time, Tang was not in his right mind and had lost his memory. Although Jiang Fu hadn't articulated it that way. Jiang Yu truly wished to avoid seeing Gu Yuan cry any longer. Let it be a benevolent lie. She had wept excessively for Qi Yutong. From childhood to now, her cries had transitioned from evoking his sympathy to a state of numbness, eventually breeding irritation, making him somewhat hypersensitive. Gu Yuan wiped her tears, indignantly lamenting, all these years. He has never had another woman by his side, only that burden. Wen Zhihe, she has always been my nemesis. She falls from swings and ladders at a moment's notice. As long as she is around, he is perpetually distracted. Chapter 27. Your silence is deafening. Jiang Yu, too, was well aware of these matters. Yet, the observer is clear while the participant is confounded. Gu Yuan simply failed to recognize the essence of it all. Qi Yutong did not harbor any affection for her. She struggled in vain, unwilling to accept this truth. Wen Zhihe need not employ any tricks. Qi Yutong would naturally distance himself under the guise of caring for her. He merely did not wish to be alone with Gu Yuan. That was all. Gradually, Gu Yuan ceased her weeping, her large, red-rimmed eyes gazing at Jiang Yu like a rabbit. She had just seen Secretary Qin looking a bit dazed. Youth is truly wonderful. What foolishness are you speaking? Are you not young? Gu Yuan pretended to jest. Who? Did you select your secretary based on my likeness? She truly bears a striking resemblance to me. Upon concluding her words, her gaze lingered on Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu maintained his gentle smile, warm and indulgent. She understood that this smile was exclusively reserved for her since childhood. In Jiang Yu's heart, she had always occupied a special and irreplaceable position. After a brief pause, he leaned back, crossing his long legs while observing the direction of the secretary's office. Secretary Qin had navigated through numerous interviews to reach my office. Her abilities and appearance were exceptional, a rare find, and she had chosen me. There was no choice on my part. Gu Yuan sipped her tea and smiled. To receive such high praise from you, Secretary Qin is the first, no, the second. I am the first. Jiang Yu raised his hand to peruse the documents. Let us discuss business. In the secretary's office, Jiang Fu followed Qin Huan. Just tell me, where is He right now? Her phone is off. Qin Huan observed him idly and sighed. Little Jiang, how do you pursue someone? You don't even know where she is? I've sent her many messages these past few days, but she hasn't. T replied. She won't even let me visit the Wen family to find her. Qin Huan looked at him, finding his childish demeanor rather amusing. With a soft smile, she said, and Xiao Xiao took her to the film set. Since her brother is skilled at skateboarding, she brought them along to be extras. Which film set? Jiang Fu's eyes brightened. It's our company's production, the one you invested in, A Passionate Summer. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fu dashed out, exclaiming, wow. So he has come to support my career? Qin Huan mused. What a remarkable mother it must take to raise such a pair of contrasting prodigies. At the film set, and Xiao Xiao and Wen Zhihe had already passed the audition. Lacking filming experience, Wen Zhihe did not succeed, and with a sorrowful face, he opened his phone to lament to a friend. I performed terribly in front of my sister for the first time. As her brother, I don't want to be human anymore. 5:55, play some music for me. With a white cloth covering, anyone can take my place. After sending the message, he felt slightly embarrassed for possibly disturbing someone at work. However, the response came swiftly. Zan replied, this brother I want to be, but there's no chance. If I had such a lovely sister, I would definitely strive for another audition opportunity. I'll add 5 kilograms of oil for you. Upon reading this, Wen Zhihe felt invigorated. He turned off his phone, determination in his eyes as he approached the stage manager. Brother, I want to try again. The stage manager was momentarily taken aback, and seeing Xiao Xiao and Wen Zhihe looking at him like two adorable puppies, their eyes pleading, he softened and shouted to the photographer, Wen Zhihe is ready. And Xiao Xiao and Wen Zhihe immediately embraced joyfully, rubbing each other's backs. Wen Zhihe managed to secure a minor role, earning a modest sum, with his handsome face set to appear for 3 seconds. This was his driving force. This film, centered on youthful inspiration, required a substantial number of extras. Wen Zhihe portrayed a high school student gliding past the heroine on a scooter, inadvertently brushing against her shoulder, causing her to lean back and tumble into the arms of the male lead. Little did they anticipate that the male lead would turn out to be Gu Yan. Initially, the role of the female lead was designated for Qi Moli, but it has now been replaced by Qi Moli's roommate, Lin Tingting. Clad in a white shirt and wearing wireless earphones, Gu Yan remained oblivious to Wen Zhihe, who stood beyond the stage lights. Under the spotlight, he exuded calm and poise, his fair skin accentuated by his slightly flushed lips. And Xiao Xiao couldn't help but gaze in admiration, nearly drooling at the thought that if both Gu Yan and Qi Yutong were to pursue her simultaneously, she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Wen Zhihe frowned and nudged her elbow, cautioning her about the sharpness of Chu Yao's scalpel. Lin Tingting had already noticed their presence and feigned surprise in a hushed tone. Xiao Xiao? He? Why didn't you inform me about your audition? I could have recommended you for the roles of the second and third female leads instead of relegating you to mere supporting roles. The two exchanged knowing glances towards Wen Zhihe, treating her as if she were invisible. Lin Tingting lamented, had I known it was her, I wouldn't have come today. And Xiao Xiao, in frustration, bit her lip until 2 little rabbit-like teeth appeared. Wen Zhihe, too, felt a pang of regret. Aware that Lin Tingting was far more cunning than Qi Moli, she might even have connections. Amidst their whispered discussions, the stage manager urged Wen Zhihe to prepare. Are you ready? Wen Zhihe did not expect this to be a genuine performance and felt his legs tremble with nervousness. However, his academic prowess endowed him with an innate ability to handle pressure. Once he focused, it was as if the skateboard were an extension of his feet. He steadied himself, declaring himself prepared. Lin Tingting, get in position. The stage manager barked impatiently. Lin Tingting hurriedly took her place opposite the obstacle, adjusting her skirt with a stiff smile. The director, irritated, snapped, "What are you smiling about?" This scene depicts the heroine's home being vandalized with paint, leaving her homeless. "Why are you so pleased that her home has finally been targeted?" Lin Tingting, who had only participated in variety shows, struggled to find her emotional state, eventually donning a woeful expression. The director, exasperated, shouted, "What are you crying for? It's just paint on a house, not the excavation of an ancestral grave. Your acting is worse than Chi Moli's." The stage manager sighed, recognizing that there was little they could do since Chi Moli had suddenly opted out of the role, claiming to study abroad for 3 months. They had no choice but to select from the remaining candidates for the second and third female leads. Given that the majority of the film featured action sequences between the male lead and supporting actors. "Ready, action," as the director called for the start. Wen Zhihe propelled himself forward like a whirlwind, his gaze fixed on the target as he soared and spun through the air. He brushed past Lin Tingting, who was supposed to clutch her shoulder and gasp, leaning backward. With his earphones in, Gu Yin reacted swiftly, rushing forward to catch her with one hand and steady her. However, to everyone's surprise, Wen Zhihe had already zipped past her, leaving Lin Tingting standing rigidly in place. "What the hell? Lin Tingting, are you a telephone pole? Why aren't you moving?" In truth, Lin Tingting had recognized Wen Zhihe and was being deliberately obstinate. As Wen Zhihe turned back to gaze at her in confusion, she pointed at him with a cold smirk. "He was moving too fast. I couldn't react in time." The director took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and suppressed his urge to unleash a torrent of expletives. Once more, this time, Wen Zhihe flawlessly performed once again, clad in a black short shirt, exuding a captivating wildness that left Gu Yin mesmerized, recognizing him as Wen Zhihe's younger brother. However, Lin Tingting, like an immovable statue, dampened the atmosphere. She bashfully remarked, "Oh dear, director, Gu Yin is too far from me. I fear if I fall, it will be a struggle for him to come over. So could we adjust the position? Alas, did we neglect to consult the almanac before stepping out today?" The director seemed disheartened. The production assistant was on the verge of tears, yearning for a change in personnel, instinctively seeking Wen Zhihe. "Where's the seedling?" The call for seedling brought the director back to his senses. "Wen Zhihe has arrived? Where?" Gu Yin, equally surprised, began searching. Wen Zhihe, hidden in the shadows, rubbed her forehead and sighed. "My blemishes are uniquely striking." And Xiao Xiao stifled a laugh. "Your silence is deafening." Only then did Lin Tingting grow anxious, pleading, "Director, grant me another chance. I promise to perform splendidly this time." The crew's time was exceedingly precious. Who did she think she was to act so grandly in front of Gu Yin? No. Lin Tingting was almost in tears. Before long, Wen Zhihe was pulled from the shadows by the production assistant and exposed to the spotlight, losing her balance and teetering backward. Gu Yin instinctively rushed forward and caught her with one hand as the light fell upon them. Their striking faces met, resembling a pair of exquisite lovers. The director instinctively shouted, "Cut! Perfect!" Suddenly, a cold male voice echoed from outside. Has the director called for a stop before the scene even began? The familiar voice, reminiscent of a Greek legend, resonated with a magnetic allure, causing every hair on the attendees to stand on end. A stir arose in the crowd as bodyguards cleared a path, and amidst the throng, Chi Yutong sauntered in with an air of nonchalance, his long legs effortlessly striding forward. Chapter 28. Are you jealous? The director, rendered speechless, struggled to find appropriate words. Why did Master Chi personally come to oversee a surprise visit? Chi Yutong casually remarked. Dressed in a black suit, his pristine white shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his alluring collarbone. His chiseled jawline became increasingly illuminated by the lights. His fair skin, coupled with strikingly beautiful features, presented an enchanting silhouette. The aura of a mature man, subtle yet commanding, enveloped the set, overshadowing the male lead entirely. His icy gaze fell sharply upon Gu Yan's hand resting on Wen Zhihe's lower back. Such a lethal glare led the director to suspect that Master Chi had come with intentions toward Gu Yan. It was common knowledge that Chi Yutong was known to dismiss women who approached him, often sending them flying or hurling them several meters away. Those who dared touch his suit or tie would find themselves nursing broken ribs. Even the world-renowned cello moonlight goddess, Gu Yuan, was turned away at his door. He had little interest in women. Yet, despite this, there were still women brave enough to purchase personal insurance in advance, daring to prove they could be exceptions to Qi Yutong's disinterest. Women, under Master Qi's feet, even in death, one remains charming. Men, cherish life, steer clear of Master Qi. The director suddenly grasped the reality of how someone of Qi Yutong's caliber would deign to appear in such a setting. It appears that she is fond of the youthful Gu Yan. What brings the creditor here? Wen Zhihe was so frightened that her soul seemed to float away. She hurriedly leaped from Gu Yan's embrace, seeking refuge behind and Xiao Xiao, as if fleeing for her life. Qi Yuting observed the girl, who had darted away like a startled rabbit, and the chill in his eyes softened slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This little girl had been unresponsive, her phone switched off, driving him to distraction, unable to focus on any work, searching the entire city. It was only through inquiries with Chu Yao that he discovered she had come here within Xiao Xiao to serve as an extra. Look, while others informed their partners of their whereabouts, his woman, Qi Yuting, was so formidable that once released, she fluttered away like a kite severed from its string. Though Gu Yan was filled with suspicion, he could only extend his hand respectfully, acknowledging Qi Yuting's superior status. Qi Yuting glanced at the hand extended towards him. Gu Yan's hands, often featured in close-up shots during filming, were immaculate and unblemished. Qi Yuting leisurely withdrew his hand from his pocket to shake it. Gu Yan presumed it was merely a courteous gesture and prepared to retract his hand. However, Qi Yuting's gaze abruptly sharpened, and his fingers tightened with palpable tension. A sharp, excruciating pain radiated from the tips of Gu Yan's fingers, coursing through his body and nearly eliciting a cry. Meeting Qi Yuting's piercing, icy gaze, an innate sense of oppression caused his pupils to constrict. Even the director, accustomed to the glances of gang leaders, was startled enough to retreat behind the camera. At that moment, Qi Yuting appeared more menacing than anyone he had ever known. Qi Yuting, a man shaped by rigorous fitness and martial training, possessed fingers that were pale and well-defined, yet brimming with strength. With a slight increase in pressure, the sound of Gu Yan's finger bones nearly shattering echoed in the air. Only then did Qi Yuting release him, coldly remarking that Gu Xiao's hands were exceptionally well cared for, even more so than a woman's. The onlookers pondered. Did this imply that Qi Yuting was accustomed to treating women harshly, unable to tolerate even hands that resembled those of a woman? Did he crush them at his whim? Absurd. Which woman would dare marry him? Wouldn't she be subjected to relentless torment? Gu Yan was drenched in cold sweat, fearing his fingers might be broken, yet he could not compromise his flawless image in front of others. Qi Yuting, you may control her for a moment, but you cannot govern her life. Gu Yan ground his molars in frustration. I intend to govern her for a lifetime. What of it? Qi Yuting produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands, his movements regal yet reminiscent of someone cleaning away blood, sending chills down spines. And Xiao Xiao and Wen Zhihe were so transfixed that they forgot to swallow their saliva, while Wen Zhiao's skateboard lay forgotten on the ground. The boy's mind raced with anxious thoughts. Qi Yuting was terrifying. If his sister ever defied him, would she lose her hands or feet? At an opportune moment, Jiang Fu arrived, unwittingly witnessing this scene. Was it infuriating? He, a proper boss, had gone unnoticed while everyone's attention was fixated on Qi Yuting. Young Master Jiang has arrived? The director finally spotted Jiang Fu, wiping the sweat from his brow, emerging from behind the camera. Today truly seemed auspicious. Who understands, dear friends? What on earth is happening? Both the boss and his arch-rivals are present. How can we continue filming? Upon seeing Jiang Fu, and Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes, realizing that two tigers cannot share one mountain. Wen Zhihe trembled slightly, adding, unless there's a male and a female. Wen Zhihe calmly replied, come on, this isn't a two-person show, is it? Actors, please take your positions. Help! Lin Tingting pretended to swoon, clutching her heart, as the three male deities simultaneously graced the set, all for the purpose of visiting me. Happiness was knocking at my door, and my heart raced uncontrollably. What should I do? I might not perform well later. Wen Zhihe, and Xiao Xiao leaned in close to Lin Tingting, smirking. First, you must be self-absorbed. The rest is entirely up to you. We have no objections. As the three exchanged fierce glances, they noticed Jiang Fu suddenly approaching them, his gaze fixated on Wen Zhihe's face throughout. His beautiful peach blossom eyes, when focused, easily gave rise to an illusion of deep affection. He walked directly in front of Wen Zhihe, bending slightly to ask, "Hee, would you like to play the female lead?" With that, the atmosphere on set plunged into an abyss. Lin Tingting scoffed, "Little Jiang, I'm this silence." Wen Zhihe thought, "Jiang Fu, are you courting death?" Instinctively, she cast a fearful glance at Qi Shashan. As expected, Qi Shashan was also looking at her. His deep black eyes resembled two magnets, compelling her towards him. If only he weren't present, she might consider Jiang Fu's proposal. As the female lead's role in this film was painfully minimal and could be wrapped up in just 2 days, allowing her to earn a tidy sum with ease. Just as Wen Zhihe was about to decline, no? Qi Yuting interjected with a stern expression, "My little girl is here to earn money from milk tea. She should play and then return home. I have no patience to wait too long." Everyone. Qi Yuting came to fetch his little girl home? So, this is what a visit entails. The director found himself in a dilemma, glancing at Jiang Fu's face, dark as a pot bottom, unsure of what to say. Jiang Fu and Qi Yuting locked eyes for a few seconds, inexplicably intimidated by him, that innate fear emanating from deep within. In this round, Jiang Fu conceded defeat. "Fine. You all continue as you were, as if we outsiders do not exist." Finally, Qi Yuting and Jiang Fu took their seats, and the set returned to normalcy. Wen Zhihe, being a child eager to showcase his talents and quick-witted, executed his skateboard performance even more impressively this time. Even Qi Yuting's usually stern brows revealed a hint of appreciation. This brother-sister duo was born for this line of work. Once that tenacity within them was stirred, their expressions became vibrant and engaging. Next came a scene featuring Xiao Xiao and Wen Zhihe playing a fierce ping-pong match. The two often engaged in friendly battles at the ping-pong table, and for them, this scene was merely a reflection of their true selves. The shooting went exceptionally smoothly, prompting the director to cheerfully call for a wrap. Gu Yin hurriedly exited, needing to attend to his orthopedic appointment. Jiang Fu was detained by the director. Wen Zhihe joyfully grabbed her brother. "Wait, sister will take you for barbecue." As the three cheered exuberantly, they overlooked that Qi Yuting had yet to leave, observing them with a leisurely demeanor. "Are you having fun?" Qi Yuting approached, the faint scent of snow pine gently reminding Wen Zhihe that she was in a precarious situation. "Very much." Wen Zhihe laughed heartlessly, for this was the first time in his life he had earned such a substantial sum. Qi Yuting's gaze was fixated on Wen Zhihe, his eyes resembling a wolf's as it locked onto its prey, his lips slightly parted. "Little rabbit, do you dare to turn off your phone?" Wen Zhihe replied, "I," and Xiao Xiao hurried to explain, "Mr. Qi, we need to turn off our phones during the audition." Indeed. Wen Zhihe suddenly had a thought, attempting to rise on her toes. Qi Yuting instinctively bent down, his ear already positioned near her lips. Everyone else was stunned. Was the Domineering so actually bending down? This was an overwhelming display of affection. Yet, Wen Zhihe was accustomed to it. Qi Yuting had always indulged her height difference since childhood. She whispered with a smile, "Are you jealous?" Qi Yuting was taken aback, his sensual lips curling into a charming smile as he leaned closer to her ear, his voice husky. "You're doomed." Chapter 29. Her infatuation caught red-handed when Zhihe jumped back in fright, her delicate face involuntarily flushing crimson, her legs feeling slightly weak. "Sis, why is your face red again?" Wen Zhihe inquired, probing her forehead. "Are you burning up?" Wen Zhihe grabbed him and fled. "Cover me. Qi Yuting wants to kill me." Just as they dashed out of the filming site, they collided with assistant Lin, who appeared to have panda eyes, having just received instructions from the boss. He forcibly pulled Wen Zhihe away. "Come on, bro. Let us go grab the first milk tea of autumn." Wen Zhihe looked back multiple times. He finally relaxed upon seeing the tenderness in Qi Yuting's gaze directed at Wen Zhihe. And Xiao Xiao, who had just finished a call, turned around. "Oh my goodness." Beside a Rolls-Royce, Qi Yuting gently combed Wen Zhihe's hair, his hand gliding over her soft waistline. Suddenly, he pulled her in with an irresistible force. The visual impact was overwhelming, and Xiao Xiao was stunned for several seconds before she reacted and hurried after Assistant Lin. "Wait for me. Quickly tell me. I'm not alone." As the sun set, the evening glow painted the river crimson. Qin Huan sat in the passenger seat next to Jiang Yu, playing on her phone. In their group chat, and Xiao Xiao sent a location. Wen Zhihe. Today was so thrilling. The three of us made a whopping 60,000 yuan. And Xiao Xiao. I really want Chu Yao to join. He seems to be off work. So shy. Qin Yihuan chuckled, raising her hand to type. Laughing, bring your dog out for a walk. Barbecue with dog food, isn't bad. Wen Zhihe. Absolutely. Once you've crossed the ocean, no other water can compare. Milk tea must be paired with dog legs. Qin Yihuan burst out laughing again and turned slightly to Jiang Yu, whispering, Mr. Jiang, I'll be getting off at the music restaurant ahead. Jiang Yu glanced at her crescent-shaped smile, feeling a bit restless. Why are you so happy? Are you going on a date? Qin Yihuan nodded. Is that a problem? It's after work. With whom? Do I know them? You don't know him. And besides, you have an appointment with Mr. Qi. Remember to be on time. She reminded him professionally. Jiang Yu licked his cheek, his eyes cold as he replied. Qin Yihuan, if you continue like this, do you not fear my dismissal? Qin Yihuan gazed out the window, gripping her phone tightly, her knuckles turning pale. After a moment, she turned back, her professional smile restored. Remember to give a little more in compensation. You know my family situation is not favorable. Jiang Yu felt as though the scenery before him had turned to black and white. He parked the car by the roadside, clutching his stomach, his face pale. Qin Yihuan calmly and adeptly opened the glove compartment, retrieving stomach medicine and pouring 2 pills into his palm. She twisted off the cap of a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him, her tone irritable. I've spent the entire afternoon accompanying Miss Gu for tea, not to mention several cups of black coffee. How could your stomach endure that? Jiang Yu took the medication, wrapping one arm around her neck, his gaze slightly hazy. Are you jealous? Qin Yihuan blinked her eyelashes. I merely think you should hire an assistant. During the day, she takes orders from you, and at night. You heed her calls. The man's thin lips curved slightly, brushing against the tip of her nose. From now on, you have been promoted Assistant Qin. After a long pause, Jiang Yu finally restarted the car. Just then, Zhang Fu's call came through. The young master's voice was laced with a hint of frustration. Brother, Qi Yutong stood us up. He isn't coming to this restaurant at all. Why did you befriend him? Does he even possess humanity? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows slightly. How do you know he isn't coming? I saw his car trailing behind in Xiao Xiao's. He must be pretending to be foolish to entangle He. Jiang Yu listened, his brows knitting into a frown. If you were aware he isn't going to that restaurant, then why did you still go? Because you are my brother. I was afraid if I didn't show up, it would look bad for you to be alone. Jiang Yu remained silent for a few seconds before replying coolly. Xiao Fu, your brother is not that important. I want TB coming either. You can go enjoy yourself. Huh? Jiang Fu stared at the disconnected call in disbelief. Is this what brotherhood means? I really am grateful. Old men are indeed treacherous. Upon entering the music restaurant, Wen Zhihe was filled with excitement, as it was his first visit to such an interesting place, which not only featured music but also his beloved skewers. Ascending to the second-floor hall, a small stage showcased a rock band screaming, I am a nightmare. I can harass you every day. When we meet on the road, do not retreat. I am anger. I can burn you alive in a minute. The siblings felt their hearts race, realizing the lead singer with the electric guitar increasingly resembled Qi Yutong, fierce and intimidating. Retreat. Retreat. The fire is coming. Wen Zhihe tugged her brother as they dashed to the 3rd floor. Wen Zhihe chuckled at her antics. Sister, with Qi Yutong transferring so much money to you, doesn't that imply he considers you his wife? Ahem, if you don't submit to him, he might just burn down our house. Wen Zhihe forced a smile. Actually, I'm just helping old Master Qi manage his little son. Qi Yutong's money doesn't come to me. If it goes to some other bad woman, wouldn't that be like a meat bun thrown to a dog? Gone without a trace? So your implication is that you, this dog, can still regurgitate the bun you have eaten? Wen Zhihe retorted, what a ridiculous brother. This is called financing, do you understand? I invest in business. and the profits belong to me while I return the principal to him. Capitalists exploit us daily. We must also learn to utilize them effectively, right? Wen Zhihe appeared to grasp the situation only partially. Listening to your words was more enlightening than a multitude of speeches. As Qin Yihuan alighted from the vehicle, she intended to call in Xiao Xiao, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yu followed closely behind her. Just as she was taken aback, she turned to find Qi Yuding and assistant Lin descending from another luxury car. Today truly felt like a gathering of deities, with an array of handsome men rendering one almost spellbound. Both domineering gentlemen maintained an air of leisure, exchanging no pleasantries as Jiang Yu directly presented a customized cigarette case. Qi Yuding casually selected a cigarette and placed it between his lips, tilting his head to ignite it. The ethereal blue flame of the lighter illuminated his chiseled profile, the backdrop of the evening sky enhancing his statuesque form, making him even more alluring. "Hello, Mr. Qi." "Hello, Assistant Lin." Assistant Lin reciprocated the greeting politely. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." "Hello, Secretary Qin." Jiang Yu responded lightly, suggesting she be addressed as Assistant Qin from now on. Qi Yuding, cigarette in mouth, leaned against the car, his gaze drifting to the restaurant's upper tier. The rainbow lights adorning the rooftop were enchanting, yet his focus was fixated on Wen Zhihe's silhouette. He raised his hand, typed, and sent a message. On the rooftop, Wen Zhihe discreetly opened WeChat. "Creditor, what are your little eyes looking at? Look down." Wen Zhihe paused, rising to look below. He had actually followed her here. Qi Yuding had removed his suit jacket, the hem of his white shirt tucked into his black trousers, exuding a lazy sensuality. Amidst the swirling smoke, his striking features resembled those of a master sculptor's creation. Their eyes met in the air. Her infatuation caught red-handed. Qi Yuding sent another message. "Call me brother tonight." Wen Zhihe felt her legs begin to tremble again. Chapter 30. The boss seeks redemption and a return to canine loyalty. She recalled the moments in the car, helplessly at his mercy, still haunted by the memory. Just then, a Qian's door swung open, revealing a tall woman with cascading, slightly curled hair and a tote bag worth no less than 5 figures on her shoulder. Dressed in a revealing outfit, she sauntered towards Qi Yuding with an alluring sway. When Zhihe's pupils constricted, she recognized this woman, a star who had collaborated with Gu Yan. However, her fame had faded rather quickly. From this angle, Wen Zhihe could see the woman's pronounced curves. The thought of her lunging forward was too beautiful to contemplate. The woman had observed for some time from the car, noticing Jiang Yu was accompanied by a woman, while Qi Yuding remained without a partner, leading her to believe she might have a chance. As the woman approached within a meter of Qi Yuding, the overwhelming scent of her perfume caused him to frown. Assistant Lin had already begun preparing gloves, contemplating that this woman, though not overweight, could easily be thrown 8 meters away. However, Qi Yuding suddenly lifted his gaze towards Wen Zhihe's direction, his expression resembling that of a puppy. "Baby, why are you climbing so high? You're being disobedient." The woman gasped. "What? Does Fourth Master Qi have a child?" Following Qi Yuding's gaze upwards, her heart skipped a beat. Goodness, what has that little sister on the rooftop been fed to grow like this? She is absolutely stunning. Upon realizing it was the budding star Wen Zhihe, the woman instantly deflated. Wen Zhihe, the enchanting fairy who was recommended by Gu Yan to play the leading role in Fatherly Boyfriend upon her entrance into the acting department. The little princess who was assigned to a designated dormitory by Qi Sai, complete with a chauffeur. Now, despite her drastically fallen status, she is still affectionately called Baby by Qi Sai. The disparity between people is infuriating. A woman knows when to retreat. Assistant Lin stifled a laugh as she tucked away her gloves. It seems the boss is determined to turn over a new leaf and become obedient once more. Qin Yihuan cast a mischievous glance at Wen Zhihe and promptly sent her a playful kiss. Wen Zhihe joyfully reciprocated with one of her own. Just as in Xiao Xiao returned with drinks, she leaned against the railing of the rooftop, her gaze fortuitously meeting Jiang Yu's. Recalling Qin Yihuan's demeanor on Qixi Festival, and thinking of Jiang Yu embracing Gu Yuan in a Ferrari, patting her shoulder, and Xiao Xiao felt she might explode. She pointed at Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "Despicable." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Qi Yuting glanced at Jiang Yu, a knowing look in his eyes, suggesting that it seemed he had quite a few enemies tonight. He was destined to foot the bill. Jiang Yu asked, "When did you offend in Xiao Xiao?" Qi Yuting, trailing behind him, mused that perhaps he owed a debt of affection. Jiang Yu lifted his eyelids to glare at him. "Am I as despicable as you? What did you just call Wen Zhihe? Baby? I used to call her that too. Is that a problem?" Qi Yuting's thin lips curled slightly as he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash. That was in childhood, when she was still a child. Now she's still a child. When Qi Yuting spoke of children, an involuntary softness flickered in his eyes. "Are you serious?" Jiang Yu paused on the stairs, looking down from above. "Why did you choose this barbecue joint without even an elevator over our agreed restaurant?" Qi Yuting met his friend's inquiry with unwavering resolve, for he. Jiang Yu lowered his gaze, a slight smirk tugging at his lips. "Are you pursuing her?" Qi Yuting's eyes narrowed, dark and profound. "Yes, I intend to marry her." "What?" Jiang Yu found it hard to believe. How could the word marry come from Qi Yuting's lips? Gu Yuan sacrificed her dreams and returned home to take over the family business. And here you are talking about marrying someone else? Can you not be more rational? You are the heir to the Qi family. If you are so rational, why don't you marry her? Qi Yuting brushed past him, shouldering him without courtesy, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "Aren't you here to pursue women as well?" "Me? Pursue women? Huh!" Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration. Now, it was Qi Yuting's turn to look down at him, his gaze cold and piercing. "You had better not bully any of those three, especially my girl." Jiang Yu felt momentarily dizzy with anger. Yes, yours. All of them with the surname Qi. As they arrived on the rooftop, and Xiao Xiao immediately announced, "Everyone here is my close friends and family. We do not welcome the bosses." Qi Huan awkwardly glanced at Jiang Yu. "How about you and President Qi sit at another table? I am a family member." Qi Yuting walked straight to Wen Zhihe, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Jiang Yu remarked, "I've truly never seen someone prioritize romance over friendship so blatantly." The others were puzzled by Xiao Xiao's apparent targeting of Jiang Yu. Wen Zhihe opened a can of ice-cold cola and handed it to her. "Your Highness, please calm down." And Xiao Xiao gazed at her, suppressing a facial expression reminiscent of the emotionally volatile Empress Xiao Yi, exclaiming internally, "I cannot bear this." Wen Zhihe then offered her favorite grilled squid skewers, saying, "In a moment, when Dr. Chu arrives at your home, will you maintain this expression?" And Xiao Xiao immediately composed herself, ceasing her performance. Accepting the skewers, she ate with a poised elegance and an air of intellect. Qin Yihuan raised her beer, casting flirtatious glances at Wen Zhihe. Indeed, it was Wen Zhihe who could remedy the melodramatic princess syndrome. And Xiao Xiao shot her a glare, questioning her humanity. The three girls exchanged knowing looks. Even the usually aloof Qi Yuting felt a smile tugging at his lips. These two roommates and Wen Zhihe shared a deep connection, justifying his meticulous selection process. Ultimately, he chose Qin Yihuan and Xiao Xiao, both of whom possessed unblemished backgrounds, cheerful dispositions, and pristine social circles. While others resided in six-person dormitories, he crafted a three-person suite specifically for Wen Zhihe. Consequently, the old man teased him about his overprotectiveness. Time proved that Qi Yuting's discernment was indeed sharp. One day, after school, he witnessed 6-year-old Wen Zhihe, alone in the rain, clutching her little backpack, her frail body shivering from the cold, before being roughly shoved into a car by Mo Qi Li, who scolded her for wetting the new leather seats. He discerned that she had endured considerable mistreatment in the Yu Tinghua mansion. Thus, at a family banquet, he orchestrated a subtle scheme, allowing the old man to witness her being physically punished by her brother. From that moment on, the old man developed a sense of compassion and decided to keep her at the Qi residence. Returning to the present, everyone was in high spirits, save for Jiang Yu, who wore a sullen expression. The esteemed General Jiang had never experienced such discrimination. Just then, his phone rang, prompting him to turn and leave. "You," Qi Ting called out, "come sit. Why bother with a bunch of children?" Jiang Yu glanced at Qin Yihuan, begrudgingly taking a seat beside her. His tone laced with reproach. "I was brought here by you. Does that not count as a family member?" Qin Yihuan noticed the missed calls from Gu Yuan on his phone. She shrugged and teased, "General Jiang, if your family is urging you to return home. That conveniently opens a spot for Dr. Chu. Jiang Yu thought to himself, this woman thrives on stepping into my minefield. Did she expect him to yield? He would not relent. Taking a seat beside her, he maintained a stern demeanor as he lifted his beer. Qin Yihuan poured him a cold brew, though not to the brim, reminding him habitually, you may only drink this much. Jiang Yu's face betrayed no emotion, yet the corners of his eyebrows subtly lifted. This woman was indeed one to complain verbally while caring deeply. Her tough exterior belied her true sentiments. And Xiao Xiao observed Qin Yihuan as well. Her smile may have been cool, but when she furtively glanced at Jiang Yu, there was a tempestuous tide hidden within her gaze. This could not be concealed any longer. Unable to restrain herself, she nudged Wen Zhihe and whispered in her ear, Huan Huan likes Jiang Yu. Yet Jiang Yu is merely Gu Yuan's backup. Wen Zhihe, unable to contain her laughter, sprayed her cola, coughing as she did so. Cough, cough. Wen Zhihe and Qi Yuting turned to her simultaneously, their expressions laced with disdain as they synchronously offered her tissues, their tone indulgent. How old are you? Wen Zhihe coughed for quite some time, still reeling from Xiao Zhao's explosive revelation. She instinctively glanced at Qi Yuting and quietly inquired, recently, is Gu Yuan still pursuing you? Qi Yuting was momentarily taken aback, unconsciously tightening her grip beneath the tablecloth. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wen Zhihe as she feared he might crush her fingers, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Yet, Qi Yuting unexpectedly leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath enveloping her, while his captivating baritone began to playfully tease her senses. A chase she could never hope to catch. Listening to him, a jubilant smile spread across her lips, impossible to suppress. Shortly after, Chu Yao arrived, and Xiao Xiao cheerfully requested the waiter to add another seat. The typically strong woman, capable of lifting a fire extinguisher with one hand, instantly transformed into a delicate figure, struggling to open even a can. Pouting adorably, she exclaimed, Yao Yao, this is so hard to open. Qin Yihuan and Wen Zhihe exchanged glances, making a gagging gesture. Observing how Chu Yao was tenderly ensnared by his girlfriend, Qi Yuting felt a twinge of melancholy. When might his own woman display such fearless affection, nestled in his embrace, unabashedly expressing her whims in front of everyone? Dreaming of such moments, he suddenly swallowed hard, brushing aside a wayward strand of Wen Zhihe's hair, gently winding it around his ring finger. His arm rested on the back of the chair, his fingertips lightly caressing her straight, fair neck, while his lips drew near to her ear. In a husky whisper, he suggested, how about we register our marriage first? Chapter 31. Fool, then why are you crying? Wen Zhihe choked again, her eyes turning red from the cough, her enchanting tear mole now tinged with a cherry hue. Her fingers were long, slender, and pale, trembling slightly in his palm. Her face, painted with astonishment, flushed a delicate crimson, embodying a purity that was all too common in young girls. Yet this purity bore an alluring undertone as she gazed intently at a certain man, leaving him utterly mesmerized. All the past tenderness and care he had felt transformed into sweet torment and impatience. He yearned to provide her with every happiness that others possessed, and even those that were beyond reach. Qi Yuting nestled her small hand between his thighs, then deftly unfastened his cufflinks, revealing his finely toned forearms. The entire table regarded him with the awe of stone statues. The man delicately picked up a perfectly grilled oyster, skillfully added a touch of minced garlic, and scooped the succulent flesh along with its juices into a spoon. Every movement exuded an air of refined elegance, his well-defined fingers gripping the spoon as he brought the morsel to her lips. Under the shimmering rainbow lights above, he appeared cool and reserved, his gaze devout, as if captured in a breathtaking oil painting. While Wen Zhihe remained blissfully unaware, he gently pressed his fingertip against her supple lips, coaxing softly, "Be good, open your mouth." The others gasped in astonishment. Wen Zhihe hurriedly covered her eyes, thinking, I should be under the table, not sitting here. After savoring the oyster, he presented her with succulent roasted lamb leg, followed by tender beef morsels. He was intimately familiar with her preferences, adjusting each seasoning to her taste. She was delightfully indulged, sipping wine and enjoying the gentle breeze that Qi Yuding had stirred. She was unsure if this confidence was justified, but it was evident that Qi Yuding had spanked her in 3 days, leaving her feeling completely afloat. The three women, buoyed by their drinks, soon veered into more frivolous conversation. Drunkenly, Qin Yihuan squeezed past Qi Yuding, leaning in a whisper to Wen Zhihe. "How is the old man? Is he well endowed?" Flushed with embarrassment, Wen Zhihe covered her face and nodded. Qin Yihuan's pupils widened in surprise, and she tilted her head back to down a glass of wine. "Well, that's settled. Though one cannot have both fish and bear as paw, one can certainly have a strong man and duration." Wen Zhihe replied, "I'm scared. I say, little Hema, you have patiently awaited this moment for years. At long last, the rabbit, Qi Yuding, has dashed into your embrace, so you must catch him, understand?" "I understand." And Xiao Xiao also began to join in the merriment, fixating on Wen Zhihe, tapping her beer glass with chopsticks to set the rhythm for her jokes. Fear not the playboy's flirtations, but rather the warmth of the elder Qi's sigh. He is comforting and understanding, so charming with countless admirers. His maturity and competence leave one utterly enchanted. Wen Zhihe could only respond with silly laughter, thoroughly captivated. Qi Yuding patted Chu Yao's shoulder as he leaned in, declaring, "You must marry in Xiao Xiao. She is far too suitable for family." "Got it." Jiang Yue frowned. "I don't think so." Chu Yao immediately straightened, casting a cold stare at him. "What did you say?" "I don't care what you think. I want my own opinion." Jiang Yue remarked, "Love-struck minds are invincible." Qi Yuding escorted Wen Zhihe to her doorstep, watching as Wen Zhihe helped her upstairs. The night was dimly lit, and the soft sensation lingering in his palm remained. She had just nestled against him, murmuring in a drunken haze, "Qi Yuding, don't be foolish. The old man won't approve and will be furious." "Uncle, why did you leave me to go abroad these past 2 years?" Assistant Lin observed his boss's cold profile, realizing that Qi Yuding's original plan was to bring Wen Zhihe back to the 10-meter sunshine tonight, which had not transpired. This moment made Assistant Lin aware that the usually decisive and aloof Qi Yuding was uncharacteristically changing for this woman. He did not wish for her to feel awkward in front of her family, nor did he want to take advantage of her inebriation. Qi Yuding glanced at the illuminated window of Wen Zhihe's room, lit a cigarette, and lowered his head to ignite it, his atoms apple-bobbing, dark desires swirling in the depths of his profound gaze. He needed to take her back to the Qi residence to clarify matters with the old man. Assistant Lin sighed, noting that the greatest obstacle was that the chairman was entirely unprepared, with a heart that still bore a stint, fearing for him. Qi Yuding rubbed his temples. "How could my father, with such a stubborn mindset, produce a son as exceptional as me? How do we solve this conundrum?" Assistant Lin chuckled. "In mathematics, there exists a regrettable term known as unsolvable." On Friday, Wen Zhihe arrived at Yihua as usual. Though her title was in turn secretary, it was a mere guise. Qi Yuding had intentionally set aside 1 day each week for her to accompany him and learn. Whether it was analyzing data, meeting clients, negotiating, or formulating solutions, Qi Yuding kept her by his side. Furthermore, Qi Yuding's work efficiency was remarkably high, his presence exuding a powerful aura. Faced with cunning merchants who employed devious tactics, he possessed an innate ability to see through their hearts. A day spent learning alongside his decisive approach was equivalent to months of study elsewhere, rendering it particularly enriching. "Hema, this is the recent collaboration project between the Gu family and us. After reviewing it, please share your thoughts with me." Qi Yuding loosened his tie and handed her several unsigned documents. "Are these all from the Gu family?" Wen Zhihe inquired as she took them and sat down opposite him, perusing them intently. Indeed, ever since Qi Moli and Gu Yan became engaged, the Gu family had incessantly extended their reach into Yihua. Wen Zhihe scoffed, thinking, "They merely seek to bind you with their investments. The more you contribute, the more intertwined the two families become, which will inevitably lead to the old man pressuring you into a marriage." A knock echoed at the door. Qi Yuding and Wen Zhihe exchanged a knowing glance before turning their gazes toward the entrance. "Kumin," it was someone personally delivering coffee. Wen Zhihe closed the documents in her hands and pulled out a small client contract to examine. Mr. Chi, I brought you coffee. The person said with an innocent smile. Thank you. With your diligence, you'll be ready to embark on your career soon, right? You are the only one, mister. Chi has personally mentored. Wen Zhihe understood this was a subtle probe to ascertain whether she was still someone Chi Yuding wished to cultivate. After all, as a businessman, he must prioritize the interests of the group. Nurturing an outsider without reservation posed a greater risk than fathering an illegitimate child. Chi Yuding glanced down at the data on the documents, his tone imbued with a chill. I heard you got into a fight last week. Taken aback. Wen Zhihe did not expect him to question her over such a trivial matter. It seemed her standing had diminished. She anticipated Chi Yuding would so swiftly engage in the matter. Feeling abandoned, her heart sank. So what if I did? She retorted defiantly. What a headstrong girl. Chi Yuding raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his lips. Do you realize how precious your learning opportunity is? Once Chi Moli returns, you'll have to leave. Do you still dare to cause trouble? Wen Zhihe pouted, feeling wrong to the point of tears. It became clear that without Chi Yuding's protection, the reality of being a faux heiress was stark, alone in the company, struggling to navigate her path. It's all trivial, Mr. Chi. He is still young. I've long since let it go. You may return to your work. Chi Yuding didn't look up. Very well, Mr. Chi. As she passed by, he noticed her nose had turned red, her lashes lowered as she bit her lip, appearing pitiable. Unable to resist assuming the role of stern mentor, he said, regardless, I am your senior. Your journey ahead is long. Do not act so recklessly in other places. Wen Zhihe remained silent, her frustration simmering within her. Once the door closed, Chi Yuding stood and approached her, 2 fingers gently grasping her delicate chin. Forced to look up at him, she felt like a supplicant gazing at a celestial being, untarnished by the mundane world. His jawline was sharply defined, leading up to eyes as profound as a falconess. Those very eyes, when they kissed her, were ablaze with fervent madness. Should someone ever take her place in his life, someone who would not only require no coaxing or care from him, but would also support him as a formidable ally, would he abandon this stumbling seedling? This little hee-hee? She could not bear the thought. The heart of Wen Zhihe was engulfed by an overwhelming dread, akin to an unfathomable black hole that threatened to consume her entirely. What is the matter? Chi Yuding inquired, shaking her gently, his anxious dark eyes reflecting the delicate grace of her features, glistening with unshed tears. It was only then that Wen Zhihe realized she had been frightened to the point of tears. I became too immersed in my role. Chi Yuding replied, Is this how professional actors behave? This is not good. What if it leads to depression? He lifted her and placed her on the desk, tenderly cradling the back of her head, his cool, soft lips brushing away the traces of tears from her eyes. I merely created a FAAD, allowing her to present false information to Chi Yufeng. Yes, I understand. Fool, why are you still crying? I simply enjoy crying in your embrace. Chapter 32. It seems the boss intends to lay everything bare today. The lily-patterned curtains were not tightly drawn, allowing glimpses of shadows moving outside the floor-to-ceiling glass, though the fierce competition within remained unseen. Wen Zhihe tilted her head back slightly, feeling the tension of the forbidden environment. Do you miss me? The man's desire-laden gaze held deep, dark waves, his deep voice rich yet slightly hoarse. Do you know how difficult each day is for me? Outside, Jiangfu approached with gifts and striking red roses, poised to knock on the door. Assistant Lin hurried over, forcing a smile. Young Master Jiang, are you here to see Miss Zhihe again? Indeed, she is inside, correct? Wen Zhihe felt a tension akin to a taut string, fearing Assistant Lin would struggle to handle Jiangfu's presence. Jiangfu's voice echoed once more. I just encountered her in the elevator. She mentioned that President Qi and He are in the office. I merely came to deliver gifts and shall not intrude upon their work. With that, a knock resonated in Wen Zhihe's ears, sending her trembling as she buried herself against Chi Yuding's chest. Young Master Jiang, they are engaged in a video conference. They cannot be disturbed. Assistant Lin wiped the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, willing to offend Jiangfu. executing the boss's orders to shield Wen Zhihe from unwanted advances. Assistant Lin, are you a dog? Always blocking the door? Jiang Fu retorted impatiently. How many times is this? Who do you think you're fooling? The video conference is in the conference room. This is the president's office. Do you believe I am a child in kindergarten? Assistant Lin felt his mental fortitude teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet for the sake of a substantial year-end bonus, he resolved to endure. Young Master Jiang, you can pursue Ms. Zhihe after work. There are 2 hours of lunch break. With your capabilities, you could pursue 5. Can I not slip out during lunch without obstructing you? Why are capitalists so difficult to please? Jiang Fu regarded Assistant Lin's determined expression, bemused, and playfully held up 5 fingers. Amused and exasperated, he turned to place the flowers and gifts on Wen Zhihe's desk before sauntering toward the elevator. I see now. Assistant Lin truly understands the single life. The insult was palpable. Your girlfriend was wise to end things with you. The remark bore significant weight. Jiang Fu cast one last smile over his shoulder. See you at noon, Assistant Lin. Watching Jiang Fu enter the elevator, Assistant Lin exhaled deeply, turning to knock on the door. Suddenly, he froze in shock. Had the boss's lavish sports car already hit the highway this early in the morning? Was he merely dismissing not the rival of the boss, but rather an obstacle on the path to happiness? Should the boss eventually have child, he would undoubtedly ascend to the privileges of first class. Assistant Lin discreetly pressed his ear against the door, contemplating the necessity of renegotiating the bonus structure with his superior. Suddenly, the magnetic voice of Qi Yuding faintly reached his eardrum. Be good, my dear, and listen carefully. Assistant Lin's heart skipped a beat. He patted his chest and stepped away, exclaiming inwardly, my heart cannot bear this. The office boasted a well-appointed lounge, replete with every amenity. When Zhihe assumed Qi Yuding would lay her on the bed, to her surprise, he seemed immobilized, pressing her against the southern glass wall. At the height of the 99th floor, the cacophony of traffic below was rendered inaudible, and the expansive view appeared to seamlessly connect to the river's expanse. The man's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly, his gaze deep and contemplative. Did you clarify things with that little puppet noon? By noon, Qi Yuding had changed into a crisp white shirt and black trousers, busily returning to his desk. The collar hung loosely, revealing his collarbone and several small bite marks. His gaze lowered as his fingers remained glued to the touchpad. Hearing a noise, he glanced sideways, meeting the gaze of the woman leaning against the doorframe. She weakly fumbled with her shirt buttons, her eyelids heavy. Rather than supporting herself, she appeared to be hanging from the doorframe. Should I carry you over? Qi Yuding teased, raising an eyebrow. When Zhihe's delicate face was still flushed, her lips adorably pursed. This is all your fault. Qi Yuding paused his work, standing tall before her, and raised his hand to fasten the final button on her shirt. Leaning down, he whispered huskily in her ear, it's just that the baby hasn't quite adjusted yet. When Zhihe's face burned as if scorched, a knock echoed through the air. Her phone, which had mysteriously vanished, began to ring. For a moment, it felt like chaos was erupting. Jiang Fu and Assistant Lin stood just outside the door, prompting Wen Zhihe to hastily retrieve some concealer from her bag and dab a bit on Qi Yuding's Adam's apple. Qi Yuding pressed his lips against her swollen ones, playfully pinching her jelly-like cheeks. Silly, you're only drawing more attention to it. Then should I cover it up or not? Wen Zhihe shot him a mock glare, her expression a mix of mischief and charm, just the way he liked her. After tidying her clothing, Wen Zhihe approached the door to open it. Qi Yuding resumed his position at the desk, discovering Wen Zhihe's phone beneath the table, remnants of their earlier fervor scattered across the surface. Noticing a missed call from his father, he casually dialed back. As Wen Zhihe opened the door, she apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fu, clad in a limited edition ensemble and striking white embroidered shoes, blinked his charming peach blossom eyes. Call me brother? Wen Zhihe was taken aback. What? You used to call Guyan brother back in school, but not me? Qi Yuding shot a dagger-like glare at Jiang Fu before succinctly addressing the phone. Dad, Wen Zhihe and I will be home for dinner this weekend. I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, Jiang Fu reached out to grasp Wen Zhihe's hand. Wen Zhihe instinctively recoiled, pleading, please don't do this. Jiang Fu's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. He maintained a sense of pride even in the presence of Qi Yutang. He tugged his bow tie and declared, "Wen Zhihe, how long do you intend to feign superiority? I could understand your previous engagement with Gu Yin, but now that he is bound to Qi Mouli, what are you still hoping for? Among all your admirers, I am undoubtedly the most qualified." Assistant Lin observed the situation, sensing an awkward resolution approaching, and glanced at Qi Yutang, who was striding over with a glower. It seemed that the boss intended to lay everything bare today. Chapter 33. Nothing brings me greater joy than to placate her. Qi Yutang's stern brow bore an innate coldness, with legs slightly apart. He leisurely unfastened his cufflinks and rolled up his sleeves. This simple gesture, though unremarkable, emanated an extraordinary sense of formidable strength. Jiang Fu felt an inexplicable tremor in his legs. With a single punch from Qi Yutang, he could easily be dispatched beneath a white sheet destined for the funeral home. Qi Yutang cast a chilling gaze upon him. "You claim to be the best among the suitors? Are you referring to fighting, racing, or perhaps your wealth? Why would I compare myself to you?" Jiang Fu, his legs weak, sank into a chair, retorting, "I am younger than you. That alone suffices." Suddenly, Qi Yutang seized him by the collar, his eyes dark as ink. With a frigid tone, he warned, "Were it not for your brother, I would toss you out right now. How dare you pursue my woman?" Your woman?" Jiang Fu stood defiantly. "Do you truly believe that by employing such despicable means to kiss Zhihe, she belongs to you? By what right? Because of your age? Aged rabbits may indulge in tender grass, but to encroach upon their own burrow? Dare to utter aged again?" Qi Yutang tightened his grip around his neck, his gaze menacing. Jiang Fu, stirred by rebellious spirit, laughed recklessly. "Fourth Master, my dear uncle, you are to engage in a union. Do you understand? You intend to marry the legitimate wife. You merely wish to keep Zhihe as your mistress, no different from that scoundrel Gu." With a swift motion, Qi Yutang struck him across the face, his eyes glinting with fury. "I shall reduce you to nothing." Wen Zhihe and Assistant Lin were rendered speechless with shock. Yet Jiang Fu, emboldened by adversity, kicked aside a fallen cushion and shouted, "I admit my reckless ways. I may have unsettled her, but I can change for her. Can you forsake your position as heir for her?" Wen Zhihe felt a genuine sense of unease, a pang of guilt. Qi Yutang regarded Jiang Fu, whose mouth bled and face was swollen, and chose not to continue. He had not exerted his full strength, otherwise Jiang Fu's handsome visage would have been marred. Jiang Fu refrained from retaliating, knowing he could not match his opponent. Merely voicing the words that had festered in his heart felt liberating. "Fourth Master, I truly can offer Zhihe marriage. Yes, she has consistently rejected me, but you must grant me the opportunity to prove myself." Wen Zhihe offered him a tissue, shaking her head in consolation. "No, you have no chance. Fourth Master does not wish for you to waste time on me." Jiang Fu responded, while Assistant Lin remarked, "The most venomous of hearts lurks within a woman, spreading poison upon her wounds." Qi Yutang's anger had subsided somewhat as he spoke in a subdued tone. "In light of your steadfast defense of Zhihe, I shall reveal a secret." Jiang Fu straightened his back, enduring the pain on his face as he retorted, "Is there even a bottom line to your character? You lack any sense of decency. Back in Haicheng, you feigned death and amnesia. How low can one stoop? Even the surveillance cameras on the street can attest to it." When Zhihe was momentarily taken aback, almost applauding Jiang Fu, Assistant Lin was trembling with fear, sensing that among the four of them, one might soon be carried out. The music was already prepared. Qi Yutang coldly tilted his head, lighting a cigarette, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Jiang Fu. "I do possess a bottom line. My bottom line is Zhihe. So what if I feigned death and amnesia?" That was merely to soothe the child. The other three listened intently. The smoke enveloped his chiseled features, his smile languorous yet mischievous, akin to a speaker addressing an audience from a summit, composed and unruffled. "Nothing brings me more joy than to comfort her. If there is anything greater, it will be to cherish her for a lifetime. Do not think that because she currently has no engagement with Gu Yin, even if she did, you would lose." "I shall not," Jiang Fu exclaimed in disbelief. How could he speak such shameless words with a straight face? Qi Yuding's tone turned harsh. The ones devoid of boundaries now are your Jiang family, assisting the Gu family in their pursuit of power despite not turning a profit. What do you mean by that? Have you not been reviewing your company's reports lately? Have a look at what project your brother has been discussing with Gu Yuan. Merely losses? Jiang Fu hastily opened his phone to access company data, quickly scanning the reports. The more he looked, the colder his heart became. Has my brother truly lost both his wife and soldiers? Whether he has lost a wife remains uncertain, but Gu Yuan is undoubtedly exploiting him, saddling your Jiang family with high-risk projects while extracting the low-risk ones to entice me into investment. She plays her cards expertly. Qi Yuding's demeanor was relaxed, yet his words were sharp and insightful, exuding a stability akin to a mountain when discussing work. So, my brother is indeed the world's greatest sycophant, correct? I never said that, Qi Yuding replied, gazing out the window, his eyes devoid of emotion. The Gu family will announce Gu Yuan as the new appointee tomorrow. If you refuse the marriage, do you not fear the elder's cane might strike you down? Jiang Fu prodded him further. Qi Yuding straightened his back, his gaze indifferent. I fear he might not even have the chance to strike before he himself departs. He won't see me marry, for he would die with unclosed eyes. Jiang Fu, being young and impetuous, aspired to achieve great things early, thus adopting an attitude of learning from seniors, filled with earnest admiration. So did Wen Zhihe and assistant Lin. In an instant, the three pairs of eyes sparkled as they fixated on Qi Yuding. Qi Yuding smiled, playfully tapping Wen Zhihe's small nose. Quickly tell me, why did you send Qi Moli to the island of madness? Is there another purpose behind it? Wen Zhihe was eager to jot down notes, more attentive than she had ever been during lectures. Qi Yuding relished the admiration in her eyes, a childlike possessiveness coupled with a forbidden, secret infatuation. As soon as she reveals that gaze, the one that yearns to possess him entirely, he finds himself willing to surrender his very life for her. Qi Yuding, suppressing the urge to kiss her, clears his throat with an air of haughty pride. With her engagement and the signing of a prenuptial agreement, Qi Moli is now entitled to inherit shares. However, she may escape death, yet cannot evade the consequences of her actions. Assistant Lin and Jiang Fu are utterly baffled, having wasted precious brain cells on this matter. Only Wen Zhihe senses a hint of peril. Should Qi Moli lose her sanity or her life, the primary beneficiary would theoretically be her father, Qi Yufeng, but in practice, it would ultimately fall into Gu Yan's hands, as they are already legally wed. Qi Yuding approvingly continues her thought, asserting that it is not he who wishes for Qi Moli to descend into madness. Rather, he merely seeks the shares. He plans to visit the island and converse with her to ascertain whether she wishes to preserve her life. If so, she must sign over the shares. When Zhihe quips, converse? Can you truly intimidate Qi Moli? She reflects that Qi Moli is merely blinded by her familial affection. Returning to the Qi household would be the commencement of her nightmare. However, if that 10 of shares could revert to Qi Yuding, would he not be able to secure his power without the need for a marriage alliance? When Zhihe begins to comprehend the nuances, after hearing the discussion, Jiang Fu swallows hard, saying, "Hee, I do not feel any pity for you now. On the contrary, having left the battleground of the Qi family, you are the most radiant gem in the slums." When Zhihe shrugs, "You understand the slums well. Shall we go for a meal? I'm quite famished. So hungry. Please don't cause any more trouble. I can't afford to go hungry." As they converse, they exit the office. Jiang Fu feels a pang of guilt, apologizing silently to Wen Zhihe for his earlier thoughtless remarks. Wen Zhihe is not particularly distressed. After all, it is normal for outsiders to misunderstand, and she herself feels somewhat dazed, pondering how her reliance on Qi Yuding has transformed into affection. She raises her eyes and shakes her head. It's nothing. To lighten the mood, she introduces a new topic. By the way, little Jiang, you mentioned yesterday that there's a circle of affluent individuals who specialize in luxury watches that you wish to introduce me to. Is that true? Jiang Fu's eyes gleam with excitement. Indeed, they are all extravagant youths from across the nation. He sheepishly scratches the back of his head, adding, "Switching watches is akin to switching partners." Haha, it's truly a circle only you could be part of. When Zhihe giggles, Jiang Fu, feeling frustrated, wishes he could wallow in self-pity for his earlier comment. You know, your father has quite the reputation as well. If I were to toss his business card into the group chat, it would surely attract a plethora of treasures. Many young gentlemen have passed their watches through your father's hands, showcasing everything from rainbow diamonds to intricate maintenance techniques. Really? Would you like me to add you to the group? Absolutely. Wen Zhihe claps her hands in delight. Little Jiang, you're amazing. Chi Yuding pauses, and Assistant Lin, pressing the elevator down button, suppresses a chuckle as he whispers, Boss, this is how peers interact. Girls refer to this as a male best friend. Chi Yuding's expression softens slightly as he pulls Wen Zhihe into his embrace, his long fingers habitually toying with the ends of her hair. Wen Zhihe leans against him affectionately. I want to eat at that revolving restaurant on the 52nd floor. Very well. Chi Yuding's gaze was filled with indulgence as he pressed the button for the 52nd floor. Jiang Fu felt his heart shatter into countless pieces, the kind that could never be reassembled. Assistant Lin, noticing Jiang's despondent expression, leaned in closer and offered, Young Master Jiang, would you like to borrow my shoulder? You know how to seek vengeance. Upon entering the restaurant, Chi Yuding swiftly selected dishes that were beloved by Wen Zhihe. Jiang Fu, unwilling to remain silent, cast a longing glance at Wen Zhihe and murmured, Hee, I still want to pursue you. I've liked you since childhood, and I've truly not contacted those women for 3 months. Now, I feel as lonely as a stray dog. Wen Zhihe rested her chin on her hand, replying, That won't do. I just found out I have a hole in my head and want to live beyond 3 months. I don't want to burden you. Jiang Fu also rested his chin on his hand. To be with you for 3 months would still be a blessing. Chi Yuding's chopsticks halted midair. Woman, am I invisible? You're already stuck to me, and yet you can't see that I'm jealous? Assistant Lin observed Chi Yuding's repressed expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. Now would be the worst time to mention the year-end bonus. He would definitely lose his temper. Chapter 34, Little Enchantress. You'll be punished again tonight. Jiang Fu engaged Wen Zhihe in conversation for an entire afternoon before whistling as he departed. He didn't forget to remind her that she could bring Wen Zhihe over to play with him. He had the most luxurious skateboard in the world for him to choose from. Wen Zhihe happily agreed. However, when she turned around, she noticed Chi Yuding's seat was empty. Where's our boss? Assistant Lin gestured with his chin. He's outside smoking. You vexed him to the point of distress. Wen Zhihe replied, I do have a conscience, all right? It's just not very abundant. It's still growing. I'm merely helping him turn enemies into friends. The esteemed boss of Yihua is rather lacking in vision. Wen Zhihe slid down from her high stool, her eyes fixated on the tall, slender figure on the terrace. The man had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His hair fell across his forehead, lending him a youthful allure. His lips were slightly thin, and he held a cigarette with a lazy yet wild demeanor that exuded an air of aloofness. Many women cast sidelong glances at him, tempted to approach but lacking the courage, whispering among themselves, Would you dare? He is the 4th master of the Qi family. Are you tired of living? That aura is enough to intimidate even the fiercest of spirits. But he is undeniably sexy. If I could wrap my arms around that waist. No, I can't continue like this. Why am I seeing Chi Yuding here? I barely managed to rid myself of him. It's infuriating that I'll be sleepless again tonight. Look at that one. Isn't she the niece of that woman? She has an aura of seduction and is rumored to have been the 4th master Esburden since childhood. Otherwise, how could Chi Yuding remain single this long? Perhaps he has a harem. No. Sheep and cattle form herds, but Chi Yuding is a wild beast. Wild beasts prefer solitude. When Zhihe walked past, automatically filtering out the cacophony of voices, accustomed to it since childhood. Upon stepping onto the terrace, the mingling sense of tobacco and greenery enveloped her. Without hesitation, she snatched the cigarette from his hand and extinguished it in the ashtray, feigning reproach. Smoking without eating is bad for your stomach. The man, unperturbed, narrowed his eyes at her, his voice low and enticing. So you finally noticed me? Am I no longer transparent? You silly man. Wen Zhihe amusingly adjusted his collar. Viewed from this angle, her delicate features were enchanting, her porcelain skin radiant, and her full, tender lips resembled those of a meticulous little wife. Qi Yuding's gaze darkened as he instinctively reached to pull her into his embrace. However, Wen Zhihe seemed prepared, gently restraining his hand while softly reminding him of their public surroundings. Qi Yuding's throat bobbed, his eyes lingering on her alluring beauty mark, his voice husky as he suggested, "Tonight, at 10-meter sunshine, there's a transparent roof where we can gaze at the stars." Wen Zhihe paused, shaking her head in refusal. Qi Yuding leaned in closer, teasing, "You could touch your brother's abs while stargazing." Wen Zhihe's heart fluttered in disarray. He understands me so well. After their afternoon meeting, Qi Yuding reminded Wen Zhihe, "Darling, the car we ordered last month has arrived." Excitedly, she stood, only to suddenly droop her head dejectedly. "But that was a gift from the chairman. I'm no longer his granddaughter, and I don't wish to accept it." Qi Yuding, aware of her thoughts, replied sternly, "Don't forget, you're now collaborating with Ning Zhan, a prominent star without a car." Wen Zhihe wilted further, her expression sorrowful. "I just want to be a little independent and not rely on the Qi family support. An electric bike is still a vehicle." Qi Yuding frowned. "An electric bike could be hazardous. Absolutely not allowed." "Why not? It's a reputable brand, endorsed by Jay Cho." She protested. "Then why doesn't T.J. Cho ride one? He drives an 86 for drifting. Why don't you?" Lin, the assistant, chimed in humorously. "How about this? I'll accompany Miss Zhihe, and no one will dare gossip about you." Wen Zhihe cast a discreet glance at Qi Yuding, who, like a stern father, maintained his previous stance, his expression unwaveringly serious. She felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. "I'll go now. Just make sure not to get it wrong." "Lamborghini, white. Is there no other option?" she asked. Qi Yuding's expression softened. "There is an Audi available, originally meant for Qi Moli." "Oh, I can take the Audi," she replied, wishing to avoid provoking the Qi family. However, Qi Yuding's demeanor darkened again. "That was purchased in your name a month ago. Don't be foolish." Wen Zhihe stuck out her tongue, muttering, "You're so fierce, big brother." She then turned and skipped after Assistant Lin. Qi Yuding watched the girl with her slender waist and curvaceous figure enter the elevator, before retracting his softened gaze, a smirk forming on his lips. "Little enchantress, I shall punish you again tonight." As Assistant Lin drove past the Rolls-Royce dealership, Wen Zhihe pointed ahead. "That's where we'll pick up the car. Please park President Qi's car here for maintenance. We can walk over." "Certainly, Miss Zhihe. You've obtained your driver's license, but haven't driven alone yet, have you?" Lin inquired. Wen Zhihe, engrossed in her phone, nodded quietly, recalling her single experience on an electric bike, which, thankfully, had not ended in disaster, though she had ended up in a ditch. Surviving that ordeal surely left its mark. "My brother teased me about it for 3 days. She grimaced. "How infuriating. That poor boy, relying on his skateboard and the subway. Yet he has a flock of girls vying to buy him coconut lattes." Handsome individuals possess an undeniable charm, captivating both the young and the old alike. Assistant Lin sighed as he opened the car door for her. A young waiter approached politely, inquiring if Mr. Qi was absent today, expressing that it had been quite some time since he last saw him. Assistant Lin shook his head, tossing the car keys to the waiter. "I know you're a little fan of Mr. Qi. I trust you with the vehicle. Remember to treat it with the same care as you would Mr. Qi himself." "Understood?" "Understood, brother," the young man replied, his smile brightening like the melting of ice. As they walked, Assistant Lin remarked to Wen Zhihe, "Mr. Qi has a way with people, attracting admiration from many young men. Last time we were here, several waiters vied for the opportunity to serve him. It almost turned into a brawl." Wen Zhihe responded, "I must admit, Qi Yutong is truly captivating. His powerful physique could effortlessly pin her against the glass for an hour without a hint of fatigue. Such a prime catch. I worry he might be whisked away." She lamented, "Having just subdued a few demons, how is it that there are so many admirers? The disparity between the wealthy and the less fortunate is stark. The affluent ride in Rolls-Royces while the rest toil endlessly. Just last week, he allocated 3 days for me to furnish our new abode in 10 meters of sunshine. Do you know how I managed during those 3 days?" When Zhihe's eyes widened. "How did you cope?" Assistant Lin gazed skyward, lamenting, "I felt a dark cloud over my fortune, relying entirely on voice notes and videos from my ex-girlfriend to persevere. I survived, and even now, I drink ginseng tea daily to restore my health. I feel for you, Wen Zhihe said, covering her flushed face with her hands. So, please do not squander the effort I put into preparing your love nest. Move in quickly so that Mr. Qi isn't left waiting. Wen Zhihe's face turned as red as a tomato as she nodded. I will speak with my parents. Assistant Lin's gaze drifted, and he promptly retrieved his phone to inform Qi Yutong, "Boss, your wife is finally moving into 10 meters of sunshine." Upon seeing the message, Qi Yutong's pupils quivered, and he became momentarily colorblind, unable to comprehend the data on the report before him. He snatched up his coat and rushed outside. Chapter 35. A day of misfortune. Upon arriving at the Lamborghini pickup area, Wen Zhihe encountered two familiar figures, her former brothers, now known as Qi Moli's brothers, Qi Mo and Qi Yan. Qi Mo stood with his arms crossed, looking nonchalant. "Ah, our little sister has come to collect her car? I forgot to mention, this vehicle has also changed its surname. It's now a Qi, not a Wen." Qi Yan chimed in with a mocking tone. "Do you still have the audacity to claim our Qi family car? I've seen shamelessness, but never quite like yours. Now you shall." Wen Zhihe lifted her chin, unperturbed. She despised these two. They had bullied her since childhood, engaging in gambling and frivolities, utterly neglecting their responsibilities, resembling two unsightly blemishes on the Qi family name. They were not fighting for Qi Moli's benefit, but sought to claim the advantages for themselves. Wen Zhihe refused to yield to their desires. Anything that fell into their hands would surely be squandered. Qi Mo pointed at her with a menacing glare. "Do you believe the old man can still support you? You are but a counterfeit. You learned to manipulate and curry favor with him at the age of 6, and for the past 20 years. You've been nothing more than a freeloader in the Qi household." Before Wen Zhihe could utter a word, Assistant Lin could no longer suppress his urge to intervene. "Young masters, this car was sent by President Qi for us to retrieve. Miss Zhihe initially had no intention of taking it." Silence. Qi Mo, his face contorted with rage, raised his hand and struck Lin. "I despise Qi Yutong's lapdogs." Wen Zhihe hurriedly supported Lin, narrowing her glass-like eyes, and retaliated with a sharp slap to Qi Mo's face. "Smack! Vile woman! How dare you hit me?" Qi Mo, humiliated and furious, flailed about even as security rushed to intervene. The scene erupted into chaos, with the four of them engaged in a brawl. It dawned on Qi Mo that he was no match for Wen Zhihe. "Ouch, my hand!" Wen Zhihe twisted his arm, executing a swift maneuver before tossing him over her shoulder. Qi Mo landed on the ground, arching his back in pain. Qi Yan hastily called for the bodyguards. "Are you all useless?" The Qi family bodyguards, clad in black, wore expressions of trepidation. Today, the floodwaters had surged into the Dragon King's temple. Without the fourth master's consent, they dared not lay a finger on his people. The last butler who had acted as an accomplice had been sent to the island for lunatics to scrub toilets, and it was rumored he was nearing death, a chilling tale indeed. Who would be foolish enough to provoke Wen Zhihe? She was the cherished heart of the fourth master since childhood. "Bunch of useless fools," Qi Yan scolded, helping Qi Mo to his feet. "Brother, perhaps we should let this go. This girl clearly has some skills. We can find another opportunity to deal with her." Qi Mo's eyes gleamed with malice. No one had ever dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. Next time, she would pay dearly. Wen Zhihe had a slight abrasion on her wrist, inflicted by Qi Mo's diamond-studded earring. Meanwhile, Assistant Lin had developed a bruise at the corner of his eye. Many bystanders were already recording videos. After all, it was a rarity to witness a stunning beauty triumphing over men in a physical altercation. Furthermore, given Wen Zhihe's modest fame, the video was bound to go viral. "I knew this car would bring trouble," Wen Zhihe muttered as she contemplated calling Qi Yutong. From the crowd emerged a lewd man with a protruding belly. His oily face resembled that of a pig, and his proximity made Wen Zhihe feel nauseous, prompting her to step back a meter. "Miss Zhihe, is it truly you, Li?" Wen Zhihe recognized him not only for his repugnant appearance, but also because Qin Yihuan had once complained to her about this man's lecherous hands having touched her thigh. Li Hong was oblivious to Wen Zhihe's inner turmoil. She wished she could sever his hand. "TSK, little Zhihe, you possess quite the skill. That slender waist. soft as water, yet filled with such strength, truly exhilarating. He refrained from directly expressing his lascivious thoughts, given the multitude of onlookers. Wen Zhihe regarded his leering eyes, which struggled to remain open, barely resembling slits. Feeling a wave of revulsion, she thought, "Stay out of this, or I shall avenge my friend along with myself." The sight of this corpulent pig falling would surely cause a seismic upheaval. However, Li Hong held a different perspective. He believed that if even the Qi family could bully Wen Zhihe, this woman was clearly at her wit's end. His gaze unabashedly roamed over her delicate figure. The tailored short skirt clung to her voluptuous figure, evoking a myriad of thoughts, while her fair, luminous calves bore several faint red marks. It was undeniably suggestive. Li Hong swallowed hard, captivated by the sight. This girl was both spicy and wild, far more enticing than the frigid Qinhuan, and he felt a strong urge to tame her. Overcome by lust, Li Hong reached out to caress her slender waist, only to be thwarted by Assistant Lin's intervention. "President Li, please maintain decorum." Li Hong paid him no heed, his gaze fixated on Wen Zhihe's exquisite face. "Little seedling, I am a well-known figure in Jiangqing. Now that you've lost the Qi family's support, it's the perfect time to seek a better refuge. Come with me. I am affluent, with properties and a grand villa that you desire. A beauty like you should not be wasted on other men. Come and wreak havoc in my life instead. I'll take you out, give you prestige, shower you with affection daily. What do you say?" Wen Zhihe, suppressing waves of disgust, brushed past him and retorted mockingly. "Am I a calamity for you? If you were even remotely attractive, I would sell you off to Africa to mine coal. You think you can elevate my status? People would think I'm parading a monkey around. You foolish gorilla." Li Hong's blood pressure surged at her insults. "Such a beautiful mouth of yours. Yet you smear it with poison instead of honey? Don't blame me if I decide to cherish you, even if it costs me dearly." Qi Mo and Qi Yin were thoroughly entertained, speculating that Li Hong's anger might escalate to violence. As Li Hong's hefty hand swung, a glass cup flew through the air, striking his head with precision. A pained scream escaped him as he clutched his bleeding scalp, shock rippling through the room. Turning back in astonishment, Wen Zhihe froze at the sight of Qi Yuding, who approached like a deity, the world around him falling silent. The evening sun reflected off the glass walls as he lifted his long lashes, his piercing black eyes fixed on the prostrate Li Hong. His voice, devoid of warmth, cut through the tension. "Who dared to touch me? Fourth Master, it wasn't me." Li Hong scrambled to his feet, only to be met with a punch that sent him crashing onto the hood of a luxury car. Frightened, Qi Mo and Qi Yin fled in a panic, their movements akin to racing against death. "Oh no, why is my uncle here?" they exclaimed. "And don't think he'll go easy on you just because you're his nephew." Qi Mo collided with the glass, while Qi Yin hurried to assist him. "I truly thank you. If you perish, it would be a foolish demise." Qi Yuding, ignoring them, suddenly lowered his gaze to Wen Zhihe, swiftly assessing her condition. Noticing her disheveled hair and a small cut on her delicate wrist, his expression tightened. "Did he hurt you?" Wen Zhihe pointed at the foaming Li Hong. "He touched me." "What?" The warmth in the man's eyes turned icy in an instant. Wen Zhihe intended to clarify that he had touched her friend's leg, but it was too late. The atmosphere thickened with an ominous aura of impending violence that enveloped the entire establishment. Li Hong was dragged into a lounge, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from within, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The security personnel and bodyguards silently ushered away the irrelevant individuals from the scene, instructing them to delete the recorded videos, and then lined up at the entrance. They dared not utter a word, nor did they exchange glances. The young waitress trembled as she tended to Wen Zhihe's wounds, offering charming band-aids and Blue Mountain coffee biscuits, all the while trying to console Wen Zhihe, despite her own terror nearly causing her to wet herself. "Miss Zhihe, you were frightened? I'm so sorry." Wen Zhihe and Assistant Lin sipped their coffee, listening to Li Hong's heart-wrenching cries diminish into silence. Their eyes briefly met before quickly averting. "Today is truly a calamity," Assistant Lin murmured, seemingly lost in thought. "Miss Zhihe, you must never betray President Qi. The consequences could be dire, akin to what happened to President Lee, coughing. Wen Zhihe instinctively clutched her heart. Assistant Lin blinked twice and added, but he met his demise on the ground, whereas you would meet yours in bed. Are you truly destined to be buried in the Qi family graveyard? Chapter 36. Look, I won't let you fall for him. The door to the lounge swung open. Qi Yuding emerged, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smoke curling languidly into the air. Blood stained his knuckles as he cast a cold glance at Assistant Lin, his expression devoid of warmth, commanding him to clear away the debris. Assistant Lin quickly signaled to the bodyguards and dialed for emergency services. He also called the elder to inform him, lest the news overwhelm his heart, while planning to address Qi Mo and Qi Yin later. Understood. Assistant Lin's dedication burned bright at that moment. As Wen Zhihe accepted the remote control and insurance document from the waitress, she was suddenly lifted off her feet. Before she could gasp, she found herself in a warm embrace, permeated by the scent of tobacco. The others remained as silent as statues, their hearts racing with 100 exclamations. Wen Zhihe was seated in the passenger seat of a new car. The man leaned closer, maintaining his hold on her, his dark eyes fixated on her delicate legs, suddenly feeling parched. A slight smile graced his lips. Would it be all right if you wore pants next time we go out? Wen Zhihe blinked in surprise, ready to protest. She had worn stockings that morning, only for him to tear them apart. What will you do about it? She retorted. His gaze lingered on her flushed cheeks, his eyes darkening with intensity. The morning's events replayed in both their minds. Their breaths became erratic, emotions swelling in their eyes. Boss, you all should head home. I'll handle things here. Assistant Lin's voice jolted them back to reality, prompting Qi Yuding to straighten up and move to the driver's seat, a smile dancing in his eyes throughout. As for the new car, I'll give it a once-over. Starting tomorrow, you'll need to get accustomed to it alone. Wen Zhihe nodded, her eyes bright. I need to inform my parents, she began. You needn't worry about anything. I've prepared all the essentials, including clothing. I only need to assist you with moving in. Wen Zhihe thought to herself, this moving in part is truly ruthless. Qi Yuding started the car, executing a dramatic drift onto the road. Let me update my family, she said, pulling out her phone and opening the group chat titled Sharing Blessings and Troubles. Beginning to type. He meow. Dad, Mom, I have started living in the company dormitory today. Su Jiao was busy with the flower shop, while Wen Shiming was preoccupied with finding a storefront and renovations, both overwhelmed with their tasks, so they readily agreed without a second thought. Only one person, idly practicing the guitar, returned a call. Sister, are you moving into the large house arranged by your boss? Have you given up on Ningzhan? Yielded to the capitalists? When Zhihe turned her face away, unsure of how to explain to the younger person that it was merely her sister's youthful folly, an impossible aspiration. Moreover, her boss was as fearsome as the Grim Reaper. Escape was not an option. After all, her sister was destined to star in major productions, and the hardware could not be too rudimentary. The luxurious residence assigned by her boss was a privilege not to be squandered. Qi Yuding glanced at her with a deepening smile. All right then. Wen Zhihe hung up the phone with a sigh, lamenting to her online friends. In the end, my sister sacrificed love for the sake of our family. Noticing Wen Zhihe had finished the call, Qi Yuding teasingly asked, am I truly that terrifying? Wen Zhihe could not help but vent. You are like a devil. Once I fall into your grasp, I cannot move nor escape. If that's the case, you might as well just end me. Qi Yuding's gaze suddenly darkened, his fingers gripping the steering wheel, turning pale. I will end you, he declared with unwavering resolve. He seemed off. What if they couldn't resonate? The car sped back to the Sunlight 10-meter, a premier affluent district with only a few rare villas situated far apart, essentially devoid of neighbors. Each villa stood 3 stories tall, featuring a distinctive top-floor loft with a transparent roof measuring 10 meters long and 8 meters wide, ensuring complete privacy. Just as Qi Yuding parked in a private garage, Wen Zhihe's phone rang again. Frowning slightly, another man? Wen Zhihe chuckled and tapped his forehead, Mr. Devil. This isn't a man, it's Huan Huan. Only then did Qi Yuding smile, lifting her from the car. Qi Huan was out of town purchasing cosmetics and wished to join in a group order. Wen Zhihe wriggled in the man's embrace. finding a comfortable position before speaking into the phone with a voice that dripped with sweetness. Meow. Qi Yuding paused, narrowing his eyes, his tongue brushing against his teeth. Wen Zhihe was accustomed to greeting Qin Yihuan this way, oblivious to the rising temperature of Qi Yuding. Have you run out of eyeshadow? Qin Yihuan inquired, selecting cosmetics. Wen Zhihe replied with a smile, Not yet, but I've run out of blush. Qi Yuding gently placed her on a soft leather sofa, his throat dry as he licked his lips. He longed to hear her mimic a cat once more, to find a rope to bind her to the bed, allowing her to meow to her heart's content. The woman was engrossed in conversation, her expressions rich and endearing. Qi Yuding turned to the smart water dispenser, pouring a glass of warm water and handing it to her, before filling a cup for himself. After taking a sip, he continued to listen to Wen Zhihe on the phone. Her voice was sweet and tinged with shyness. 10-2. What? Qi Yuding suddenly sputtered water onto the immaculate floor tiles. Wen Zhihe was startled, glancing at him, her eyes widening in confusion. Aren't you an adult? Can't you even drink water properly? Qi Yuding experienced a rare moment of embarrassment as he unexpectedly found himself splashing water in front of a girl. The unusual shyness that adorned his countenance contrasted sharply with the nonchalant demeanor of the woman responsible for his discomposure, who casually draped a leg over a cushion while continuing her phone conversation. "Oh, this is so delicious. I must have a whole one," exclaimed the woman. Qi Yuding's bewilderment was palpable. What on earth is so delectable? A whole one? Is this a topic for casual conversation? Is this how other girls behave? In any case, the girl in his household was indeed extraordinary. Such wildness was simply unprecedented. His breath grew heavy, barely able to suppress the wild beast stirring within him. Finally, when Zhihe concluded her call with Qin Yihuan, who had just inquired whether they should take advantage of a promotion on their long-favored blush. After providing the color codes and quantities, she added a strawberry-flavored lip balm to her order, knowing that its sweet scent was a favorite of Qi Yuding, prompting her to repurchase it. Pondering Qi Yuding's whereabouts, she was startled by the sound of running water from the bathroom. Had he begun his bath this early? It made sense, after all. Having been splattered with the scent of blood, a wash was indeed warranted. After a brief period of scrolling through her phone, she received a friend request. "Hello, I am Ningzhan." Her pupils dilated, and she hurriedly accepted. Hesitating over what to type, she edited her message several times, ultimately settling on a simple "hello." Before she could send it, a reply arrived. "Don't be nervous for tomorrow's audition. I'll be there and will guide you through it." Quickly, she deleted the two extraneous words and responded, "Okay, thank you, Brother Jean." Then, in a fit of exhilaration, she tossed her phone aside and leapt up to dance gracefully in the living room. Jean actively added me as a friend. La la la. In the dream within a dream of the dreamer in my dreams. Upon opening the door, Qi Yuding was captivated by the melodious sounds emanating from the living room. There stood the girl, jubilantly singing and dancing, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush and a sweet dimple gracing her lips. When Zhihe appeared to be reliving the days spent in her dormitory, exuberantly celebrating her favorite idol, exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing." Qi Yuding mistakenly believed she was praising him, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The beast he had just restrained threatened to emerge once more. He gazed at her soft figure, his eyes sparkling with mirth, and quietly retreated to the upstairs bedroom, loosening the ties of his robe to reveal his sculpted abs, his tone carrying a hint of danger. "Just wait. I shall enchant you." Chapter 37. Help. Who is really coaxing whom? After a wave of excitement, when Zhihe embarked on another adventure, exploring her new house, she could not help but marvel at its exquisite beauty. The first floor exuded a luxurious, dark ambience, while the second floor showcased her beloved gray-pink hues, radiating warmth and romance. The third floor was an attic, but as night fell, she hesitated to ascend alone. After a brief tour, a chilling thought struck her, recalling the recent film that disappeared her. A shiver ran down her spine. "Qi Yuding, where are you? I have no money. Please don't harm me." Finally, she discovered that the bathroom on the second floor was closed. The man remained silent inside, oblivious to her presence. Ding! A notification chimed on Wen Zhihe's phone. revealing a video sent by him. Curiosity piqued. She clicked to open it. In the video, Zhi Yuting has just emerged from the shower. His well-defined 8-pack abs glistening with moisture, his shoulders broad and waist narrow, draped only in a white towel. Water droplets cling to his hair, and his delicate, fair face draws near to the screen. Suddenly, he flashes a captivating smile. His deep, resonant voice teases her eardrums. Do you like it? Wen Zhihe instinctively glances down. With her slightly flushed face, she tumbles onto the bed, her heart racing and ears warming. He knows how to master visual allure, and the filming angle surpasses that of many fitness influencers. Unable to resist, she watches the video again, scrutinizing it for a while. Suddenly, she stands up with determination. She resolves to snatch the towel from this enchanting figure. Yet, a wave of dizziness strikes her. Her nose feels warm, and when she touches it, it's damp. Absurdly, in her excitement, she has started to nosebleed. Wen Zhihe helplessly tilts her head back, gazing at the opulent chandelier above. The corners of her mouth twitch. Indeed, official allure is most potent. Oh, Wen Zhihe, why must you be so lecherous? Zhi Yuting waits for a while, but when Wen Zhihe does not come rushing to him, a hint of disappointment settles in his heart. He had admired his own sculpted physique in the mirror, and the video was flawless. How could it not entice this passionate girl? He refuses to believe it. As he opens the door, he finds her holding her nose, a tissue soaked with blood. Brother, help me, it's bad. Zhi Yuting feels a mix of anger and concern. Look at your pitiful state, he exclaims, his brows knitting together as he strides over, swiftly lifting her and gently placing her back on the bed. The custom mattress is soft yet supportive, allowing her to relax momentarily. Wen Zhihe hadn't anticipated being so weak. After years of nurturing her composure while lurking on various websites, she had seen countless chiseled abs without ever tasting them. Who would have thought she would crumble in the presence of her own man? She gazes at Zhi Yuting's chiseled chest, the lines smooth, and can't help but teasingly poke at it with her fingertip. But it's unyielding. Zhi Yuting watches her restless fingers, his previously stoic gaze now tinged with danger. He fixes his eyes on her, his voice low and whispering. Compliment me again. Huh? She stammers, perplexed. You're so amazing, he reminds her. It dawns on Wen Zhihe that he is reacting to her praise of her idol, and it stirs a pang of jealousy within him. Well, he is possessive. A little coaxing will suffice. She blinks her fox-like eyes, her brown irises cautiously observing him. You see, bleeding for you is a true expression of emotion. Zhi Yuting chuckles, gripping her chin and feigning discontent. Have you ever bled for another man? Wen Zhihe's mind stalls for 3 seconds. She hastily shakes her head. She hasn't even had a runny nose, let alone a nosebleed. Zhi Yuting feels a wave of relief and laughs, revealing his pristine, even teeth. What a sin. That charming smile paired with his bare torso is irresistibly seductive. Wen Zhihe feels warmth in her nose again. The blood that had just stopped begins to flow anew. Zhi Yuting hurriedly handed her another tissue, suppressing his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. Take it easy. Soon, your brother will make you well, all right? Make me well. How? She questioned, confusion evident in her voice. What remedy could possibly exist? Wen Zhihe's pale complexion gradually flushed a rosy hue, accompanied by a trickle of nosebleed, resembling a character from a whimsical tale. Observing her bashful yet flustered expression, Zhi Yuting's lips curled into a gentle smile as he tenderly embraced her. Her body softened against his chest, warmth enveloping them both. He took her small hand and encircled her arms around his waist, feeling his innocent gesture. Wen Zhihe tightened her embrace around his slender waist, secretly relieved. Was this what it meant to be comforted? Suddenly, she heard his low voice from above. In the future, don't share everything with your girlfriends. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wen Zhihe's eyes. He trembled slightly. I didn't expect you to enjoy eating so much. Wen Zhihe tilted her head back to meet his gaze, captivated by the handsome line of his jaw. What I like to eat. Zhi Yuting swallowed hard, pulling her back into his embrace, concealing his own flushed face. My dear Zhihe is the sweetest and most obedient. Help! Who is truly comforting whom? She admitted to herself that she relished his words. I'll prepare some warm water for you, all right? he suggested, tactfully changing the subject. Wen Zhihe recalled the injury on her wrist and nodded obediently. The massive bathtub filled with fragrant milk, and she turned to him in surprise. "Did you prepare this for me?" Kai Yuting lowered his head to help her out of her top, the dark depths of his eyes appearing even more profound in the dim light. "I can manage on my own. You have an injury on your hand." He quickly found an excuse. "It's not the first time I've helped you bathe." When Zhihe felt her face burn with embarrassment, unable to escape the situation. Previously, during their bathing sessions, she had been in a daze, but facing him soberly and openly today was overwhelmingly shy. She turned away, her breath slightly unsteady. "You wait outside." "No way. You just had a nosebleed. How can I not worry?" Feeling flustered, Wen Zhihe quickly closed her eyes, clutching her chest. Her dress fell to the ground. He bent down to lift the fragrant, soft girl and placed her into the foamy embrace of the milk-scented bath, gently resting her bandaged hand on the edge of the tub. When Zhihe heard his footsteps retreating and thought he had left, she suddenly opened her eyes, gasping for breath. To her surprise, he merely stepped out to fetch a small first aid kit before returning. Was he planning to change her dressing? Lowering his gaze to her porcelain face, now tinged with a lovely blush, and her neck submerged in the delicate foam, she appeared like a docile little lamb. Her eyes were fixed on him, earnest and attentive. Despite seeing nothing, Kai Yuting observed this scene, pondering if she truly found him so irresistible. Chapter 38. Drunk and almost drowned. The blush at the corners of her eyes became the most captivating allure in his vision. It seemed to possess a magical charm that bewitched him, drawing him into a surreal realm where a little enchantress was approaching him, gazing at him with enchanting, soulful eyes. She traversed a vast expanse of pristine snow, ultimately discovering a castle aglow with the warmth of a crackling fireplace, embracing the comforting heat with fervor. With her eyes closed, she danced within the castle's walls. Lost in the moment, a prince called out to her, his voice melodious. He gently cupped her chin, and with an irresistible grace they shared a kiss, entwined in each other's presence, ascending to the castle's highest point. Through tear-drenched eyes, Wen Zhihe's lashes fluttered like a butterfly pursued, flustered and panicked. Too young, too yearning, too overwhelming. Qi Yutong unconsciously tilted his head back, his entire being taut with intensity. At the Qi residence, the autumn night began to grow chilly. An old master Qi had attempted to call Qi Yutong several times, only to be met with silence. That rascal, lost once again in the embrace of that woman, his trusted assistant, Uncle Qin, offered him a light jacket, hesitating to speak. "Speak your mind." The old man glared. "Have you uncovered something?" After a brief pause, Uncle Qin reported earnestly, "Chairman, we have reviewed all of the fourth master as personal expenses and bank transactions, and there are no signs of him keeping a mistress." "What? Is he deceiving me?" The old man banged his cane, the sound echoing through the room. Uncle Qin's gaze flickered. "Well, he has transferred sizable amounts to Miss Zhihe over the past month." Upon hearing this, the old man nearly struck him with the cane. "Is it your so-called clue? That living allowance was given on my orders for Hihi. Otherwise, who else would he be spending his money on? He has no wife, no children." Wait, children? Qi Yutong had indeed mentioned children. That day, in a fit of anxiety over a lost child, his tone was too earnest to be fabricated. The old man adjusted his coat, feeling an inexplicable wave of worry. "Is Li Hong's rescue effective? Where did that rascal wander off to?" Uncle Qin replied, truthfully. "Assistant Lin is handling the aftermath. Li Hong must wait through the 24-hour critical period. He remains unconscious, so it is uncertain." He paused, observing the old man's expression before continuing. The fourth master drove Miss Zhihe's new car and took her back to 10-meter sunshine. The old man's eyes widened in shock. Because of Li Hong's lechery, that scoundrel had nearly beaten someone to death. Did he not fear for her life? Why did he lose his reason whenever it came to He? 2 seconds later, the old man shook his head. "With He settled in that place, I feel reassured. Visiting her will be more convenient." Uncle Qin quickly responded with a warm smile. "Miss Zhihe is so beautiful. How can we trust her to live outside the third ring? Has Jiang Fu made any advances recently?" "Indeed, he has been sending gifts and flowers, pursuing her diligently. That is good. After much consideration, his family background stands out, and he genuinely cares for Zhihe. Plus his mother is easy to get along with. Indeed, the Jiang family is simple-minded. The old man stroked his graying beard as he strolled into the garden, pondering. This household feels too desolate. If only the fourth had a son or daughter. How wonderful that would be. Lost in thought, he found himself reluctant to return indoors. Come, let us visit his villa. Perhaps the woman he supports requires no financial assistance from him, and the bank statements cannot be entirely trusted. Uncle Qin remarked, the likelihood of that is exceedingly slim. How can one maintain a woman and a child without spending money? That would be sheer folly. Their family spends thousands merely to visit the ocean park. In the warm glow of the sun, Wen Zhihe languidly reclined in the bathtub. The only sound filling her ears was the deep, husky voice of the man beside her, tenderly calling her name. The bathroom was enveloped in fragrant bubbles, the water in the tub already reduced to a mere half. She had kissed his soft lips, only to be captured again by his passionate embrace. My dear, you love me so deeply. I must love you even more. The elder and Uncle Qin arrived at Qi Yutong's villa. Observing the darkened little house, they exchanged glances. Perhaps Fourth Master is working late or entertaining guests. The elder dialed his number again. On the second attempt, Qi Yutong was carrying Wen Zhihe up the stairs, clad in a black shirt, carelessly buttoned at the collar. He exuded a potent aura of unspent masculinity. The woman draped over his shoulder was enveloped in a thin, absorbent bathrobe, appearing delicate and vulnerable. Qi Yutong glanced at his phone and answered. On the other end, the elder sounded like a weary father who had finally caught up with his child, berating him. Where have you been? I've called you so many times. Qi Yutong frowned slightly as he continued his ascent, replying in a languid tone. I nearly drowned in the bathtub. What? The elder inquired, perplexed. Were you intoxicated and nearly drowned? Where are you? Qi Yutong was about to reveal his location when Wen Zhihe gently patted his back, signaling him to remain silent. A sense of frustration welled up within him as he coolly replied, I'm out socializing. Having a good time. You should go to sleep early. The elder, having heard only a young woman's voice and no other disturbances, remarked, You are lying. You are with that woman, aren't you? Qi Yutong carefully set her down on the double rocking chair in the loft and sat beside her, the chair swaying gently. He could still hear the elder's incessant chatter. With his fair fingers entwined in her dark hair, he felt the silky strands flowing through his fingers. Wen Zhihe leaned against his shoulder, the tranquil atmosphere calming her demeanor as she listened attentively to the faint sounds from the phone. A sense of guilt began to stir within her. Qi Yutong sensed her fingers tightly gripping the fabric of his shirt, indicating her apprehension. Suddenly, he spoke impatiently into the phone. All right, Dad. The girl I like will surely meet your approval. Then tell me, what does she look like? What is her name? Do you truly have a child together? Qi Yutong rubbed his temples, locking eyes with Wen Zhihe. His tone cautious, he probed, Dad, have you had a follow-up on your heart condition recently? The elder persisted. I'm doing well. Now tell me. Qi Yutong's eyes flickered. Then you must brace yourself for the truth. A sense of suffocation reverberated through the airwaves. The elder gentleman clutched his chest, gazing at the luxury cars that occasionally swept past outside the window. Suddenly, he flung open the car door and stepped out, only to close it again, avoiding both the driver and Uncle Qin. He shifted his phone to the other ear, speaking with earnest gravity. As long as she is not Zhihe, I bear no grudge against any other girl. Qi Yutong's breath caught in his throat. The elder continued to clarify. I know I shouldn't be overly concerned, but I just wanted to give you a gentle reminder. I cannot afford to lose face. Qi Yutong tilted his head back, his throat tightening, his pupils enveloped by a profound darkness. His black eyes seemed almost to merge with the starry sky above. Chapter 39. The sweet marks of love. When Zhihe faintly heard the elder's words, a pang of discomfort tightening her heart. Was this his reason for seeking her out? Qi Yutong's expression hardened as he spoke fiercely into the phone. When did I ever let you lose face? I may have lost quite a few on the streets. Would you care to try? The elder fell silent, for among his 4 sons, it was indeed the youngest who resembled a true son. The eldest wished for his demise, while the second and third would only return to mourn after his passing. Only the youngest, though disobedient and uncontrollable, possessed both capability and filial piety. He would utter the harshest words while providing the most comfortable twilight years in Jiangxin. In his earlier years, the youngest had also started from the grassroots, enduring high-intensity work day after day. He remembered the oppression he faced from his elder brother when he first joined the group. For someone who had been raised in privilege, with an acute sense of cleanliness and high standards, sharing living quarters and meals with factory workers without a word of complaint was remarkable. Reflecting on this, the elder could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Like a child who had committed a misdeed, his voice softened with a hint of guilt. "I fear you might act foolishly. I have never been clearer." Qi Yuding angrily hung up the phone, fearing that the elder's gnarled tongue might utter words that could wound the young lady's heart. He glanced down at the girl nestled in his arms. She gazed up at the starry sky, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if the entire cosmos had descended into her gaze. She looked like a painting. In their childhood, they enjoyed sitting together on the swing set, looking at the stars in the same manner. She would often beg to borrow his phone after a while, and he, with an indulgent yet reproachful touch, would adjust her head to face the right direction. "Count the stars above, and I shall let you play with my phone." With a face full of despair, she pointed to the brightest planet in the sky, Venus, pouting like a spoiled child. "That one must be you, so bright and cold. How conceited." Yet at this moment, she smiled slightly, saying nothing at all. He parted his thin lips. "Did you hear that?" Wen Zhihe turned her face towards him, her eyes shimmering with a delicate mist of affection, her voice hoarse. She shook her head, claiming she had heard nothing. Qi Yuding's heart sank, increasingly convinced that she had indeed heard him. A wave of anxiety surged within him. Had he known it would come to this, he ought to have taken the initiative to clarify his intentions on the day of the family banquet, explicitly stating his desire to pursue Wen Zhihe. However, the old man had just lost his granddaughter, whom he had nurtured for over a decade. He was still in a daze. To broach such a topic amidst such grief and joy might have sent the elder into a fit. Qi Yuding held the girl tightly in his embrace, resting his chin against her hair, which was sweetly infused with the scent of milk. His lips parted slightly, murmuring, "Do not be afraid. There is nothing beyond my capabilities." M.H.M. Wen Zhihe undoubtedly believed him. Throughout her life, he had been a godlike presence, invulnerable and unyielding. She was confident that he would manage everything concerning the Qi family, including the distribution of shares. As she listened to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, she nestled her cheek against his chest and, utterly fatigued, closed her eyes. In a moment, drowsiness enveloped her, and her voice became ethereal. "You know, among all the stars, none shine as brightly as you." Qi Yuding was momentarily taken aback, his heartbeat faltering. Gazing down at her adorable sleeping face, her soft brows and eyes resembled those of an innocent child, while her tender lips, slightly swollen, resembled a tempting cherry. She was lost in her dreams, gently brushing her lips against his. "Why did you come to my room that day?" A heated kiss from him landed on her ear. "Because someone told me you were waiting for me." "Did you really believe that?" Her question seemed to displease him slightly. His gaze darkened. "Of course I believed it. I shouldn't have let you go that day." The following day, Wen Zhihe awakened on the grand bed. Glancing at the time and alarm, it was nearly too late. "That scoundrel brother didn't even wake me." She hurriedly got up to wash and groom herself. Her phone was inundated with messages, mostly from group chats, leaving her no time to peruse them. She caught a glimpse of a message from Qi Yuding. "Aunt Lu has arrived and made your favorite breakfast. Remember to eat." Aunt Lu had previously been the caretaker at the Qi residence, well acquainted with her dietary preferences and daily routines. Qi Yuding had actually summoned her? Such ostentation was indeed characteristic of him. Wen Zhihe curled her lips into a smile and replied, "You didn't wake me before leaving. I'm already late." At that moment, Qi Yuding was en route to Madman Island with Assistant Lin. He glanced at the message, reluctant to admit that he actually did not want her to audition. He internally resisted the thought of her acting intimately with another. However, he could not go back on his word to the girl, for she despised insincerity. Moreover, this opportunity could potentially catapult her to fame. While Qi Yuding hesitated with his phone in hand, Assistant Lin had already begun to surreptitiously interpret his inner thoughts. Qi Yuding typed out a message, Are you truly going to film with Ningxian? Assistant Lin translated. Baby, I regret it. Shi Yuding replied. Then you must be cautious. Assistant Lin interpreted. Don't get too involved with him. I might go mad. Shi Yuding continued. I will return to the company to wait for you after I finish my matters. Assistant Lin thought. If you don't return to the company on time, I won't spare you. I will make you cry. Just as the assistant was secretly reveling in the improvement of his translation skills, a sudden sharp pain struck the back of his head. He had been caught. Boss. Have mercy. Shi Yuding tucked away his phone, glaring coldly at the hapless assistant. You not only peeked, but nearly pressed your eyes against my phone screen. Are you seeking death? The assistant's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Lin, the assistant, rubbed the back of his head, a foolish grin on his face as he retrieved his glasses from his bag, having forgotten to wear his contact lenses upon waking. It was evident that he was somewhat visually impaired. Shi Yuding, however, coldly doused his enthusiasm. Lin dare not retort, merely smiling along, thinking how delightful it was to witness the interaction between his boss and the boss's wife. Shi Yuding, having just calmed down, slightly curled the corners of his lips and prompted, Care to elaborate? Lin eagerly translated, Please, do share. I am all ears. The perceptive Lin was brimming with confidence, ready to fuel his boss's lavish sports car. It's just so sweet. The boss's wife spoiled him right upon waking, which indicates she had a restful night. As Shi Yuding listened, images of Wen Zhihe pampering him in a bathtub played in his mind. Lin noticed his boss deeply immersed in an untranslatable reverie, his entire being seemingly enchanted, even the corners of his eyes betraying a trace of romantic bliss. How embarrassing, Lin thought. His boss looked utterly infatuated. Chapter 40. They are merely my ordinary crowd. Lin felt a surge of envy and resentment, reminiscing about the joyful moments with his ex-girlfriend, and he twisted open a bottle of mineral water, his throat parched. Just as he was about to drink, Shi Yuding suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy. Startled, Lin hastily resealed the bottle. Goodness, at this rate, he would eventually meet his demise. The boss remained the same, but he had mastered the art of changing his demeanor in an instant. One moment he was as gentle as a spring breeze, the next, he demanded one S-head on a platter. Have you joined the group Jiang Fu mentioned? Shi Yuding coldly scrutinized Lin's phone. Lin's mind raced to process the question. After 3 seconds, he shook his head in confusion. No, that group is filled with affluent heirs. What would I, with pants bought by my ex-girlfriend, even do there? I'd be kicked out to the desert to plant trees. Seems your ex-girlfriend understands targeted poverty alleviation, specifically in the realm of undergarments, Shi Yuding quipped, his expression grave as he regarded Lin. Is the group comprised entirely of men, like Jiang Fu? Pretty much. Although young Jiang has somewhat more taste, women pursue him, while he has only ever pursued Jia. Realizing he had misspoken, Lin fell into an immediate silence, feeling the weight of his words. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. His boss was worried about his girlfriend entering a dubious circle, fearing she might be influenced negatively. Moreover, the group was filled with men, and men inevitably discuss women among themselves. Boss, are you suggesting I should join the group? Lin inquired. Shi Yuding leaned back, his long legs crossed in a languid pose. No, you need to find a way to have Jiang Fu invite me into the group. Is your condition persistent? It's quite peculiar, Lin mused. Wen Zhihe was already in the car, opening a chat with her close friends, inundated with messages, all from Xiao Xiao, who was exuding confidence. Xiao Xiao, my doctor. Gu is too innocent. I hinted wildly for him to stay over, my eyes practically fluttering like playing cards, and he actually asked me if my eyes were uncomfortable, then went downstairs to buy me eye drops. Xiao Xiao, what is even more absurd is, he is surprisingly learning the art of touching his girlfriend for the first time. Oh, how I wish to take charge and personally instruct him. Ha! Xiao Xiao, linked to a Risku photo of a male influencer, Huan Huan, and at 5:21 a.m., you began your lamentations in the group? Are you aware that this hour renders me most vulnerable? Even if you share 10 handsome men, I cannot muster the energy. Huan Huan, unless you stream a live segment of Siyi and Xiao Humiao in the throes of passion. Wen Zhihe quietly scrolled through the messages, merely smiling as she replied with a 6. Ever since she started dating Chi Yuding, her desire to click on suggestive videos has waned. Recalling last night, Chi Yuding's elongated, slightly flushed neck tilted back slightly, his narrow eyes tightly shut, heavy breaths escaping him, his Adam's apple rhythmically bobbing, every muscle taut as he growled her name. In that moment, he was captivating, enchanting, utterly sensual, a visual feast beyond compare. This has elevated Wen Zhihe's aesthetic standards to dizzying heights, rendering other men as mere planes in comparison. She played the video Chi Yuding recorded yesterday on mute, feeling increasingly proud. Just as she clicked to share it, she quickly retracted. No, Chi Yuding belongs to her alone. No one else shall appreciate him. In the group chat, and Xiao Xiao sent a confused emoji. Meow. Click by mistake. Hurry and catch up on sleep. Huan. Meow, are you trying to show off 360 degrees? Be careful not to drink your milk tea without a straw, or sleep with a man without protection, or run a red light without a license. Wen Zhihe. Huan is so irritable. It must be because she didn't sleep well with Jiangyu. Looking at the men-s group, she ignored them after Jiangfu added her. It was too noisy. She needed to enable Do Not Disturb mode. Yet, she noticed a new gray reminder in the chat box. Chi Yuding joined the group? What did he possibly want? He.s. always busy. Is he simply seeking the air conditioning from this gathering of scoundrels? Miss Zhihe, we're nearing the set, the driver reminded. Wen Zhihe tucked her phone away and turned on silent mode. Upon meeting her new manager, she was taken aback. Isn't this Lin Ji, Lin's assistant's girlfriend? Oh no. Excuse friend. So, Chi's own help me find you, Sister Yin. Chen Xiaoyan was dressed in a sharp, professional outfit, exuding vitality. Surprised? Thrilled? Wen Zhihe felt a weight lift from her heart. Indeed, there was nothing Chi Yuding couldn't accomplish. Even a highly esteemed manager Chen Xiaoyan was brought on board. Feeling cheerful, Wen Zhihe's voice softened. Sister Yun, it's such a pleasure to see you. Didn't you say you were going abroad? Chen Xiaoyan smiled. That was the plan, but just before boarding, Mr. Chi called me personally, offering a salary equal to what I would earn abroad. So, of course, I couldn't bear to leave. Wen Zhihe grinned mischievously as she nudged her shoulder. I see. You must be reluctant to part with Lin's assistant. Chen Xiaoyan's expression changed instantly, like a firecracker igniting. Don't mention that pesky little brother. He's more controlling than a Pacific policeman in a relationship. Wen Zhihe. Is she implying that her brother is too clingy? Upon entering the set, Ning Zhan's manager and Chen Xiaoyan were familiar faces, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly relaxed. Wen Zhihe, during her freshman year, had attended Ning Zhan's concert, where the three girls had shouted with exuberance, returning to their dormitory with hoarse voices. Overcome with excitement and insomnia, Wen Zhihe exuberantly declared her desire to perform alongside Zhan one day, and Xiao laughed at her, suggesting she should sleep and dream of anything she wished. However, Qini Huan, a firm believer, took Wen Zhihe to pray and draw lots the next day. To Wen Zhihe's dismay, she initially drew a poor fortune, prompting her to shake the lot container and draw again, this time obtaining an auspicious fortune. Reflecting upon this, Wen Zhihe realized that the Buddha was reminding her that destiny is in one's own hands. Determined, she planned to invite Qini Huan and Xiao that evening to experience the world's intricacies together. Just then, a deep, melodious male voice interrupted her thoughts. Are you nervous? Startled, Wen Zhihe turned to see Ning Zhan before her, clad in a light gray costume that exuded an ethereal charm. His slightly upturned, thin red lips and a small black mole at the corner of his eye enhanced his already alluring appearance. He resembled a nobleman, graceful and unparalleled. Stammering, Wen Zhihe Shanye. Ning Zhan looked at her, his smile warm and gentle. He leaned slightly closer, his tall, slender frame exuding a sense of comfort rather than intimidation, reminiscent of a caring older brother. Have you memorized your lines? Wen Zhihe nodded vigorously. Yes, I have. I'm sorry for being late. I'll change into my costume right away. Observing her adorable, rabbit-like demeanor, Ning Zhan lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. Just then, Yunji approached. Do you two know each other? Ning Zhan paused, then smiled. I remember her, but she may not remember me. How could she forget when she reveres you like a deity? Yunjie adjusted her black-framed glasses, her expression resembling someone who had tasted an unripe fruit. Ning Zhan raised an eyebrow. If all women worship me like a deity, then they are merely a multitude in my existence. Chen Xiaoyan choked on her drink. Ning Shizun is getting into character. What should I do? I can't understand your celestial dialogue. Soon, Wen Zhihe emerged in a flowing ethereal dress. Her waist-length hair was casually styled into a bun atop her head, her oval face adorned with rosy lips and fair skin. Standing before Ning Zhan, she resembled a newly accepted disciple, a sweet and delicate sprite, exuding an enchanting grace that left both Chen Xiaoyun and Ning Zhan awestruck. She is simply divine. The director expressed satisfaction with the pair, remarking on Qi's discerning eye as sharp as a serpent's fangs and a wasp's stinger. Poisonous. When Zhihe interjected, "Isn't the next line about the most venomous of women's hearts?" Truly, Qi Yuding had surpassed Jiang Ziya, instantly achieving a divine status. Today, they were set to perform two scenes. The first was a psychological interaction filled with subtle flirtations and glances, while the second involved combat, which posed no challenge to Ning Zhan, but primarily tested Wen Zhihe's flexibility and coordination. This is my first time portraying the leading lady in a period drama, Zhan Ge. I'll look forward to your guidance. Yin Jie cast Ning Zhan a knowing glance. Ning Zhan comprehended the situation with a knowing nod, reassured. Yet, his agent quietly leaned in to remind him, "I've heard she is merely a product of connections, having been coddled by President Qi since childhood. She shows little respect for her superiors." Ning Zhan's brow furrowed in displeasure at this remark. He retorted coldly, "What exactly does she lack in decorum? Is it that the leadership serves her food, or perhaps pours her drinks? Does she refuse to drink when offered? Or does she halt the flow of water for them? Has she even dared to disturb your family's resting place?" In Chapter 41, the parties involved are named. Party A is her, and Party B is Wen Zhihe. The agent was left speechless by Ning Zhan's rebuttal. Ning Zhan was known for his altruism, particularly in supporting diligent newcomers, earning a reputation for his good-natured temperament both within and beyond the industry. However, in the cutthroat realm of business, he was often derided by peers as a naive benefactor. His agent felt anxious for him, fearing he might suffer another setback, just as he did when he lost the chance to become the emperor of the industry. Moreover, when Zhihe possessed an innocent visage, particularly her enchanting fox-like eyes, even without makeup, her beauty was undeniable. It was no wonder Ning Zhan felt protective of her. Any man would wish to treat such a girl kindly. If she desired to wreak havoc on someone, it would surely be as simple as a flick of her finger. At that moment, Qi Yutong was preparing to board the island. Observing the group chat titled Wang Fu Trap that Jiang Fu had drawn him into, his expression darkened with each passing moment. Jiang Fu. "Welcome, newcomers. Let us applaud with flowers. Young Master Wang. Dedicating myself to Lord Qi, I shall serve until death. Please grant me a favor, my lord. I've bathed and sanitized. Young Master Liu. Young Master Wang, the casino in AO City has resumed operations. Jiangfu, gambling. Do you dare to even consider it? Aren't you afraid of losing your families? Young Master Liu. Jiangfu, I touch no poison. But surely a cigar is permissible? Would Lord Qi approve? Jiangfu. Young Master Wang. I have some uncensored films fresh out. Does Lord Qi enjoy watching? Shall we indulge together? Young Master Liu. Send me the link. I love it. Colors. Young Master Wang. It could be face swapped. Whose face would you like? Message me. Young Master Liu. I messaged you, the young one. Young Master Wang. Goodness. Are you really sending me a photo of Xiao He Miao in front of Lord Qi? You are daring indeed. Slap. Jiang Fu. You lot should perish. Conspiring against me before Lord Qi? The chat continued to erupt with such dialogues, ceaselessly. Qi Yutong's handsome visage darkened like a tarnished pot. His jaw clenched in irritation. Damn it. He must have lost his mind to join such a group. Hearing his boss's rare outburst, Assistant Lin's eyes widened in alarm. Who was about to face the wrath now? Glancing around, he noticed that Qi Yutong had brought only him and a private doctor along. The doctor's legs were already trembling. Boss, please don't toss me into the sea. I cannot swim. Upon hearing this, the doctor shouted no. Qi Yutong, The doctor handed him a prepared medical mask, earnestly advising, "Take care of yourself." Qi Yutong. Why would anyone rush to kiss someone as handsome as President Xi? There may be crazed admirers. This was the first time Assistant Lin had ventured to such a dreadful place, and he clutched Qi Yutong's waist tightly, saying, "Boss, I haven't even proposed to Yun Yun yet. I don't wish to die." Qi Yutong shot a sidelong glance at the arms wrapped around his waist, his expression darkening. "Do not touch my waist." Lin, the assistant, was taken aback and tightened his grip around the long legs, thinking this had to suffice. The doctor replied, "I need the other one." Xiao Yuding, unable to endure any longer, lifted his long leg and forcefully tossed the person aside. It was utterly exasperating. While other bosses left their homes accompanied by formidable companions, the esteemed fourth master, Qi, stepped out with a pair of imbeciles. This place was not as terrifying as imagined. Xiao Yuding strode forward, though it was the first time a girl had been abandoned here. Lin hurriedly got up to chase after him, wondering if Qi Moli would be tormented by those lunatics. Xiao Yuding paused momentarily, coldly asserting, "The old man is not so heartless. I have promised her a separate iron room." Compared to murder, psychological torment was far more dreadful. When Qi Moli was called by the security, she thought it was Gu Yin or her parents from the Qi family come to see her. Her hair was disheveled, her face a mixture of tears and laughter, resembling a wretched spirit crawling out from the shadows, sending chills down one's spine. After a struggle, Qi Moli finally managed to stand, only to find Xiao Yuding lazily turning his face towards her, exuding an aura of aloofness that made him seem unapproachable, his exquisitely sharp features intimidatingly handsome. Qi Moli never expected the visitor to be Xiao Yuding. In that moment, her faith crumbled, and she fell back onto the cement floor, muttering, "Uncle, don't kill me. Please, don't come any closer." Xiao Yuding held a burning cigarette between his distinctly knuckled fingers, his piercing, icy gaze fixed upon her. "Ah, you still recognize me," he remarked. Qi Moli knelt on the ground, sobbing and pleading, "I never intended for Wen Zhihe to die. Truly. That day, I merely wanted her to inhale some toxic fumes, so she would become a bit dim-witted or wake up with amnesia, and then she wouldn't compete with me. I was monitoring the time. Online said that if rescue occurred within 10 minutes, there would be no threat to life. I didn't anticipate you would come to save her. Uncle, you are so biased towards her. Upon hearing you were here, my mind went blank, and I just wanted to escape." Her tears mixed with snot and mud, resembling a shabby, dirt-streaked doll. Xiao Yuding narrowed his eyes, his tone devoid of emotion. "I am here to ask you one thing today. Do you wish to live?" She was stunned for a few seconds. "Yes, of course I want to live. I don't want to stay here for even a second longer." Every day, crazed individuals passed by her window, intruding with lewd grins, sometimes suddenly battering at her door, thrusting in heads that resembled zombies. In less than a month, she had been terrified to the point of losing her humanity, having soiled her pants countless times. Despite her long wait, her fiancé had never come to see her, and even her biological parents and brother treated her like trash, leaving her in this wretched place. "Uncle, I will change once I get out." Qi Moli pushed aside her straw-like hair, revealing her filthy face and desperate eyes. "I miss home. I miss the old home." Xiao Yuding flicked the ash from his cigarette, his jaw slightly raised. The security personnel promptly entered to assist her, escorting her to the medical room. Shortly after, the doctor emerged to report that they had arrived in time, and her condition was not serious. Lin immediately retrieved documents from his bag. Xiao Yuding took the papers and turned to enter the medical room. Qi Moli's face turned ashen as she hugged herself, staring at the polished shoes that came into her view. Before long, those shoes were obscured by a stack of documents. As the chilling voice of Qi Yuding resonated from above, he stated, "Sign it, and you may choose to study abroad or marry into the Gu family." Qi Moli's trembling hand lifted to behold the words, "Equity Transfer Agreement." The principal party was her name, while the secondary party was Wen Zhihe. Qi Moli gazed at Qi Yuding in disbelief. "Uncle, I am your own niece." "I am aware," replied the man in an indifferent tone. "Then why would you transfer the Qi family's equity to an outsider? Do you comprehend the significance of the Qi family's 10%? It equates to the division of dozens of subsidiaries. I am fully aware, he affirmed. Chi Moli felt utterly despondent. Even if I consented, neither my father nor the Gu family would agree. Chi Yuding extinguished his cigarette, casting the smoldering but onto the dust-laden concrete floor, where it was swiftly crushed beneath his polished shoe. By the time they agree, you may already be dead, he remarked coolly. Chi Moli gasped, her eyes widening in terror. Chi Yuding loomed above her. You may ponder further, but I shall not return. A shiver coursed through Chi Moli's body. She understood all too well that Chi Yuding was not jesting. Her biological parents, who favored sons over daughters, bore no affection for her and would remain indifferent to her fate. They were solely driven by self-interest. Should she perish as a consequence, it would merely add another grave to the Chi family cemetery. Remaining here any longer would drive her to madness, if not death. Chi Moli bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely signed her name. I wish to travel abroad to clear my mind. At that moment, Chi Yuding's phone chimed. He lazily retrieved it to find a photo sent by Chen Xiaoyan. In the image, Wen Zhihe, clad in white, sat before an ancient zither, her lashes lowered as she played, her eyes brimming with shyness. Beside her, Ningzhan enveloped her in his embrace, teaching her how to play. Their ethereal beauty portrayed them as a pair of celestial lovers. Chi Yuding fixated on their intertwined hands, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. An inexplicable heaviness settled in his chest, rendering every breath difficult, as if the very air around him had become tainted. When Chi Moli looked up, she inadvertently met the depths of his gaze, which harbored a ferocious darkness. That expression resembled that of a tragic antagonist from a tale of unrequited love, wielding a 10-meter-long blade, poised to strike. Terrified, Chi Moli shielded her head and recoiled. Ah, please don't harm me. Long live my uncle. Wishing you success in winning your wife. May you soon bear children and enjoy a multitude of descendants. Chapter 42. What are you doing, you smelly brother? There are so many people here. As they departed from the island of madness, Assistant Lin struggled to keep pace with Chi Yuding's swift strides. Boss, what has gone awry? Chi Yuding's jawline was rigid, his lips pressed together throughout. Once in the vehicle, he did not wait for the escorting bodyguards, his narrowed eyes chillingly directed at the drive. The driver felt a jolt of panic, nearly mis-shifting gears. Such a countenance had never been seen from the boss, even during the gravest crises faced by the company. Assistant Lin speculated that it might be related to Wen Zhihe. He contemplated sending a WeChat message to Chen Xiaoyan to inquire, but recalled her words. Whoever initiates contact after a breakup is the dog. A pang of discomfort surged within him as he habitually opened Chen Xiaoyan's Weibo. Upon opening a recent update, as the vehicle navigated a turn, he leaned slightly, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and fall, quite unfortunately, at the feet of Chi Yuding. The freshly opened photos immediately caught his eye, and he hurriedly bent to retrieve the device. However, it was too late. Chi Yuding had already noticed, his expression darkening in an instant. The series of images depicted promotional stills from Ningzhan's latest film, shared by Chen Xiaoyan from the studio's official account. Accompanied by the caption, "How can there be such a handsome man in the world? The waters of Westlake, my tears." The first image showcased Ningzhan in a flowing white robe, poised with a sword, tall and striking as he stood atop a rooftop, confronting the antagonist on the ground below, his gaze fierce. Chi Yuding's long fingers glided across the screen. The next image revealed Ningzhan's white attire stained with blood, his mouth and chin smeared, exuding a sense of vulnerability. The subsequent shot captured him, sword in hand, piercing toward the antagonist's head, his movements and expression breathtakingly commanding. Chi Yuding continued to scroll, his assistant Lin feeling increasingly anxious, fearing for his life. In a surprising turn of events, Chi Yuding did not succumb to madness. After all, he was known for his aloofness, proud and haughty. He had yet to learn the art of envying others' beauty. He returned the phone to Lin, casually remarking, "This man is rather charming." Lin's thoughts translated, "So your woman is no exception. That puts my mind at ease." Chi Yuding reclined, opening his own phone to access the quietly followed Weibo account. Wen Zhihe's Weibo featured nearly identical images, reposting various studio promotions. He stumbled upon a recent post from her, dated the day they returned from Haicheng, stating, Today, I snagged a hair from my boss's leg. He is so handsome. Such a tease. The accompanying photo was a selfie of her holding a caramel macchiato, her playful expression sticking out her tongue, endearing enough to melt hearts. Below, fans commented, inquiring about her boss's identity, demanding visual proof of the leg hair. Wen Zhihe uniformly replied, "So concerned about my boss? Trying to steal my job? Just kidding." As Qi Yuding continued to gaze, the usual detachment in his eyes softened, infused with warmth. In the afternoon, he abruptly halted his car outside the filming location. Having just returned to the company, he learned that Wen Zhihe had been flung off balance while executing a stunt. Inside the set, the crew had already departed, leaving only 2 agents to quietly hand over their duties. Upon witnessing Qi Yuding rush in, panic evident on his face, they paused in astonishment. Why was the CEO here? He had merely mentioned the incident over the phone, yet he had come directly, likely fearing for the well-being of his dear little niece. Qi Yuding anxiously scanned for Wen Zhihe's figure. His frantic gaze darkened as it fell upon a corner of the corridor. There she was, tending to Ning Zhan's injury, both still clad in their cumbersome costumes. One sat with a smile as the other focused intently, chiding her. Fortunately, it was only his arm that was injured. Had it been his exquisitely beautiful face, I would surely be pursued to the ends of Africa by a legion of infuriated women. Ning Zhan looked down at her, his gaze softening, completely unaware of the tension that had enveloped the air around them. He jested, "Who would dare to pursue you?" In the past, when you and Xiao Xiao were relentlessly pursuing Qi Moli at school, you could chase her for 3 whole streets. How do you know? Wen Zhihe exclaimed, "Could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for Xiao Xiao? I might have feelings for you, but I would never have feelings for her." Before he could articulate this thought, Ning Zhan's gaze met his, penetrating and profound. The atmosphere suddenly became charged, reminiscent of a script where the antagonist makes a dramatic entrance. Wen Zhihe instinctively recoiled her fingers, abruptly looking up to see a tall silhouette outlined against the light above. Indeed, it was the antagonist, always appearing backlit, even sparing the use of cheap special effects. Qi Dalao's tall stature and slender waist exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Wen Zhihe could not discern the hidden jealousy in his eyes and stood to greet him. "Qi Yu, Mr. Qi." Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yuding swept her into his arms, his voice laced with anger. "Where are you hurt? We need to go to the hospital." Flustered, Wen Zhihe leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "I'm fine. Please put me down. Don't move." How fierce! It dawned on Wen Zhihe that he was indeed angry. Daring not to provoke him further, she shyly glanced at Ning Zhan, who appeared still caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. "Good be, Shanye. Thank you for today." Out of courtesy and gratitude, Wen Zhihe waved at him. However, Ning Zhan did not respond with his usual warm smile. Instead, he stood up unusually, his hands gripping the railing with evident tension. Wen Zhihe distinctly saw the conflict written in his eyes, along with signs of distress. What was wrong with him? Did he have some unresolved issue with Qi Yuding? Could it be that he harbored feelings for Qi Yuding as well? As Wen Zhihe's thoughts wandered, a chilling voice from above broke through her reverie. "Have you had enough? You're so fickle." Is it being fickle just to glance at another man? There aren't many handsome men in this world. Should we not allow others to see? Are we meant to bury them as fertilizer? Suddenly, the man's grip around her tightened. In the next moment, her head was forcefully pressed against his heated chest. As if that weren't enough, his thumb tenderly brushed over her eyelids. Wen Zhihe thought, for heaven's sake, back in elementary school, Qi Yuding would do this to remind her to close her eyes after a bedtime story. Now, approaching the age of motherhood, he still resorted to such tactics? How utterly outdated. Once inside the car, Qi Yuding immediately leaned down to unfasten her costume, his warm hand clasping her calf. His gaze intense. Wen Zhihe's eyes flickered as she gazed out at the bustling street, her face flushing crimson. She pushed against his shoulder. "What are you doing? You annoying brother? There are so many people here." The man's stern brows remained icy, his fingers applying a gentle pressure on her calf. His gaze, filled with possessiveness, swept over her fair legs before he rolled up her sleeve, scrutinizing her with utmost seriousness. It finally registered with Wen Zhihe that he was checking for injuries. Supporting her forehead, She thought she had indeed indulged in too many risky novels. I'm really fine. It's Ning Zhan who got hurt. He jumped in front of me. Before she could finish her sentence, the man suddenly leaned down and captured her lips with his own. It was a domineering kiss, charged with palpable tension. The scorching breath caressed her sensitive neck, and she realized that even his breathing was imbued with a profound possessiveness. One hand gripped the back of her head, his movements unyieldingly domineering. His voice was husky as he inquired, "When did you two meet? What transpired in these past 2 years while I was away?" She genuinely had no idea. Had Ning Zhan known her before? Chi Yutong's eyes glistened with irritation as she retorted, "No idea?" Truly, she was unaware, and she was in the midst of concocting a plan to placate this jealous panther. Suddenly, there was a knock on the car window. Wen Zhihe jolted, thinking it was Chun Xiaoyan. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a delicate face peering down. Gu Yuan? However, Chi Yutong remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the external interruption. Chapter 43. Alas, this wretched stench of romance. Wen Zhihe's heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. Although the window was tinted for privacy, Gu Yuan would still be able to glimpse inside if she leaned closer. Yet, she was always the epitome of decorum, poised and graceful, unlikely to engage in such an indecorous act of peeping. The car's air conditioning was still running, indicating that Gu Yuan would not simply walk away. She suspiciously circled to the front of the windshield and retrieved her phone, seemingly intending to contact the owner of the car, having recognized it as Chi Yutong's. Wen Zhihe's heart plummeted. This was dire. Her toes curled in distress. "You should be under the car, not here." Embarrassed, she instinctively sought to push the man away from her. Yet he remained undeterred, deepening the kiss, his wildness consuming her last vestiges of strength. He effortlessly lifted her waist, pressing her back against the corner of the back seat, his arms slipping beneath her thigh and gently raising it. Throughout, his soft lips remained on hers. The woman's legs were angled, resting on the man's lap. Wen Zhihe could feel the warmth of his hand lingering on her back, the slightest movement of his fingertips sending a tingling sensation through her, leaving her feeling as if she were a glutinous rice cake on a grill. Soft and clinging to him, she worried about the enthusiastic older sister outside. "Focus," he urged, his voice thick with desire. I can't focus." Wen Zhihe felt herself suffocating, both her head and chest gasping for air, as if she might float away like a helium balloon. Fortunately, from this angle, Gu Yuan could not see her face, her entire upper body shielded by the seat back. Gu Yuan could only catch a glimpse of Chi Yutong's animalistic profile. A flicker of relief washed over Wen Zhihe as she relaxed. After all, Chi Yutong had a thick skin, impervious to any gaze that might harm him. If he were to unleash his charm, flowers would wither and tires would burst. As Gu Yuan approached the windshield, her hands instinctively flew to her mouth, shock and jealousy flooding her crimson pupils. Though she could only see Chi Yutong's profile, it was evident that he was admiring the woman in his embrace, his gaze brimming with affection, saturated with masculine allure and primal intensity. In the car, the man's gaze lingered on the woman, her eyes adorned with a hint of crimson, tears tracing the contours of her face. She relaxed, staring intently into his longing eyes, her look subtly challenging. "Are you not afraid she might report you to the old man?" The man's moist lips curled into a slight smirk as he scoffed. "Her?" The woman smiled seductively. "Have you never felt a spark for a goddess like me?" He chuckled in disbelief. "You little rascal." Outside the car, Gu Yuan, heartbroken, turned away and hurried back to her own vehicle, slamming the door shut. "Sister, what's wrong?" Gu Yan, having just finished a phone call, glanced at her. "Is that Chi Yutong's car? Has he come to the set?" Gu Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart twisted in pain, leaving her speechless. She had never encountered such a side of Chi Yutong. His profile during their kiss lingered in her mind, his chiseled jawline taut as they engaged in a deep, passionate embrace. Throughout his life, he had appeared as a detached and ascetic figure, never allowing female classmates to sit beside him in school. Whenever girls offered him gifts, he would merely respond coldly, asking them to take it back. How could such a fastidious and ascetic man, capable of casting women aside, be so lost in a kiss with a woman? What kind of woman could evoke such warmth from him? allowing him to shed his icy demeanor. I must visit the Qi residence tomorrow. Gu Yuan wiped her tears. Sister, love is so painful. Why not just let it go? Gu Yuan, unwilling to concede, thought. I refuse to believe that anyone could love him more than I do. After her departure, Wen Zhihe breathed a sigh of relief, arranging her clothes. The sunlight dimmed above her, and two more beautiful faces appeared outside the car window. Oh my! Wen Zhihe rolled down the window, barely containing her surprise at today's unexpected turn of events. And Xiao Xiao and Qin Yihuan simultaneously covered their eyes, as if about to plunge from a roller coaster, exclaiming, "Ah!" Qi Yutong frowned. Such explosive energy, the car windows nearly shattered. Wen Zhihe glared at them, blushing. Hey, you've blinded me with your noise. Qin Yihuan leaned on his Xiao Xiao's shoulder, appearing unsteady as if wounded. What did I just see? Oh, my heart aches. Wen Zhihe continued to exaggerate. It's like watching a little seedling being uprooted by a big bad wolf. My heart hurts. Wen Zhihe raised her hand to hit her. I'll teach you to act up. I'll teach you to be dramatic. The women laughed and crowded into the back seat. Qi Yutong, reluctantly taking on the role of the driver, glanced at the rearview mirror and asked coolly, "Where to?" Wen Zhihe hesitated, looking at her two friends. Are we going the same way? The two women exchanged glances, realizing Wen Zhihe's intelligence had been devoured by Qi Yutong. They began to tease her again, pinching and poking her waist. Wen Zhihe internally lamented, her soft waist nearly breaking under their relentless teasing. Qin Yihuan gritted her teeth. Wen Zhihe, didn't you say in the group that you would treat us tonight, to let us experience the highs and lows of the world? And Xiao Xiao wore a fierce expression. Oh, you stingy billionaire heiress. After finally getting a chance to treat you, you pretend to have amnesia? Wen Zhihe suddenly recalled that she had indeed mentioned something like that at noon, but it was merely a suggestion. Regrettably, these two extravagant ladies have a day off today, and they happen to be nearby indulging in a shopping spree, so they decided to pay her a visit. All right, let's go for hot pot, shall we? Wen Zhihe suggested, glancing instinctively at the rearview mirror. Qi Yutong, as if equipped with a sensor atop his head, immediately lifted his gaze, catching her reflection in the mirror. His eyes filled with tenderness. In a low voice, he replied, "As long as you enjoy it." His driving demeanor was quite charming. As he slowed down, he adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, his fingers pale and distinctly defined. The three women, captivated by his hands, fell silent, lost in admiration. As the vehicle halted for a red light, Qi Yutong rested his head on his left hand, exuding an air of noble laziness. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the rosy countenance reflected in the rearview mirror. Wen Zhihe felt her heart race under his scrutiny. Both Qin Yihuan and Xiao Xiao sensed the palpable tension in the air, exchanging knowing glances filled with playful insinuations. Mr. Qi, did we just intrude upon your little world? And Xiao Xiao inquired tentatively. Qi Yutong offered no response, merely casting an ambiguous look at Wen Zhihe, their eyes colliding in the mirror in a lingering gaze. Clearing her throat, Qin Yihuan interjected, "Wen Miao, how about we visit your love nest tonight? 10 meters of sunshine. This might be my only chance to step foot in there." Naturally, Wen Zhihe was unwilling to decline, her mouth opening in agreement. However, in the next moment, Qi Yutong turned his face slightly, his tone flat. Not convenient today. Wen Zhihe and Xiao Xiao could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, clutching her stomach like a puffer fish. Ah, this wretched scent of romance. Qin Yihuan teased Wen Zhihe, "Mr. Qi is truly fond of you. You should cherish him well." Chapter 44. Have I humiliated her? I am the one being humiliated. Wen Zhihe suddenly grasped the meaning, her cheeks flushing as she pinched Qin Yihuan's cheek. What's wrong? Aren't you also with Mr. Jiang? Cough, cough. And Xiao Xiao coughed to signal her to stop. Wen Zhihe fell silent, noticing the sparkle had faded from Qin Yihuan's beautiful eyes. Concerned, she grasped her hand and asked, "What happened? Did Jiang bully you?" Qin Yihuan, not wanting to lose her composure in front of Qi Yutong, shook her head. "Nonsense, he is my boss, and I am merely his assistant, nothing more." Still pretending? And Xiao Xiao, always straightforward, exclaimed, "You like him. Even someone as oblivious as I can see that. Do you think he wouldn't notice seeing you every day?" With a bitter smile, Qin Yihuan mused, What if Jiang knows? In his heart, I am nothing more than a feather that has fallen from swan, light as air, devoid of any weight. Gu Yuan is the purest swan in his heart. Can we not talk about work? It's such a rare holiday. Qin Huan attempted to change the subject, and Xiao Xiao, pouting, retorted, "This is not about work. This is about men." Wen Zhihe cast a glance at Qi Yuding's profile, seeing him focused intently on driving, as if he were born to be oblivious to women's gossip. She then patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder and whispered, "Let us discuss men once we get out of the car, shall we?" As soon as they alighted, Wen Zhihe needed to find a place to change out her costume. The three of them headed to the changing room together. Leaning against the car, Qi Yutong held a cigarette delicately between his slender fingers. His long eyes narrowed slightly. After a brief moment, the phone in his hand connected. Jiang Yu's deep voice came through, cold and detached. "Qi Sai, have you finished with the woman?" Qi Yutong was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Are you so well informed?" "It's not that I'm informed, but your car is rather ostentatious. A rare cobalt blue, limited to just 2 in the world. How can I not steal a glance?" Qi Yutong was aware he was being deceived. With a flick of his finger, the blue flame ignited the cigarette, and with a charming nonchalance, he teased, "Could it be that Gu Yuan has been whispering sweet nothings in your ear?" Jiang Yu fell silent for a second, then suddenly erupted with fury. "Qi Yutong, Gu Yuan and I are innocent. Do not malign others to deflect blame. You have no justification for not marrying her, and yet you dare to insult her." "Have I insulted her?" Qi Yutong, biting the cigarette, let out a soft chuckle amidst the swirling smoke. "I am mocking you. Scoundrel." Jiang Yu only heard the click of the lighter before the call was abruptly disconnected. Gu Yuan, with red-rimmed eyes, gazed at him, her voice soft and feeble. "Ayu, do not stoop to his level. That's just how he is, disliking others prying into his private affairs." Jiang Yu clenched his fists, pondering how long this would continue. "You are the chosen daughter-in-law of the Qi patriarch. You were supposed to marry 2 years ago. He should not be so irresponsible. Even if he does not love Gu Yuan, a marriage involves 2 families. A CEO cannot treat it as a mere game." As he contemplated this, the echo of Qi Yutong's words, "scoundrel," resounded in his ears, causing his heart to sink. The image of Qin Huan's exquisite face flashed through his mind. Her beauty was undeniable. With her striking features and somewhat aloof demeanor, she often exuded an air of intimidation. Yet, she never displayed weakness in front of him. Only when she had been thoroughly wronged did she cling to his shoulder, gasping and weeping, her eyes tinged with red as she pleaded, "Oh, I was wrong." In such moments, her armor fell away, revealing a vulnerability that ignited possessive desires within him. After a short while, Jiang Yu swallowed hard. It was the first time he reflected on the true meaning behind her words, "I was wrong." She performed everything flawlessly. Her work was exceptional, she was well-liked, and her thoughtfulness in daily life made him reliant on her. Why did she feel she was at fault? Disturbed, Jiang Yu stood up. "Ayu, tomorrow you should have a serious discussion with the Qi patriarch. I believe Qi Yutong will carefully consider the marriage for the sake of the company's development." Gu Yuan, surprised by his intent to leave, replied, "Aren't you going to eat? My brother has clients he wants to introduce to you." Sorry. I have something urgent to attend to. You all enjoy your meal." As Jiang Yu departed with an air of urgency, Gu Yuan felt a surge of unspoken jealousy rise within her. Gripping the napkin tightly, her hands trembled slightly, her nails digging into her flesh before she finally loosened her grip. Watching him disappear from view, a cold smile of assured victory crossed her lips. The night was enchanting. The hot pot bubbled enticingly. 3 women engaged in animated conversation, while Qi Yutong sat alone across from them, occasionally responding with a cool elegance. He rarely indulged in such rich flavors. His rare exceptions were made solely to appease Wen Zhihe's whims. This marked the first occasion in his life when 3 young ladies were present simultaneously, and remarkably, there was no contention or jealousy among them, no hair-pulling or ear-biting antics. A faint smile of self-deprecation graced his lips. It was unclear when it had begun, but whenever he was near Wen Zhihe, all his indifference and principles seemed to dissipate. The whispers exchanged among the 3 caught his attention, and Wen Zhihe's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, captivating him further. Noticing Qi Yutong rising to head to the restroom, Wen Zhihe turned to Xiao Xiao and inquired, "Have you ever stirred up any feelings in Ningzhan?" "Huh?" "Cough, cough." And Xiao Xiao sputtered, nearly choking on her cola, her expression bewildered. "If I could attract Zhan, what would that mean for Chu Yao?" Qi Nihuan shot her a sidelong glance. "You shouldn't say such things." Thankfully, Qi Yutong didn't overhear. After all, Chu Yao is his cousin. Wen Zhihe rested her chin in her hand. Guyan mentioned he recognized us from when we were pursuing Qi Moli. "Huh? When did this happen?" "He graduated long before we entered Jiangda." "That can't be true." Qi Nihuan chewed on her beef thoughtfully. "It's not impossible. I heard he secretly sponsors a girl in our computer science department, who is also a junior." And Xiao Xiao's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. "Qi Nihuan, how could you keep such a juicy tidbit to yourself? Aren't you afraid of bursting from the excitement?" Wen Zhihe shared her curiosity. Secret sponsorship? A secret girlfriend? And Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared despondent. "Oh, so Zhan has already found someone special. I thought my looks were so stunning that they captured his attention." She set down her spoon, declaring she was no longer hungry, lamenting her own figure, which seemed impossible to shed. "Honestly, my physique could never qualify me as a leading lady. I envy you so much. Hee hee." Qi Nihuan put down her spoon, taking the opportunity to tease. "But you have Chu Yao. If a man as fickle and lustful as him is interested in you, it proves his romantic endeavors have been rather limited. Keep at it. You might just be the largest one." Wen Zhihe responded with a playful scowl, and Xiao Xiao and Qi Nihuan, having had their fill, exited the hot pot restaurant, where Qi Yutong awaited in the car. Qi Nihuan playfully tugged at Wen Zhihe's collar, smirking mischievously. "I saw everything. Qi Yutong is truly an expert in kissing." "What?" Wen Zhihe's cheeks involuntarily flushed, vivid images of their passionate moment flooding her mind. She was astonished they had witnessed that scene in the car, and Xiao Xiao leaned closer, whispering. From outside the window, I saw him looking quite lecherous, one hand on a ball, molding it into various shapes. Wen Zhihe exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I swear that Qi Yutong only touched one ball." Moments later, and Xiao Xiao wore a triumphant expression. "Did I genuinely deceive you? You and Qi Yutong are indeed quite the pair, mastering both kissing and ball handling. How sweet." Wen Zhihe, flustered and furious, retorted, "Did you two set me up? If we hadn't, well, you'd be quite disappointed, wouldn't you?" Qi Nihuan replied with a cool smile, "No matter. I'll take responsibility for the rumors." And Xiao Xiao chimed in, "And I'll handle the imaginative embellishments." Wen Zhihe thought to herself that these two women were truly formidable when they turned mischievous, their minds overflowing with scandalous thoughts. Qi Nihuan suddenly became serious. "But I am genuinely curious. When did Qi Yuting develop feelings for you? Could it be that he liked you 2 years ago? Is that why he rejected the marriage proposal?" "You foolish girl." And Xiao Xiao pointed at her forehead at that time. Qi Yuting did not even know that he was the child of the Wen family, all right? His refusal was due to Gu Yuan's ambiguous relationship with Jiang Yu. Qi Nihuan frowned. So just like that, Qi Yuting abruptly became a race car driver abroad? Gu Yuan indeed posed a significant threat to He Miao. After all, capital needs to be consolidated. As she spoke, the driver from the Yin family arrived. Once in the car, Qi Nihuan gazed out at Wen Zhihe. She kept her head down, silent, lost in her thoughts. And Xiao Xiao shook her head with a sigh. He Miao felt guilty towards old Master Qi. It was understandable. After calling him grandfather for 20 years, to suddenly change how she addressed him. Qi Nihuan withdrew her gaze, observing He Miao in that state. She had truly fallen deep. Yes, she is not like us. Once she falls, it will be nearly impossible to escape, especially falling for someone as dangerous as Qi Yuting. If she were to be cast aside, she would be flung to Mars. Upon returning to her apartment, Qi Nihuan realized that Jiang Yu had been waiting for her for quite some time. The ashtray was filled with cigarette butts, and he held one between his fingers. A wave of sweetness washed over her. This was his first initiative to reconcile. She set down her bag and approached him. With slender fingers, she took the cigarette from his hand. "You're here? Why didn't you call me?" Jiang Yu watched as she placed the cigarette between her crimson lips. His eyes brightened with a smile, as if they hadn't been in a cold war all week. This woman, forever so, always provoking him with her sarcastic remarks, then acting as if nothing had happened. She smiled at him, treating him well, as if she cared little for money. This thought stirred a sense of inexplicable annoyance within him. Coldly, he remarked, just last week, you said you had your own freedom after work and didn't want to be disturbed. Qin Yihuan lifted her gaze, her eyes suddenly landing on the shoulder of his white shirt, marred by a conspicuous lipstick stain. It was painfully glaring, causing a sharp pang in her heart. The sweetness that had just blossomed within her turned to ashes, like the remnants of the cigarette in her hand. She scoffed sarcastically, so has Mr. Jiang come to disturb me? Haven't you yet won over Miss Gu? Chapter 45. As long as one does not perish in learning, one learns with fervor. Jiang Yu's expression darkened instantly. What did you say? Qin Yihuan extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, not sparing him a glance, turning to head for shower. Her wrist was suddenly grasped. The man's countenance was grim, his tone icy. We need to talk. Qin Yihuan's heart raced as she met his sharply defined features. His captivating peach blossom eyes shrouded in darkness. When he focused on her like that, it was all too easy for her to become entranced, as if he were a deep ocean of affection. Noticing her infatuated expression, Jiang Yu softened the coldness in his gaze, his long fingers gently cupping her chin. Huan. He called her name softly, for the first time using a reduplicated form, a tender invocation. Qin Yihuan's heart felt as though it had been squeezed. It was a bit sour yet bittersweet. She speculated that this time, she had touched a nerve, and he was contemplating how to gently conclude their relationship. In the realm of imagined parting words, she found herself unexpectedly lifted into the air. Suddenly, a chill coursed through her palm as a key materialized. The man embraced her, his gaze profound, his tone reminiscent of gentle coaxing, urging her to bring her parents over. This was all he could conceive of offering her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Yihuan's lustrous eyes, and her heart was engulfed by a more profound ache. Gazing at the key in her hand, she realized he intended to gift her an apartment. He had delineated their boundaries with his own method, signifying that their relationship was purely transactional. Qin Yihuan's voice trembled as she spoke. Mr. Jiang, I have no intentions of remaining in Jiang City. When I resign, can you convert my share into cash? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Hadn't she enrolled in this university out of affection for the city? Her family's circumstances were modest. Where else could she possibly go? Nestled in his embrace, Qin Yihuan, weary yet resolute, stated, I shall return home to marry after graduation, and you shall take a wife and raise children. We will each find our own peace. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, and he pressed her back against the sofa. Married, right after graduation? Yes. My parents are unaccustomed to the big city, and I do not wish to keep them waiting too long. A dull pain began to spread within Jiang Yu's chest. I cannot agree. He lowered his head, capturing her lips, suppressing her protests, while his mouth trailed along her slender neck like a predator clinging to the last drop of blood. With tears brimming in her eyes, Qin Yihuan's delicate fingers tangled in his hair. It hurts. I was wrong. The man withdrew slightly, observing her fragile countenance, his gaze deepening with inscrutable emotions. Huan, why do you always claim to be at fault? I was wrong to come to Zhang's. Jiang Yu captured the tears clinging to her lashes, his voice heavy with restraint. Have I treated you poorly? Qin Yihuan's gaze fell upon the lipstick mark on his shoulder, her heart twisting painfully. She suddenly pushed him away. You merely view me as Miss Gu's shadow. I am but a substitute, a mere solace for your unrequited feelings. Jiang Yu regarded her with a somber gaze, his eyes consuming. Say that again. What? Is Mr. Jiang enraged out of frustration for his unattainable desires, directing his ire at me? A mere stand-in? Qin Yihuan chose the harshest words to taunt him. At that moment, she loathed him, wishing to bring him to ruin. Yet Jiang Yu refrained from lashing out. Observing her tear-streaked eyes softened his resolve. He curled his legs, leaning against the edge of the coffee table, and spoke softly. I cannot offer you marriage, so I strive to provide you with everything else within my power. Even if you cannot accept it, you should not belittle yourself. Qin Yihuan met his gaze, their eyes locking, each pair of almond-shaped irises swirling with unspoken currents. Suddenly, he stood, retrieving the property deed, car keys, and bank card from his briefcase, laying them before her on the table. He then turned to her, a hint of bittersweetness gracing his lips. "You are not at fault. I am indeed a cad." As she watched Jiang Yu's departing figure, Qin Yihuan opened her mouth as if to say something. But with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Qin Yihuan pouted, tugging at her hair. What did I ever call him a cad? Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Yu cast a cold, piercing gaze at Jiang Fu in the garden, as if to devour him whole. Jiang Fu, perched with his legs crossed, engrossed in a game, felt his soul nearly escape at the intensity of his brother's stare. The mobile game emitted a disheartening failure sound, inciting a wave of irritation within him. What are you up to, brother? Returning from a rendezvous with a woman looking like that? Is it the wrong position? Jiang Yu initially intended to retreat to his room, but his younger brother's provocation reignited his anger. He raised his long leg and kicked him lightly on the calf, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Our parents are still in the living room." Jiang Fu, however, abandoned his nonchalant demeanor, retorting, "Are you still fawning over Miss Gu? Be careful, or you might end up with nothing." Jiang Yu felt a surge of indignation. He longed to deliver a proper thrashing to this brother who dared to speak without understanding the burden of responsibility. If only his brother were more mature, the weight of the family legacy would not rest solely upon his shoulders. Suddenly, Jiang Fu stood up, his gaze fixated on the shoulder of Jiang Yu's shirt. Astonishment etched across his features as he drew closer. "Wow, who would have thought you could be so flamboyant, big brother?" Jiang Yu, puzzled, glanced at his shoulder to discover a conspicuous lipstick mark. His scalp tingled with realization. When had that occurred? His expression darkened as he recalled how Gu Yuan had leaned against him while crying. No wonder Qin Yihuan had looked at him with such shock earlier, spouting a torrent of harsh words. It was all due to this. Jiang Fu chuckled suggestively. "Brother, that shade of lipstick is undoubtedly Gu Yuan's. The one favored by the Empress Dowager, right? The color code, the perfume, the handbag. This prodigal son studies them daily on Zai Hongshu. How could he not recognize it? Not long ago, I suspected you had developed feelings for Assistant Qin. Little did I know you were still indulging in this outdated lipstick. I must say, you excel at being the backup. I'll kill you. Come and chase me, little kitty." In the garden, the brothers began to chase each other beneath the moonlight. The following morning, a torrential downpour ensued. Wen Zhihe was awakened by the thunder, turning over in fear and burrowing into the warmth of the man's embrace. Her delicate lips were crimson, her skin as pale as jade, her slender waist curving weakly, and her long, seaweed-like hair lay tousled across the pillow. Qi Yuding had long been awake, pulling her closer to himself. The previous night, the girl had returned home after some emotional upheaval and locked herself in the study to complete her assignments, claiming she was on her menstrual cycle at the slightest touch. Qi Yuding was well aware that her period was still several days away. Her anxiety about meeting the elder was overwhelming. When she became anxious, she would switch to scholar mode, confining herself to her small desk and writing fervently. As long as she could study, she would study relentlessly. It was not until he finished a shower and carried her back to the master bedroom, standing her before the full-length mirror and kissing her for an extended period, that he finally managed to soothe her. As Qi Yuding reminisced, he gently traced the delicate contours of her features with his fingertips. Feeling a ticklish sensation, the woman let out a soft hum in her sleep. Then she nestled against him, her face buried in his neck, her entire being resembling that of a cat. His voice, low and husky, inquired, "What were you dreaming about?" The woman remained asleep, lost in a dream where Qi Yuding was carrying her into an uninhabited forest. The rain poured down, drenching them both, and they found themselves lost. She fearfully wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her face against his shoulder, seeking comfort. "Don't be afraid, my dear," Qi Yuding murmured, kissing her furrowed brow. Qi Yuding's muted voice was laced with tenderness as he said, "I'm here." Chapter 46. They truly are a match made in heaven. The torrential rain relentlessly lashed against the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the outside world into a murky obscurity. Inside, the atmosphere was charged with an intoxicating allure, their silhouettes entwined. Time slipped away unnoticed, until the woman's hair was drenched and she was utterly exhausted. Only then did Qi Yuding brimming with vitality, release her. Cradling the woman, whose skin bore the marks of their passionate encounter, he chuckled softly. How can I allow you, this enchanting vixen, to venture out without first ensuring you are well fed? Just wait and see if you dare to tend to another man's wounds after this. He is merely a lifesaver. Wen Zhihe pouted in protest. Qi Yuding frowned in discontent, asserting, You can only be kind to me. I am your man. And what if? If you provoke my ire again, I shall forbid you from acting. What ist? With my earning potential, I hardly need your meager contributions. Wen Zhihe was momentarily taken aback by his fierce demeanor. In contemplation, she mused, I ought to have known. How could I forget? My man possesses the ability to earn. Do not be too proud. He is still a trickster, full of contradictions. Within the Qi residence, the elderly patriarch awaited eagerly. To his surprise, Gu Yuan and Gu Yin arrived. On such a rainy day, the presence of youthful visitors brought him great joy. Chairman, have you come out of the garden? Gu Yuan affectionately supported him as she entered the garden, remarking, You shouldn't be out in this damp weather. It is detrimental to your joints. Gu Yin promptly took the umbrella from Uncle Qin's hands, expressing concern. Chairman, were you waiting anxiously for Hehe? Gu Yuan's gaze darkened. Why hasn't Hehe arrived yet? Today is your birthday. Although she is no longer a member of the Qi family, you have cherished her like your own grandchild since she was little. She ought not to forget her beloved grandfather. The word grandfather was drawn out deliberately, leaving the old man with an inexplicable feeling. He increasingly longed for the days when little Hehe would joyfully play at his feet. Due to his frail health, the old man, superstitious, did not celebrate his birthday with a banquet. Thus, in previous years, only Wen Zhihe and Qi Yuding would accompany him for a simple reunion dinner. Yuan, you are truly filial. It is commendable that you remember this old man's birthday. Whether she genuinely remembered or had looked it up, it was a heartfelt gesture from the younger generation. The old man was well aware that Gu Yuan's efforts were primarily to curry favor with his younger son. As he pondered, Qi Yuding's blue car materialized through the curtain of rain. The old man's spirits lifted instantly. He had arrived, accompanied by a C. Observing Qi Yuding, the gentleman, as he exited the car and made his way to the passenger side, he did not wait for Uncle Qin to extend the umbrella. Instead, he personally held it aloft, extending his hand to the woman. Such gallantry and thoughtfulness were traits previously absent in Qi Yuding. This man, who usually exuded an air of superiority, had turned Wen Zhihe, the impostor heiress, into a princess. Gu Yuan's fingers gripped the handle of her bag tightly, turning pale. She grew increasingly convinced that it was indeed Wen Zhihe who had shared a kiss with Qi Yuding in the car yesterday. With her alluring beauty and youthful vigor, it was no wonder Qi Yuding had succumbed to romantic feelings, kissing her with such fervor. In the rain, Wen Zhihe lifted her skirt, laughing as she shared an umbrella with Qi Yuding. Amidst the gentle rain, one appeared as stunning as a falling fish or a flying swan, while the other radiated a beauty akin to exquisite jade, harmoniously walking side by side. It was as if a painting had been frozen in time. The old gentleman gazed, entranced, his heart filled with an ineffable complexity of emotions. Observing Qi Yutong's suit drenched by the rain, he noticed how unconcerned he was. Tilting the umbrella toward Wen Zhihe instead, Gu Yuan's hand, clenched at her side, dug her nails into her palm, yet could not alleviate the piercing heartache she felt. Gu Yin averted his gaze, tension evident along his jawline. Wen Zhihe was taken aback to see the Gu siblings present. It mattered not. She cared little. Today, her sole focus was on the old gentleman's emotions. Prepared with her address, she stepped forward and sweetly called out, Chairman. The old gentleman paused, slightly taken aback by her omission of Grandpa. However, seeing little He Miao brightened his heart, and he thought no more on it. Little rascal, have you forgotten this family? Wen Zhihe playfully replied, Of course not. I've merely been pursuing my career. Then, turning to the Gu siblings, she cheerfully greeted, Sister Yuan, Brother Yin. To which they responded, We are not well at all. Ah Ting. Gu Yuan yearned to draw closer to Qi Yutong. Yet, he steadied the old gentleman and gently reminded him, Dad, let us head indoors. Indeed, today is truly delightful. Gu Yin's gaze remained fixed on Wen Zhihe. She appeared even more beautiful than he remembered. Her skin was porcelain white and lustrous, akin to a ripe peach, exuding an alluring charm. The small mole at the end of her left eye, tinged with a hint of red, possessed a captivating allure, as if capable of drawing a celestial being down to earth. Guyan had cherished her since childhood. Marrying her seemed predestined, yet fate had a penchant for mockery. In the end, she was not the eldest daughter of the chief family. Given his current status, his family would never permit him to wed someone of no renown. Nevertheless, he yearned for this girl, dreaming of claiming her as his own. If his sister could unite with Chi Yutong, he could cast aside Chi Moli and pursue Wen Zhihe openly. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a tantalizing red mark behind the girl's ear. Did she have a man? Guyan's mind went blank, his eyes reddening as if burdened by a sea of blood. Once seated, before the tea was served, the old gentleman eagerly engaged Wen Zhihe in familial chatter. She, too, was animated, assuring him, "Rest assured, my current parents treat me very well, and my younger brother adores me." Gu Yuan had already adjusted her mindset, preparing to make her move. After all, he was a natural charmer, wherever she went. Which man could resist her? As her words fell, Wen Zhihe's gaze flitted over to Gu Yuan. "Sister Yuan, are you envious of my many admirers?" Gu Yuan replied, "I simply cannot comprehend." Wen Zhihe grasped the old gentleman's hand, feigning urgency. "I have no brother in the Wen family, only a younger brother." How did Sister Yuan jump to the conclusion about men? Gu Yuan responded. The old gentleman, seeing her flustered, could not help but comply with her wishes. I know you well. What common man would you ever find appealing?" Chi Yutong, listening in, couldn't help but curve his lips in a faint smile. Gu Yuan clenched her teeth and continued to press on. "However, upon my return to the country, I heard reports of you being surrounded by journalists at a certain hotel, allegedly sharing a room with a high-ranking official from Ihua. I may not understand the intricacies of your entertainment circle, but such rumors are certainly significant, aren't they?" Guyan furrowed his brow and tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, why bring this up?" The elder's gaze darkened as he explained. "This matter is a misunderstanding. It was all that foolish Moli's doing, attempting to harm he. Moli may be confused, but if he had no man hidden away, why would she have refrained from seeing you for so long? Perhaps that man is not fit for the light of day." Wen Zhihe thought, "After all these years, I have come to realize that this seemingly innocent white lotus before me is the very woman who should be cast aside by Chi Yuting. Moreover, she no longer addresses you as grandpa, but as chairman. You have treated her with more affection than your own granddaughter, and yet she behaves this way." Chi Yuting suddenly spoke lazily. Gu Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Did he really think this was acceptable? Was he already sorting out the hierarchy? Was he planning to marry Wen Zhihe? The man reclined against the chair, exuding a lazy elegance, his long legs crossed, handsome yet aloof. His tone was as calm as his expression, devoid of any turbulence. He feared that the younger generation of the chief family might misunderstand, thinking she intended to cling to the chief family for their grandfather. Hence she opted to refer to him as chairman, for the sake of formality in work and to avoid inciting jealousy in private. Her reasoning was both rational and impeccable, leaving no room for doubt. The elder felt quite pleased. He was indeed a person nurtured by a sea, aware of propriety and adept at navigating situations. Wen Zhihe's eyes curved in delight. "Thank you, Chairman, for the compliment. 666. Please remember to include me in the year-end bonus." "Ha, little money grubber," Chi Yuting teased. "Why hasn't anyone given me a year-end bonus? Could you also secure one for me?" "Ha, you're the boss. You deserve it." Gu Yuan listened to the joyous laughter of the three and felt her smile gradually twist into a grimace. During lunch, Chi Yuting washed his hands and personally prepared a large hairy crab. Wen Zhihe knew he intended to extract crab meat for her. Since she was 6, she had enjoyed the shrimp and crab legs he had peeled for her each year. However, today she resolved not to be overly complacent, as the elder valued his reputation and they had to consider outsiders. Noticing Gu Yuan being neglected, the elder could only remind, "Please extract some crab roe for Yuan to taste." Chi Yuting did not raise his gaze, casually handing the prepared crab legs to Wen Zhihe. his eyes urging her to eat while it was hot. Wen Zhihe, quick-witted, turned and offered it to the elder chairman. "This is a tribute from CEO Qi to you. Please enjoy." Qi Yuting frowned and shot her a discontented glance. It was meant for her, yet she had turned it into a favor for someone else. This woman is a natural at attracting fortune, also a born merchant. They truly are a match made in heaven. Chapter 47. I wonder if he will enforce the family rules upon returning. With this thought, Qi Yuting felt a sense of ease. Under the table, he grasped the girl's small hand and placed it on his thigh. Wen Zhihe's cheeks instantly flushed, and she nervously withdrew her hand. The man frowned and grasped her again, tucking her soft hand back between his thighs, instinctively tightening his grip. The actions were devoid of any hint of desire, bordering on childishness. Yet they made Wen Zhihe feel a wave of shyness and a flutter in her heart. He relished in playing with such heartbeats. But the game was not over. Qi Yuting extended his leg, effortlessly ensnaring her calf between his own, effectively trapping one of her hands and a leg. Only then did he casually raise his hand to retrieve the crab meat. Wen Zhihe thought to herself, "This is quite peculiar." The old man chuckled heartily, reveling in the rare display of filial piety from Aussie today. Qi Yuting raised an eyebrow, attributing this moment to someone else's influence. "Thanks to you, even with your high blood pressure, you can still enjoy crab meat." Upon hearing this, the old man hastily stuffed crab meat into his mouth with the speed of a child snatching food. Tears almost brimmed in his eyes. Usually, this son denied him seafood, which meant today as crab meat was not truly a gesture of respect towards his aging father. Gu Yuan, perceptive as ever, noticed the exchanged glances between Wen Zhihe and Qi Yuting. The matter of the crab was trivial. What mattered was that all attention had been diverted to Wen Zhihe. Gu Yan felt a sense of injustice for his sister and handed her a crab leg prepared by the servant, saying, "Sister, do give it a try." Gu Yuan accepted it, but her gaze lingered on Qi Yuting's striking features. In a gentle tone, she asked, "Aki, tomorrow marks my first day in office. Could you come and offer some guidance? I lack experience in many areas." Qi Yuting poured all the crab meat he had retrieved into Wen Zhihe's bowl, then picked up a napkin to delicately wipe his hands. His hands, long and alluring, had once held a woman in a tense embrace within a car, a memory that brought tears to Gu Yuan's eyes. Then, Qi Yuting's voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "I wouldn't dare to give guidance. But I must remind you of one thing." Gu Yuan's eyes brightened with anticipation. "What is it?" Without even glancing at her, Qi Yuting replied, "You are far better suited to be a cellist than a CEO." The atmosphere grew slightly tense. The old man, witnessing Gu Yuan's tearful expression, felt a pang of pity. He turned to admonish his son. "You scoundrel! I sent Gu Yuan's sacrifice for you?" Qi Yuting laughed mischievously, a low, chilling chuckle escaping his lips. "What I truly mean is, do not squander your time on me. You will regret it." Gu Yuan opened her mouth to speak, but tears streamed down her face instead. Wen Zhihe, gazing at the enticing crab meat in her bowl and hearing Gu Yuan's soft sobs, felt an unsettling discomfort and lowered her spoon. "Alas, what a waste! Qi Yuting, you have gone too far." Gu Yan could no longer contain his frustration. "My sister is willing to forsake her cello to support you as a devoted partner, and you dare to hurt her in front of the old man? Imagine how you would treat her in private." The old man echoed his sentiments. "You rascal. Do you believe you have endless youth to squander? At 28, you must recognize your place." Wen Zhihe, observing everyone chastising Qi Yuting, felt a sense of confusion. At this moment, she decided to side with the old man, considering it was his birthday. With this in mind, she turned her gaze to Qi Yuting's brooding visage, her warm hand gently brushing along his inner thigh. She feigned seriousness, saying, "Fourth master, the chairman is only looking out for your best interests. There aren't too many opportunities left for late bloomers like you. A lady is willing to marry you, and yet you do not take joy in it?" Qi Yuting replied, "That tickles." Wen Zhihe added a remark, urging caution. Qi Yuting was nearly amused by her words, perfectly encapsulating the idea of late bloomers. The tension in his brow gradually dissipated. Gu Yuan observed how Wen Zhihe effortlessly coaxed the elder to forget about making decisions on her behalf, and her resentment towards her deepened. The meal concluded, though not without its discomfort. The elder summoned Qi Yuding to the study. Wen Zhihe surmised that the elder must have issued an ultimatum, demanding Qi Yuding agree to marry Gu Yuan by day's end. Gazing at the swings set in the garden, damp from the rain and unplayable, she turned to walk towards the attic where she once resided. Unexpectedly, Gu Yuan returned, blocking her path. Wen Zhihe, I have a question for you. Gu Yuan stood before her, exuding an air of dominance. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. This proud princess had never faced such humiliation, and today she cast aside her refined demeanor. Pointing an accusatory finger at Wen Zhihe, she seethed, "Isn't that you who was in Ah Ting's car yesterday?" Wen Zhihe had previously shown her deference, but today, she felt none for this self-righteous woman. With a slight squint of her fox-like eyes, she retorted coolly, "Miss Gu, are you not misplacing your priorities by obsessing over the identity of a woman in a man's car? What do you mean by that? You have diligently studied the classics for decades, yet fail to discern the essence behind appearances? Since it is Qi Yuding's car, and he is the one who kissed someone, he is the focal point. Why not inquire with him? You." Wen Zhihe raised her chin defiantly. "What of it? Do you believe that if I reveal the identity of the woman he kissed, you will relinquish your hopes? That would be futile. You would merely conclude that a queen of your stature is the only one deserving of him. After dedicating over 20 years to a life of silent longing, who could possibly love him more than you? Am I right?" Each word from Wen Zhihe struck at Gu Yuan's vulnerabilities, rendering her pale and trembling with rage. "Do you admit to seducing Qi Yuding? How shameless can you be? He was once your elder." Wen Zhihe rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You just referred to him as a former elder. Let us not shift the narrative. Did I ever claim to have seduced him? What else could it be? On the day of the engagement banquet, weren't you the one waiting for him in a hotel room?" "Indeed, I was." Embracing the spirit of aggravating her opponent, Wen Zhihe boldly affirmed, "I am in the stage of selecting a partner. A discerning bird chooses its tree. Moreover, both parties are unmarried. What is the issue?" Gu Yuan was on the brink of exploding, her gaze filled with loathing, wishing to cast Wen Zhihe into the depths of despair. "Is this how you repay the elder Qi's nurturing?" Wen Zhihe replied, "And you? Are you not pursuing Qi Yuding for wealth? To remain in Ihua?" Wen Zhihe interjected, "Yes. Yes. The modern woman. Her pursuits are either wealth or men." Gu Yuan could no longer contain herself, and was about to strike Wen Zhihe when she noticed a figure hurrying towards them. Upon recognizing Qi Yuding, she lowered her hand mid-air, her expression softening instantly. Her tone turned frail. "He, you do not love him at all, and you know you cannot marry him. Yet you insist on competing with me?" Wen Zhihe, being but a child at heart, was unaware that Qi Yuding had already arrived behind her, leaning impatiently against a pillar. She casually inquired, "Sister Yuan, what exactly do you desire? If you truly insist on Qi Yuding, then prove your worth and go for it." Qi Yuding observed Wen Zhihe, who appeared entirely unperturbed as she addressed Gu Yuan. "However, you cannot demand marriage from him right from the start. That is far too utilitarian. Your intentions are excessively blatant." Gu Yuan interjected, "If I were to love a man, it would be pure and genuine, an earnest wish to be in a romantic relationship. I would never dare to approach someone with the intent of dragging them to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately." "You," Wen Zhihe retorted, "I lack your audacity. You not only desire wealth, but also power, aspiring to become the fourth young mistress and control the entire Qi family right from the outset. Such greed will only frighten men away." Gu Yuan could only stare in disbelief. Wen Zhihe regarded her with a glint of mischievousness in her eyes. Qi Yuding, observing her proud profile, couldn't help but smile. It appeared he had overestimated the situation. This young lady was not one to be easily bullied, and she was more likely to stand her ground against others. As Qi Yuding stood before her, Gu Yuan could only greet him, "Ah Ting, how did your conversation with the old master go?" Wen Zhihe's eyes widened in surprise. Turning around, she met the depth of his dark gaze, which seemed to convey, "Have you finally noticed me?" "Greetings, President Qi." Wen Zhihe stammered, her thoughts momentarily derailed. Had he overheard her previous remarks? She wondered if he would enforce familial discipline upon her. "You two continue your discussion. I shall tend to the flowers." In a flurry, she fled, resembling a startled lamb. Qi Yuding raised an eyebrow in amusement. After dashing a few steps, she noticed a puddle-laden patch of grass and realized her excuse was utterly flimsy. It had just rained heavily. What flowers was she tending to? She could only feign nonchalance while washing her hands nearby, straining to eavesdrop. At that moment, Gu Yuan's voice was soft and laced with shyness. "Ah Ting, Zhihe is right. How about we travel together? From dating to marriage, what do you say?" Chapter 48. He is so cold, so aloof, so serious. Wen Zhihe nearly toppled into the basin upon hearing this. What a calamity! How had she unwittingly fashioned a wedding gown for another? If Qi Yuding, out of spite, truly decided to travel with Gu Yuan, oh no, that simply wouldn't he do. Perhaps she should return to the one household tonight to fetch the household register, and take Qi Yuding to the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing tomorrow. While she fretted over this dilemma, Qi Yuding's deep voice cut through the air, clear as a breeze. "Miss Gu, cease your self-degradation." His gaze was cold and indifferent as he regarded Gu Yuan, akin to a stranger, his tone frigid. "I shall not entertain a marriage alliance." "What?" Gu Yuan stumbled, weakly bracing herself against the wall. The man exhibited no trace of compassion as he continued. "Furthermore, Qi Moli has voluntarily relinquished her shares due to a breach of clan regulations. The Qi and Gu families shall henceforth have no commercial dealings, including marriage alliances." When Zhihe felt a chill run down her spine, her hands nearly raw from rubbing. So, Qi Yuding had rejected Gu Yuan in the same manner 2 years prior? If he was not merely acting out of spite then, why had he taken the unnecessary step of going abroad? She watched as Gu Yuan, on the verge of collapse, pointed a trembling finger at Qi Yuding. Her eyes reddened with unshed tears, yet she could not utter a single word of reproach. Her love for Qi Yuding was profound and unyielding. She simply could not receive tenderness. Thus, when Jian Yu showed her utmost care and affection, she indulged in the vanity of being adored by a man of such caliber. She yearned for Qi Yuding to bestow upon her a fraction of the pity that Jian Yu had shown, yet Qi Yuding pierced her heart once more, shattering her dreams. As she stumbled away from the garden, the elderly gentleman on the second floor sighed heavily. "What a misfortune! How could I have fathered such a cold-blooded and heartless son? He is as unyielding and frigid as a stone." Uncle Qin handed over water and medicine, attempting to console him. "What are you saying? Even son Wukong would disagree. Surely, he possesses a heart. Eventually, he became a Buddha. After all, he is the Monkey King and has no need for a wife." With a chuckle, Uncle Qin added, "Now that the fourth master has redistributed the shares, he must have been planning this for years. As long as the company thrives, marrying a wife will be as easy as pie." The old man glared at him. "Don't you dare say that. Not me. I wouldn't dream of it. Everyone knows that the chairman brought his wife home with ease back in the day." The old man, still troubled, swallowed his blood pressure medication, his gaze filled with sorrow. "I wish to speak with Xiaohua, but that wretched boy is so protective, claiming they'll discuss her marriage next time. What are you worried about? Old Qin, do you know to whom Ah-Si has transferred that 10 of shares?" Uncle Qin, long disinterested in stocks, felt the tension rise. After much gesturing, he finally managed to speak to Miss Zhihe. "Indeed." The old man held his forehead, secretly distressed, as events spiraled further out of control in the direction he dreaded. "Old Qin, what do you think?" Uncle Qin dared not speculate. He couldn't even bear to think about it. After all, it was Qi Sai. He could take a life if he wished, let alone indulge a woman. Chuckling, Uncle Qin remarked, "If the fourth master truly loves Miss Zhihe, it's likely that stopping him now would be futile." "Why?" The old man lifted his head. Uncle Qin's face flushed as he looked down, fidgeting. "The fourth master, with his ascetic lifestyle for 28 years, once he savors the pleasures of a woman, how could he ever return to the past? He will indulge without restraint." "Are you implying that he has been with he?" The old man rose, clutching his chest. Uncle Qin rushed to support him, rubbing his heart area. "Though my eyesight has waned, today, seeing the fourth master, he truly seemed different from before. During lunch, he was holding Miss Zhihe's hand so tightly that she could scarcely pull away." The old man felt darkness close in, collapsing onto the table in tears. What a sin! Truly a beast. The afternoon continued with a gentle drizzle. Qi Yuding expertly maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand, while the wipers rhythmically swept across the windshield. With the other hand, he held the girl's hand, gently caressing her delicate knuckles with his thumb. From thumb to little finger, he patiently and methodically traced each joint. As Wen Zhihe gazed at the Qi residence receding in the distance, she turned back to him. "What did you discuss with the old man? Is he all right?" Qi Yuding parked the car in the designated rest area without turning off the engine, the air filled solely with their heartbeats and the sound of the wipers. "He is fine." As Qi Yuding spoke, he raised his delicate hand to his lips, gently kissing her palm with his lowered lashes. A teasing sensation spread from her palm throughout her entire being, leaving Wen Zhihe electrified by his unexpected allure. "Lean closer," he commanded, firmly pressing her head against his shoulder. Their fingers entwined despite the barrier of the center console. "Why won't you let the old man see me alone?" She trembled slightly, her breath unstable. "Have you confronted him? Are you afraid he'll scold me for shamelessly pursuing you?" The man shook his head slightly, indicating that the time was not yet ripe. His fingers unconsciously twirled a strand of her hair around his ring finger, his lips brushing against her ear. Suddenly, his gaze darkened as he bit the loose strands of hair that had fallen before her ear, tucking them behind it with a fierce expression, yet his touch remained gentle. Wen Zhihe felt a hint of trepidation from his inexplicable demeanor. The man supported her waist, noting how slender it was. He pressed his forehead against hers, his mind filled with the candid words she had just spoken. However, she had never directly expressed such tender sentiments to him before. His voice was husky, languorous, and seductive. "I want to know, when did you fall in love with me?" I wish to hear you say it to me." "What should I say?" He was always so unpredictable, offering no hints whatsoever. She gazed blankly into his eyes, captivated by his long, well-defined eyelashes. The light streaming in from outside cast a hazy glow in his profound gaze. Yet, when he looked at her, there was an undeniable sense of aggression. He tugged at his tie, loosening it, his pronounced Adam's apple adding to his allure. This action, inexplicably, heightened the tension. "In the future, do not speak of love to anyone else, all right?" His low tone was accompanied by his palm gently caressing her flushed cheek, a sweetness that was indescribable. "You can only say it to me," he added. Wen Zhihe's heart sank as she recalled her earlier confrontation with Gu Yuan, remembering how he had vehemently rejected Gu Yuan's advances. She was uncertain of the depth of her feelings for him, yet sensed that he seemed to eagerly anticipate her affection and declarations of love. "I say," Wen Zhihe paused with a smile. Qi Yuding suddenly grasped her hand, his expression growing serious. "Be good, say it quickly. Say you love me, and I promise to love you every day until you cry." "I say, if I love a man, it is a pure love, a genuine desire to be in a relationship with him." "No, no." Qi Yuding pressed her palm against his heart, his gaze filled with possessiveness, speaking to her in the second person. "How sentimental." Wen Zhihe's eyes sparkled with mischief as she toyed with his expectations. "I say, if I were to fall in love with you, forget it." Qi Yuding released her hand, turning his gaze toward the car window, his expression returning to its customary indifference. Wen Zhihe thought to herself, "I've crossed the line. He is angry now." The man handed her a document, a flicker of irritation evident in his furrowed brow, his lips drawn into a straight line. Wen Zhihe stared at his coldly beautiful profile as he grew upset, accepting the document in a daze. An equity transfer agreement? Her pupils widened in surprise. "He is reclaiming the shares just to transfer them to me? Why is he being so kind to me?" Qi Yuding opened his mouth. The man opened the car door and stepped out. Wen Zhihe felt a pang of dread. It was dire. Qi Yuding was now infuriated, and he was utterly different from before. So cold, so aloof, so serious. Watching his solitary figure stride towards the CF, the gentle rain fell upon his suit. Wen Zhihe tugged at her hair and immediately called Qin Yihuan for assistance. "Yihuan, I accidentally upset him. What should I do? He is so petty." Qin Yihuan, walking alongside Jiang Yu, feigned ignorance with a chuckle. "Which one? The treasure cover, the single person, or the female character?" Wen Zhihe tugged at her hair again, exclaiming, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." Qin Yihuan replied, "You don't need many friends. Just 4 or 5 close male friends will suffice." Jiang Yu glanced over. Wen Zhihe retorted, "Don't be glib. I'm serious." Qi Yuding looks so angry, and I've never had to soothe a man before. Upon hearing this, Qin Yihuan's expression grew more mischievous. Really? Do men even require soothing? Do you have any idea how hard we work to protect them from those wicked women? It's exhausting. And now we have to coddle them too? Jiang Yu looked over again. Wen Zhihe promptly hung up the phone. Embarrassed, she sent Qin Yihuan a message. Actually, he just wants to hear me confess my feelings. But I feel that since we're already together, discussing love seems superfluous. Moments later, Qin Yihuan replied, Men are insatiable. First, they want to know your name, and then they want to hear you call theirs. That's called being greedy. Don't indulge him. Wen Zhihe thought, Let it all perish, my friends. Grasping her umbrella, she prepared to step out of the car to meet Qi Yuding, realizing that soothing someone requires action. Just as she exited the vehicle, she encountered Ning Zhan, who had also emerged. He removed his mask, looking at her with surprise. He meow. Chapter 49. Look at the woman. I'm the only woman here. Wen Zhihe scrutinized the celestial being who had descended from the heavens, stammering, Zhan, brother Zhan, how did you come to this earthly realm? How could someone of his celestial stature appear casually on the roadside, and alone at that? My parents' house is nearby. I come here occasionally. Wen Zhihe widened her eyes in astonishment, for indeed, netizens had claimed that this affluent area was closest to dreams. So, do I count as one of your dreams? Absolutely. You can help me become famous. Ning Zhan merely gazed at her, chuckling softly, silly girl. Her eyes glistened with moisture in the rain, as if veiled in a light mist. He would forever remember how she gazed at his poster in school, utterly enamored and focused, as if he were the only one to tread in her world. Yet at that time, all the boys dared not dream of her. She was destined to be the fiancée of the illustrious Gu family, engaged to someone named Gu Yan. Qisai was her protector. They belonged to different worlds, unable to draw near. After a moment of silence, Ning Zhan's phone rang, jolting him from his reverie as he realized he had been staring at the girl in a daze. I arranged to meet a little online friend. I chose this place for its seclusion, so I came alone. Online friend? Wen Zhihe was taken aback. Someone like him, who was perpetually busy with work and fitness, still had time to make online friends? And dare to meet them alone? Noticing her confusion, Ning Zhan offered a warm smile and reassured her, Don't misunderstand. I'm talking about a boy. Wen Zhihe, oblivious to the implications of gender, chuckled lightly and replied, Then you should go. Be careful of the paparazzi. Yet, Ning Zhan remained still, casting another glance at the blue Bugatti behind her, his clear eyes fixed on her as he remarked, Your uncle is quite kind to you. Understanding his meaning, Wen Zhihe blushed and replied shyly, He is not my uncle anymore. Your sister? What are you doing here? Wen Zhihe rushed over, gripping his skateboard, his eyes sparkling as if he had encountered a deity. Wen Zhihe was momentarily stunned. Xiaoyi, what brings you here? On this rainy day, amidst the affluent neighborhood with no subway station, it seemed improbable for a poor boy like him to venture here. Had he befriended a wealthy, second-generation heir? I came to meet an online friend. Xiaoyi casually swept his fingers through her thick hair before glancing across the street. Whoa, what a surprise to see my sister and her crush. Wen Zhihe felt utterly mortified. This boy had a tendency to speak before thinking. She softly corrected him. That's called being a fan, not a crush. Wen Zhihe patted her shoulder. That's what we call my sister's youthful days. Ning Zhan watched them with a teasing glint. Hello, Xiaoyi. Wen Zhihe, momentarily taken aback, nodded in a daze, scanning the surroundings for cameras to confirm they weren't filming. He then leaned close to Wen Zhihe and whispered, Sister, are you daring enough to meet your crush in secret? Aren't you afraid Fourth Master will break your legs? Wen Zhihe was about to explain when Qi Yuding's tall figure came into view. Ning Zhan noticed as well and, wishing to avoid awkwardness, grasped Wen Zhihe's arm, gently pulling him along. Come on, little online friend. Huh? No way. Wen Zhihe was completely taken aback. Are you serious? Yes, indeed. Ning Zhan smiled as if basking in the spring breeze. Wen Zhihe exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as if they were in a surreal dream. Let us go. Ning Zhan donned a mask and led Wen Zhihe, who carried his skateboard. The two of them walked away, arms around each other as shoulders. Qi Yuding had already spotted Ning Zhan, his hand gripping the bag tightly, unconsciously forming a fist. He could hardly believe that not only was the girl infatuated with Ning Zhan, but she had also led her brother into this fan frenzy. These two kids truly lacked guidance. The more Qi Yuding thought about it, the darker his expression became. When Zhihe approached, attempting to take the bag from his hand, but the man's grip was firmer than a martial artist's fist, refusing to yield. Moreover, his handsome face was colder than before. If it had been a vast expanse of frozen ice earlier, it was now a tempest of snow. When Zhihe pushed aside the earlier excitement from the brief interlude and focused on soothing the man, she held the umbrella high above his head, then gently brushed aside the longer strands of hair from his forehead. Water droplets clung to his hair and trickled down, yet his eyes stubbornly avoided hers. So frigid, yet undeniably handsome. Still angry? She asked softly. I am not, he replied curtly. His lips were truly unyielding. The woman lifted her chin, gazing intently into his eyes, her brows softening, her voice tender. Did you see Ning Zhan? I didn't see him. As a grown man, I'd rather look at women, not him. After a brief stalemate, when Zhihe pouted in resignation and urged, come on, look. Look at what? Look at women. I'm the only woman here. Qi Yuding was nearly exasperated to the point of laughter. His gaze finally settled on the girl's equally stubborn face, and he sighed softly within. How had this child adopted so many of his bad habits? It was both endearing and infuriating. He handed her the bag, coolly remarking, there are candies and milk inside. Help yourself. When Zhihe smiled, rising on tiptoe to plant a quick kiss on his smooth cheek. Your pores are so fine. Your skin is truly exquisite, even better than many girls. She praised him as she climbed into the car. Qi Yuding was momentarily taken aback by her sudden, affectionate ambush, his heart fluttering as he smiled, hardly registering her compliments. Upon entering the vehicle, when Zhihe noticed his jawline had finally relaxed, she hurriedly opened the lid of her coffee cup, adding sugar and milk to his as well, stirring gently with her delicate, slender fingers, exuding elegance and intellect. Unable to resist the alluring aroma of the coffee, she unconsciously licked her lips, causing Qi Yuding to swallow hard. All right, you've been upset for far too long today. So have something sweet, when Zhihe offered, bringing it close to his lips. However, the man gazed at her enticing cherry-red lips, suddenly reluctant to forgive her so swiftly. She was being too obedient now. He feigned indifference, saying, why do I feel like that little mixing motion you just did was akin to poisoning me? What? When Zhihe stared at the coffee in her hands and took a quick sip to prove it was harmless. Huh? Qi Yuding immediately intervened, but she still burned her lips, which turned a vivid red. It's all your fault for saying such scalding words. She pouted. Qi Yuding quickly took the coffee from her, placing it in the cup holder, and gently pinched her soft chin. Seeing her face, which appeared to have a faint blush, and noting that her lips had not blistered, he finally felt relieved. Silly girl, he murmured, leaning down to softly capture her lips, his tongue gently brushing against her trembling mouth. His thin lips seemed to carry an electric current, sending a wave of warmth through her body, rendering the pain non-existent. After a while, he released her and turned to sip his coffee slowly. Quite hot, isn't it? He remarked, taking small sips. Not worried about it being poison anymore? She teased, leaning closer and wrapping her arms tightly around one of his, pressing it against her chest. The sensation soft and comforting. Qi Yuding's earlier frustrations evaporated. Even if she truly had poisoned him, he would willingly consume it. Has your little friend been looking for you? He asked, his tone dripping with a hint of jealousy, revealing his grievances. It was one thing for her to chat online, but now she was in frequent contact with him. Not that. If I said he was a friend of Xiaoya's, would you believe it? No need to answer. I don't believe it myself. She demanded her boyfriend to accept something she found hard to believe. Ah, women, he sighed. When Zhihe tightened her embrace around his sturdy arm, only wanting to soothe him, oblivious to the ample curves of her chest that had been pushed into view. As a man glanced down, he was met with a most tempting sight, leaving his throat dry. He took another sip of coffee, concealing the dark desires in his obsidian eyes, and remarked softly, Ning Zhan is fond of you. I noticed while waiting for the coffee. He gazed at you with such affection, utterly captivated. When Zhihe jolted, nearly biting her own tongue. What nonsense is this? He already has a girlfriend. Qi Yuding sighed, somewhat regretful for inviting trouble. I am not blind. The way you two exchanged glances was like a scene from a play, a mutual pursuit. Chapter 50. If you continue like this, you might end up without a girlfriend. Wen Zhihe truly could not comprehend how Chi Sire, usually so tough and unyielding, displayed such a stark contrast when it came to romance. Just moments ago, he was so cold, and now he hung his head like a lost child. If any other man were so capricious, she would have kicked him a Mars by now. Yet, this contrast in the icy Chi Yuding felt akin to a hard candy melting slowly in her mouth. Everything sweetened just right. When Zhihe reached out to embrace his slender waist, both delicate and clingy. That was not mutual pursuit. It was merely a performance. Our gazes are a play, not love. Chi Yuding, enveloped in her embrace, lost the will to drive, his legs growing weak. Do you know? She leaned in closer. His voice had turned husky, know what? Don't tell me you've had many girlfriends in the past 2 years. Absolutely not. You know what? It doesn't matter who I find attractive outside. Is that not important? She gently nibbled at his sensual Adam's apple, her delicate teeth grazing it, her voice sultry and enchanting. What matters is that I only want to bring you, this handsome man, home. Chi Yuding's Adam's apple quivered violently, instinctively gripping the back of her head, pressing her closer. When Zhihe understood, he relished her kisses on that sensitive spot. She tilted her face up, her long lashes fluttering, kissing him softly, like a captivating fairy unaware of her charm, teasing his heart with each gentle peck. Chi Yuding. Yes, I like you so much, so very much. The tension in the man's heart gradually dissipated, soon replaced by a surge of sweetness. The woman continued to suckle on the red mark she had left, her small hands growing restless, as if igniting a fire, until his self-control completely collapsed. The desires simmering beneath his gaze threatened to erupt like volcanic lava, swirling, as if to engulf her, transforming them into a blaze. The corners of his eyes turned crimson, his magnetic voice resonating like finely tuned strings. You dare to like me so much? You're doomed. When Zhihe had not anticipated such a response, the script was not written this way. In his impulsive state, he seemed less like a poisoned man and more like one under a spell. Let us go home, she stammered. I heard you only want to date and not marry? Not interested in being the fourth young mistress? He nibbled at her earlobe. When Zhihe chuckled awkwardly, actually, I want to be your little empress. Chi Yuding, utterly enchanted, immediately started the car, securing himself, little empress. Whoosh! The car sped away. When Zhihe gasped, clutching him tightly. Just wait, when we return, I shall enforce the family rules. Her face flushed as red as a cooked shrimp, her position atop him exceedingly ambiguous. Fortunately, this road is devoid of surveillance cameras. Otherwise, should this scene be captured, their leap into the yellow river would not absolve them. After all, they appear exceedingly yellow, in an isolated yet upscale restaurant. Wen Zhihe watched Ning Zhan, who smiled like a handsome seductress, with a nervousness that left him uncertain of where to place his hands. It is my fault for not providing you with prior psychological preparation. Wen Zhihe, overwhelmed with anxiety, found himself unable to consume anything. Even the exquisite steak failed to arouse his appetite. That brother Zhan even asked me to call him Zhan Zhan, the one for admiration. Is this truly acceptable? Wen Zhihe mused, anxiously pinching his fingers. He contemplated suggesting that they should refrain from meeting in the future, as their disparate identities seemed to create an insurmountable chasm, making their virtual interactions far more comfortable. Ning Zhan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. What? Is it inevitable for online acquaintances to encounter such mishaps upon meeting? Did I disappoint you? No, Wen Zhihe exclaimed, his eyes reddening with urgency. I merely feel unworthy. No, I should not have come to meet you. I am just a poor boy, and you have been so supportive of me, my best friend. Ha. Ning Zhan took a sip of juice and replied with a smile. I'm not asking you to marry me. What is wrong with being a poor boy? I was once even poorer than you, orphaned at a young age. Yet here I stand, what of it? We ought to support one another. Orphaned? Wen Zhihe gazed at him in astonishment. Aren't your parents abroad? Those are my adoptive parents. I lost my biological parents in a car accident when I was 16, and my sister and I were fortunate to survive. He spoke as if it were a light matter, wary of startling the youth before him. Could you recommend me to your sister? I added her years ago. But for some reason, she never approved my request. In his earnest gaze, Wen Zhihe detected an undercurrent of complex emotions. He had seen a similar depth in Qi Yuting's eyes. Does he also harbor feelings for my sister? This realization startled Wen Zhihe, intensifying his anxiety. Are you interested in pursuing my sister? Ning Zhan's secret was laid bare by the innocent youth, causing him to blush slightly and chuckle. Do I appear so obvious in my intentions? This revelation rendered Wen Zhihe utterly unable to eat, as he raised his hand to send a sticker to Wen Zhihe, depicting a crying face. After sending it, he frantically tousled his hair, burying his face in his arms, overwhelmed with frustration. Had I known you also fancy my sister, I should have intervened to prevent her from being with that person. What a tragic fate. What are you mumbling about? Ning Zhan affectionately tousled his hair. Be a good boy and eat up. Otherwise, you won't build any muscle. When you mentioned your sister was Xiao Hemiao that day during the shoot, I was so elated that I couldn't focus on my performance. I laughed in the makeup room for an entire afternoon. With every word Ning Zhan uttered, Wen Zhihe felt an urge to weep. He was so fond of this strikingly handsome individual and wished fervently for his sister to marry him, to marry for love. In this way, he could be both a brother and a brother-in-law. Just the thought brought him to tears of joy. What's wrong? Next time, I'll take you for barbecue, all right? I chose this place today for the ease of conversation, so I owe you 3 barbecues. Wawa. Wen Zhihe truly began to cry. My heart, it's so vexing. I wish I could marry my sister off. There are too many handsome men. She would never be able to choose. Ning Zhan chuckled helplessly, taken aback by the intensity of his emotions. 10 meters of sunshine. Fourth master, Miss Zhihe, it is time to come downstairs for dinner. Aunt Lu called out before returning to the kitchen, humming a little tune. On the second floor, in the cloakroom, Wen Zhihe heard Aunt Lu's voice and felt her heart race. Please spare me this time. There are outsiders present. The man gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye with his fingertip. His voice, husky and enticing, murmured, no one can affect us. You initiated this and must bear the consequences. Qi Yuting, other men have girlfriends to pamper. I don't want you to be alone. She cried in protest. Isn't that precisely what I am doing? He replied, his hand stroking her arched back as if soothing a cat. With a pitiful tone, Wen Zhihe lamented. If you continue like this, you'll end up without a girlfriend. Chapter 51. It was merely an addition of one person. When Wen Zhihe awoke, the night had enveloped the world. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she stared blankly for a moment, her gaze falling upon the alluring marks adorning her skin. The images from the afternoon flooded back into her mind, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Instinctively, she reached for her phone on the bedside table. The journey back from Qi's residence felt akin to enduring a rigorous military training session. The elusive, yet delightfully distracting, electronic device had been firmly confiscated by the devilish Qi Yuting, who wickedly remarked, touch your abs, not your phone. At long last, her phone was liberated. The first message she saw was from her younger brother. Crying like a baby, recommended a friend to you. Sister, for 3 barbecues and a handsome guy. Please accept Zhang Gu's request. Wen Zhihe smiled faintly and sighed. Had I known there was a shortcut to Ning Zhan through my brother, I would not have boarded Qi Yuting's treacherous ship. Oh well, it was her fault for being too enamored, seduced by the wolf that was Qi Yuting. She casually accepted the friend request. Almost instantaneously, Ning Zhan sent a greeting emoji, little seedling and the sun side by side. Wen Zhihe returned the polite greeting and switched to WeChat, delving into her workgroup to review the upcoming week's plans. Meanwhile, Ning Zhan was enjoying a meal with his sister, Ningling. With his phone in hand, he was grinning so widely that he could hardly eat. Ningling regarded him with disdain, but couldn't he help but be intrigued. Brother, have you started dating? No, he replied, yet his face betrayed him, turning crimson. With a woman's intuition, Ningling sensed that this foolish grin while eating was characteristic of someone smitten. Who else would be so distracted by their food? Ningling leaned in closer, stealing a glance at the photo on his phone. Oh my gosh, brother, is it you? His romantic interest was himself? Was he laughing at his own photo like a narcissistic weirdo? Ning Zhan finally reined in his laughter and set his phone down. Still chewing on his chopsticks as he mumbled, I added he meows chirping. Ningling was taken aback. Is that necessary? Don't you already have her on WeChat? Who even uses that anymore? The new generation barely has time to check it. Ah, but you are unaware. Her space is filled with my photos. From the ages of 16 to 20, look, they are even categorized by year. Ning Ling's eyes widened. He Miao is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also your devoted fan. If she hadn't donated blood to save me back then, how could I have witnessed my brother's success? Ning Zhan proudly lifted his chin, didn't he? At last, the clouds have parted, revealing the moonlight. I can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Do you think she has secretly fallen for me long ago? Ah, no matter how successful a man may be, when it comes to love, he is just like a peacock displaying its feathers. Wen Zhihe nestled in bed, chuckling at the messages in her group chat with friends. Huan, Miao, has a man been appeased? Xiao, what have I missed? You all dare to have private conversations. Be careful, or I might remove you from this group. Huan, Xiao, the private chats are about billion-yuan projects, not suitable for you. Xiao, you all have billion-yuan projects and didn't inform me? I've been worrying about lack of announcements. Huan, well, he Miao upset a wealthy man this afternoon, but he is affluent, with top-notch attributes and quite handsome. Would you teach her how to soothe him? Xiao, seduce him. Sleep with him thoroughly, rubbing hands together. Huan, so, isn't that a big project accomplished? He Miao, in the future, when such matters arise, you must broaden your perspective. Check your bank balance. Wen Zhihe. Ha, suddenly, a deep male voice resonated from above. Are you so happy? Qi Yuding had emerged from his study without her noticing. Startled, Wen Zhihe crossed her arms over her chest, a gesture signifying that men and dogs are not allowed on the bed. The man smiled mischievously, ruffling her hair. How about showing me some military drills? He leaned down, his black shirt casually unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of his dark, captivating eyes. So enchanting. Wen Zhihe nearly lost her senses again, hastily pressing a cushion against his face. Back. She retreated, her sore body clearly recalling the tumultuous encounter. Her bashfulness tinted her eyes and cheeks a lovely shade of pink, an exquisite sight. The man's lips parted slightly, his voice still carrying that teasing tone. In this bed, how far can you really go? No matter where you climb, I will catch you. From now on, you shall sleep next door, hum. Wen Zhihe drew an imaginary line in the air. This girl, when playful, was irresistibly charming. He swallowed hard. I apologize. I mismanaged things last night. Hum. She glanced in the mirror, feeling the thrill. His expression remained stoic. Her face flushed, indignantly exclaiming, so it's thrilling, is it? Next time, I'll make it even more exciting. How about you watch me hang myself? Is that thrilling enough? Playful. Qi Yuding chuckled despite his irritation, seizing her legs and pulling her into his embrace, gently patting her back. Today, my father hinted at your marriage with Jiang Fu. So, I didn't allow you to meet him alone, understand? Of course, she understood. He was once again meddling with Jiang Fu's romantic prospects. Thinking of Jiang Fu. That poor soul, she deliberately muttered. Jiang Fu is quite good. What a pity. Qi Yuding looked down and noticed a notification on her phone banner. Zon. See you on set tomorrow. Heart emoji. Qi Yuding's gaze froze, his fingers resting on her waist, stirring slightly. Had you been chatting with Ning Zhan? Was her laughter from the bed because of him? Are you still playing around? Occasionally, she replied casually, her expression subtly enigmatic. Years ago, in a fit of rebellion, she had blocked Qi Yutong. This incident remained etched in her memory, and undoubtedly, someone as vengeful as Qi Yutong had not forgotten either. Before Wen Zhihe could even see the notification, her screen lit up with a call from her mother. Joyfully, she answered, "Hello, Mom." Qi Yutong withdrew his hands into his pockets, feeling an inexplicable surge of irritation. Returning to his study, he double-clicked the penguin icon on his desktop. Since the day when Zhihe had blocked him at the age of 16, his penguin avatar had remained dark. That summer, she had become enamored with various social media platforms, her beautiful avatar attracting admirers from all walks of life. Qi Yutong was concerned she might become overly engrossed in the superficiality of the online world. Their disagreement escalated one day when she audaciously retorted, "Who do you think you are? My parents don't care about me. Why should you?" He was taken aback. How could she dare to speak to him that way? Infuriated, He deleted all her newly added friends and friend requests right in front of her. She cried throughout the night, while he, too, found no solace in sleep. The following morning, he discovered he had been removed from her friends list. Once blocked and then deleted, there was no way for him to reconnect. For years had passed without her ever mentioning it again, and he feigned indifference. Yet at this moment, an unshakable gloom enveloped him, the reason for which eluded him. His fingertip unconsciously grazed the computer screen, sweeping across the barren friend list. Unbeknownst to Wen Zhihe, it was her that had prompted him to install this software. He had only added her as a friend. Meanwhile, Wen Zhihe continued her phone conversation. Su Jia's voice was gentle as she said, "Hee, your father is preparing to move his belongings to the store. Once we choose an auspicious day, the shop will open." "Okay, and what about Xiaoyi?" Wen Zhihe inquired, glancing at the dimly lit garden. Su Jia paused briefly, then she whispered after descending the stairs. "Xiaoyi has been acting a bit off since he returned today. He didn't eat dinner and has been playing the guitar." "Oh, didn't he have a good time meeting someone online today?" Wen Zhihe asked, puzzled. Could it be he is in an online relationship? At such a tender age, a heartbreak could lead him down a rebellious path for life. "No, don't worry, Mom. I know his online friend. It's a guy, a top-tier celebrity, very positive." Su Jia breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. It seems Xiaoyi is still straight and hasn't veered off course." After ending the call, Wen Zhihe heard the sound of a car starting in the garden. Her body froze, and upon peeking into the study, she confirmed that Qi Yutong had indeed left. Could there be an issue at the company? She hurried down the stairs, encountering Aunt Lu, who approached her with an anxious expression. "Miss Zhihe, the old master has had a heart attack and has been taken to the hospital." Chapter 52. Aside from you, who is more important than his father? Everything seemed fine at noon. Why did it come to this? It was all that woman from Yuding Huafu. Each time she came over to stir trouble, the old master had to bear the brunt of it. Wen Zhihe was well aware of what kind of venomous woman Emo Chili was. Now that the shares of Chi Moli had been transferred, her worth had diminished to mere trifles, and it was certain that the Gu family would retract the engagement. Emo Chili's unbridled ambition was ultimately shattered by Chi Yuding, igniting her ire and prompting her to confront the elder with venomous insults. Indeed, she wished for his swift demise. Meanwhile, Wen Zhihe almost stumbled down the stairs, narrowly saved by Aunt Lu, who comforted her, reminding her that the fourth master had instructed her to keep an eye on her and that she should wait for news at home. How could she possibly remain at home? The elder had been a beacon of support and gratitude in her life. Wen Zhihe forced herself to steady her nerves, retrieving her car keys at the entrance. As she settled into the vehicle, her legs felt somewhat weak. Just as she fastened her seatbelt, her phone rang. Qi Yuding, speaking through a Bluetooth headset, reassured her not to worry, claiming he could handle the situation and to wait for him at home. How could she possibly feel at ease? Why was he leaving her alone here? It was utterly unfair. In a soothing tone, Qi Yuding calmed her, acknowledging her good intentions but urging her not to act impulsively. He suggested she enjoy a late-night snack, teasing that otherwise, she might have nightmares of hunger. Late-night snacks? His nonchalance was astonishing. That was her father we were discussing. He maintained his composure, insisting she listen to him, as the matter was peculiar, especially with the shareholders' meeting approaching. A sense of dread filled Wen Zhihe's heart. "Are you in danger? I must come." Suddenly, she heard the roar of a sports car's engine as Qi Yuding accelerated. What's happening over there? A deafening bang jolted her senses. The sound of shattering glass followed. Qi Yuding, her breath caught in her throat, and an overwhelming pain coursed through her being. A chilling terror seized her thoughts, a foreboding sensation gripping her heart. A catastrophic car accident had occurred on the bridge. A blue sports car was flung into the air by a large truck. Just as her panic peaked, the situation took a dramatic turn. The sports car landed safely 100 meters ahead, while the involved truck plunged into the river. Eyewitnesses exclaimed, "This must be a scene from a Hong Kong film." By the time Wen Zhihe reached the bridge, Qi Yuding had already been loaded onto an ambulance, the white airbag still billowing. Thankfully, he had not lost any limbs and lay intact on the stretcher. Hearing her cries, he slowly opened his eyes. "Qi Yuding," she sobbed, too fearful to touch him, merely calling his name. Once again, she found herself in an ambulance with him, But this time, she felt as if death had almost claimed him. Someone had sought his life. "Brother, no wonder you didn't take me with you." She wept, her eyes red and swollen, resembling a lost little rabbit. The man lay on the stretcher, his face devoid of color, weakly clinging to consciousness. He managed to part his pale lips, whispering, "Fortunately, my driving skills are good." Wen Zhihe stifled her sobs, hesitating to touch his bandaged head, gently brushing her thumb across his brow. "Do you remember me? I remember your voice," he teased her. "No, you must remember all of me." She couldn't bear the thought of him forgetting her, even if it meant feigning amnesia. Qi Yuding slightly curved his lips. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy and soon closed. His voice, deep and heavy, echoed, "You're my girl." Wen Zhihe's heart sank. "Qi Yuding? Brother?" The male physician coldly reminded that he had lost consciousness, and whether or not he had suffered a concussion would require further examination. Given the magnitude of the impact, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that he remained unharmed. He was none other than Qi Sai, a celebrated race car driver with numerous international accolades. A female doctor interjected, noting his profound understanding of vehicles in a critical moment. His quick reflexes allowed him to utilize the car's inertia to mitigate the force of the rear-end collision. The female doctor remarked, "Qi Sai's maneuver to take off from a standstill would be something the truck driver could never fathom. I imagine he would struggle to explain to the king of hell how he managed to crash into himself." Listening to this, Wen Zhihe ceased her tears in a daze. It dawned on her that Qi Yuding had already sensed the suspicious truck in the rearview mirror during their conversation. When the other party suddenly accelerated, he too had followed suit. Truly, Qi Yuding was unfazed, displaying remarkable composure regardless of the circumstances. When Qi Yuding was taken into the emergency room, Wen Zhihe instructed everyone not to inform the ailing elder. The elder's hospital room was located in another building, and his phone had been confiscated by Uncle Qin, along with the television remote. This was all under Wen Zhihe's pretense of a royal decree. It was Qi Sai's command. Chu Yao received the news and was the first to rush into the emergency room, followed closely by Xiao Xiao and Qin Yihuan. The Jiang brothers, Assistant Lin, and Shen Xiaoyan were all diligently assisting in the investigation of the involved driver. An hour later, Chu Yao finally emerged, stating that Qi Yuding remained in a comatose state. Yet his condition was stable. He would need to be observed for 24 hours, and he would notify her once he awakened. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe's eyes flickered, and a hint of color returned to her pale face. "Then I shall accompany the elder," she said. Fortunately, the elder's heart condition was not severe this time. After receiving an intravenous drip, his spirits were relatively good. Observing Wen Zhihe, who held his hand in a daze and remained silent, he pondered where her thoughts had wandered. Her eyes were swollen and her nose reddened, leading the elder to suspect she was concealing something from him. A glimmer of unease crossed his gaze. "Hee, do you think that rascal is away on business?" Wen Zhihe snapped back to reality and forced a smile. "Yes. He has a major project set to launch tomorrow morning." The elder muttered, "Isn't he aware I'm hospitalized? Truly, he has never smiled at me. That son who never smiles. But you have me, right? He is just a workaholic. Ignore him." While Wen Zhihe lied, she scolded herself for being utterly deranged. Qi Yuding was in this state, and she was still placing the blame on his supposed lack of filial piety. Having navigated the business world for decades, the elder could easily discern her deception. Though he chose not to dwell on the severity of the matter, he lifted his eyelids and sighed. "Speak the truth. Has that rascal bullied you? Did you two have a quarrel?" Wen Zhihe paused, thinking this excuse could serve to divert the elder's attention, allowing her to reveal the truth only after Qi Yuding awakened. She immediately perked up and began to fabricate. "Indeed, he forbade me from acting, belittling the meager earnings I make, which led to our argument." "I knew it." The elder chuckled lightly, shaking his head. In his heart, who could be more important than him, aside from you? From a young age, he has always been overly protective of her, worrying about her being deceived and fearing that she might fall into the throes of early romance. Even when it came to sharing a dormitory, he meticulously investigated the family backgrounds of every girl she would be living with. Such paternal instinct. As Wen Zhihe listened with lowered eyelashes, Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The old man, thinking she felt deeply wronged, comforted her, urging her not to be sad, as his intentions were solely for her well-being. Wen Zhihe nodded, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms in the rain, assuring him that he would eventually come to understand. Zhihe, the old man hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He pondered over how to express himself, yet when the words came together, they remained lodged in his throat. The young girl, so youthful and striking, with looks that could easily place her at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, was she truly enamored with his nearly middle-aged son? It is said that a generational gap arises every 3 years. Was his son like an old bull grazing on tender grass, truly ready to leap into such a vast chasm? He could not ascertain the depth of their relationship, and thus refrained from making any hasty decisions. What if his son had ensnared this innocent little rabbit through underhanded means? How could she possibly harbor feelings for a big bad wolf? Such affections must be cultivated slowly. With this in mind, he changed his approach. Zhihe, if I were to propose that you marry Jiangfu, would you be willing? Wen Zhihe instinctively shook her head, declaring, "We are merely friends. There could never be any spark." The old man, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He began to speak effusively. "Then what type do you prefer? Much older than you? Handsome yet disinterested in women? Cold-hearted and indifferent? With a physique developed for physical prowess but devoid of romantic sentiment for 28 years, ill-tempered and riddled with faults, with the only redeeming quality being his wealth?" When Zhihe retorted, "Old man, you might as well just name Qi Yutong directly." Uncle Qin, upon entering and hearing this, was left speechless. The old man, like a machine gun in his probing, left no room for the girl to maneuver. It was as if he had bundled Qi Yutong in a sack and tossed it before Wen Zhihe, asking, "Is this the one you fancy?" Observing the blush creeping onto her lovely face, the old man exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Qin. "Miss Zhihe, do not be shy. The old man is merely concerned about your lifelong happiness." Then, adopting a tone of melodrama, he lamented, "I was nearly 40 when I finally had this son, who has always been exceptional, infuriatingly so, and has offended all the relatives, causing his own elder brother to regard him with disdain." Wen Zhihe, though aware that such sentiments were not recorded in the Qi family lineage, had grown up surrounded by tales of Qi Yutong's unparalleled brilliance since birth. Noticing her apparent disinterest in his tale, the old man anxiously glanced at the time. Was she perhaps thinking that Qi Yutong was not pitiable enough? He intensified his narrative. "I know a Ci's reputation precedes him. He has cast aside many women in the streets, and there are whispers that he suffers from an inherent ailment that renders him less than human." Ding! Wen Zhihe received a message from Chu Yao, stating that Qi Yutong had awakened. Her pupils constricted as she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Chairman, I will visit you again tomorrow morning." Watching the girl dash away like the wind, the old man stood, his expression grave, frozen for a few seconds. Then, clutching his heart, he lamented, "It's over. She has fled in fright. She will never develop feelings for my son." Uncle Qin adjusted his reading glasses and remarked with a hint of disdain, "Dear Chairman, your emotional intelligence certainly requires further refinement. Alas, the big bad wolf has yet to catch the little white rabbit, yet the rabbit has already fled in fright." Suppressing a chuckle, Uncle Qin continued, "Indeed, after you labeled your youngest son as having a congenital illness, deemed unfit for human interaction, who would dare to serve you? You deserve to be a lonely elder. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and help catch the rabbit." Chapter 53, please. Can you act like a decent person? "I want to go outside," Qi Yutong exclaimed, pounding his fists on the bed. "You just awakened. You cannot leave just yet," came the response. "I want to see Wen Zhihe," Chu Yao commented, having witnessed various patients awaken. "I have never encountered one like my cousin, who upon regaining consciousness immediately exhibits manic behavior. It gives one the impression he learned how to slay demons in a psychiatric hospital." With patience, Chu Yao reassured him, "Lie down for now. He has gone to see the old gentleman, and as this is the emergency room, she cannot enter without the doctor." Qi Yutong slammed the bed again. "Then transfer me to a ward. You want to even give me my phone? What if something happens to my child?" Chu Yao's eyes widened in shock. "How old is your child?" At the door, Wen Zhihe stood on tiptoe, anxiously peering inside. Through the haze, she saw Qi Yuding glaring fiercely at his cousin. His eyes reddened, seemingly hurling fierce words. How intimidating. Moments later, the door swung open, and Qi Yuding was pushed out. Wen Zhihe rushed forward and grasped his hand. Qi Yuding, how are you feeling? His gaze flickered, and upon meeting her beautiful eyes, the cold aura surrounding him dissipated. Whether it was an illusion or not, Wen Zhihe detected a hint of vulnerable reliance in his eyes. He clasped her hand tightly. Where have you been? Has anyone threatened you? Is someone following you? Wen Zhihe walked alongside him, winking reassuringly. Don't worry. Who would dare to harm someone from the Qi family? That cannot be guaranteed. They dare to act against even Qi Yuding himself, Chu Yao bluntly remarked, and Xiao Xiao nudged his elbow. If you don't speak, no one will think you're deaf. Qi Yuding frowned slightly, tightening his grip on Wen Zhihe's hand. How is the old man? He's well. I was just with him discussing you. Wen Zhihe instinctively rubbed his palm. Qi Yuding raised an eyebrow. No wonder I've been having nightmares, dreaming that the old man was chasing me, scolding me for losing you. Is that why you were so anxious to find me upon waking? Wen Zhihe felt a ripple in her heart. Qi Yuding stared at the seemingly innocent girl, his deep eyes revealing a hint of affection that even he struggled to recognize. Once in a ward, and Xiao Xiao and Chu Yao discreetly withdrew. Rest assured, all emergency equipment is at your disposal here. Your cousin is shrouded in the aura of a slayer, a messenger from hell. He won't perish. Chu Yao nodded, ruffling in Xiao Xiao's hair, slightly fatigued. I apologize. Tonight, and Xiao Xiao had prepared a candlelit dinner, inviting him to her apartment for a date. The two began sweetly kissing at the dining table, lost in each other's embrace, as the atmosphere grew increasingly romantic, filled with a sense of delightful intimacy. They kissed all the way to the bedroom, their clothes dropping one by one onto the wooden floor. Suddenly, the ringtone of Chu Yao's phone shattered the enchanting atmosphere, much like a director's abrupt call for a pause. Nevertheless, and Xiao Xiao recalled how Chu Yao had pinned her against the wall, kissing the heart-shaped birthmark on her chest. In that moment, he radiated brilliance, deeply affectionate yet tender. A blush crept onto Xiao Xiao's face as she nestled into his embrace, thinking to herself that saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. Moreover, Qi Yuding is your cousin. Upon hearing this, Chu Yao exploded in indignation, exclaiming, I consider him my older brother, and he considers me his younger cousin. And Xiao Xiao retorted, Isn't he your younger cousin? Are you questioning whether he might be your actual brother? Perhaps we should conduct a blood test while he's at the hospital? Her serious demeanor was quite amusing. Chu Yao chuckled in frustration, pulling her into the break room and shutting the door. He deftly began to unbutton his lab coat with one hand, his other hand resting against the wall beside her ear. As he methodically undid each button, his gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering. In that silent room, and Xiao Xiao could hear the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat, pounding away. Goodness, this is a hospital. With a slight smirk, Chu Yao's usually cold and piercing eyes, devoid of emotion, were now filled with warmth. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, asking, Do you know how Qi Yuding just threatened me? And Xiao Xiao raised her eyelids in surprise. He dared to threaten you? The Yin family is not to be trifled with. Be careful, or I might just give him a hefty family fee. Chu Yao laughed softly, leaning in closer to her ear with a low voice. He viciously told me that if I refused to allow him to be transferred to a hospital room, he would sever ties with my little Yao Yao. What? How dare he? Chu Yao kissed her earlobe, calming her down. Don't be so agitated. His grandmother is also my grandmother. And Xiao Xiao was taken aback, then cursed. How dare he threaten my little Yao Yao? You fool, why didn't you fight back? Chu Yao removed his lab coat and hung it on the door, effortlessly lifting her up as he spoke in a teasing tone. He was so agitated at that moment that I was genuinely concerned he might act recklessly. I have to protect my little Yao Yao, don't I? My little Yao. And Xiao Xiao felt a wave of shyness wash over her, surprised that Chu Yao had recently begun to flirt with her. Moreover, he had become somewhat clingy. Big Yao, you've been acting a bit out of character lately, but I quite like it. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, feeling both coy and bashful. Chu Yao parted his lips and captured her in a kiss, their breaths mingling in a sweet disarray. I still want to go to the apartment. and Xiao Xiao understood his implication, realizing he intended to take her to bed. She teasingly traced the movement of his Adam's apple with her fingertips, smiling seductively. However, he had a bit of extra weight around his waist. The man smirked, holding her enticing waist. I know your insecurities stem from your height, not your weight. Your waist is quite slim. And Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, feeling completely under his spell. Standing at only 160 centimeters, she had never had the opportunity to play the leading lady. Often ridiculed by Chi Moli and Lin Tingting. You were born to be a maid. In a husky voice, Chu Yao encouraged her. I adore your height. It fits perfectly when we embrace. And Xiao Xiao was left speechless, questioning if he had learned such flirtatious remarks from somewhere. Last week, a man who blushed at the slightest touch suddenly transformed into a figure of indulgence. At this moment, Chu Yao smirked from a corner where she could not see him. It appeared that her cousin was indeed correct. There was no harm in reading those Riska books, as girls seemed to favor such fervent and candid expressions of desire. As daylight broke in the hospital room, the man possessively wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon her. Unable to relax under his scrutiny, Wen Zhihe nestled her neck into the crook of his arm. I merely came up to sleep with you, she protested. Did he truly need to wear such a dark expression just because she mentioned they should sleep separately? He lingered, clearly displeased. I'm concerned about the injury on your head, he asserted, pressing her head against his chest with a commanding tone. It was just a minor bump. Such a small wound will not leave a scar, so do not disdain it. Was this truly the crux of his thoughts? Wen Zhihe pinched his palm. I'm worried about hurting you, just as long as you're not worried about me hurting you. Their conversation seemed to reach an impasse, yet he insisted on continuing. Wen Zhihe sought a new topic. You trended last night, did you know? Chi Yuding murmured, eyes still closed, a sound escaping his lips. Wen Zhihe pressed a kiss to his furrowed brow. Her voice softened as she teased. Netizens say the demon's claws cannot reach you because you truly can fly. A faint smile curved the man's lips. What about Ningzhan? He can fly on a sword. One day, I will sever the wires above his head and leave him to wallow in the mud. Wen Zhihe chuckled. Here we go again. You've mentioned Ningzhan 3 times in one night. With such persistent thoughts, he must surely be sneezing now. She gently patted his back and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, You're the most handsome, strong, skilled at driving. And oh, how good your character is. Chi Yuding abruptly opened his eyes, keenly aware of a particular ambiguity in her words. His dark gaze lingered on her neckline, and Wen Zhihe sensed a hint of danger. Changing the subject, she said, Assistant Lin will come to report on work soon. You should rest a bit. However, he raised his hand to cover her gaze. Watching as her eyes flickered shyly. Satisfied, he smirked, his voice now hoarse. This is the first time you've genuinely praised me, listing so many attributes at once. I find that hard to believe. Wen Zhihe replied, You don't believe me? Was he truly that skeptical? Except for the one slip of the tongue, of course. Chapter 54, 4 words omitted. Assistant Lin had worked through the night. Upon encountering Chen Xiaoyan at the hospital door, he adjusted his glasses, attempting to conceal the dark circles under his eyes. Chen Xiaoyan had also spent the night awake, yet she exuded confidence in front of her younger brother at all times. 2 years prior, when she merely sought a proposal at Yihua, Lin Ji had followed her around like a lost puppy. He nearly trailed her into the ladies' room. Captivated by her sweet voice and striking beauty, he found himself entranced. Moreover, with her background in dance, her figure flowed like water. That night, after a few drinks, Lin Ji found himself pinned against the wall by her, and for the first time, the experienced Chen Xiaoyan succumbed to his charm. Now, 2 months after their breakup, should they not exchange pleasantries? Long time no see. Chen Xiaoyan greeted warmly. Lin Ji endeavored to maintain his composure, yet internally he was in utter turmoil. The previous night, while investigating the whereabouts of the implicated driver alongside Jiang Fu, he inadvertently stumbled upon a surveillance video from a bar, revealing a scene where Chen Xiaoyan was playfully embraced by 2 companions. She appeared inebriated, giggling joyfully while one arm wrapped around each of the 2 young men, ultimately departing the high stool with them. Lin Ji wept as he watched the footage, having experienced but a single romantic relationship in his life. He had yet to recover from the devastation of heartbreak. In that moment, He cried like a forsaken child, leaving Jiang Fu at a loss for how to console him. Though he had intended to scold Wen Zhihe for being an unworthy cause, the sight of him on the verge of fainting from sorrow softened Jiang Fu's heart. With a resigned sigh, he remarked that countless women existed in the world and that one should regard a breakup as akin to a death. Henceforth, she would merely be a grave in one's heart. Yet Wen Zhihe, in his despair, lamented that every time he passed by her grave, he longed to weep. Now, seeing her standing before him in good health, his throat tightened, and he fought to suppress the bitterness within. It's been a while. I'll report back shortly. Chen Xiaoyan furrowed her brow. What's the matter? Am I obstructing your promotion? No, he replied. You have your duties, and I have mine. We serve the same master, but have different roles. Wen Zhihe stood rigidly, nodding numbly. You may go ahead. As he swiftly turned to enter the restroom, Chen Xiaoyan bit her lip, a pang of discomfort striking her heart. That troublesome younger brother works overtime daily, looking so gaunt. I hope he isn't suffering from gastrointestinal issues again. Upon entering the ward, she found Qi Yuding engaged in a phone conversation. His handsome visage regained its color, yet his cold brows bore an innate aloofness, especially evident in his stern demeanor while discussing work. However, his hand was engaged in an action starkly contrasting his composed expression. As it rested sensually on Wen Zhihe's waist, their bodies entwined through the fabric of her clothing. Chen Xiaoyan nearly choked on her own saliva. She had never witnessed this side of Qi Yuding. She had always presumed he was indifferent to women, attributing his concern for Wen Zhihe merely to familial ties. Sister Yun, I apologize, but I've taken another leave, Wen Zhihe said, awkwardly attempting to dislodge the man's hand from her waist. The action resembled trying to remove an obstinate adhesive plaster. A knowing smile graced Chen Xiaoyan's lips. She recalled how Wen Zhihe would also clutch his own waist while on the phone. Men in the throes of love could be quite insufferable. It's nothing. I've already informed the crew and even brought flowers on behalf of the team for Mr. Qi. They're at the front desk. Wen Zhihe accepted the documents from her hand, tilting her head in contemplation. School has begun. It's challenging to manage my time. With your current influence, you likely won't even need to write a thesis to graduate, especially with Ningzhan as your senior. Just focus on producing outstanding work. Wen Zhihe humbly replied, What influence do I possess? Chen Xiaoyan stepped closer, whispering, You possess the power to stir Qi Yuding's emotions. Wen Zhihe's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Have you been caught again? There's insider information that Qi Moli quietly returned to Yuding Huafu last night. Unexpectedly, Wen Zhihe discovered that Qi Yuding had already consented to her departure abroad. Why would she return? Chen Xiaoyan sighed, remarking that her friend seemed rather naive, perhaps genuinely enamored with Gu Yan. Unwilling to accept the Gu family's decision to annul the engagement, coupled with the recent incident involving Qi Yuding, she harbored a flicker of hope. Wen Zhihe immediately channeled her inner Jinhuan, her expressions remarkably vivid. One must hold oneself in high regard. It matters not how others may undervalue you. What is paramount is that you do not devalue yourself. Chen Xiaoyan stifled a laugh, wishing her the best of luck. After hanging up the phone, Qi Yuding turned around, pondering who was truly fortunate. Of course, it was him. Suddenly, the elderly patriarch stormed in, brimming with fury, proclaiming that having narrowly escaped disaster, he must now create a stir. Qi Yuding observed his father, cane tapping on the floor, his beard slightly disheveled and clad in hospital attire, resembling a lonely old man in a nursing home rather than a chairman. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Qi Yuding exclaimed, What brings you here? The old man glared, eyes wide as saucers, pointing at his wayward son before turning to Uncle Qin, incredulously questioning why Qi Yuding was asking him that. Uncle Qin, calm and genial, replied, We are here to catch a rabbit. Everyone present was taken aback. Uncle Qin chuckled awkwardly. That rabbit. Miss Zhihe, would you care to explain? Wen Zhihe finally grasped the situation, apologizing to the chairman, explaining that at the time, the fourth master's condition was unstable, and she feared that learning of it might be too much for him to bear. The old man glared at his son, puffing out his cheeks. And what happened after he awoke? It is nearly noon, and you haven't even given me a call? Did you think I had perished? Qi Yuding, now understanding his father's ire, lazily replied, I've been sleeping since I woke up. Sleeping? How does one manage that? Chi Yuding clarified, I was just lying in bed. With a woman? Fearing the old man's reaction, he chose to omit certain details. It is my fault. I neglected to check on you. Wen Zhihe admitted sheepishly. It's all Chi Yuding's fault for being so clingy. Seeing the young lady defend his son, the old man's frown dissipated. How is the most obedient? Everything you do is for this rascal's benefit. You are blameless. How could you be at fault? Chi Yuding interjected. Is there no law in this house? The old man chuckled. As long as the boy is fine, it is only natural for him to forget about me with you by his side. At this moment, Lin Ji entered, squeezing past Chen Xiaoyan and heading straight for Chi Yuding to report. Chen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and exited. President Qi, the truck driver, was lifeless when retrieved. He had a criminal history and had recently been released due to a terminal illness. The police questioned his family and discovered he had transferred a substantial sum of money to them not long ago. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew somber. There was no need to inquire further. It was evident that Shi Yufeng was the mastermind behind this. To usurp power, he had employed a dying fugitive to eliminate his own brother, believing that once the man was dead, the truth would remain hidden. Chi Yuding's already stern visage grew even more frigid. The old man clutched his chest, collapsing onto the edge of the bed, his eyes reddening. In terms of familial affection, he had long since become emotionally detached from his eldest son, yet he never anticipated that he could be so cold-blooded as to threaten the life of his younger brother. "Father, are you well?" Chi Yuding inquired as he took a seat, gently straightening his slumped back with a somber tone. "I must be discharged from the hospital promptly. Otherwise, the shareholders will be in disarray, and should they turn against us," the old man tenderly touched his forehead, expressing concern. "Your health is what matters. I will leave the hospital when you do." Chi Yuding raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain you wish to align yourself with me? If I work overtime, will you do the same? You rascal. I was already working when you were yet to be born. So, it turns out you worked through the night to bring me into this world?" The crowd pondered, suspecting a rather dubious exchange between father and son, yet lacking evidence. The old man's face flushed with embarrassment, and he swiftly changed the subject. While you may not have taken a dive last night, our family's stocks have certainly plummeted today." Lin Ji sighed as well. "If anything were to happen to President Qi, our company's stock would undoubtedly be far more precarious than my own hairline." When Zhihe paused in surprise, "Assistant Lin, are you all right? Aren't you still single?" The old man pointed at Chi Yuding with a knowing gesture. "Rascal, look at your worth." Chi Yuding smiled. "I'm doing fine, valued at a few $100 billion. The old man conspiratorially murmured. "Will the girl you fancy finally obtain a marriage certificate? The house feels so desolate." After finishing his statement, he gave a knowing glance. "You comprehend my meaning, don't you?" Chi Yuding's smile deepened as he turned to the bemused Wen Zhihe, teasingly stating, "The girl I fancy mentioned she would marry me once the national policy is established." The old man became animated. "The three-child policy? Wasn't he that already enacted? Just imagine having 3 children. Oh, splendid." Chi Yuding frowned. "If you can't wait, you may as well start planting gourds in the garden." "Why?" The old man retorted. "I don't enjoy melons." Lin Ji chimed in, "Because then there would be 7 gourd children chasing after you, calling you grandpa, grandpa." The old man exclaimed, "Nonsense." Suddenly, Chi Yuding had a thought and looked at Wen Zhihe. "What exactly did you mean by the national policy you mentioned this morning?" As she laughed and opened the door, glancing back at him, she replied, "I said, once the polyandry policy is in place, I will consider marriage." "What?" At the entrance, Chen Xiaoyan silently gave a thumbs up. Chapter 55. Chi Yuding's woman is indeed not to be underestimated. Chi Yuding pressed his forehead, veins throbbing. The old man, still grappling with the notion of polyandry, began to reprimand his son. "How long do you intend to persist in this? When you mentioned losing a child, were you referring to Hihi?" Chi Yuding felt even more aggrieved, his eyes reddening. "Aren't you the one who has been causing issues? Didn't you say only Gu Yuan deserves me?" The old man fell silent, rendered speechless. A chill emanated from Chi Yuding, whose tone turned exceedingly cold amidst the internal and external turmoil. "Didn't you say any woman except Hihi is acceptable? How could Hihi want a father like me? I deserve to be alone, for I cannot bring shame upon you." How noble and dignified are you? 2 out of 4 sons have vanished, leaving only 2 old soldiers who are at each other's throats. If my mother were to know, she would surely regret entrusting her shares to you for distribution. Why must you meddle with these alliances? You only bring me chaos. The old man silently endured the scolding, his gaze cast down upon the floor. He expressed a desire to remove that heart-shaped base, fearing that such scolding would leave him utterly despondent. Assistant Lin and Uncle Chin exchanged a knowing glance and discreetly exited, closing the door behind them. It was best for the father and son to resolve their matters independently. Uncle Chin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The sorrow was immense, and the old gentleman would have to digest it gradually. Lin Zhihe, lost in thought, gazed around absent-mindedly. Uncle Chin observed him with a sly grin, suggesting that Assistant Lin was searching for Miss Chun. Why would I look for her? Lin Zhihe's gaze flickered. I am looking for the landlady. Is the landlady someone you can afford to think about? That is not what I meant. Uncle Chin, brimming with satisfaction, remarked, Your little feelings for Miss Chun cannot escape the scrutiny of my reading glasses. Lin Zhihe retorted, Experience is indeed invaluable. Wen Zhihe and Chan Xiaoyan had gone to the nurse's station together. From a distance, a mountain of flowers and fruit baskets could be seen, sent by various departments. On this floor, only Qi Yuding was a patient, with security so tight that not even listening devices were permitted. The number of people allowed entry was limited. In front of the nurse's station, a woman dressed in a black and white Hepburn-style suit was on the phone. She spoke in English, her American accent melodious. With her tall stature and an air of a refined lady, her makeup was exquisite and her eyeliner extended sharply, exuding a strikingly fierce beauty. Lin Zhihe caught up from behind and whispered to Wen Zhihe, How did she manage to get in? Didn't President Qi say he wouldn't meet any members of the Gu family? Wen Zhihe observed the commanding presence of Gu Yuan from a distance and replied softly, Do not forget, her face serves as a passport among the 3 prominent families. Chan Xiaoyan scoffed. Moreover, she is acknowledged as our chairman's prospective daughter-in-law. The security would not dare to impede her, as she claims to be President Qi's fiancée. Just then, Wen Zhihe received a message from her younger brother. Sis, is your boss really okay? Can he actually fly? Wen Zhihe smiled as she typed back. He is truly fine. Focus on your studies and aim for 200 points in math. Wen Zhihe replied, I've given up on math. I want to be a race car driver. Cool. Wen Zhihe thought, Silly brother, this matter cannot be settled without a showdown with him someday. Gu Yuan hung up the phone in front of the nurse's station and casually reported her name to the nurse who was registering patients, her tone utterly indifferent. Gu Yuan. Her gaze conveyed a sense of entitlement, as if to imply that the nurse should inherently recognize her lineage. In the next moment, the nurse's eyes brightened. You are that renowned cellist, aren't you? How beautiful. Gu Yuan, her expression slightly mixed, nodded subtly, her demeanor growing even colder. Ding. Jiang Yu and Qin Yihuan had just stepped out of the elevator. Qin Yihuan held a bouquet of flowers while Jiang Yu carried several packs of cigarettes. Both engrossed in their phones, their movements synchronized. The scene was strangely amusing yet harmonious. Wen Zhihe met Lin Zhihe's eyes, which were brimming with a desire to survive, and grinned mischievously. You've arrived just in time. Lin Zhihe, wearing an expression of distress, approached to greet them, intentionally raising his voice by a couple of decibels. President Jiang, Assistant Qin, Miss Gu, you all made it. The 3 individuals summoned turned their gazes towards him, yet their attention remained fixed on Wen Zhihe. However, she was the least fazed by awkwardness since childhood. Leisurely, she strolled to the pile of flowers, playfully lifting one card after another with her fingertips, and joked, while everyone else brought flowers and fruit baskets. President Jiang has outdone them by bringing cigarettes for the patient. Jiang Yu's expression remained impassive. It was Qi Yutong who had sent the message asking her to bring it. Wen Zhihe was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Qi Yutong was feeling restless. Suddenly, Gu Yuan's gaze seemed to be guided by an invisible force, landing on a bouquet of carnations. She approached and picked up the card, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, Oh my! This is addressed to Miss Wen Zhihe. Miss Wen, are you unwell? Qin Yihuan's heart skipped a beat, and she glanced at Wen Zhihe with concern. Wen Zhihe's eyes were clear and devoid of any emotional fluctuations as she fixed her gaze on Gu Yuan and said, "Thank you, Miss Gu, for the carnations, especially since they are imported. It must have cost you quite a bit." Gu Yuan did not anticipate that Wen Zhihe could discern that the flowers were purchased by her. She could only feign incredulity and retorted, "What are you saying? I sent those. Am I really that bored? It seems you are indeed unwell." Wen Zhihe's small hands gradually clenched into fists as she coldly replied, "I have indeed contracted a rare condition that allows me to perceive certain individuals' alter egos. Your alter ego is a foreigner named Nishigeshibai. You." Gu Yuan nearly spat blood in outrage. The others stifled their laughter, while Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. Wen Zhihe let out a dismissive snort. "Mr. Jiang, it seems you are not pleased with Miss Gu's name?" Jiang Yu remarked, "Indeed. Qi Yutang's women are not to be trifled with." Wen Zhihe then pointed at Qin Yihuan beside Jiang Yu, her expression one of innocent sympathy. "Mr. Jiang, how unfair. You have such a beautiful assistant by your side, who possesses neither a split personality nor an unappealing English name, yet you remain unsatisfied?" Jiang Yu acknowledged he had been caught off guard, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Qin Yihuan covered her mouth and, with an unspoken understanding, asked Wen Zhihe, "What is my English name?" Wen Zhihe exaggeratedly covered her mouth, gasping, "Oh my, you are actually named Zhen Tao Ma Daijin. Ha ha ha." Jiang Yu's expression softened as he glanced at Qin Yihuan, who was laughing heartily without a care in the world, remembering how she had pleaded for mercy under his teasing. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She indeed had a captivating presence, and her vivacity was even more alluring. Seeing herself isolated, Gu Yuan, feeling indignant, moved closer to Jiang Yu, intentionally squeezing between him and Qin Yihuan. With a sidelong glance at the cigarette in his hand, she inquired, Is it really Qi Yutang who wants to smoke? Has he lost his mind?" Jiang Yu glanced at the displaced Qin Yihuan, feeling distracted and uncertain of what had triggered her behavior. Gu Yuan shot a glance at Wen Zhihe, catching a fleeting look of guilt on her face. With a mocking smile, she thought, with this burden around, Qi Yutang would never find peace. Not only was she unhelpful in times of crisis, but she also added to his troubles in the hospital. Gu Yuan mused that Qi Yutang must have saved the galaxy in a past life to have encountered a woman like Miss Gu, who was nearly an endangered species of infatuated souls, a living bodhisattva who alleviates suffering. Qi Yutang can torment you 1,000 times, and you treat him like your first love, the Virgin Mary. Miss Gu, do you not appreciate kind words? Would you prefer to hear the truth? Step aside. Gu Yuan could no longer contain herself. Wen Zhihe refused to budge. "I recall that your Qi Yutang has clearly stated he will not enter into a union with you. Given your presence here now, I have reasonable grounds to suspect your motives are less than pure." Lin Ji stepped forward at an opportune moment, apologetically addressing Miss Gu. "I'm afraid President Qi has stated that to prevent the leakage of internal company secrets, no one from the Gu family can be seen for the time being." A slap rang out as Lin Ji received a blow. "What gives you the right to obstruct me?" Gu Yuan unleashed her fury upon Lin Ji. The onlookers were taken aback as Chun Xiaoyun, without a moment's hesitation, retaliated with a slap to Gu Yuan's face. Then, feigning remorse, she gazed at her own hand, her brows furrowing. "Oh dear, my hand is so accustomed to striking, I momentarily forgot that I have already broken up with Assistant Lin. What a sin." Chapter 56. "So you are also one of them?" Upon exiting the restroom, Uncle Qin was astounded by the scene before him. "In the brief span of my constipation, how has it escalated into a brawl? Who dares to strike the eldest daughter of the Gu family? This person must be significant." Lin Ji, alarmed, seized Chen Xiaoyan, hastening towards a fire escape while glancing back at her. "Aren't you afraid of death? You dare to strike her?" Chen Xiaoyan, however, ambled slowly, her gaze resting on his swollen cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. "You will always be so spineless." Lin Ji's old wounds were reopened, his eyes darkening with suppressed rage, and he shook off her hand. "Yes, I am spineless. I am nothing but a worthless mass." Chen Xiaoyan stood stunned by his outburst. Lin Ji was renowned for his resilience under pressure, effortlessly handling the various demands of his bosses and clients. Never had she seen him unravel in such a manner. As he descended the stairs, he vented, "I am not as sentimental as you. I do not indulge in frivolities. I deserve to be cast aside. As the saying goes, one cannot have both fish and bear as paw. Poverty and singleness are indeed a couple." Chun Xiaoyun retorted, "Has this brother of mine taken leave of his senses? Who has ever scorned him for being poor?" Qin Huan and Wen Zhihe exchanged incredulous glances. How did Chen Xiaoyan end up doing the work we were meant to do? Is this not a case of snatching our task? Gu Yuan, cradling her painfully stinging face, stared blankly at the spot where Lin Ji and Chen Xiaoyun had disappeared. Finally letting out a sob, she tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, gasping, "Who is she? Why did she strike me?" Jiang Yu, unfamiliar with Chen Xiaoyan, merely perceived her as someone who, despite her understated attire, exuded an air of superiority, rarely deigning to acknowledge others. Moreover, Gu Yuan was the one who struck Assistant Lin first, humiliating him, so it was indeed her own folly. He handed her a handkerchief, his tone icy. "There are greater mountains beyond these. There are people beyond these. I know not who she is, only that she is also an employee under a ting. A mere employee dares to strike me? I will investigate her ancestry for 3 generations." Gu Yuan shrieked with a voice that could shatter the heavens. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin quickly tightened his belt and dashed back, as if fearing that a moment's delay would lead to calamity for his entire lineage. Jiang Yu's handsome face remained impassive as he strode ahead, his long legs carrying him forward. Gu Yuan, covering her face, followed closely behind. Wen Zhihe and Qin Yihuan walked contentedly behind, exchanging hushed words. "When I arrived, I ordered you some mango sago. It should be arriving soon." Wen Zhihe sighed. "I really want to step outside for some fresh air. Qi Yuding is so clingy." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan's teeth nearly ground together as she could not help but stir up trouble once more. Miss Wen recently climbed the ranks alongside the illustrious Ning Zhan, the king of popularity, significantly increasing her followers. "I observed today that someone remarked upon your allure." Wen Zhihe shrugged, "Is that so? Is there truly someone who understands me so well? Such individuals are rare. I indeed stand out, unlike some who are rather lowly." Jiang Yu suddenly paused at the doorway of the hospital room, turning to cast a dark gaze upon Qin Yihuan, despite having slowed his pace. Why did this woman not approach him? Whose assistant is she, after all? Qin Yihuan met his brooding gaze, smiling charmingly. "Mr. Jiang, you and Miss Gu are both friends of President Xi. Surely you have endless conversations to share. As a mere errand runner, I shall refrain from intruding." Gu Yuan also turned, a mocking smile gracing her lips. "Then please fetch me an Americano. Thank you." Their eyes locked, and Qin Yihuan's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. "All right. Damn, does she truly believe my dear Huan Huan is some delivery service?" Just as Wen Zhihe was about to retort on behalf of her friend, she heard Jiang Yu's cold voice cut through the air. "Assistant Qin, who is it that pays your salary? Do you dare disregard my instructions?" Qin Yihuan turned back, a playful smile on her lips as she stepped forward to adjust his bow tie, her eyes sparkling. "I haven't forgotten. When we step out, I must remain within your line of sight." Her cool fingertips brushed against the man's elongated neck, her gaze both alluring and innocent, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Gu Yuan watched this scene unfold, jealousy swelling within her. Isn't Assistant Qin supposed to return to school frequently now that classes have commenced? Qin Yihuan smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Gu, but my mentor is Mr. Jiang, and he cannot do without assistance. If I need to return to school, he will surely allow me to leave." Gu Yuan retorted. "Is that a display of superiority?" Jiang Yu smirked slightly, raising his hand to knock on the door, which swung open immediately. A melodious male voice floated through the crack, followed by the appearance of Qi Yuding, his delicate features marred only by a small bandage on his forehead. Wen Zhihe instantly smiled and raised her hand. "Meow, I'll dash to the front desk to collect the delivery. I'll be right back." Qi Yuding watched the woman scurry away like a rabbit, a smile of indulgence gracing his lips. Gu Yuan observed his pale fingers gripping a newspaper, his tailored trousers draping elegantly over his long legs. Aside from the bandage, he bore no signs of hospitalization, remaining strikingly handsome. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback as he entered with Qin Yihuan, remarking, "Shouldn't you at least wear a hospital gown? Otherwise, I might mistake this for a conference room." Qi Yuting's dark eyes, concealed beneath long lashes, turned coolly towards Gu Yuan. "If you have come to discuss a collaboration, I regret to inform you that I shall not sign any projects. Kindly convey to Qi Yufeng to abandon this notion." Gu Yuan stepped closer, her gaze pained as it swept over his forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was worried sick about you all night. It is a struggle just to see you. Now that you've seen me, please take your leave." Gu Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her demeanor pitiful. "Ah Ting, just moments ago your employee struck me, and you won't stand up for me?" Jiang Yu, intrigued, inquired, "What sort of person is Chun Xiaoyan?" Qi Yuting's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing colder. "She struck you? Gu Yuan, you must be joking." Gu Yuan gritted her teeth. "She dared to hit me. She is finished." Qi Yuting's smile turned devilish, his gaze deepening. "Her true identity is that of the governor's daughter. Her aggression is instinctual. What does it mean to strike out of instinct?" Qin Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. The governor's daughter? A hidden dragon among the crouching tigers. Outside the door, Gu Yuan pouted, nearly ready to leap from the building. Jiang Yu interjected, "Ah Ting, our guest is here. We are friends after all." Bang! Qi Yuting slammed the door shut without mercy, declaring, "There are always troublemakers seeking to harm me. How can I be certain she's not in league with them?" Gu Yuan had exerted considerable effort to gain entry, only to be met with a cold shoulder after suffering indignities. "Qi Yuting, you will regret this." She seethed, trembling with rage, her exquisitely beautiful face paling to the color of a day-old pig's liver. Listening to Gu Yuan's distant sobs, Jiang Yu felt helpless. "Whoever harmed you, Yuan could not possibly be the one. She loves you more than anyone else." Qi Yuting's profile was stark and frigid, his brow sharp and fierce, as he sneered. "You may leave, but the smoke remains." Qin Huan turned away, stifling a laugh where Jiang Yu could not see. It is often said that most men are either arrogant or prejudiced, yet Qi Yuting embodied both qualities in a singular blend. His languid defiance carried an inexplicable nobility, resembling a lofty, snow-capped mountain, unattainable and sublime. Observing Qi Yuting tending to his injuries and burdened by company troubles, Jiang Yu chose not to press him. Sitting down and inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" Qi Yuting lazily swayed the cigarette in his hand, responding with a non-committal "You shouldn't smoke now. I merely wish to savor the scent. Is that not permissible?" Qi Yuting reclined against the bed's edge, his collar slightly open, revealing a small bite mark on his collarbone, while his long fingers swiped across his phone screen. Jiang Yu, unconvinced by his nonchalance, narrowed his eyes. "Your craving isn't that severe. What mischief are you planning this time?" Qi Yuting glanced at him indifferently. "Is it wrong to charm a woman? And how do you intend to do that? With a lighter or a firecracker?" At that moment, Wen Zhihe entered, carrying 2 cups of mango sago, her cheeks flushed. Upon seeing the unlit cigarette in Qi Yuting's hand, her eyes glinted with ferocity as she pounced like a small tiger. "Qi Yuting, you dare smoke while ill? I will have your head." The man, seizing the moment, lifted her onto his lap, gently tapping her nose with the cigarette, but his gaze affectionate. "If you disapprove of my smoking, then lower your standards for marriage, all right?" When Zhihe grinned mischievously, "Polyandry is for your benefit. With multiple men, we can earn together and mitigate risks." Qi Yuting's expression darkened, his cigarette snapping in two. His gaze was filled with a sickly obsession, chilling to the bone. "Then I shall smoke all these today. I'll smoke myself to death." When Zhihe, frightened, softened immediately, all right, I was only joking. One man is already enough trouble. Who needs more?" The man finally returned to his senses, lazily embracing the woman in his arms, lifting her slightly. "That is more like it. Look, sweetheart, your father's WeChat status is simply hilarious. What have you done to him? You're such a nuisance." Jiang Yu linked arms with Qin Huan, hastily departing, oblivious to the chaos. Qin Huan dared not turn back, realizing that he too was part of their tangled web. Meanwhile, in the Yuting Huafu, Qi Moli lay on the cold floor, blood seeping from her mouth after enduring a vicious beating from Mo Chili. The already malnourished body resembled a frail wisp of cotton dancing in the wind. Mo Chili pointed at her, berating her. You worthless piece. How dare you ask me why? Wasn't it you who signed the equity transfer agreement? You bring nothing but misfortune. You brought shame upon my face. Her two brothers took turns mocking her. Qi Yin said, Qi Yutong told you to sign, and you complied? Where's your brain? Qi Mo added, he did that to please that wretched Wen Zhihe. And what about you? Wasn't it Gu Xiaoya who cast you aside? You're just as despicable. Qi Moli struggled to lift her frail body, hastily wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her gaze vacant, devoid of tears. She had long anticipated this outcome. What was there to hope for? If I don't sign, I will perish on Madman Island. Who would rescue me? Who among you cares for my survival? Qi Yufeng emerged from a study, his gaze sharp. Is this how desperately you wish to marry Gu Yin? Qi Moli forced a bitter smile. I merely wish to ascertain why he is exploiting me. Qi Yufeng's brow furrowed ominously. Then you shall perform another task for me, and I can arrange for you to meet Gu Yin. What task? Chapter 57. Her eyes nearly tumbled into his collar. As soon as Qin Yihuan stepped into the elevator, she could not resist pulling out her phone to open one side in distress. All others mock. Huan exclaimed, So, Chun Xiaoyan is the governor's daughter. Qi Yutong truly wields military tactics with brilliance. Impressive, Miao added. No wonder I always felt she was so formidable. When she locks her gaze, even the grass and trees tremble. Huan retorted, absurd. I'm formidable too, with a stable appearance and a resilient character. Who dares challenge me? Miao laughed, haha. I dare to mess with your hair. Mischievous grin. And Xiao was engrossed with Chu Yao on the sofa, their apartment having just weathered tempest. The man's head rested on her snow-white legs, a visage of post-indulgence satisfaction. From the moment he entered, he had captured her lips, from the floor to the walls to the sofa. Each frame evoked blushes and racing hearts. What was even more suffocating was that Chu Yao remained unaware it was her first time. As they kissed, he chuckled foolishly. You tricked me into losing my underwear. And clearly, you have only one man, little deceiver. And Xiao reminisced, taking a while to calm the intense sweetness that left her heart racing. Xiao remarked, for someone as esteemed as Chun Xiaoyan, a 24-karat gold individual, how dare she compete with us working folks for a livelihood? Is there no room left for us? Huan noted Miao. It seems she still loves Assistant Lin. Her face is cold, but that slap was instinctual. After sending her message, Qin Yihuan realized she had unwittingly quoted Qi Yutong's phrase about instinct. Could it be that she had begun to admire Qi Sai? Contemplating this, she shook her head in wonder, thinking, the men in Miao's family are truly exceptional. I must queue up earlier in my next life. Jiangyu, who had been watching her play with her phone, felt a jolt. The myriad expressions on her face while typing revealed both envy and admiration. Could it be that she was developing feelings for Qi Yutong? As this thought crossed his mind, his heart sank. His voice grew cold, laced with an involuntary tremor. Who are you chatting with? Qin Yihuan glanced at him, her smile dimming slightly. Just a friend. The man's expression shifted tumultuously. Is this how openly you praise your friend's man? Qin Yihuan was too weary to respond. So what if she praised him? As the elevator doors opened, she pressed the button nonchalantly, allowing Mr. Jiang to step out first. Jiang Yu's jawline tightened as he cast a fleeting glance at her phone, as though that device were named Qi Yutong. Once inside the car, the driver, noticing the boss's grim demeanor, wisely raised the partition. Qin Yihuan, deftly operating the controls without lifting her gaze, remarked, Mr. Jiang, the shareholders' meeting of Yihua Group is scheduled for tomorrow morning. With Mr. Qi's current predicament, Vice President Qi is at the helm. Should we extend our assistance? Jiang Yu's expression grew colder. Are you quite concerned about Qi Yutong? Qin Yihuan found his tone baffling. She lifted her alluring eyes to him. Do you not care? Mr. Qi has just secured several major projects for us. If he cannot attend the shareholders' meeting, the stock will plummet further, and we could lose billions. Jiang Yu loosened his tie. That's not what I meant. I was referring to. Seeing his vexation, Qin Yihuan stifled a laugh. I care about you too. Upon hearing this, he regarded her delicate features, and his expression softened. Brother, Qin Yihuan completed the thought. Jiang Yu's gaze darkened as he turned away. Qi Yutong had been like a curse in his life since childhood, his excellence leaving others in despair. A pall hung over the atmosphere. Suddenly, Jiang Yu snapped, Couldn't this wretched weather cool the air conditioning a bit more? The driver, startled, felt a chill at the nape of his neck, puzzled by the complaint since the air conditioning was already quite frigid. Trembling, he turned it to the lowest setting. "My apologies, Mr. Jiang." Qin Huan surmised Jiang Yu's emotional turmoil. Watching his alluring physique tense with frustration, she found herself amused. It felt as though they hadn't engaged in a normal conversation for nearly a century, perpetually caught in a lukewarm, lifeless standoff. This stagnation in their relationship was suffocating. Though she anticipated an unsatisfactory outcome, she still hoped for an amicable resolution, not wishing to squander their shared history. "Mr. Jiang, do we still consider ourselves lovers?" she inquired softly, inching closer to him. Jiang Yu inhaled the faint fragrance that lingered about her, hesitating before responding, his deep-set gaze fixed upon her. Memories flooded back of her unwavering care during his illness, her efforts to prepare hangover soup when he drank too much, and her timely offering of medicine during his stomach pains. Countless nights they had spent in passionate entanglement. She was not merely his lover. She was a confidant he could not afford to lose. Contemplating this, he instinctively tightened his grip on her waist, pulling her onto his lap. "Of course, as long as you wish to," he replied, his voice low and gravelly, akin to a gentle coaxing. Qin Huan wrapped her arms around his neck, suddenly feeling playful. With limited time to indulge in her youth, she decided to embrace it fervently. "Pouting?" she teasingly asked. "Shouldn't lovers share with one another?" Jiang Yu had never witnessed her being coy. Her soft, compliant demeanor darkened his gaze further. "Indeed," he affirmed. She hesitated, her words caught in her throat. When a typically composed woman takes the initiative, it renders one utterly disarmed, leaving them breathless. As he burned with fervor, Qin Huan shifted the conversation, asking, "Could you possibly share your most handsome friend with me?" What? Was she truly fixated on Qi Yutong? The man tightened his grip around her waist, nearly squeezing the breath from her, his peach blossom eyes awash with a fierce, crimson hue, brimming with obsessive possessiveness. "Qin Huan," he bellowed, "what did you just say? Do you wish to meet your demise?" The woman tilted her head, blinking her innocent large eyes. Her voice was so captivating it made the driver weak at the knees. "Why are you so fierce? Who do you think among your friends is the most handsome?" Upon finishing her words, the car screeched to a halt, nearly crashing into the stone railing. Not Qi Yutong? He realized he had been deceived. Qin Huan beamed with triumph. Dealing with men was already taxing enough, nearly costing her half her life with one. Did she wish to engage with two? Was she courting danger? Very well, she had won. Jiang Yu felt a surge of delight, her tone unwittingly indulgent. "You are truly boundless in your mischief." Wen Zhihe had just finished slicing an apple and looked down at the man's hand encircling her waist. Glancing back at its owner, she saw him diligently working on his laptop with one hand. He had her perched on his lap while he meticulously processed data. Wen Zhihe pouted, offering the apple to his lips. "How do you manage to remain so composed?" If it were her, she would have been unable to maintain her decorum. She admitted she transformed into a chameleon, changing color when draped across him. Her captivating, hook-like eyes peered through his loosely fitted collar, catching glimpses of the smooth contours of his chest, firm and robust. Her gaze was so intense it felt as though her eyes might tumble into his collar. Suddenly, his warm hand pressed against her lower back, pulling her closer. Startled, she looked up and was ensnared by the depths of his dark eyes. Clearing her throat, she feigned modesty, declaring, "I finally understand what it means to be large-breasted and brainless." Chapter 58. Ecstatic like a fool, Qi Yutong lowered his gaze, his cool demeanor exuding an air of restraint. Yet, his deep black eyes, fixed upon her, radiated a sense of aggression, as if he were poised to devour her whole. Wen Zhihe swallowed hard, a coy smile gracing her lips. "It's just that when I see my brother's muscular chest, I lose my mind. It shouldn't be her who was flustered. Wasn't he the one who looked bewitched?" The man nearly laughed in frustration. His beguiling voice caressed her eardrums, sending shivers down her spine. "What are you planning?" "Oh, what could I possibly do? This is a hospital room." The girl's pink lips parted and closed. Her enchanting face flushed, making his breathing grow labored. "If we were elsewhere, would you yearn for your brother?" The moment when Zhihe spoke, She realized she had fallen into the trap of the big bad wolf. No, that would make me appear desperate. She twisted her waist, attempting to adopt a more dignified demeanor, thinking, do not distract me. Only through diligent work could she resist the allure of the wolf. Little did she know, her swaying movements were a torment for the man, who could barely conceal his greed, written all over his gaze, while his lips uttered denial. Did this need alteration? She was indeed helping him review the data, utterly earnest. Chi Yuding turned her head to glance at the screen, realizing it had been altered. Oh, how infuriating! Her eyes must be cursed for their vividness, rendering her colorblind. She swiftly shifted topics. Is Chun Xiaoyan truly the daughter of the governor? Does Assistant Lin know? The man evidently showed little interest in the subject. I don't know. Weren't they separated? She twisted her slender waist, draping her arm around his neck. I believe Assistant Lin still loves her. I wish to assist him. The man swallowed hard, his voice gravelly. How about you help me first, Help you? But you've already modified the data. Just then, her phone chimed from across the room. Without a hint of apprehension, she slid off his lap and said playfully, you should lie down and rest. Chi Yuding pondered, given his physical condition, did he truly require recuperation? He merely sought a safe haven to bide his time. Retreating to advance, keenly observing the true nature of the shareholders in the group. Wen Zhihe glanced at the comments. Zan, I couldn't visit President Qi. Please convey my best wishes for his swift recovery. Zan, when can you return to the set? Everyone is anxiously awaiting your return. Wen Zhihe smirked, poised to reply when a shadow loomed before her. Looking up, she met Chi Yuding's darkened visage. An inexplicable sense of distrust washed over her, igniting a flicker of anger. I never check your phone, yet you monitor me incessantly? Perhaps we shouldn't even pursue this relationship. Whoever wishes to play the role of a little ancestor can do so. Chi Yuding's gaze darkened as he handed her his phone. I'm not that petty. Wen Zhihe retorted defiantly, flinging it away. The phone fell onto the floor, a pitiful sight, having just survived a metaphorical car crash, now rolling across the ground. Guilt washed over Wen Zhihe as she bent to retrieve it, avoiding his gaze. I am sorry. I meant to say I trust you. I don't need to look to know you have no other women. Chi Yuding's eyes flickered, fixating on her conversation with Ning Zhan, a pang of jealousy stirring within him. After a moment of profound silence, it seemed he underwent a tumultuous internal struggle before grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His voice was soft yet hoarse. Can you add me back as a friend? If other men could bring her more smiles. He refused to concede defeat. When Zhihe froze, her heart tightening inexplicably, gazing into his expectant eyes, guilt and sorrow overwhelmed her emotions. How many years has it been? Is it truly that significant to you? She asked, her voice tinged with nasal undertones. Yes, it is undoubtedly important, he replied, reopening the friend list and presenting it to her once more, his eyes dark and profound. When Zhihe examined his friend list, which displayed 0 contacts. It's different for you. You have many friends, while I have only wished for your happiness over the years. Her heart ached for him as memories of 4 years prior flooded back, her harsh words, her rebellious act of blocking and deleting him. For these years, she had clung to her pride, rationalizing that she had other means of contact, deeming it unnecessary to lower herself and acknowledge the past. I'm sorry. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry, clutching his waist and burying her head in his warm chest. These years, it was I who made you so lonely. He lifted his hand to gently tousle her hair, a smile gracing his lips. It's all in the past. I too bear some blame. Every child has their own comfort zone, and I was too harsh back then. With a sniffle, Wen Zhihe added his number to her contacts before tossing both phones aside. What is so entertaining about this? One day, I want to create a romantic space with you, sharing all our secrets. The man, now beaming like a fool, picked her up and showered her with kisses. His lips fell like raindrops on her face, neck, and collarbone. The next morning, Wen Zhihe, as usual, disembarked from the subway and glided toward school on his skateboard. Xiaoye, Chi Moli called out from beneath a tree by the roadside. Why are you back? Didn't you go abroad? Although Wen Zhihe loathed her, upon seeing the scars marring her face and arms, his pupils constricted. Who did this to you? My mother, Chi Moli replied, her eyelashes lowering, her gaze flickering. Wen Zhihe stared at her in disbelief. After all those years living under the same roof, it was impossible to treat her as a stranger. This is domestic violence. You can report it. It doesn't matter. I'm leaving anyway. I just wanted to see you today. How are your parents? Wen Zhihe responded coldly. You needn't concern yourself. It's a miracle I'm not dead from your antics. How dare you harm my sister? Xiaoyi, I used to be your sister too. The boy replied icily. I'm sorry, but I only recognize one sister, and her name is Wen Zhihe. The warmth in Qi Moli's heart vanished entirely, and a strange smile crept onto her lips. In a few days, it's my mother's birthday. I have a gift for her, a painting. Come help me retrieve it. You don't have to do this, Xiaoyi. Please, this might be our last meeting. Wen Zhihe, feeling helpless, asked where. Qi Moli pointed to a nearby SUV. Over there, take it home to mom after school. Wen Zhihe accelerated on his skateboard, quickly arriving at the SUV. Just as he turned to look back at Qi Moli, he found no one there. Just as confusion set in, the car door swung open, and two burly men seized his arms. What are you doing? A startled Wen Zhihe was forcefully pulled into the vehicle, his mouth silenced. Chapter 59. Executives are aloof. It's none of your concern. In the backyard of the Qi residence, after the rain, the sun shone brightly. The elderly gentleman rolled up his sleeves, personally planting a gourd seedling. The sunlight was just right as he straightened up, casually wiping the sweat from his brow. Apart from the chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects, the surroundings were eerily quiet, making the estate seem as grand as a palace. He gazed down at the tender green seedling, letting out a deep sigh. It is already the harvest season for others. I am just now planting, too late indeed. I am unworthy even to be the grandfather of the gourd children. Turning to wash his hands, he beheld the flourishing roses blooming along the surrounding wall. He remembered that the pink roses were planted by Qi Yuding 10 years ago, while the red ones were sown by Wen Zhihe. At that time, Qi Yuding was 18 and Wen Zhihe was just 10, each determined to outdo the other in their playful rivalry. Wen Zhihe, adorned in a delicate pink dress, proudly declared, You adore pink, yet I shall cultivate red. I must outshine you in crimson. Qi Yutong, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, gazed at her with an intense fixation, explaining, It is because you resemble a pink rose that I chose to plant red. I wish to bury you in my affections. Consequently, the little girl ran to complain, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, Mu, my uncle is a devil. I do not wish for him to be my uncle. The elderly gentleman reminisced quietly, unknowingly shedding tears of nostalgia, gently caressing the prayer beads on his wrist while murmuring to himself, My dear companion, I bestowed upon Zhihe the token of our love. At that moment, I merely perceived her as a thoughtful little darling, unaware that all of this was predestined. Our youngest son, usually indifferent, has truly developed feelings this time. Lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Qin Shu's hurried arrival. Chairman, why did you discharge yourself in the hospital alone? You did not answer your phone. I have been searching for you all morning. Hurry, the weather is changing. The elderly gentleman continued to turn the prayer beads, pondering, shouldn't the chairman be more understanding? I have withdrawn from the disputes. I shall offer no assistance. What do you mean? Qin Shu retorted. You are an executive. How can you not involve yourself? An executive is meant to remain aloof. It is none of your concern. Qin Shu was momentarily speechless. I aim to enhance your emotional intelligence, not to encourage your contentiousness. The elderly gentleman lowered his head, asking, Pray tell, which of my two sons emerged victorious? If it is the elder son, shall I be granted poison or a silken noose? Qin Shu, now exasperated, exclaimed, That is a different matter entirely. Miss Zhihe's brother, Wen Zhihe, has been kidnapped. What? The elderly gentleman rose abruptly, feeling lightheaded. Careful now. Qin Shu quickly supported the frail old man. This incident is clearly aimed at the fourth son. Where is that little girl? She left early with assistant Lin to prepare conference materials at the company. Upon receiving the news, she became distraught, flooding both the school and home with frantic calls. As the elderly gentleman strode towards the front hall, he fumed. That scoundrel. Does he wish to be without a wife? The little girl's brother has been abducted because of him, and he does not rush to save him. The complexity of the situation lay in the fact that the kidnappers sought not money, but a person. The elderly gentleman donned a white shirt, fastening his buttons. I instructed you to monitor every movement of the Yu Tinghua mansion. What have you been doing? We were observing the mansion, unaware that Miss Molly would approach the school to abduct Wen Zhihe. The kidnappers do not wish to see the fourth master. They want to see Miss Zhihe. The elderly gentleman's hand trembled, realizing they intend to use the little girl to coerce the fourth master into retreating. Do they not? Qin Shu assisted him into a suit. His expression grave. That is indeed the crux of the matter. The fourth master cannot participate in the shareholders' meeting today. At the top floor of Yihua, Qi Yufeng tossed the equity transfer agreement onto the table with a chilling smile. Sign this, and your brother will be able to return home. Wen Zhihe's eyes widened. Her tear-streaked face flushed with indignation. Clenching her fists, she retorted, Qi Yufeng, do you believe that by relinquishing my shares, you will become the head of the Qi family? Dream on. Lin Ji, standing beside her, appeared anxious. The boss has instructed that no matter the quarrel, we must prevent the boss's wife from coming to blows. Qi Yufeng chuckled softly, intrigued by the girl's audacity. She was indeed a product of the fourth master's influence. Just as Wen Zhihe prepared to retort, her phone rang again, another unknown number. The sinister tone of the kidnapper sent shivers down her spine. Do not play tricks if you dare to report this. I will immediately disable your brother's legs. A 1T reported. Wen Zhihe's hand trembled as she clutched her phone, forcing herself to remain calm. I need to hear my brother's voice. Moments later, the sound of her brother Wen Zhihe, choked with tears, reached her. Sister, it's Qi Moli. She deceived me. Before Wen Zhihe could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth, followed by a punch. Don't touch him. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not see the light of tomorrow. Glancing at the phone, she realized the call had ended. Qi Yufeng smirked. What's the matter? Your beloved Qi Yuqing ISN, T coming to your rescue? Left you all alone this time, hasn't he? TSK. I heard he is incapable of humane actions. Could it be true? With a fierce glare reminiscent of an enraged little tiger, Wen Zhihe struck back, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Get out of Qi Yuqing's office. Qi Yufeng was momentarily stunned. Having lived for decades, no one had ever laid a finger on him, let alone someone he had once fostered. If this news got out, it would be the end for him. Infuriated, he reached to choke Wen Zhihe by the neck. Anticipating his move, she deftly sidestepped, grasped his outstretched arm, and pulled him off balance before delivering a knee strike. With a swift motion, she raised her other hand and struck him fiercely at the back of his head. Qi Yufeng's towering figure collapsed onto the desk, scattering documents and calendars across the floor. Jiang Yu and Jiang Fu rushed in, exchanging bewildered glances, particularly Jiang Fu, who stood there dumbfounded, captivated by the sight of Wen Zhihe, her ponytail swinging as she stood tall. Incredible. Qi Yufeng never imagined that a frail girl could best him. A man over 6 feet tall. Was he truly getting old? Damn, this middle age. Enraged and humiliated, his hair almost stood on end. I will kill you. Jiang Yu and Jiang Fu immediately rushed to protect Wen Zhihe. However, just as Qi Yufeng's fingers were about to brush against Wen Zhihe's hair, she swiftly retrieved a canister of pepper spray from her pocket. Qi Yufeng covered his eyes, cursing, you little brat. I'll make sure to destroy you before I even touch Qi Yuqing. Wen Zhihe smiled coldly, producing a voice recorder from another pocket. Here, young Master Jiang, could you please deliver this to the chairman and request it be played at the shareholder meeting? Qi Yufeng froze, clutching his swollen eyes, his anger boiling over. Wen Zhihe, you set a trap? What are you planning? To deal with scum like you, one must utilize all resources at hand. Young Master Jiang holds shares in Yihua subsidiary and is entitled to attend the shareholder meeting. Just wait and see if the shareholders will heed your instigations. Watching the unfolding scene, Jiang Yu suddenly understood. So, Qi Yuqing's absence was a strategic move, allowing Wen Zhihe to stall Qi Yufeng and buy time to gather evidence. He must have already completed the report. As expected, he burst in, pale-faced. Vice President Qi, the police have arrived. Please return to cooperate with the investigation. In an instant, Qi Yufeng felt as though the air had been let out of him. realizing that his fate was sealed. As he was handcuffed and taken away, he desperately attempted to flee. Stop! Wen Zhihe stepped in front of him, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. It seems you have some matters left unaddressed. I know nothing. I'm merely a washed-up secretary, just a passerby, he stammered. Lin Ji approached, effortlessly restraining him. Come with me to the vice president's office and open his safe. She was acutely aware that within the safe lay the shadowy contracts implicating both Qi Yufeng and several shareholders, which could also incriminate her for her prior involvement. She feigned ignorance. I don't have the password. Jiang Fu happened to pass by, frowning. He pretended to kick her, saying, You've bullied little Zhihe long enough. I've tolerated you for too long. Terrified, she curled up, crying, I don't want to work on the sewing machine. Jiang Fu disdainfully walked past her towards the elevator. Then go be a heaven's umbrella, grow vegetables or something. The conditions are good, with food and lodging provided. Chapter 60. I am so handsome, and still waiting in line. At that moment, Qi Yuding and the plainclothes officers headed directly to the rendezvous point with the kidnappers. On the phone, his tone was somewhat reproachful. Why did you take matters into your own hands? With such exceptional talents by your side, why not utilize them? If you get hurt and bear scars, I fear you won't agree to marry me. The others in the car exchanged glances, confirming that he was indeed lovesick. Wen Zhihe, overly anxious, barely registered his last remark. What does marriage matter at such a time? If you want to marry, no one is stopping you. Qi Yuding, his thoughts in turmoil, recalled Qi Yufeng's recent car accident. What if he got into a scuffle with the kidnappers and was injured again? The thought made her feel utterly despondent, nearly bringing her to tears. If she didn't comply with the kidnappers' demands, what would happen to Xiao Yi? No, I must go alone. If I do not return, find someone else to marry. Qi Yuding felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly, as if soothing her, Don't be afraid. I will go alone without the police. Yes, you. Xiao Yi will not be harmed, and I have no desire to find someone else to marry. The others in the vehicle exchanged looks, questioning whether Qi Sai had just come out. In the desolate, half-finished building, two burly men with brutish faces stood guard at the dilapidated entrance. Wen Zhihe was bound and tossed into a filthy corner, his mouth taped shut. He gazed in terror at the two unsavory men before him. From their conversation, Wen Zhihe deduced that they were the two brothers of Qi Moli. Qi Mo, cigarette in mouth, wore a sullen expression, muttering, That brat Moli told me not to harm this kid. Huh, since Wen Zhihe dared to keep us waiting this long, I might as well stab her brother. Calm down, brother. Dad instructed us not to kill the child. We are only to send Wen Zhihe to northern Myanmar. Wen Zhihe's eyes widened in fear as he fruitlessly attempted to plead, Don't send my sister away. Unfortunately, no sound emerged. Just then, a robust man's earpiece crackled with the latest news. What? Damn it. Suddenly, he turned around with a fierce glare, grabbing the stunned Qi Mo by the collar. You, old man, are now in the game. This deal is off for us brothers. Pay up. Qi Mo was nearly paralyzed with fear from this abrupt shift. Trembling as he stammered, Big brother, you must be joking, right? Another burly man unexpectedly drew a gun from behind his waist, the authenticity of which remained uncertain. Regardless, the intended effect was achieved as Qi Yin dropped to his knees in terror. Please spare me. How could my father have been captured? I'll call him. However, Qi Yufeng's phone had been switched off, and no one answered at the office. Enough nonsense. A young master of the Qi family kneeling at the slightest provocation. Who are you mourning for? Kneel when your father is dead. The barrel of the gun pointed ominously at Qi Yan's forehead, prompting him to crouch immediately, hands clasped over his head, resembling a cornered dog, one whimper away from breaking. The other muscular man, like an eagle snatching a chick, flung Qi Mo 10 meters away with a single gesture. What bad luck! The one who was supposed to pay has turned on us. As he spoke, the burly man received further instructions. Is Wen Zhihe here? But she is of no use now. We can't exchange her for money. The two of us can barely get by. Do we need to support girl too? Can we not make a scene? The other man, peering through binoculars, suddenly jolted. Oh my goodness, brother, Qi Sai is here. What? Both the buyer and seller have arrived? Is this a marketplace? Are we going to lose everything? However, with Qi Yufeng detained, Qi Yuding was likely coming to collect on his brother's behalf. Let us give Wen Zhihe to him. He will pay. The man referred to as brother irritably ran his fingers through his hair, oblivious to the intricate dynamics of the Qi family. He is coming alone. What is there to fear? I've heard he is quite formidable. Should we retreat? There is no time. These two rookies are Qi Yuding's nephews. We might as well take a chance. Fine. After all, didn't he just have an accident? He must be severely weakened and cannot possibly overpower us. With that, the two men conspired to bind Qi Mo and Qi Yin together with tape and toss them alongside Wen Zhihe. These two fools have finally combined into one. A minute later, Wen Zhihe entered, her heart racing with dread. She had mentally prepared herself for the worst, either being shot or beaten to death. To her surprise, the two burly men hardly regarded her, merely pointing to a corner and instructing her to kneel, without binding her hands and feet, merely sealing her mouth with tape. Gazing at her porcelain-like face and sparkling eyes, the man with the tape wore a melancholic expression. Such a sweet and delightful girl, what a pity. Wen Zhihe was bewildered. What does sweet and delightful mean? Is it like fruit? And what a pity. Am I worth so little? She exchanged glances with her brother, intending to move closer to him stealthily. However, their conversation struck her like lightning, rendering her unable to move. Qi Sai is so damn handsome. I love his backside. Another man, evidently envious, remarked. Though Qi Sai is quite something, just look at that solid physique. He is definitely a 1, not a 0. The first burly man replied, that waist, indeed more capable than I. The burly man remarked, I have an affinity for well-dressed gentlemen, particularly someone like Qi Yuding appearing here, akin to a resplendent rose blossoming amidst ruins. The four individuals on the ground exclaimed in unison, Who are we? Where are we? Might we refrain from having our mouths sealed? Please, let's keep our ears open. Before ascending the stairs, Qi Yuding removed his coat and lit a cigarette. Despite treading through mud, he exuded an air of nobility reminiscent of a lofty cedar. He donned a somewhat sheer black shirt, with a button undone, revealing the cold, pale contours of his neck, the faint red mark on his Adam's apple tantalizingly visible at the collar, igniting the imagination. The sight of it made the burly man wonder how much luck one would need to kiss an Adam's apple like that of Qi Sai. Burly man 1 slapped the back of his head, urging him to awaken. Wake up, with a face like a dragon fruit. Do you really think Qi Sai would take notice of you? Wen Zhihe mused, finally understanding her own lack of worth. Upon arriving, Qi Yuding had expressed concern over her possibly being taken advantage of. How ironic. Now, she found herself worried for him. If he could not defeat this duo, his dignity would surely be at stake. As Qi Yuding strode in, his formidable presence was overwhelming, reminiscent of an earthquake, threatening to topple the entire precarious building. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his delicate yet striking features, coupled with a chiseled jawline, mirrored the clarity of his life's ambitions. The only discord with his commanding aura was the band-aid peeking from the fringe of his hairline, a testament to his sister Wen Zhihe's handiwork. The last time they wrapped filming, she had applied one, to which he had reacted as if shocked, staunchly refusing her assistance. What ist? What normal man would spore Band-Aid? Yet, Qi Yuding had not only done so, but had boldly affixed it upon his own head. Wen Zhihe cast an ambiguous glance at his sister. Sister, the man you have tamed bears quite the aura of fragility. As Qi Yuding entered alone, his audacity rendered the two burly men uneasy. Qi Sai, a pleasure to finally meet you. Burly man 1, unwilling to lose his composure, also lit a cigarette. Glaring fiercely at him, Qi Yuding surveyed the four on the ground, ensuring they were unharmed before languidly extinguishing his cigarette. He pointed to the 3 spirited young men in the corner, smirking as he inquired, a buy 1, get 3 deal? The 2 burly men were oblivious to Qi Yuding's primary intention of rescuing the young lad, nor did they grasp his relationship with Wen Zhihe. They were merely there for the financial transaction, having not yet received their payment. Now, they sought to negotiate with Qi Yuding, believing his wealth to be well known. Thus, they included Qi Mo and Qi Yin in their demands, hoping to strike a favorable deal. 10 million. Oh no, now there are 3 of them, 30 million. Burly man 0 held up 3 fingers. Qi Yuding smirked darkly, his voice low and menacing. "I will not part with a single coin that is not rightfully mine." "What? Are you toying with us?" Chi Yuding raised his long lashes, his piercing black eyes narrowing at them. "You dare engage in a game without understanding the relationships at play?" Burly Man Zero panicked. "Aren't those two brothers your nephews? Are you here to take away Wen Zhihe on behalf of your elder brother?" "Ha!" Chi Yuding was nearly driven to tears by their foolishness. "Had I known they were this incompetent, there would have been no need to call the police. Yes, I am here to take Wen Zhihe, along with that child." He pointed at Wen Zhihe and demanded, "Release him first. Pay up, 1 million for each." Chi Yuding, with a charmingly rogue demeanor, nodded. "All right, let us proceed with the payment." "What?" Both burly men simultaneously pulled out their phones. "Darn it, the signal here is terrible." Chi Yuding's expression hardened, seizing the opportunity to strike. An earth-shattering 2-on-1 confrontation commenced. Amidst the swirling dust, the four on the ground found themselves unable to scream, smothered in grime, truly experiencing the meaning of being covered in dust. Wen Zhihe observed Chi Yuding in action, his movements agile and strikingly handsome, exuding an overwhelming masculine charisma. Such remarkable skills would be wasted if he did not pursue a career in martial arts films, as there are many talented directors who would appreciate him. In no time, the two burly men began to falter. Although they matched Chi Yuding in physical strength, their reflexes were no match for his agility, leaving them battered and bruised. Suddenly, Burly Man Zero glanced at Wen Zhihe, realizing that this woman must hold some value to the Chi family. Otherwise, Chi Yuding wouldn't have personally come to retrieve her. With this thought, he charged toward Wen Zhihe, intending to use her as a hostage. In the next moment, Chi Yuding swiftly apprehended him, pressing his head into the mud while delivering a relentless barrage of punches akin to hailstones upon his face, teeth scattering in the process. Burly Man 1 was utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Stop! If you keep hitting me, my wife will die." He finally understood that Chi Yuding had merely been warming up and testing the waters moments ago. Now, he had truly crossed the line with this formidable figure, who was now fighting with lethal intent. Each punch landed with devastating force. The undercover personnel rushed in, but could not separate them. Chi Yuding had gone berserk, resembling a thoroughly enraged Black Panther, his gaze ferocious. "How dare you covet my darling? Look at your sorry state. With my charm, everyone is still lining up." Chapter 61. Bring me everything that is pink. When Chun Xiaoyan arrived at Iwa, Lin Ji was engaged in a series of sprints back and forth. Clutching the gastrointestinal medicine she had procured through a contact, she looked on with concern at his figure. Sooner or later, he would collapse from overexertion, working with a salary of 30,000 while taking on responsibilities worth 300 million. Suddenly, Jiang Fu sauntered past her, mocking, "Miss Chun, you truly have a keen understanding of market prices. Is it true that a single duck costs 30,000? Chun Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean by that?" Recalling how Lin Ji had nearly collapsed in the restroom on multiple occasions, Jiang Fu grew increasingly disdainful towards this heartless woman. He was a professional at being irked. So what if she was the governor's daughter? Just watch, he had Lin Ji now. Saying this, he quickly ran to Lin Ji's side, forcefully wrapping his arms around his waist. "Lin Ji, Jiang Fu, don't move, just cooperate." Slap. Jiang Fu playfully smacked Lin Ji's backside, causing him to stiffen in shock. From this angle, the two youthful and handsome boys were closely pressed together, an ambiguous tension in the air. Chun Xiaoyun rubbed her eyes, and as the haze before her dissipated, she eagerly blinked to take another look. Having confirmed that Lin Ji has indeed become involved with Jiang Fu, she is overwhelmed with despair. Lin Ji, taken aback, turns around, wondering if someone has jumped off a building. Once Jiang Fu sees that Chun Xiaoyun has departed, he releases his grip, apologizing to his friend, claiming that being single for too long has made him a bit restless. Lin Ji glances at the hand that had patted her backside and steps back a meter, admonishing him not to be so indiscreet. Jiang Fu, now serious, informs her that Chi Mo and Chi Yin have been taken away by the police. While Chi Mo, Li is still on the run. Lin Ji remains silent for a moment before speaking up, revealing that the chairman has already found a lead on her whereabouts. They witness Chi Yu Ting emerging from the ruins, cradling Wen Zhihe, followed by a boy who seems to be looking around anxiously. Su Jia, overwhelmed with emotion, expresses her relief that the two siblings are safe, lamenting her previous indulgence of Chi Mo Li, feeling responsible for the situation. Don't be so hard on yourself. Linya interjects. Look at our He. Despite being spoiled by Chi Lao Yi for over a decade, she has never harmed anyone. Dad, Mom. Wen Zhihe rushes over to embrace them, exclaiming how terrifying the ordeal was. Su Jia assumes he is frightened by the kidnappers and wipes her tears, saying, "Silly child, after such a trial, you should realize how treacherous human hearts can be." However, Wen Zhihe hides behind Wen Shiming, declaring that Chi Yuting is simply too frightening. He feels compelled to warn his friends to steer clear of his sister, as it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Wen Shiming, perplexed by his son's words, asks, "Which friends?" "The one who likes my sister, Zhan the superstar." Wen Zhihe replies. Wen Shiming, realizing he is referring to a young celebrity, responds with a nonchalant, "Oh, I don't know him." Turning his attention back to Wen Zhihe observes her struggling in Chi Yuting's embrace. But to no avail, the man does not allow her to escape. Watching her clear eyes, which reflect a hint of shyness and a trace of fear. As her body trembles slightly, Chi Yuting lifts her up as one would a child, gently patting her back like a father comforting a frightened daughter. His voice, low and tinged with remorse, conveys, "I shall be more restrained in the future." When Zhihe pouts, "You shouldn't have been so harsh in front of Xiaoyi. He is still underage." Chi Yuting, momentarily taken aback, replies without hesitation, "I'm accustomed to it. To me, any man in your vicinity is an adult." He reassures her, "I'll be mindful next time. After all, he is still alive, I sentihi." As an ambulance rushes by, Wen Zhihe's heart fills with unease. Following the earlier incident, Xiaoyi must surely think that Chi Yuting has violent tendencies or a volatile temperament. Yet Su Jia's concerns lie elsewhere. Isn't our daughter already in a relationship? How could she allow Chi Yuting to hold her? Could it be that she has been overly reliant since childhood? Is her maturity in question? This girl seems rather oblivious. Can't she see that Chi Yuting doesn't view her as a younger sibling? From the moment Su Jia laid eyes on Chi Yuting, she sensed that he was not an ordinary man. The way he gazed at her daughter was akin to a famished wolf eyeing a lost little rabbit, dangerous and ravenous, as if he longed to pounce and devour her whole. How could you let Fourth Master hold you like this? Su Jia thought, her cheeks flushing at the sight of her daughter's voluptuous figure pressed against the man's chest, evoking a mix of embarrassment and anxiety. When he felt her cheeks warm with a deep blush. She wished to escape, but Chi Yuting held her firmly, preventing her from moving. In frustration, she declared, "I'm calling the police." Chi Yuting, momentarily surprised, replied, "All right, hold on tight." As he spoke, he tightened his embrace around her waist. Wen Zhihe, having completely succumbed to him, decided to disregard her parents' astonished expressions. Upon returning home, she resolved to create an appropriate atmosphere to lay her cards on the table. However, upon reaching the entrance of the one residence, she was met with the sight of Ning Zhan, who held a bouquet of flowers and carried a brand new skateboard on his back. Dressed in white and black, he stood tall like a pine tree, his smile reminiscent of a warm, friendly neighbor. Zhan, what brings you here?" Wen Zhihe exclaimed, running excitedly towards him, lifting the skateboard with sparkling eyes. "Is this a gift for me? You encountered such a significant event, and I couldn't reach you on your phone. How could I not come?" Wen Shiming's eyes brightened at the sight of Ning Zhan. His first reaction was to perceive this handsome young man as the one his son had mentioned, the one who harbored feelings for his sister. His heart instantly filled with joy. Su Jia was equally delighted. "Zhan, are you the one who starred in the fantasy films?" "Ah, I adore you." Chi Yuting thought to himself, "This is reckless. I forgot that Ning Zhan is a heartthrob. In this competition, my chances are slim." Ning Zhan stepped forward, politely greeting them. "Hello, Uncle and Annie and Fourth Master." Upon looking at Wen Zhihe, he felt Chi Yuting's gaze piercing through him like two sharp swords, radiating hostility. Yet, Ning Zhan remained undaunted, having resolved to pursue Wen Zhihe. He anticipated the challenges ahead. Wen Zhihe smiled sweetly. "Brother Zhan, Have you come to meet an online friend? Wow. Little Yi, you might be trending. In the next moment, Qi Yuding's large hand wrapped possessively around her waist. His gaze fixed warily on Ning Zhan, and coldly remarked, "No filming today? You seem quite free." Wen Zhihe felt a tinge of embarrassment from his overt display of possessiveness. "Did you forget? I took a leave of absence, and Brother Zhan cannot film either." Ning Zhan observed the hand Qi Yuding placed on Wen Zhihe's waist and the bandage on his forehead, recalling the last time on set when Qi Yuding had held her closely. At that moment, he realized he had missed his optimal opportunity. Perhaps Qi Yuding had confessed his feelings for Wen Zhihe during the recognition banquet. It was undeniable that a girl as charming, kind, and alluring as her would captivate any man, even the aloof fourth master Qi. Only Wen Zhihe understood the pain reflected in Ning Zhan's eyes. Noticing the pink roses in Ning Zhan's hand, he empathized, thinking, regardless, one must at least try, right? Internally, he mused, "Buddy, I can only offer you moral support, and hope you don't end up crushed by Qi's wrath." Summoning his courage, Ning Zhan walked over with resolute determination. To onlookers, each step seemed like he was walking on clouds towards the girl of his affections. Yet, in Wen Zhihe's heart, fear gripped her. Was Ning Zhan about to confess to Qi Yuding? How long had he harbored feelings for Qi Yuding? Oh no, why must Qi Yuding be such a captivating femme fatale, drawing in a rival like Ning Zhan? Finally, as Ning Zhan smiled and presented the flowers with both hands, gently saying, "Hee, these are for you," Wen Zhihe let out a sigh of relief. It turned out he was not a rival after all. They could still collaborate in the future. Yet, something felt amiss, and the atmosphere suddenly shifted to a delicate tension. She cast a furtive glance at Qi Yutong, her mind racing with thoughts on how to decline without hurting Ning Zhan's pride, all while avoiding any ire from the possessive Qi Yutong. Qi Yutong lowered his gaze, intensely fixated on the bouquet, contemplating how to interject on her behalf. Su Jia approached exuberantly, exclaiming, "Hee, these are imported Dutch roses, quite rare. Zhan is truly thoughtful toward you." When Shimming, with a satisfied smile, casually took the flowers from Ning Zhan's hands and placed them into Wen Zhihe's embrace. He then ushered him inside, saying, "Come, I have some questions for you." "Of course. Please ask away. Who else is at home? Do you have any siblings? How are your parents? What do you do for a living?" Wen Zhihe could only muster the courage to clutch the bouquet, feeling as though she were holding a searing hot potato. Meanwhile, Qi Yutong's expression darkened palpably. Wen Zhihe, risking life and limb, approached with trepidation, gently taking the bouquet away and whispering, "Sister, it seems Dad and Mom clearly favor Zhangge, and remember, a woman must choose her spouse wisely. What if you choose Qi Yutong? He might enforce familial discipline daily." Wen Zhihe replied, "Chances are, aside from during my menstrual cycle, Qi Yutong would indeed impose his discipline on her daily." The boy's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it fell perfectly within Qi Yutong's hearing range. Wen Zhihe expected an outburst, yet he merely maintained a stoic demeanor and stepped aside to make a phone call. In the chairman's office, Lin Ji and Uncle Qin were assisting the elderly gentleman with business matters. Having just concluded a shareholders' meeting, they were swamped with work, especially with Qi Yutong absent. Lin Ji's phone rang, prompting the elderly man to glance over sharply. "Is that your boss?" "Yes." "Put on speaker." Lin Yi complied, placing the phone on the table and activating the speaker function. In an instant, the office was filled with Qi Yutong's cold, charged voice. "I want all the pink wall roses in Jiangxin. From the Netherlands, France, Yunnan, Africa, Dubai. I want them all delivered to me." Chapter 62. How dreadful. So many men in her heart. The three in the office were momentarily stunned. Qi Yutong added, "In half an hour, deliver them to the one residence." The elderly gentleman, understanding the situation, remarked, "You're using such Clich D methods to pursue a girl, huh?" Qi Yutong, taken aback, responded, "You seem to know quite a bit." The elderly man casually stroked a bead, asking nonchalantly, "Have you encountered a formidable rival?" Qi Yutong glanced back at the room, where Ning Zhan was being surrounded with warmth and camaraderie, taking photos together, remembering how Wen Zhihe used to leave biting comments under his videos. Jealousy boiled within him like a pot of water at a rolling boil. The elderly gentleman, seemingly indifferent, mused, did I guess correctly? Is she younger than you? More courteous? And she can smile? Can't she? Clearly, she's a charming one. Your shallow interactions with the Wen parents one tea suffice. She naturally carries the aura of a son-in-law, exuding warmth the moment she appears. Chi Yutong felt a pang of resentment, retorting, I possess that too. You just knocked a burly man into a deep coma, and last time in the shop, you left Li Hong partially paralyzed. I heard he woke up calling his mother a nasty name, and she's even preparing a grave for him. Do you really think you radiate son-in-law warmth? Chi Yuting pouted, feeling that the Wen family did not favor her. She would seize what was hers, for he could only belong to her. The old gentleman chuckled in amusement, remarking on her audacity, oh, look at you, engaging in such unrefined antics. Lin Ji interjected, boss, there are numerous strategies on Zai Hongshu. Chi Yuting observed that Wen Zhihe had joined the jovial family atmosphere, stirring a wave of irritation within her. Speak plainly. Lin Ji adjusted his glasses, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting within him. Fear not. I have a plan for the pink roses. However, the old gentleman suggested, just send her a bouquet from a florist, along with a grand estate in the city center. Uncle Chin added, ideally, it should be close to both the flower shop and the watch repair store, allowing them to thoroughly vacate the slums. Chi Yuting massaged her temples, knowing these were notions she had already considered. For now, she must gain the acceptance of Wen Zhihe's family. Otherwise, she would appear as a wealthy brute forcibly claiming a maiden, undermining her refined demeanor. After hanging up, she noticed the group chat with the road boys buzzing with activity. Lin Ji, emergency. I beseech all esteemed gentlemen to assist in ordering flowers. Only the freshest pink roses, with no limit on quantity. No questions asked. It's for my boss to pursue the lady boss. Hurry, Jiang Fu. Your boss has only just begun to pursue? Damn, I've been tricked again. Lin Ji, they say this is a man's gas station. Please, young Master Zhang. Fourth Master, send the location. Young Master Li. Fourth Master, I've secured 10,000 roses. Send the address. The messages poured in, the quantity of flowers ever increasing. Chi Yuting smirked, sending her location to the group. Young Master Lu, this is quite bold. Isn't this the home of little Hehe? Fourth Master, you beast. Young Master Zhang. Is this an official announcement regarding Fourth Master and Hehe? Jiang Fu, Fourth Master. You are a beast indeed. Are you and Hehe preparing to wed? Does that mean her boyfriend's position is now vacant? I still have chance. With that, the group erupted into chaos, bombarding Jiang Fu with messages. Chi Yuting chuckled, tucking away her phone. She hadn't anticipated this rogue group would prove useful at such a crucial moment. Yet, the noise was overwhelming. She considered muting the chat, but hesitated, fearing she might miss an urgent plea from Wen Zhihe one day. No, she could not afford to take that chance. How could she possibly be outdone by a band of scoundrels? Wen Zhihe was recounting the day's thrilling events, even rising to mimic Chi Yuting's heroic stance against kidnappers. When Meng listened intently, blinking his uniquely crafted, golden eyes, astonished by Fourth Master's impressive skills. He had thought him merely a car enthusiast. Chi Yuting silently rejoiced that Wen Zhihe did not imitate the more brutal aspects of her confrontation. For this, she planned to reward the child with an entire collection of skateboards. Ning Zhan and Wen Zhihe were conversing about work on the other side. Catching a glimpse of Chi Yuting entering, Ning Zhan deliberately shifted the topic. Hehe, you've collected so many photos of me in your space, some of which I don't even recall being taken. Where did you acquire them? After speaking, he gazed at her expectantly, hoping to glimpse a flicker of affection in her eyes. Recalling those pictures, Wen Zhihe felt a surge of excitement. They represent my entire youth. Some were procured at great expense by Xiao Xiao. It was quite a challenge. Do you truly adore me so? Ning Zhan probed. Wen Zhihe felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. After all, he was her idol. Almost every girl adored him, including her mother. He was everyone's beloved Ning Zhan. Ning Zhan, observing her blushing countenance, felt an overwhelming softness in his heart and couldn't help but tease her. How about selling me a few? Wen Zhihe pouted childishly, no way. I've watermarked all of them. Huh, can't I even possess my own photos? You wouldn't understand. In a few decades, when you become a grandfather, the value will skyrocket. All right then, Teacher Wen, you truly grasped the essence of collecting legacy photos. Wen Zhihe smiled sweetly, only to notice Qi Yuding seated not far behind her on a solitary sofa. Seemingly lost in thought, his complexion rather pale, eyes downcast, lips pursed. She was unaware of how long he had been there. Following their reconnection yesterday, Qi Yuding had been acting erratically. He likely hadn't yet seen the photos on her social media. A vivid, tumultuous memory from the hospital flashed in Wen Zhihe's mind, causing her ears to burn. Su Jia, who had just taken her medication, discreetly observed Qi Yuding. This man exuded a noble and composed aura in silence. Unlike the warm-hearted Ningzhan, instead, he radiated the charm of a mature man mixed with an air of cool detachment. Turning to her daughter, who had a rosy glow on her cheeks, Su Jia noted how her bright eyes were unwaveringly fixed on Qi Yuding. Once her gaze locked on him, it was as if the world around her vanished. Wen Zhihe shook off the suffocating imagery in her mind and reached for an orange to offer him. Just as she stood up, her brow furrowed suddenly. What is wrong? All attention shifted to her. Qi Yuding immediately stood, bending down to lift her in a gentle embrace. His tone soft, I'll carry you back to rest. With that, he walked towards the stairs while everyone looked on in astonishment, cradling Wen Zhihe. Ningzhan couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling as though, as long as Qi Yuding remained, he would be as distant from Wen Zhihe as he had been 4 years ago. I'll call the doctor to take a look at he said, pulling out his phone. Wen Zhihe hurriedly exclaimed, No, I just need to rest a bit. A short nap will suffice. She was aware that her discomfort stemmed from her menstrual cycle, which often brought slight cramps on the first day. Ningzhan's gaze followed them as he said, Take care of yourself. I won't intrude. Huh? Aren't you staying for dinner? Su Jia asked, feeling guilty for wanting him to stay. Wen Jiao's mood darkened further. Zhan truly possesses an ethereal beauty, yet suffers a tragic fate. Ningzhan, however, laughed lightly. Xiao Yi, you were startled today too. Rest well, and another day, I'll treat you all to barbecue. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiao's mind filled with images of countless skewers, causing him to swallow repeatedly. Su Jia playfully struck him on the head. Zhan, don't spoil him. This child only craves those improper meats. What's wrong with those? Are they not legitimate meats? Just because a cow strayed or a sheep cheated? When Shimming interjected, bemused, Wen Jiao was taken aback, wondering how a simple skewer could escalate into a divorce case orchestrated by his parents. Ningzhan chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the driver to bring the car around. Suddenly, a spectacular sight unfolded before them. A procession of delivery vehicles, laden with pink roses, approached in grand formation, creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. If another character were to be affixed to the front of the car, Wen Zhihe would suspect that today is the day of his sister's wedding. Mom, how come you brought so many flowers? Our flower shop is so small. Where did you get all this money recently? You haven't sold me to some wealthy lady, have you? No wonder they were clucking like chickens and quacking like ducks just now. When Shimming was even more bewildered. What? These flower cars are here for a wedding? Are you marrying off your son, dear wife? Su Jia stared blankly at Ningzhan, but he merely shook his head, glancing towards the second floor. His jawline cold and firm, not me. This Qi sire truly has a penchant for vengeance. Qi Yuding carefully placed the woman on the bed and frowned as he asked, Did you bring sanitary napkins? Wen Zhihe shyly shook her head. How did you know? The man remained unfazed. According to the calendar, it is today. Your menstruation has always been punctual. Su Jia, who had just reached the doorway, halted in her tracks, her double eyelids transforming into single ones in shock. Qi Yuding remembers even the little girl's menstrual cycle so clearly. Could it be that all these years he has been both father and mother to this burden? The rumors were indeed true. Wen Zhihe's cheeks ignited like the most brilliant sunset. I can go get some tissue for Mom. Upon hearing this, Su Jia immediately dashed out. All right, I will go get it right now. The two inside were startled, then exchanged amused glances. Soon, laughter from the workers outside could be heard. This family is indeed generous when marrying off their daughter. Yes. I've never heard of parents giving so many flowers as a dowry when marrying off their daughter. This daughter must be extraordinarily beautiful, like these flowers, delicate and vibrant. Wen Zhihe listened, casting a dubious glance at the man. What is happening outside? Although Qi Yuding felt a pang of bitterness, the little girl appeared so obedient and sweet at that moment that he inexplicably softened, unable to hold her accountable for anything regarding the photographs. After all, how could he possibly resist her, his Achilles heel? He ruffled her small head. Her tiny face, though small, boasted an astonishing amount of hair, the soft strands brushing against him like petting a cat. Just as Wen Zhihe was about to inquire about whose daughter was getting married, the man suddenly tousled her seaweed-like thick hair, as if venting frustration. How could there be so many men in your heart? She wished to clarify that those men were merely figments of imagination, not real entities. Suddenly, the man leaned down, his cold breath mingling with a pleasant scent of cedar, his cool lips brushing against hers. Initially intending to keep it brief to avoid Su Jia's return, one touch of her soft, pillowy lips struck his senses like honey, making it impossible for him to pull away. Wen Zhihe, like a kitten, wrapped her arms around his neck and sweetly responded to him. After a lengthy moment, Qi Yuding finally released the person in his embrace, his gaze possessive, his voice husky. Could you smile at me like you do for your idol? Wen Zhihe froze, nearly laughing. My smiles for him and for you are not the same. The man gave her an expression akin to sulking, one that suggested he was not easily appeased. Oomph. The moment you see him, you can't stop smiling, as if that man has a halo. A halo? Are you certain that man is Zhan and not the Buddha? Qi Yuding's brows relaxed. Suddenly, he grew irritated again. You're calling him Zhan? Wen Zhihe cradled one of his hands in her embrace, her tone sweetly soft. Initially, I thought Ning Zhan harbored affections for you. However, she dared not voice the thought that your alluring figure undoubtedly attracted men. Qi Yuding wore a look of disdain. Xiao Hetian, have you allowed weeds to overtake your mind? Do you understand why Xiao Yi cannot accept you? She pressed a kiss to his ring finger. Qi Yuding gazed at the finger she had kissed, his heart racing. Rendered mute, for Ning Zhan was his friend, and he was not. Wen Zhihe grinned mischievously, launching into absurdity. No, it's because he knows your great secret. He was taken aback by her insinuation. I heard he knows you cannot bear children. Qi Yuding, coughing, Su Jia, who had been eavesdropping, choked on her own saliva, startled enough to drop the bag she held. Chapter 63. Can you coax me again? The two, alerted by the noise, looked outside to see the small bag on the ground, while Su Jia had already fled. She would likely need to consume a couple of heart-saving pills to recover. Qi Yuding furrowed his brow slightly, sighing, well, this is just splendid. I've piled on more sins. First, my violent tendencies, and now this. Wen Zhihe clutched her stomach, laughing. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Which kind of pain? Is it the pain of menstruation, or the pain of retribution for your absurdity? Qi Yuding shook his head in resignation, walking to the door to pick up the bag of sanitary pads. Upon inspection, he frowned. What's wrong? These off-brand ones offer no guarantee. Wen Zhihe's pupils dilated. You're quite knowledgeable about gynecology, aren't you? Qi Yuding, both amused and annoyed, replied. What part of you isn't precious? Just make do, for now. After dinner, we'll return home where I have your preferred brand ready. Wen Zhihe's face flushed again, and she pushed him away. Get out. If you stay here too long, my parents will think you're not only a friend, but a 05. Yet at that moment, her palm distinctly felt the chiseled abs beneath his thin fabric. Gasping, she inhaled sharply, her mind struggling to catch up as her hand instinctively pressed against the taut fabric. She'd just been laughing uncontrollably, and now her disheveled attire lay open, revealing a vast expanse of fair skin beneath her collar. Qi Yuding swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an intense heat envelop the room, almost suffocating. Yet, he could not act upon those feelings. He could only mutter under his breath, Enchantress. 3 days without discipline, and you bring down the roof. When Zhihe finally registered the situation, retracting her hand, her gaze laced with challenge. What can you do to me now? Qi Yuding maintained a stoic expression as he approached and closed the door. This simple action sent a shiver down Wen Zhihe's spine, her legs turning to jelly. Didn't he do anything reckless? The man unbuttoned his shirt and rolled up his sleeves, wearing a devil-may-care grin. Panic seized Wen Zhihe. Surely he wouldn't engage in a bloody battle? Oh my, She quickly searched for a clean pair of underwear, remaining vigilant, fearful that this devil might pounce at any moment. Watching the girl dart into the bathroom like a frightened rabbit, she slammed the door shut and locked it. The man smirked, amused by her naivety, before pulling out his phone to call Wen Zhihe. Have you received any news on Chi Moli? Wen Zhihe and Jiang Fu had just caught their breath, dining in a private room. Surveying the desolate surroundings, he finally spoke. Boss, our team has tracked Mo Chili. She has arranged to meet Gu Yin tonight. It seems that Chi Moli is attempting to win him back, which is why she has chosen not to go abroad. Chi Yuding's expression turned ominously cold. If she refuses to take the path to paradise, she shall find herself in hell. Continue the pursuit. Lin Yi nodded, unable to suppress his burgeoning curiosity. Boss, how are things on your end? With so many flowers, did the proprietress shed tears and call you husband? Chi Yuding raised an eyebrow. His tone slightly lightened. This matter has been handled quite well. There will be a discussion regarding the year-end bonus. Really? That's splendid. Once I receive my bonus, I shall court 10 lovely women. I shall become a maritime king. Across the table, Jiang Fu interjected, and Chi Yuding couldn't help but stroke his chin, offering a rare moment of concern for his subordinate. How long has this condition persisted? I'm fine, ha ha ha. I shall no longer be a sycophant. I aim to be the hardest fish to catch. Chi Yuding chuckled in exasperation. You are not the hardest fish to catch. You are merely the most stubborn mule. Wah. Boss, you understand me so well. My heart aches. The pain of being a single dog, steadfastly devoted to an unchangeable woman. Wen Zhihe took a hot shower to alleviate her fatigue and soreness, only to realize she had forgotten to bring clothes into the bathroom. The only thing available was a small towel, barely sufficient to cover her modesty. Once she wrapped herself up, she opened the door, expecting Chi Yuding to gaze at her like a wolf admiring a beauty emerging from the bath. To her surprise, he was engrossed in browsing through her photo album. His long, fair hands held the phone, his thin lips slightly pursed, and his cool, piercing eyes radiated an unsettling aura that sent chills down her spine. Feeling a sudden draft on her neck, she thought it necessary to clarify her obsession with celebrity culture to him, lest he remain discontented upon seeing Ning Zhan or any photographs of him in the future, especially with so many more scenes to be filmed. Noticing her presence, Chi Yuding repressed the sorrow in his eyes and casually exited the album, tapping on her status updates instead. Though filled with numerous photos, her emotional musings were scarce. With only a few entries. 2 years ago, my uncle left for abroad without any warning. He is heartless. From today onward, I shall live in a way he despises. 3 years ago, my uncle is a sly one. He didn't return to celebrate my birthday. 4 years ago, today, I am determined to experience the consequences of provoking my uncle. Everyone claims he is invincible. Even his biological father says his heart is made of stone. After blocking and deleting him, it turns out he was completely unfazed. Chi Yuding's gaze fell upon the settings indicating these posts were visible only to herself. A sudden pang of anguish tightened around his chest. Who claimed he was invincible? On the night he left her 2 years ago, he had been so distraught on the plane that he nearly fainted, causing Lin, his assistant, to believe he was suffering from motion sickness. Brother. Wen Zhihe remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous emotions churning within him, simply presuming he was jealous, unsure of how to console him. She knew that the moment she sat upon this man's lap, she could be assured that even the mightiest of kings would find himself embracing her tightly. Then, her presence consumed his vision entirely. A faint floral fragrance wafted in through the window. Chi Yuding instinctively tightened his embrace around her soft form. The little darling seemed to be acutely aware of her flawless beauty and knew precisely how to wield it to charm him. Whenever she erred, she gazed at him with an innocent and harmless expression, her small mole at the corner of her eye seemingly begging for his sympathy, effortlessly melting his heart. Her delicate lips moved as she spoke, her voice rendering him utterly defenseless. Brother, the things I said about Zhan, or rather, Ning Zhan, were mere mindless followings. Chi Yuding swallowed hard. You've explained that before. My life is simple now, yet my thoughts are base, and all I desire is to indulge in mischief with you, she said, caressing his elegantly defined fingers. She opened her mouth to repeat a joke taught by Xiao Xiao. In this world there are countless flowers, yet I only wish to gather your nectar. Qi Yuding's pupils suddenly constricted, his gaze darkening as if he would devour her whole. The woman's soft, almost boneless hand caressed his handsome face, compelling him to meet her gaze. It seems you're not jealous, merely angry. I shall never chase after stars again, all right? Wen Zhihe feigned a move to slip off his lap. I am jealous. His voice was hoarse, no flowery words or grand promises. I want tangible benefits. With that, he lifted her effortlessly. Speak more. I enjoy listening. Chapter 64. My best friend can lead me astray 10 times in a minute in a black sedan near the one residence. Chi Moli, masked, sat in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed intently on the sign of Zhihe's flower shop. Wen Zhihe and Su Jia busily arranged bouquets into heart shapes, the entire shop overflowing with pink roses. Neighboring children had come to assist, each face radiant with joy. When Meng, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, shouting up to the second floor, dinner's ready. What a harmonious and blissful scene it was. Yet, it pricked Chi Moli's eyes with a searing pain. Lin Tingting patted her shoulder, sighing, do you regret it? Your uncle had initially paved a good path for you, studying abroad, returning as a golden princess. Don't mention Qi Yuding. Chi Moli buried her face in her hands, weeping softly. He is not my uncle. I would rather be imprisoned than be sent to a lunatic asylum by him. Every member of the Qi family has been cruel and heartless to me. But men in high society often engage in power struggles and employ ruthless means. At least he offered you a choice. But why did he seize my shares to give to Wen Zhihe? Why does everyone treat her with such kindness? Must I be cast aside? Live like a joke? She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wen Zhihe. She was unwilling to accept it. Lin Tingting handed her a tissue, continually offering comfort. I may be foolish and unable to assist you much, but I will accompany you tonight. Thank you, Tingting. Just before Su Jia entered the house, an inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart, prompting her to glance back. She watched the black sedan drive away until it vanished from sight, lost in thought. Mom, what are you looking at? Wen Zhihe asked while setting the table. Nothing. Will you return to the dorm soon? Yes, let my sister drive me. When Shiming removed his apron. Do you still wish to venture into the ditch together? Wen Zhihe chuckled, with Chi Sai as the driver. Should I not seize the opportunity to ride in a Rolls-Royce? Su Jia immediately covered his mouth, pleading, for the love of all that is sacred. Can you refrain from speaking so recklessly? One moment you claim he is part of the underworld, the next you suggest he has a preference for men. And now you label him a mere chauffeur. Wen Zhiao's eyes were round as he fixated on the staircase where 4 long legs had descended. He whispered to Su Jia, Mother, why is it that when I speak of Sai in such terms, you do not believe me in the slightest? Su Jia's gaze flickered. Initially, she too had nearly believed it, but upon reflection, she recognized it was merely the 2 siblings spinning tales. Indeed, a true mother. Su Jia then quietly murmured to Wen Shiming, do not even mention the way Qi Yuding gazes at our daughter. Just observe the way our daughter looks at him. As she spoke, all 3 turned their attention to the couple. Wen Zhihe wore an expression of anger, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her gaze towards Qi Yuding fierce, sulky, and petulant. Wen Zhihe remarked, what sort of look does sister have now? Wen Shiming observed, our daughter certainly aims to marry the wealthiest. Such ambition. Su Jia replied with a playful smile, what our daughter possesses is not ambition, but rather a certain lewdness. TSK. How lustful. Suddenly, Wen Zhihe, the subject of their scrutiny, sneezed, her gaze colliding with a garden of heart-shaped floral wreaths. Are we filming a romantic movie? She mused, her heart soaring as she dashed into the center of the wreaths, joyfully spinning in circles. Who performed this magic? Ha, I adore it. Qi Yuding, arms crossed and a charming smile gracing his lips, fixed his gaze upon her delicate figure. If you find joy, I shall indulge you for a lifetime. And Xiao Xiao and Qini Huan, having exited school, promptly called Wen Zhihe. Shall we go out for a couple of drinks? Wen Zhihe had one hand pinned under Qi Yuding's leg beneath the table while the other held her phone, with her mouth still occupied by a piece of braised meat. She mumbled, why today? It seemed that even through the phone, one could sense an Xiao Xiao's disdain. Look at that mouth of yours. What are you eating? It wouldn't be Chi Yuding's, would it? Cough. Wen Zhihe nearly choked on the remark, tears welling in her eyes. Thankfully, she had not activated the speakerphone. The entire family was watching her face turn as red as a branding iron. In a fit of embarrassment, she nearly smashed her phone. And Xiao, can you please act like a decent person? Fine, I shall treat today. Wen Zhihe replied, I'm not coming. It's not convenient today. She then discreetly lowered the phone's volume, fearing Xiao might utter more scandalous words, which would be disastrous. Upon hearing this, and Xiao, like an irate little beast, exclaimed, After I finally offer to treat you, you refuse? We are all novices in this endeavor. Why should I be the one who sleeps with a man once a week while you indulge day and night? Sleeping on the bed beneath it? Sister, considering you narrowly escaped today, I have specially invited a sorcerer to set up a 24-karat gold spade wine arrangement to wash away your misfortune. And you dare decline? Wen Zhihe could no longer bear it, impatiently responding, all right, I shall come. Send me the address. Do not disturb me while I enjoy my meat. And Xiao's eyes widened, pointing at Qin Yihuan. Listen to her. She is indeed eating Qi Yuding. As the piercing scream of Qin Yihuan echoed, I found myself wondering if a hint of honey could be added. Wen Zhihe, her face flushed from the teasing, retracted her phone and exchanged a brief glance with Qi Yutong. She intended to convey that her mischief was not innate, but rather a product of her best friend's influence, who could lead her astray in mere minutes. However, Qi Yutong misconstrued her implication. Suddenly, he adopted a serious demeanor, his gaze reverently directed towards Wen Shimming and Su Jia, speaking earnestly, Mr. Wen, Mrs. Wen, I have something to discuss. Wen Zhihe felt a jolt of anxiety. How had he commandeered her words? Chapter 65. An old man who cannot endure a jest. In Jiancheng, Qi Yutong was akin to royalty, notorious for his ruthless demeanor and few words. Having battled in the business arena for years, he was known for his decisive and merciless tactics. Thus, his current respectful tone toward his elders felt akin to a demolition team leader urging a stubborn resident to vacate their home. Wen Zhihe anticipated that his next words would be, If you refuse to leave, we shall provide you a restroom to reside in until the end of time. There was an undeniable air of capitalist arrogance about him. Wen Shimming's hands trembled. Fourth Master, please speak plainly. Su Jia, however, seemed prepared. Go ahead. Since when have you begun courting my daughter? You must have known her identity all along. This man was astute. He hardly appeared to have just recently developed an interest in the young lady, but rather seemed to have been pursuing her for some time. Qi Yutong pressed his lips tightly together, his grip on Wen Zhihe's hand growing slightly moist. The man who feared nothing now appeared somewhat anxious. Wen Zhihe, too, found herself at a loss for how to navigate this situation. Hesitantly, she turned to Su Jia, weighing her words, Mom. That day you asked me if I had a boyfriend. We had just started seeing each other. Su Jia held her chopsticks, momentarily forgetting to eat. Let's not even mention the disparity in our families. The world of the affluent is foreign to your father and me. However, considering the age difference, Fourth Master, it seems a bit inappropriate. Wen Zhihe felt Qi Yutong's grip tighten around her hand. Wen Shimming added quietly, Moreover, would old Master Qi even approve? Wen Zhihe, displaying her wit, replied, I merely wish to seek my parents' consent first. Only with your approval can old Master Qi give his nod. Otherwise, would it not appear that the Qi family is bullying the weak? Both Su Jia and Wen Shimming fell silent, taken aback. This clever girl had skillfully elevated their status with her eloquent words, allowing her parents to feel esteemed while ensuring they had no graceful exit. Wen Zhihe listened intently, discreetly signaling a gesture beneath the table. Truly, she was his captivating sister. Qi Yutong, recognizing the young lady's defense of him, momentarily paused, then draped his arm over her shoulder, his gaze penetrating into the depths of her dark eyes, which seemed to swell with emotion. With a steady voice, he declared, Mrs. Wen Zhihe is already mine. Wen Zhihe gasped. Such a declaration was undeniably assertive. He continued, I wish to be with her openly and treat her well. His tone, though domineering, bore an air of sincerity, prompting Su Jia to relent. As long as it wasn't a matter of egregious misdeeds, coming from a modest family, they held no other demands. Qin Yihuan chimed in, Wow, Mom, your standards are so low. Unbeknownst to her, the threshold set by Su Jia is imperceptible. She smiled and inquired whether the fourth master's consistent kindness towards her implied a long-term arrangement. Ahem! Both Qin Huan and Wen Zhihe choked simultaneously. This meal was indeed quite intense. Now it was Wen Zhihe who began to perspire, for Qi Yuding despised the notion of such arrangements. The last time Jiang Fu had questioned him in the office in a similar manner, he nearly ended up as a casualty. Wen Zhihe, under the thumb of his wife, dared not intervene to support his daughter and simply buried himself in his meal. After a moment's contemplation, Qi Yuding displayed no signs of anger, merely gazing at Wen Zhihe with a meaningful smile. Did you hear that? The elders have spoken. A relationship without the intent of marriage is nothing short of frivolity. Wen Zhihe, indeed, Qi Yuding's deft maneuver shifted the focus back onto her, avenging the grievances from the past. He then replied to Jiang Yue, I am of a considerable age and yet unmarried, while my father is already in a state of anxious urgency, pushing us towards matrimony. Wen Zhihe pouted, momentarily speaking out of turn. Is he urging us? Didn't he just pressure you into marrying you? Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp pain shot through her fingers resting on the table. Ouch, that hurts. The man with eyes as dark as ink glanced at her nonchalantly, feigning concern as he touched her abdomen gently and asked, Does it still hurt? You should drink some hot soup. Thinking of her grandfather's remark that only Gu Yuan was worthy of Qi Yuding, she felt a surge of frustration. Is grandfather truly anxious? She asked with ill intent. Qi Yuding nodded almost immediately, inquiring when they would get married. When Zhihe took a bite of meat, avoiding his gaze, her tone languid. I haven't made up my mind yet. If you're in a rush, then you should marry first. Qi Yuding, Wen Zhihe and Su Jia exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that the irresponsible one was their own daughter. Inside the Rolls-Royce, the driver navigated smoothly. For Wen Zhihe, this was his first experience riding such an extravagant vehicle back to school, and sitting in the passenger seat made him feel lightheaded. The interior was cool, imbued with a subtle yet pleasant scent of ebony. However, the atmosphere was laden with tension. It was evident to all that Qi Yuding was irate, his jawline was taut, and his cold, piercing gaze remained fixed outside the window. The driver was already drenched in cold sweat. Wen Zhihe's eyelashes fluttered as she resisted the urge to hide. She regretted her reckless behavior. The person she had just appeased in the afternoon was now incensed again. Indeed, the generational gap was palpable when it came to marriage. One could not jest with an older man. After all, this was his only chance for late-blooming success. When Zhiao pulled out his phone and playfully shouted, Sister, I sense that your feelings for the fourth master aren't rooted in love. Is it because our family is poor that you wish to leverage him for a better life? When Zhihe glared at him, fuming from now on, we share the sweet moments and delete each other in times of trouble. When Zhiao replied, Zhanggu is wealthy as well. Why not consider marrying for love instead? When Zhihe gritted her teeth, When Zhiao, do you believe I won to knock out the last scion of the Wen family? Suddenly turned his head, his dark eyes capturing her gaze profoundly. Startled, immediately turned off her phone screen. He crossed his legs, his gaze coldly sweeping across her face before landing on. His tone nonchalant. Turned his head nervously, akin to a student caught using their phone in class. Did happen to see the message he had just sent to his sister? This was dire. He feared he might be thrown out of the car. Swallowed hard, gripping the seatbelt tightly. The man's tone, laced with indifference, carried a lazy undertone. Don't be afraid. I have something to discuss with you. What? Felt tears welling up. Big boss, if you need something from my sister, it's her you should confront, not me. Pause momentarily before speaking deliberately in a couple of days. It will be your mother's birthday. I intend to gift her a flower shop. Additionally, I have prepared a present for you as well. His eyes sparkled with interest, her ears perking up, yet merely focused on disregarding her entirely. It was evident that this gift did not include her, marking the first time had excluded her. Glanced around the car, confirming there was no second, then grasped his hair, looking at as if in a dream. I have a gift too? Raise an eyebrow indeed. An entire room filled with skateboards. I have already arranged for someone to help you select them. The driver, realizing the boss was indulging his little brother-in-law, wiped his brow and chuckled. Perhaps Mr. will even gift the house along with it. Shot a glance at, his eyes deepening with an endless shadow, his tones somber, precisely. Thought was being utterly absurd. For the sake of a rather weak-willed little ancestor, he was willing to lavishly bribe everyone around her, all to keep her tethered to his side. Such a selfless, unambitious pillar of the future was beyond comprehension. Timidly advised, sometimes it's wise to cut your losses. My sister's motives are not pure. Interjected, she guarantees that her brother will marry a wife and will not bestow him a generous red envelope. At most 250 yuan. No more. The man beside her, however, merely smiled faintly. It's all right. I will grant her anything she desires. As long as I am able. Even my life. He mused that the little girl should have developed feelings for him by the time she turned 18. Otherwise, why would she have confessed her feelings to him in a drunken state? Her stubbornness was merely a form of playful defiance against him. At that moment, felt entirely convinced. Even as they entered the school dormitory building, he was still composing a playlist for his love-stricken mind. Knowing this is an accident, will you come? Knowing this is a profound hurt, will you come? Chapter 66. Marriage has long been arranged for me. Upon reaching, changed into attire suitable for a bar. The one-shoulder outfit showcased her delicate shoulders and collarbone, her slim waist accentuated to perfection. However, the mottled red marks left by earlier that afternoon were also revealed. A shocking sight. When he was relentless, he could indulge for an hour in the fullness of her figure. In that moment, his gaze was intensely aggressive, his hands wickedly dominating, as he pressed his lips against hers in a deep kiss. She swiftly conjured images of extreme dimensions in her mind. She discarded her petite dress and decisively changed into a modified qipao, which concealed her collarbones, finally satisfied as she turned around. To her surprise, she found Qi Yuding leaning against the door, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a packet of sanitary napkins. It was unclear how long he had been observing her. His gaze, as tangible as a physical presence, radiated warmth like ripples of electricity, enveloping her entirely in an instant. His voice, somewhat hoarse, questioned, "You went to a bar during your period? Have I been too indulgent with you?" A faint blush tinted her cheeks, resembling a delicate hue of rouge. "How dare you spy on me while I change? This fitting room is half mine. I was merely admiring the woman in the mirror, not you." She recalled that he had said something similar during their last disciplinary encounter. He approached her, maintaining a cold demeanor. "You should rest at home. It's inappropriate to be out gallivanting at this hour." Wen Zhihe accepted the packet of sanitary napkins adorned with a moon emblem from his hand, smiling as she remarked, "I understand, Xiao Xiao. She must need my assistance for something, or she wouldn't be treating." Qi Yuding frowned. The esteemed young lady of the family is so stingy? It seems Chu Yao's salary is indeed too meager. His words could belittle even his own cousin. She wasn't stingy. Rather, her family had stringent rules, and her monthly allowance was closely monitored by her mother, with no record of indulgent expenses like drinking allowed. Qi Yuding mused lightly. Strict family rules have their merits. Otherwise, you'd end up raising a white-eyed wolf like me. You are quite generous, almost as if you wish to provide a home for every young man. Upon arriving at the location sent by Xiao Xiao, a bar named Robbery, Qi Yuding, who seldom indulged in drinking, teased, "Young people truly know how to have fun. Instead of lounging on a comfortable bed at home, you come here to endure trials." Wen Zhihe could not resist retorting, "Even someone as virtuous as Tang Sung must face tribulations. Do you think you are exempt?" Qi Yuding shook his head with a light laugh. "Blame that luminous Buddha above." When Jiang saw Qi Yuding, he was somewhat surprised. "I thought you wouldn't come out. It's been 2 years since we last drank together, hasn't it?" Qi Yuding's scorching hand rested on Wen Zhihe's waist, yet his gaze remained icy. "Young Master Jiang, you drink only Gu's daughter red. I have no taste for that." Jiang Yu exclaimed in frustration. "I shouldn't have shared a desk with him as a child. We shouldn't have become so familiar." Meanwhile, Qin Yihuan gazed at Qi Yuding with admiration, her eyes then shifting flirtatiously toward Wen Zhihe. As soon as they entered the elevator, the two women began to whisper secrets to each other. "You look quite alluring in that qipao. Your waist appears so supple. I wonder how much strength Qi Yuding can withstand from you." Wen Zhihe shot her a disapproving glance. Mind your words. I'm merely here as a friend today. Huh? No wonder. No wonder what? The implication of Qin Yihuan's unfinished sentence was something she dared not voice, even among close friends. The presence of two domineering CEOs behind them loomed large, creating immense pressure. Upon pushing open the door, the surrounding music pulsed with fiery enthusiasm. And Xiao Xiao had already set the stage, ordering an abundance of snacks and numerous bottles of whiskey. When Zhihe pinched her waist playfully, feigning annoyance, "Let me see. Where's the spade liquor formation?" And Xiao Xiao, meticulously adorned, radiated beauty with her delicate brows and alluring eyes, yet she lamented her fatigue. Qin Yihuan playfully pinched her, teasing, "How can you be so tired? You seemed unfazed while traversing 10 floors at the mall." And Xiao Xiao chuckled, "That's because I was admiring handsome men. But no one compares to my Chu Yao." She then raised her glass, inviting her friends to drink. Wen Zhihe feigned the demeanor of a regal character, exclaiming, "I'm unwell today." "What? If you're not drinking, why are you here? Are you going to perform?" Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe instantly transformed into a mock version of a historical figure, sulking, "I won't play with you anymore. Return my drink money. This is my hard-earned cash for my cameo roles." "Xiaowan, put her in her place." Someone joked. "Huh, help." The men, observing the antics of these three dramatic women, could hardly contain their laughter. Upon seeing Qi Yuding, Chu Yao instinctively gravitated towards him, muttering, "If it weren't for Xiao Hemiao, you wouldn't have come out tonight, would you, cousin?" Qi Yuding smiled faintly as he accepted a cigarette from Jiangyu, casually taking a puff. And Xiao Xiao inquired, "Mr. Qi, why hasn't T assistant Lin joined us?" "He is preoccupied with my case and hasn't had the time," Qi Yuding replied nonchalantly. And Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. Chu Yao, sensing the tension, approached with a frown, "Are you quite close with assistant Lin?" And Xiao Xiao laughed at his jealousy. "Silly. Today is Chun Xiaoyan's birthday. I invited her, hoping when he could introduce me, so I won't have to worry about securing roles in the future." Chu Yao sulked. "What does that have to do with assistant Lin?" Qin Yihuan chimed in, "Tonight, we plan to stir the pot and help them reconcile." Wen Zhihe, ever the loyal friend, assured, "No problem, leave it to the heavens." Qi Yuding's gaze lingered on Wen Zhihe's delicate, fair hands, which held a bottle of yogurt that seemed out of place in the setting. "Such a delightful contrast, it's almost intoxicating," he mused. Jiangyu, who often remained indifferent to feminine charms, regarded Qi Yuding with a look of indulgent affection, unable to resist asking, "Has your grandfather given his approval?" Qi Yuding nodded slightly. "My little girl is well known to our family. There was no reason for him to disapprove." For some reason, Jiangyu felt a flicker of envy. He hadn't expected Qi Yuding to achieve this. Qi Yuding swirled his drink, casting a disdainful glance at Jiangyu. "You're not the type to be a pendulum, are you? Wanting both Qin Yihuan and someone named Gu?" Jiangyu observed the enchanting Qin Yihuan across the room and sighed. "I've long let go of Gu Yuan. As for Qin Yihuan," he drained his glass, exhaling deeply. "My parents are artists, often absent from home. Titles like chairman and madam are mere formalities. When my grandfather passed the reins to me, he decreed that I must conduct business alongside my brother, and my marriage was arranged long ago." As they spoke, notifications pinged on both their phones. Jiangyu opened his first, revealing a message from Gu Yuan. "Ayuan, can you come help me later? I'm facing some difficulties." Qi Yuding glanced at it and coldly advised, "You should make a decision soon." Checking his own phone, he found a message from Lin Ji. "Boss, I heard Qi Moly drug Guyen. There's a media frenzy at the hotel. Send a location to Lin Ji. Tonight is Chun Xiaoyan's birthday. Don't you want to come?" A few seconds later, Lin Ji replied, "I'll join you once the police arrive." In the hotel lobby, reporters swarmed like a tide. Lin Tingting was in a state of panic. Qi Moly had only intended to have a conversation with Gu Yan. How did it escalate to such a scandal? Had she drugged him? It seemed impossible, for she had entered without any preparations. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the crowd. "Look, someone is about to jump." Lin Tingting, like everyone else, rushed out, her heart racing as she looked up. Her pupils dilated in shock. Moly? No, she couldn't possibly die like this without reason. Tears streamed down Lin Tingting's face as she frantically dialed Mo Chile, but was met with the message that the number was out of service. Instinctively, she dashed toward the elevator. On the rooftop, Chi Moli stood disheveled, barefoot on the rough insulation board. Her lipstick smeared, hair a tangled mess. She was in a state of emotional turmoil, exclaiming, I didn't drug him. Gu Yuan advanced menacingly, stopping a few meters away, her presence overpowering. Shameless wretch, my brother was nearly ruined by you. You resorted to despicable means to climb into his bed, and now you've invited the media? Do you think you can force him to marry you this way? Dream on. He is a film emperor. He would never take the blame for someone as lowly as you. Desperate, Chi Moli fell to her knees. It was my mother's doing. I truly had no idea. Miss Gu, please spare me. I promise I won't bother him again. Gu Yuan looked down on her with icy indifference, embodying an air of superiority. A woman like you, still daring to cling on after being jilted. Let me tell you, my brother has never liked you. Chi Moli's gaze froze. She recalled how Gu Yan had called out Wen Zhihe's name in a drug-induced haze, uncontrollably kissing her, only to push her away in horror upon realization. It became clear to her. He truly rejected her for Wen Zhihe. How could he do this? The engagement had been nothing but a ruse. Everyone treated her as a mere puppet. Gu Yuan's words echoed in her mind, each syllable piercing her heart. You better go downstairs and clear my brother's name. Admit that it was all you're doing, or you can jump now. Prove your innocence. You were probably taken advantage of on Crazy Island? How dare such a filthy woman scheme to marry into our esteemed Gu family? Chi Moli covered her ears, engulfed in sadness and despair. Her heart gripped tightly by the hand of death. Everywhere she turned, there were voices of disdain, suffocating her. Suddenly, she turned and leaped. No! Lin Tingting, rushing forward, failed to catch her. In a chorus of gasps, the frail figure of the girl plummeted from the towering building. Witnessing the entire scene, Lin Zhi and Jiang Fu felt their breaths catch in their throats, the impact too overwhelming, their pupils trembling with shock. Fortunately, the police below reacted swiftly. Chi Moli fell heavily onto the inflatable mat, her body bouncing slightly before her eyes slowly closed. Jiang Fu withdrew his gaze from the crowd, struggling to regain his composure. The moment Chi Moli shut her eyelids struck him with profound terror. Is it truly the case that some girls would leap from heights for a scoundrel? Lin Zhi patted his shoulder, questioning, what's this? No longer wishing to be a rogue? Planning to become a playboy instead? Jiang Fu turned around, his expression vacant, replying, That's terrifying. I shall refrain from causing harm to girls in the future. Perhaps I can instead target you? Convenient and swift, without any obligations. What? Lin Zhi recoiled 3 meters back, exclaiming in a trio of shouts, Retreat! 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 Upon entering the bar, Chun Xiaoyun immediately perched herself upon the bar counter, requesting a cigarette from the bartender. With her fiery red lips and porcelain skin, she exuded an allure akin to that of a seductive sprite. The shifting lights cast upon her visage rendered her thoughts inscrutable, suggesting she had already indulged in quite a bit of drink alongside in Xiao Xiao and the others. Her cheeks flushed, radiating a captivating charm. Lin Zhi found himself as if anchored in place, transfixed by the sight of her delicate back, adorned with intricate straps. That flawless skin had once been wholly his. Who was it that claimed they no longer wished to be a sycophant? Look at how your saliva is flowing. I must take you to undergo a sterilization procedure soon. Jiang Fu's disdainful gaze had no effect on Lin Zhi at this moment. When Zhihe stood by, encouraging him, Go on, otherwise she'll take off like an Indian pancake. Buoyed by her encouragement, Lin Zhi stepped forward. However, Chun Xiaoyun snapped her fingers at the bartender, declaring, The usual, 10 glasses of whiskey and 2 ducks. I seek immediate pleasure. Lin Zhi thought to himself, Who am I? Where am I? Am I dead? Before long, 10 square glasses were placed before Chun Xiaoyun. She rested her chin on her hand, flicking the ash from her cigarette, and flashed a smile at the bartender. With a flippant tone, she remarked, You Haven tea smiled today. Is it because this lady hasn't tea paid enough? The bartender poured the drinks with a taut jaw, suddenly lifting his gaze to her, inquiring, Are you interested in me? I could offer you a freebie. What? Speak louder. Chen Xiaoyan's exaggerated expression drew the attention of those nearby. Lin Zhihe clenched his fist, his eyes ablaze as he charged toward her. He nearly leapt into a brawl with the bartender, shocking everyone. They hadn't anticipated Chen Xiaoyan to be so audacious. Lin Zhihe's ensuing actions were nothing short of explosive, nearly halting the music altogether. He tilted his head back and down one glass, then another and a third. Chen Xiaoyan watched as he drank voraciously from her glasses, their gazes locking, both harboring unspoken wounds. Recalling how he leaned against Jiang Fu, a wave of nausea washed over her, her voice trembling. Let us each play our own games. Please, let's not be so childish. Lin Zhihe lowered his head, his eyes brimming with tears once more. Indeed, I, Lin Zhihe, am the most childish. After 2 years together, I don't even know your true identity. How many times have you called for those ducks today? Upon hearing this, the bartender excitedly seized his collar, scrutinizing him. Watch your mouth. Chen Xiaoyan was taken aback. How did he know about her calling for ducks? Before she could explain, she was further stunned by Lin Zhihe's next action. He landed a punch on the bartender's face, his ties swinging, exuding a surge of testosterone, his eyes filled with possessiveness. Pointing at Chen Xiaoyan in a fit of hysteria, he exclaimed, "You wretched woman! Are you even contemplating sleeping with a bartender? What? Do you think I can no longer wield a knife? Or perhaps I'm incapable of performing in bed?" Chen Xiaoyan pondered. Why have I never seen him this handsome before? Is it that men understand how to train other men better? Qin Yihuan clasped in Xiao Xiao in a fervent embrace, exclaiming with excitement, "Goodness! Assistant Lin is so handsome. Shoo! Don't disturb me while I record this video." However, Wen Zhihe was unconsciously nibbling on Qi Yuting's ring finger. Utterly captivated, Qi Yuting gazed deeply at the trembling finger she had bitten, feeling a sudden surge of heat. His expression was complex. This little creature truly had no resistance to handsome men. Leaning closer to her ear with a slight frown, he murmured, "Be good, don't cause a ruckus." Wen Zhihe remained fixated on the couple engaged in a tense standoff before them. "Brother, who do you think will win?" Qi Yuting's Adam's apple bobbed violently, his voice hoarse as he replied, "You will win." The couple faced off for what felt like an eternity, the after effects of whiskey intensifying, and Lin Zhihe began to sway unsteadily. "Chen Xiaoyan, I will no longer be your loyal admirer." With reddened eyes, Chen Xiaoyan teetered on the brink of collapse. "I know. You should go and pursue Jiang Fu. I wish you happiness." As long as you're happy." Chen Xiaoyan grabbed her handbag, slid down from the high stool, and stormed out in a fit of uncontrolled emotion. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. All eyes turned toward Jiang Fu, regarding him as a nefarious third party. Jiang Fu rubbed his forehead, fearing a bout of violence, and could only downplay the situation. "I merely patted Assistant Lin's backside that day. Is that a crime?" The crowd simultaneously exhaled in relief. Lin Zhihe, finally grasping the situation, realized that Chen Xiaoyan had misunderstood, and as darkness enveloped him, he leaned into Jiang Fu's embrace. Jiang Fu was taken aback, and, for the first time in his life, found himself comforting another man. Surprisingly adept at it. A man should not shed a tear for love, but should lose sleep over wealth. Tears are precious, and the more one cries, the more they resemble a pig. And Xiao Xiao remarked, now she doesn't even need to add lines to her video. Jiang Yu, however, frowned deeply, capable of crushing a fly with his expression as he patted his brother's unruly head. How can you hold a man like this while reciting eulogies? What will the media say tomorrow? That you mourned your beloved wife in a bar? Jiang Fu finally released Lin Zhihe, handing him over to Chu Yao for inspection, then stood up to adjust his tie, cursing under his breath. After all these years as a wealthy heir, it was his first time in such a predicament. Upon exiting the bar, as Jiang Yu's phone began to ring, Qin Yihuan instinctively turned her face away. Jiang Yu glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. He had not replied to Gu Yuan's earlier message, and now that she was calling, perhaps she truly was in distress. As soon as he answered, Gu Yuan's voice, laced with tears, reached him. "Ayu, I'm so scared. I watched Chi Moli jump right in front of me. It's terrifying." Jiang Yu raised his hand to check the time, his tone cold and serious. "Stop crying for a moment. What happened?" "The young lady fainted." Chaos erupted on the other end of the line. Jiang Yu hung up, his gaze dark and intense as he removed his tie and handed it to Qin Yihuan, then unbuttoned his collar to loosen his clothing. Qin Yihuan recognized that this series of actions signified his anxiety. This time it was due to Gu Yuan. President Jiang, if you have urgent matters, you should leave first. I could take Xiao Xiao's car. As she spoke, she intended to open the car door and exit. Yet Jiang Yu swiftly grasped her hand, his expression tense as he looked at her. No, I will take you home first. The astute driver promptly locked the doors and started the engine. Alas, the relationship between the boss and assistant Qin, akin to wild mandarin ducks, is fraught with difficulty. Both are proud individuals, neither willing to concede. Throughout their journey, Qin Yihuan has grown accustomed to remaining uninvolved. However, this time, Jiang Yu is no longer his composed self. He gazes at her with a hint of restlessness. What's on your mind? He inquires. Qin Yihuan, her heart as tranquil as still water, slightly shakes her head. I was pondering the upcoming club activities at school. Will you be attending? The tall figure of the man leans closer, one hand encircling her slender waist, his gaze assessing. Is there nothing else on your mind? As chapter 68 unfolds, she muses that she believed Jiang Yu would be her guardian for a lifetime. Qin Yihuan scrutinizes him in return. Today, he lacks his usual aloofness, his eyes soft as they rest upon her. The air around them carries the crisp fragrance that emanates from him. She steadies her thoughts, recalling her graduation thesis. My hair is nearly transforming into a dandelion. It might all fall out. Jiang Yu, amused, breaks into a gentle smile that radiates warmth and affection, playfully pinching her cheek. You are utterly adorable. Yet, Qin Yihuan's heart races uncontrollably. This is the first time Jiang Yu has smiled at her so beautifully, genuinely praising her charm. Silently, she commits this moment to memory, marking both the date and time. Once she returns home, she will inscribe it in her journal. Only she knows that he is the most vibrant stroke of color in her otherwise barren youth. She leans closer to him, attuned to the strength of his heartbeat. As the dim light obscures the depths of his gaze and the tumultuous emotions concealed within, he tilts her chin and kisses her, their lips meeting with an intensity that feels as though he wishes to consume her whole. As the car arrives at her residence, Qin Yihuan exits, glancing back at the man inside, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. The woman stands quietly, unassuming yet striking, resembling a flawless piece of white porcelain. Her large eyes lend an air of delicate beauty to her exquisite visage, even eliciting a few extra glances from the driver. Jiang Yu's dark gaze withdraws from her, reverting to its customary coolness. Since he cannot marry her, he resolves to adhere to the rules of their contractual relationship, cherishing this fleeting time together. I must visit the hospital. You should rest early. The thread of anticipation that had blossomed within Qin Yihuan dissipates, replaced by a pang of bitterness. Yet she nods in acknowledgement. A fleeting emotion crosses her face, and she bids him good night before ascending the stairs. At the hospital, Wen Zhihe hangs precariously from a drip, still unconscious. Wen Zhihe feels a twinge of concern for her stubborn colleague. You mustn't tempt him with bonuses to work anymore. Look at him now, his health has deteriorated. Qi Yuding sheepishly scratches his nose, explaining that he has always worked hard, claiming it is for the sake of his future with his wife. Jiang Fu sighs, lamenting that Wen Zhihe's gastroenteritis has not improved. Consuming so much alcohol at once is bound to take its toll. And Xiao Xiao remarks, poor child, tormented by the aftermath of heartbreak. He is barely recognizable. Dr. Chu Yao, clad in a white coat, returns from his rounds, offering a regretful smile to Wen Xiao Xiao. I must cover for a colleague tonight. They are all busy attending to patients. And I, having indulged in a sip of alcohol, cannot enter the emergency room. You were supposed to be resting today, right? Is Qi Moli awake? An unexpected inquiry from Xiao Xiao drew everyone's attention. Qi Meli, though not the principal perpetrator of the case, is obliged to cooperate with the police investigation and must also face legal consequences. Simply passing away will not resolve the issues at hand. Chu Yao adopted a professional seriousness. While Qi Meli appeared unscathed, albeit weakened, the officers present were vigilant, ensuring she would not have an opportunity for self-harm. Conversely, Gu Yin was in a state of delirium when rushed into the emergency room, repeatedly murmuring about he, expressing a longing for her. Chu Yao paused, glancing at Wen Zhihe. Would you like to see him? Qi Yuding, sensing an undercurrent of danger, promptly wrapped his arm around Wen Zhihe's waist. Narrowing his eyes at Chu Yao with an unfriendly tone, don't presume that your position as a doctor grants you the liberty to display excessive sympathy. Chu Yao hastily waved his hand. Forget I mentioned it. Wen Zhihe, weary from her discomfort during her menstrual cycle, languidly replied, we will visit him once Gu Yin regains consciousness. Chu Yao spoke candidly. Gu Yin's condition is indeed perilous. Whether he can endure the night remains uncertain. And Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in alarm. Is it that serious? Did he not sleep with Qi Meli? Chu Yao's complexion flushed slightly as he shook his head. It was precisely because he didn't tea that he was brought to the hospital. Suddenly, Qi Yuding bent down to lift Wen Zhihe, cradling her closely as if fearing she might be abducted. With a steady demeanor, he suggested, since there is nothing we can do at present, it would be better for us to return and rest. As the group traversed the corridor, they encountered a familiar figure emerging from another patient room. The distinguished man lowered his gaze to examine a report. Brother, what brings you here? Jiang Fu, massaging his temples, looked at Jiang Yu. Didn't you leave with Assistant Qin? Jiang Yu looked up, only to realize numerous eyes were fixated on the test results in his hands. And Xiao Xiao, with a determined expression, pressed, Jiang Yu, have you done something to betray Huan Huan? The man froze momentarily, his expression cold. What do you mean? What is that in your hand? Is it a pregnancy report or an abortion form? Jiang Yu's face turned an alarming shade. And Xiao Xiao, are you a dog? Always snapping at others. Chu Yao exploded. Why are you cursing? You're the one who is a dog. Your entire family is. Jiang Fu opened his mouth, but no words came out. When the city gates burn, the innocent suffer. At that moment, the feeble voice of Gu Yuan echoed from the patient room. You? Are the media bothering you? Stay calm. We are innocent. Jiang Yu turned back, responding, no, please rest well. Upon hearing Gu Yuan's voice, the crowd's animosity towards Jiang Yu intensified. Wen Zhihe leaned back against Qi Yuding's warm embrace, lacking any interest in questioning Jiang Yu. She felt lethargic, having confirmed with a glance that he was indeed a foolish man. Jiang Yu, exasperated, received a warning gesture from Xiao Xiao. I advise you, do not play the hero after dark. Beware that I might sell you to a widow. Jiang Yu was left speechless. He watched the group walk away. Not a single glance from even his younger brother. Jiang Yu nearly choked on his breath. After settling the medical expenses, he inquired at the front desk, how is young Master Gu's condition? The head nurse's expression turned grave. It's not looking good. This medication, if administered in excess, can be lethal. The one who dosed him possesses a truly wicked heart. Another nurse wiped away her tears, lamenting how difficult life had been for Brother Gu Yin. Today, all of us fans rallied to voice our support for him, yet there are still detractors spreading rumors that he associates with escorts. Jiang Yue curled her lips. Let the public relations company handle these online controversies. Little fans, focusing on your work is the best way to honor your idol's life. Understood. Thank you, General Jiang. Upon returning to the hospital room, Zhang's mother leaned back in her chair, resting with her eyes closed, traces of tears still visible at the corners of her eyes. Gu Yuan, weak and pale, looked pitiful as she mustered the strength to speak. You've been such a bother tonight. You should head home. Jiang Yu glanced at them, unable to find it in himself to leave. Your brother's condition is still unstable, and you're experiencing low blood sugar. I will stay. Let Uncle Bo return a rest, so we can look after each other if needed. Zhang's mother gradually regained her composure, taking Jiang Yu's hand in hers. You are the best. For over a decade, you've been there for our Yuan. We are truly fortunate. Gu Yuan lowered her head shyly. Mom, stop saying that. Yu's fiancé, is the one who is truly fortunate. Zhang's mother sighed. Alas, our family has faced a string of misfortunes recently. That cursed Qi family has left us in turmoil. Tears welled in her eyes as she continued. Even you, are on the path to marriage and children. While poor Yuan has been delayed by Qi Yuding for so many years, becoming an unmarried woman of a certain age. At the mention of Qi Yuding, Gu Yuan's emotions flared. Mom, please stop. Are you trying to make me feel worse? I don't want to marry, and that should be my choice. All right. Jiang Yu quickly interrupted, knowing full well that Qi Yuding was Gu Yuan's Achilles heel, the source of her tears. After seeing Jiang's mother off with the help of a servant, Jiang Yu sat by Gu Yuan's bedside, offering her a tissue. You mustn't cry any longer. Your eyes will swell. Gu Yuan nodded obediently. Yu, does your fiancé, he truly not know you? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. We have only seen each other in photographs. She's the granddaughter of my grandfather's wartime comrade, raised in her aunt's home in England since childhood. Gu Yuan gazed at him with her beautiful eyes, tentatively asking, Your grandfather has been gone for several years. Do you really feel compelled to honor his wishes so strictly? Jiang Yu smiled wryly. I am rather traditional. How could I dare to defy the wishes entrusted to me by an elder? Moreover, she is the only descendant of my grandfather's comrade. He often said that without that comrade, there would be no future generations of the Jiang family. Gu Yuan's eyes clouded with confusion as she bit her lip and began to sob quietly. I thought you would protect me for a lifetime. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, his eyes moistening. Yuan, in our youth, I too dreamed of guarding you for eternity. Alas, the joys of youth have long been eroded by the passage of time. In school, he had sat diagonally behind her, where she would often steal glances back at him. Each fleeting look sent his heart racing. From that moment on, he became the princess's knight, ever at her service. It wasn't until after the college entrance exams that he finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings. Yet at the graduation ceremony, she passionately declared, In this life, I will marry no one but Qi Yuding. It was then that Jiang Yu understood that fairy tales are indeed real. Princesses always marry their princes, not their knights. Yu, I have let you down. I regret it deeply. Gu Yuan cried. Jiang Yu lowered his head, choosing not to console her. Let her tears serve as a requiem for the love that had long since perished. In the realm of dreams, a heart-wrenching cry resounds, after which each individual embarks on their own journey. Ultimately, those capable of stirring his heart, whether it be the past Gu Yuan or the present Qin Huan, are forever beyond his grasp. Chapter 69. A silent grin like a foolish dog in the stillness of the night. Qin Huan opened the group chat. Xiao remarked, so annoying, and followed with, My chest hurts both sides. Hamao quipped, Who upset you? Are you on your period? Xiao replied, Though the hospital where Chu Yao works is the best in Jiangcheng, dealing daily with a nefarious elite is a mental strain, each one more difficult than the last. Qin Huan smirked, deducing they had encountered Jiang Yu, and typed, If you have something to say, just say it. Holding it in can't be comfortable, can it? Xiao pressed. What are your true feelings for Jiang Yu? He might be accompanying Gu Yuan for an abortion tonight, and you remain silent, bearing the humiliation? Is this how all you scholars are, aloof and concerned for the world? Hamao chimed in, I, however, am different. My heart is set on all the handsome men. How delightful. Not receiving a response from the subject in question. And Xiao continued with a lengthy message. Huan, why the silence? I understand. It's fine. I want to press you. Even if you continue to ignore me. It matters not. How many people in this world can truly empathize? At that moment, Wen Zhihe found her phone snatched away by Qi Yuding. The man had just emerged from a shower, his hair damp, and his robe casually tied, revealing a sculpted chest. With a cool gaze, he looked at her, brushing back a stray lock of hair from her forehead with a commanding tone. Lie down and close your eyes. Wen Zhihe felt a twinge of impatience, wishing to see how Qin Huan would respond. Reaching out for her phone, the man placed it on the bedside table, connecting it to the charger. With a languid tone, he remarked, I can offer you my abs, but the phone is off limits. It's out of battery. Wen Zhihe retorted, Abs have power? Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the man's lips. I can't speak for my abs, but if you venture lower, you might just find yourself electrified. He leaned closer, gently tucking her tousled hair behind her shoulder, the slightly curled strands cascading down to her waist. His gaze, intense and lingering, seemed to melt her resolve. That familiar look caused Wen Zhihe's body to tense instinctively. Her fingers fastened the top button of her nightgown, yet a faint blush crept across her cheeks. No reckless behavior tonight. Qi Yuding's mind replayed the image of her calling out to him through tears. Afraid? He chuckled softly, pulling her waist closer to him, enveloping her in his embrace. Having just taken a cold shower, his body was slightly cool, mingling with the refreshing scent of cedar that wafted into her senses, creating a comfortable atmosphere. "Today, you publicly teased me at the bar," he said lightly, playing with her hair. "What? You kissed my ring finger. Did that happen?" When Zhihe fluttered her lashes, seemingly devoid of that memory. The man raised an eyebrow, his voice low and sultry. "You don't recall? Let me help you rediscover that feeling." With that, he took her hand, his long lashes casting shadows as his lips parted slightly. Holding her ring finger, Wen Zhihe trembled as if struck by an electric current. Her slightly damp, fox-like eyes sparkled like stars, gazing dreamily at his attractive lip line. His lips, a delicate shade of red tinged with pink, were soft and seductive. Blood surged from her fingertips to her heart, bringing waves of near-asphyxiating excitement. The man narrowed his phoenix eyes, admiring her, until a satisfied smile graced his lips. "You thought you could make me take a cold shower just because you're on your period?" Her eyes were flushed, her profile nestled deeply against his warm chest. Her skin, snow-white as jade, bore a blush that echoed the waves of passion. "Darling, do you know what it signifies to kiss the ring finger?" "I don't know." The girl's eyes shimmered with tears, as if she had been wronged. The man slowly grasped her chin, his voice a low temptation. "What does it matter if I button my shirt all the way to the top? You still let me bully you. Then why do you always kiss my ring finger?" His warm breath brushed against the sensitive skin behind her ear. She was at a loss. His hands were particularly beautiful, long, fair, with transparent knuckles, yet exuding strength. The ring finger appeared the most alluring yet non-threatening, evoking her instinct to cherish. Unbeknownst to her, her obedient demeanor at that moment was breathtakingly exquisite. Chi Yuding's Adam's apple moved slightly, his gaze darkening. He tousled her hair affectionately, saying, "In the future, you'll kiss for 1 minute while I'll kiss for 15. Wen Zhihe, how old is this man now? Is he even 3 years old? Kissing the ring finger signifies your trust in me, your desire to marry me." He gently coaxed her heart. "So, shouldn't you marry me?" The girl's voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of petulance. Which scientist came up with that nonsense? Chi sighed. "One must use their brain in a relationship, you know?" Chi Yuding. "This little one shows no regard for face, be it in public or private." Not only that, when she spoke, it was like a devil singing, "Be good. Middle-aged people shouldn't stay up late. Understand?" "You little brat." The man, feeling a bit aggrieved, asked, "Do you know why wedding rings are worn on the ring finger?" The girl mumbled, "A wedding ring merely serves as a reminder for married individuals to maintain integrity, symbolizing a taboo for outsiders, married but not to be disturbed. Why not wear it elsewhere? It could even go around the neck." Chi Yuding. "I truly suspect that her perfect scores in English, French, and Spanish listening tests are fraudulent." She clearly failed to grasp his main point. Not receiving a satisfying answer, Chi Yuding found himself wide awake. He kissed her lips again. "I want one that fits perfectly on the ring finger." Wen Zhihe, growing increasingly drowsy, closed her eyes. "All right, I'll get you a 50-cent one tomorrow. Nothing more." Upon hearing this, Chi Yuding raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Tomorrow? So soon? How about I hang a bell around your neck too?" She was far too sleepy and wanted to go to bed. Chi Yuding looked at her with a dog-like gaze, imagining himself adorned with a bell pinned beneath her. His Adam's apple rolled as he held her tightly in his embrace, gently cradling the strands of hair atop her head. She remained oblivious to the man above her, silently laughing like a foolish dog. By the time when Zhihe fell into a deep slumber, Chi Yuding still found himself wide awake, his body rigid and unyielding. In desperation, he quietly rose and retreated to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. When Zhihe finally awakened, it was already close to noon. Aunt Lu knocked on the door. "Miss Zhihe, it's time to rise for a nutritious breakfast." Her voice, still slightly hoarse from sleep, questioned, "Why didn't you wake me sooner?" "Fourth Master specifically instructed me to let you sleep in a bit longer and even asked me to prepare some nourishing wine dumplings for you." "All right, I will come down shortly." As Wen Zhihe recalled the unread messages in her group chat from the previous night, a sense of urgency prompted her to check. She began with the inquiries posed by Xiao Xiao. "Huan, Xiao Xiao, you must amend your habit of excessive worrying. A competent substitute should possess no emotions. Jiang Yu and I are merely fulfilling our respective needs. Huan, he is generous towards me. Thus I cannot afford to be overly calculating. My sorrow does not stem from our inevitable parting, but from the impending separation from all of you. My heart aches. Xiao, what? You're not staying at Zhang's after graduation? You insisted on traversing a treacherous path, overcoming numerous challenges to secure this position, and now you claim you wish to leave? Huan, I lack the loyalty of Guan Yu. I have invested all the money Jiang Yu provided into the tourism industry back home. Once I graduate, I intend to return and develop my hometown. Xiao, I despise you. I'm going to lose sleep over this. Wen Zhihe felt her heart constrict painfully as she read through the messages, biting her lip as she typed. Hemia, Huan, you once told me in our freshman year that one falls in love with a city because of a person. That person must be Jiang Yu, right? Chapter 70, Brother. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. At Zhang's group, Qini Huan was preoccupied with organizing meeting minutes, scarcely finding time to glance at her phone. She exuded a distinct beauty of independence and intellect, while working, efficient, earnest, and meticulous. Jiang Yu observed her diligent figure and suddenly reached out, pulling her into his embrace. The woman, akin to a startled rabbit, found herself seated upon his lap. The rapid beating of her heart pressed against his chest, an unfamiliar intimacy. She had never witnessed Jiang Yu so unrestrained, regardless of the setting. Though the senior executives had gradually departed the high-level conference room, the door remained wide open, leaving them vulnerable to discovery by other colleagues. Yet, his strong arms encircled her waist, rendering her unable to escape. He rested his chin on her shoulder, inhaling the faint fragrance of her perfume. His deep voice, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired, "Did you sleep well last night? Did you miss me?" Despite his absence throughout the night, she had neither sent him a message nor made a call. Throughout the morning, she had maintained a demeanor of businesslike formality, hardly sparing him a glance. This woman appeared utterly indifferent to his presence. Qin Yi Huan stole a glance at him, her gaze meeting his dark, fathomless eyes, which bore traces of sleeplessness. She envisioned him tenderly caring for another woman, an image that stirred an undeniable pang of jealousy within her. Qin Yi Huan's tone grew increasingly frigid. "I slept quite well. Is Mr. Zhang's face now on the floor? And he does not intend to pick it up? Is he not concerned about being seen? Which would tarnish his image as a passionate romantic." Jiang Yu, unusually patient today, spoke more than usual. "What if others see? I am no saint, but I desire a reputation. After all, I am a woman, and I intend to marry." Qin Yi Huan. The man's icy demeanor was profoundly intimidating. "There's no need to remind me every moment that you wish to marry. I wish to take a wife." Qin Yi Huan raised her chin, prideful. "If I do not remind you, do you wish for me to simultaneously vow with another woman? May we share our lives across the miles?" Jiang Yu had endured a night of ill humor, having been insulted by her two friends at the hospital. Now, he wished to converse with her amicably. Yet she acted like a hedgehog. "You rebellious spirit." He playfully smacked her backside, then, in a fit of anger, grasped her nape and fiercely captured her crimson lips. There was no room for refusal, no escape. His breath was heavy, and his grip on her lips was both forceful and wild. Struggling for air, she bit him in frustration. "You insufferable man." Jiang Yu licked the blood from his lips, a wicked smile gracing his features. "What stench? You clearly enjoyed it while indulging. Is that something to be discussed in the conference room?" "Brother, our mother has arrived," Jiang Fu called out as he burst in. Before he could steady himself, he saw the impeccably dressed man tightly embracing a woman. The man's face was filled with desire, a picture of a well-groomed rogue. His jaw nearly dropped. "What the hell? Did I stumble into the wrong place?" Just as he thought to turn away, he met Jiang Yu's cold gaze, confirming the identity of his brother, who was unmistakably the austere and reserved individual. He recalled what he had just witnessed. What was he saying while holding Assistant Qin? Eating her? Goodness, if dogs could talk, even they would refrain from uttering such words. Qin Yi Huan, blushing furiously, stood up from the man's embrace, clutching her documents and hurriedly exiting. Jiang Fu looked at his brother, whose face was riddled with uncontainable lust, akin to witnessing a mouse performing a seductive dance for a cat. Exhilarating. Brother, I never expected you to be this kind of person. It's quite tantalizing. Jiang Yu, surprisingly unfazed, displayed an unusual nonchalance, which only fueled Jiang Fu's suspicions. Something was amiss. In the past, he would not even tolerate discussions of intimate topics in his presence, let alone praise Assistant Qin's beauty without a scolding. Wait a moment, brother. Have you been with Assistant Qin for quite a while? Jiang Fu inquired, not expecting a response. Those in high positions rarely admit to clandestine relationships. To do so would imply a desire for responsibility. The next moment, Jiang Yu stood to adjust his cuffs, uncharacteristically in good spirits. For over half a year. What? He actually admitted it so openly? This could spell trouble. Jiang Fu exclaimed. Brother, I wonder why Mother suddenly appeared at your office today. It seems she caught wind of a woman's presence, intent on uncovering your secret affair. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. How could she possibly know? In the CEO's office. The elegant Jiang Meng scrutinized Qin Yihuan with a gaze akin to a scanner. Beep. Scanning revealed a beauty in the making. At the annual meeting, Qin Yihuan had encountered Jiang Meng once. She was an open-minded and cheerful individual, unconcerned with trifles, a painter and a top-tier wedding dress designer. At this moment, Jiang Meng was smiling brightly. I'm sorry, but my profession makes me prone to noticing measurements when I see beautiful women. Truly, it is quite a skill. Both you and Xiao Hamiao possess extraordinary figures, slender waists, long legs, and curvaceous hips. When you marry in the future, I shall be the one to design your wedding dresses. Qin Yihuan felt her hand being tightly grasped by her boss's mother, and her body trembled slightly with nervousness as they sat closely together on the sofa. Jiang Meng, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, Today I visited Miss Gu, and she inadvertently mentioned you. Can you guess how she evaluated you? Upon hearing this, Wen Zhihe felt increasingly uneasy, realizing that Gu Yuan was indeed trying to undermine her. Miss Gu complimented you, saying you bear a slight resemblance to her and that you are particularly attentive to a you. Personally, I find you far more beautiful than her. Over the past year, you have truly taken good care of you. His stomach issues have hardly recurred. Qin Yihuan understood that Gu Yuan's tactic was aimed at sowing doubt in Jiang Meng's mind, encouraging her to warn Qin Yihuan to keep her distance from Jiang Yu. Jiang Meng grasped her hand once more and asked, Has Hua Huan a boyfriend? Qin Yihuan anxiously replied, No. Just then, Jiang Yu entered briskly, calling for his mother while his gaze fixated on Qin Yihuan. Jiang Meng, perceptive to the unusual tension, remarked, I did not come to see my son as if I were visiting a doctor. Must I make an appointment? Jiang Fu was even more audacious, entering without greeting their mother. He hurriedly leaned towards Qin Yihuan and whispered, If my mom offers you 5 million to leave my brother, you should nod immediately. Why refuse such an offer, right? Qin Yihuan thought to herself that she and Jiang Fu shared the same sentiment. However, the manner in which their mother approached this situation was somewhat different from what one might read in a novel. Upon seeing his brother lean so closely to Qin Yihuan that their lips nearly touched, Jiang Yu's handsome face darkened instantly. Jiang Meng, adept at reading the room, could easily discern her elder son's jealousy. Clearing her throat, she said, Hua Huan, you and Fu are the same age. You must have plenty to talk about, right? As soon as she spoke, an awkward silence enveloped the trio. Qin Yihuan dared not look at Jiang Yu and nervously raised her gaze to Jiang Meng, saying, Madam is correct. Xiao Jiang is generally quite easy to converse with. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression grew even grimmer. Jiang Fu observed his older brother's darkening countenance with amusement. It was delightful to see someone who had long oppressed his younger sibling and demanded unconditional obedience, now facing a moment of being outshone. Jiang Meng continued to beam at Qin Yihuan, saying, My eldest son is someone predetermined for a future, adhering to the virtues expected of a man. But my younger son is different. He is single, a source of joy, and of similar age to you. Jiang Yu interjected, while Jiang Fu, biting his tie, looked at his brother, his eyes conveying, This is the end. It's a disaster. Qin Yihuan, bewildered, thought, I do not desire a joyful Jiang Fu. I want 5 million. Jiang Meng sighed. A Fu was originally determined to marry Xiao Hamiao. I genuinely adore her, but she is the precious single sprout in Lord Qi's heart. Who would dare to uproot her? The three of them shared a moment of profound silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. Jiang Ming gazed earnestly at Jiang Fu, saying, "My son, when God closes a door for you, he opens a window. Look, Huan is by your side now. You must strive forward." The three of them exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Fu, feeling awkward, cast a glance at his brother, then stood up and said, "I will go check on Assistant Lin at the hospital." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming clapped her hands in astonishment and commanded, "Stop right there." Jiang Fu, nearly in tears from embarrassment, replied, "Mom, Assistant Qin and I are not suited for each other." Jiang Ming abruptly stood up, her voice sharp. "Are you not suitable with Huan? Do you believe you would be suitable with Assistant Lin? I have seen those videos online. You were holding Assistant Lin in the bar as if embracing the spirit of your late wife." She continued, "Your brother's marriage is perpetually delayed. He even insists on raising a male fish. What is happening? Do none of you wish to marry and have children? I raised you, and now you're leeching off me?" Jiang Fu, overwhelmed by his mother's tirade, ruffled his stylish hair into a disarray, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, pleading, "Brother, say something. Help me." Qin Huan stood up, wishing to diffuse the tension surrounding the brothers. In that moment, the usually silent Jiang Yu finally spoke, "Mother, Huan is my woman." Though Jiang Ming had sensed something, she was still taken aback hearing him admit it. "Do not forget your mission. The girl you must protect is in England. If your father knew of your reckless behavior, he would surely break your legs." "Mom," Jiang Yu lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. When he raised his eyes, he met Qin Huan's gaze, filled with shock and pain, her expression a tumult of emotions. Astonishment, sorrow, scrutiny, all shifting rapidly. It dawned on her that the girl Jiang Yu intended to protect was not merely Gu Yuan, who had spent years in England. To her dismay, there was someone else. Was she not just a substitute, but also a mistress? "Forgive me, madam. I must return to school. I will take my leave." Qin Huan's heart ached painfully, her fingers trembling. She left the office in a daze, devoid of color in her face. Jiang Ming, equally alarmed, called out, Huan, "I do not mean to reject you. It is just that of you." Oh, what a calamity! Qin Huan could hardly recall how she exited the office, with Jiang Yu trailing behind, seemingly speaking incessantly. She felt enveloped in a haze, unable to absorb a single word. Chapter 71. Everyone step back. I'm about to show off. On the top floor of Yihua, Qi Yuding was busy to the point of stomach pain. When Lin Ji fell ill, it felt as though he had lost an arm. With Wen Zhihe also absent, the illustrious billionaire found himself without even a cup of coffee. Now, the old master had assigned him a task, to take Wen Zhihe to the hospital to see Gu Yan. "I'm not going. He has to return to school this afternoon." The old master anticipated his refusal. This son had a mind as narrow as a needle's eye. How could he allow his woman to visit his ex-fiancée? However, early that morning, Gu's mother had called several times, reporting that Gu Yan was adamant about seeing Wen Zhihe, his emotions volatile and exhibiting suicidal tendencies. The situation was dire. "If you do not go, I have already picked up he and taken her to the hospital," the old master declared, hanging up the phone abruptly. Let's see if you go or not." "I will go. Even my own father is quite the schemer." Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Yutong grabbed his coat and dashed outside. Downstairs, the driver was idly scrolling through his phone. Recently, the internet had been abuzz with behind-the-scenes interactions from the new drama featuring Wen Zhihe and Ning Zhan, driving fans into a frenzy. The driver, too, counted himself among Wen Zhihe's admirers. The production team had meticulously edited together every subtle hint of affection the son had cast upon the little seedling, leading netizens to indulge in wild speculation and sweet fantasies. The driver, engrossed in the barrage of comments, wore a contented smile. As Qi Yutong entered the car, he caught sight of the driver's phone displaying behind-the-scenes footage at double speed. Wen Zhihe practicing calligraphy while dozing off, and Ning Zhan affectionately leaning down, gently placing his hand near her ear to catch her drooping head. The scene shifted to beneath a peach blossom tree, where she clutched his ethereal sleeve laid across the table, sweetly sleeping as if lost in a beautiful dream. Meeting the cold, piercing gaze of his boss, the driver suddenly decided against having a second child. With such immense work pressure, how could one even consider it? "Qi, Zhizong, he ventured. Is it good to ship them? Chi Yutong replied coolly, not at all, it's not sweet. The driver, betraying his conscience, insisted it was merely plot-driven, industrial sugar. Chi Yutong's lips barely curled into a smile. What about when she is with me? The driver instantly flashed a wide grin, sweet. Extremely sweet. He recalled the time in Haicheng when Chi Yutong and Wen Zhihe were passionately kissing in the back seat. A scene so intense it felt as if they might dismantle the car. The boss and the lady boss are exhilarating. The driver commented without exaggeration. Chi Yutong merely raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. We're doing just fine. The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, thinking, the boss is showing off again. Chi Yutong savored his own sweetness, his heart feeling warm. He opened his phone and zoomed in on a photo, the custom wedding ring he had chosen the previous night. The next image displayed a silver bell. Wen Zhihe sat alone, staring blankly at the ceiling. After several rings, he finally answered his phone, his voice weak. Hello, Xiao Jiang. Jiang Fu had just started the car. Let me tell you, my brother is in for it this time. Who could be worse off than me? He retorted. Just then, the hospital door swung open, and a group of 7 or 8 stylish young men entered, their pants adorned with rips. You're burning up. Who are you all? Wen Zhihe exclaimed. From the crowd emerged the most strikingly handsome man, and Wen Zhihe squinted in recognition. Wasn't he that bartender from the bar? The boy wore a sleeveless shirt, his muscular arms on full display. With a commanding presence, he looked down and asked, Are you Wen Zhihe? Wen Zhihe was so startled that he dropped his phone. Jiang Fu, hearing no response after calling out a couple of times, slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Am I being robbed? As he pondered this, the man before Wen Zhihe suddenly broke into a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Let me introduce myself. They all call me bro. As he extended a hand, Wen Zhihe frowned. Why should we get acquainted? Is the policy of polyandry now in effect? Bro chuckled. We are from the provincial dance troupe. Chen Xiaoyun is our investor and also our sister. Sister? Lin Yipotet. In private, we affectionately refer to her as sister. Recently, she has experienced heartbreak, and every day she insists on drinking 10 cups, after which 2 of our brothers escort her home. Wen Zhihe listened, a smile creeping onto his lips that he could scarcely suppress. So, the bartender is merely your disguise? My brother patted his shoulder and remarked, We are all orphans. The orphanage was built by Sister Yun's parents, and the bar is owned by her. She is indeed a goddess with many masks. Lin Yi, the one who has caused Sister Yun's heartache. You are the first scoundrel. Keep an eye on yourself, you rascal. Wen Zhihe, upon hearing this, nearly lost his composure. She had long forsaken me. It was she who told me not to seek her out, she who blocked me. My brother leaned closer, a mischievous glint in his eye, and said, I will let you in on a secret. Wen Zhihe's body stiffened, on the verge of tears. Please don't tell me. You slept with her. The air fell into an immediate silence, followed by uproarious laughter. My brother, with an air of resignation, raised an eyebrow and quipped, The secret is that you're quite adorable, and I wish to sleep with you. What? Wen Zhihe nearly toppled over. You're in heat again? She has a boyfriend. A familiar female voice rang out from the crowd. Chen Xiaoyun emerged with her stunningly fair face, her almond-shaped eyes dark and bright. Her glistening pupils reflected a hint of chill. When we first met 2 years ago, she had looked at me in the same way, her long lashes fluttering. Without uttering a word, she had captivated Wen Zhihe's soul. Their gazes collided in the air, like thunder striking fire. My brother gestured for everyone to discreetly exit. As the door closed, Wen Zhihe's pupils trembled in response. Thank you for coming to see me. Chen Xiaoyun remained distant, proud like a queen. Knowing you're not well brings me some solace. She concealed her sorrow, turning her face away. Jiang Fu is a decent match. You should treat him well. No. Wen Zhihe leaped from the hospital bed, staggering towards her. That guy doesn't even like women, which is why you dare to joke with him, right? None of your business. She retorted defiantly. The grievances and sadness of the past few months transformed into an urgent plea for reconciliation. Wen Zhihe's emotion shattered. Sister. Chen Xiaoyun sighed in frustration. So many boys call her sister, yet this brother is the only one who softens her heart with a single call. If he calls again, she might just lose her composure. She suppressed her impulses. Is there something else? Wen Zhihe's profound gaze fixated on her, his tone sorrowful. May I embrace you once more? He understood well that even if the girl before him did not possess the ethereal beauty of a goddess, her status as the governor's daughter alone revealed the reason for his heartbreak. No matter how hard he worked to earn the affections of a wife, it would be in vain. How could she ever lower herself to marry a commoner? I know I am unworthy of you. He paused, easing the piercing pain. I will live well from now on. I promise to be obedient and not disturb you. Chen Xiaoyun felt her resolve crumbling under the weight of her little brother's weeping voice. I strive not to be a sycophant, to maintain an air of aloofness. Yet with you I cannot. I must hear your voice each night to fall asleep. Lin Zhihe weakly propped himself against the bed, slightly hunched. Chen Xiaoyun also felt a heartache that made it hard to breathe. Why do so many people part ways each day? Yet our separation feels so profoundly sorrowful. It is not due to status. Rather, it is my capricious desire for freedom, a wish for you not to cling to me so closely. She silently weeps, unable to resist the instinct to open her arms. This is the gesture they share upon every reunion after parting, whether at an airport or a street corner. As soon as she extends her embrace, Lin Zhihe leaps towards her like an eager puppy, enveloping her in a tight embrace and joyfully nuzzling her neck. Sister, you smell delightful. Sister, you are so beautiful. Sister, you are my little treasure. Memories assemble like shards of glass, and Lin Zhihe, moved, rushes towards her, holding her closely. He buries his face in her chest, rubbing against her, whispering, Sister, you smell the sweetest. Chen Xiaoyun weeps inconsolably, her fingers tangling in his hair. You scoundrel! Give me a second, and you shall break up with Jiang Fu immediately. Lin Zhihe, eyes closed, appears enraptured, replying, All right, I've already done so. What? A second breakup? Silly sister, Xiao Jiang was merely teasing you. How could I possibly have anything with him? Really? Chen Xiaoyun beams with delight. Lin Zhihe plants a kiss on her fair collarbone, tears of happiness glistening in his eyes. From now on, I will attend all your dance performances. Okay, when you travel for work, I will book your flights. Yes, yes. If you marry, I shall not come. What? Chen Xiaoyun grabs his collar, demanding fiercely. If you do not come, who will I marry? Lin Zhihe's eyes flicker, and it takes him a moment to comprehend. Do I have a chance to marry you? Chen Xiaoyun smiles, cupping his handsome face, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. I must marry you. I desire no one else. Lin Zhihe senses the air thick with the scent of melting chocolate. Could you repeat that? I must marry Lin Zhihe. Ah ha ha ha. Lin Zhihe's joyous laughter resonates throughout the hospital room. Just as Jiang Fu opens the door, his gaze freezes. Lin Zhihe, brimming with happiness, appears as though he has just been released from a mental institution, in a state of exuberance. Moments before he seemed ill, yet now he could easily lift a woman with one hand. His eyes redden, teetering on the brink of madness, he shouts towards the doorway. Everyone, step back. I'm about to show off. Jiang Fu thinks, no matter which door he walks through today, it seems he is always mistaken. Silently, he retreats, closing the door behind him, brushing past another couple approaching. Wen Zhihe observes his desolate demeanor, akin to a scene of utter despair, and suspiciously waves her hand in front of him. What's wrong? Qi Yuding immediately wraps his arms around her waist, his eyes filled with vigilance. Darling, do not flirt with other men when you are out. Wen Zhihe retorts, Is this boyfriend toxic? Qi Yuding, with a stern face, responds, Did you not see him just come out of Lin Zhihe's room? Don't inquire. It's merely a quarrel between the couple. Wen Zhihe exclaims, You fool. Lin assistant and sister Yun must have reconciled, leaving Fu Fu alone once more. Qi Yuding, flustered, asks, Did you just call him Fu Fu? Jiang Fu shoots them a glance, hands in pockets, indifferent to anyone. He walks alone towards the elevator, lazily humming, So many people in the world are happy. Why can't I be one of them? When Zhihe glances back, pouting, What a pitiful man. The police interrogated Qi Mali, yet to no avail. The old gentleman's attempts at persuasion also proved futile. Qi Mali remained in a state of daze, her gaze unfocused, unwilling to recount the events following Gu Yan's poisoning. The old man had no choice but to step back, sorrow etched on his face, lamenting how this child had been tragically let down by her parents. Chi Yutong turned his gaze towards the familiar officer, realizing that locating Mo Chili was of utmost importance. We shall swiftly apprehend the principal perpetrator, Mo Chili, to provide an explanation to young Master Gu. As for his physical condition, we remain uncertain, but the online harassment he endured has undoubtedly inflicted significant harm. The old man felt a deep pang of grief. Regardless of circumstances, it was ultimately the Qi family that had wronged the Gu family. Qi Yutong's dark eyes swept over the old gentleman with an icy demeanor. It is you who failed to manage the distribution of shares properly from the outset, unjustly assigning He's shares to Qi Mali. Now, you may as well withdraw. You need not continue as chairman. What? Did I hear correctly? My son has dismissed me. After speaking, Qi Yutong did not spare a glance at his father's alternating expressions of anger and shame, instead wrapping his arm around Wen Zhihe and departing. The old man stared at Uncle Qin, asking, "Do you see? Doesn't he seem to have bribed Lei Zhenzi? Is he not afraid of divine retribution?" Uncle Qin refrained from laughing, advising him not to worry. The fourth master may be brazen outside, but upon returning home, there will certainly be someone to put him in his place. The old man was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the young lady in Qi Yutong's embrace. A sense of unease washed over him. He was currently not inclined to engage with me. How could this be? By accepting Molly and consenting to her marriage with Gu Yan, I essentially ruined He's life. This is one reason. Secondly, I pressured C to marry Gu Yuan, nearly tearing her and C apart. Of course, she ought to resent me. Uncle Qin remarked, "This is indeed difficult to forgive. Old gentleman, if you wish to continue as an empty nester, then you must rely on your own capabilities." Wen Zhihe dare not look back at the old man. The entire Qi family in the Yuding Huafu faced potential sentencing, and she too felt a pang of discomfort, unsure of how to console him. Upon reaching a corner, she bit her lip and looked up at Qi Yutong. The man immediately lowered his head, his voice deep and inviting. "What is the matter? Did you buy the bell?" She felt a sudden rush of embarrassment as she recalled mentioning this amidst her drowsiness last night. Had she truly promised to buy him a 50-cent ring today? Such a prominent figure. Would he really remember even that trivial detail? Observing the fluttering of the girl's eyelashes like butterfly wings, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she gazed out the window, she softly said, "I'll buy a dog bell later." The man's eyes sparkled with tender anticipation as he leaned down to kiss the small mole at the corner of her eye, affectionately saying, "I'll send you the link for the bell. Make sure to buy it quickly." Was he so eager to be a dog? Once inside the elevator, he grasped her chin, his fingertip pressing against her lower lip, his breath brushing against her forehead. Suddenly, her soft, cherry lips were captured in a kiss. The warmth of his palm settled on her waist, sending shivers through her. As her lips parted, his tongue asserted dominance. Qi Yutong simultaneously retrieved the small soft measuring tape he had long prepared, wrapping it around her delicate ring finger, feeling the tingling sensation on her hand. When Zhihe momentarily paused, the man seemed to disallow her any pause, kissing her deeper and more fiercely, rendering her breathless. His hand clasped around her waist, slowly ventured beneath her clothing, caressing the delicate skin at her sides. The elevator chimed, interrupting the two enraptured in their kiss. The woman, her legs weak, was gently pulled out of the elevator. The man lifted her hand, glancing at the slender ribbon wrapped around her finger, silently noting the number. His voice, husky, remarked on the smallness of her hand. When Zhihe, dazed from the kiss, eventually realized he had just measured her ring finger, she hesitantly placed her hand against his, feeling a warmth radiate from him. Shyly, she suggested, "I wish to measure your fingers too," meeting the intense heat in his gaze. She pinched the delicate soft tape from his hand, pulling out the thin cord. She gently wound it around his ring finger, her soft fingertips grazing his hand, sending an electric tingle to his heart, both ticklish and numbing. Tilting her head, she noted the measurement, bashfully exclaiming, "Brother, your hands are quite large." Although she merely intended to compliment him, Qi Yuding's gaze darkened. He looked down at her delicate features, their breaths entwined, his mind replaying her soft form on the bed, a sweetness that left him insatiable. His voice, hoarse, asked, "Brother, is it large? Do you like it?" The girl, still processing, shyly nodded. Yes, your ring finger shall have a name. Let's call it Lollipop. Raising her head, their lips met once more. His breath quickened, unable to restrain himself. He kissed her again, lifting her and pressing her against the wall of an empty fire escape. He planted a heavy kiss on her small earlobe, murmuring, "Little thing, you drive me wild." When Zhihe felt her lips tingle from the kiss, unable to suppress a soft whimper, "We'll miss mealtime. Don't kiss me anymore." His voice was gravelly. "Brother will eventually perish in your hands." "Why?" she questioned innocently, her eyes sparkling like a little sprite, enhanced by his kisses. This made Qi Yuding frown slightly, his gaze turning dangerous. "You won't die in my hands. You'll perish within your own body, all right?" Wen Zhihe, both shy and playful, pressed her fingertip against his lips. "No more talk of that." The man tenderly pressed her small head against his chest, lovingly ruffling her hair. "All right, we'll talk when we get home." "You're acting a bit strange today," she noted, recalling how he had asked about wedding rings last night and was now measuring her finger size. Could it be that he was contemplating proposing? Her heart raced as she placed her hand against his chest, listening to the strong, rhythmic beat of his heart. Finally, as his body cooled, he asked earnestly, "Darling, were you upset about the misunderstanding with Guyen?" When Zhihe shook her head seriously, "Not at all. I prefer my life now." Qi Yuding chuckled softly. "Brother likes it too." She then remembered the question she had intended to ask him. "By the way, did you return that full moon jade pendant to the old man for me?" Qi Yuding, somewhat guilty, nodded. "I did." "Did he say anything?" "He said that on the day you marry me, I will personally present it to you." "Yes, he insisted that it must be after our marriage." When Zhihe tilted her head to look at him, "You're lying." The old man wouldn't say such cheesy things. Caught in his deception, the man chuckled. "All right, it was I who said it." "Oomph. Are you daring enough to hoard assets? Or is it a family heirloom?" The man kissed her flushed ear and coaxed, "Be good. Don't be angry. Tonight, I'll bark like a dog." Chapter 73. If you don't come with me, I will kill him. As the two entered Chu Yao's office, and Xiao Xiao happened to arrive with a heart-shaped bento for him, the two women immediately began chattering excitedly upon meeting. "You are so virtuous now," Wen Zhihe exclaimed, watching Xiao Xiao open the food box. "Wow, heart-shaped fried egg, oozing cheese sausage and steak?" And Xiao Xiao lifted her chin proudly. "Of course, lazy lady, you should learn from me." Wen Zhihe swallowed hard. "They say laziness makes one lose weight, but why have I been losing weight lately? Damn it, there are handsome men around, yet I don't gain any." Qi Yuding, catching the aroma of the food, glanced at Chu Yao. "Did her girlfriend often bring you meals?" Chu Yao smiled brightly. "I tell her not to cook, but she insists, saying takeout isn't good for you." Qi Yuding felt a pang of jealousy. "She cooks for herself?" "Yes, she buys the groceries, cooks, and delivers it herself. That silly girl has no limits in her sweetness. She finds new ways to pamper me every day and comes to see me whenever she can." He repeated in his heart, feeling envious. He maintained a carefree demeanor. "Your family grave must be emitting blue smoke, and it carries the scent of earthly delights." "Huh, by the way, have you eaten yet? It's still early. We're going to eat near the school after we finish with Guyen." Watching Chu Yao devour his food with a blissful expression, Qi Yuding stepped out onto the balcony. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it. When Zhihe observed his silhouette as he lit the cigarette, realizing he was envious of Chu Yao. Since childhood, he had always cared for her, and she had grown accustomed to this care. Even now, in a relationship, she was used to him giving first, while she merely awaited her gifts. Reflecting on this, she felt somewhat guilty. Aside from receiving, she had never given him any surprises in life. With this thought, she opened the link to the belt Qi Yuding had sent her and quickly made a purchase. She then spotted a pair of pink handcuffs in a store promotion. Her cheeks flushed. She added them to her cart. Putting her phone away, she turned to Xiao Xiao and shyly asked, "Your culinary skills have improved remarkably. What did you learn? Want to learn? Want to be a virtuous little wife?" And Xiao Xiao teased, "Do you think you still have a chance?" When Zhihe fidgeted and replied, "No way. I just don't want him to lose to anyone. Learning from me, your cousin cannot lose to his younger cousin. All right, I'll send you the tutorial videos, giving Fourth Master a chance to conquer the world." At the entrance of the hospital room, Chui Yao professionally reminded that Gu Yan's current mental state should not be subjected to any stimuli, suggesting that he come to see him to help untangle his emotional knots, which would aid us in formulating the next steps of his treatment plan. Should I go in by myself? Wen Zhihe, he looked at Chui Yao. You and I can go, but my cousin cannot. Qi Yuting cast a cold glance at him. Who do you say cannot? Chui Yao covered his mouth, feeling embarrassed. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. And Xiao Xiao suggested, it seems that fourth master is uneasy. Perhaps I should accompany He inside as well. After contemplating for a moment, Chui Yao replied, you may. The three entered, leaving Qi Yuting to wait in the corridor. The ward was rather cold. Gu Yan's condition was far more severe than what was conveyed outside. His handsome face was devoid of color, and his once spirited eyes appeared almost vacant. His eye sockets were sunken. He seemed utterly broken. Wen Zhihe and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, both pale with concern. Chui Yao approached and gently reminded, young Master Gu, he has come to see you. Gu Yan weakly moved his eyes, his consciousness drifting. In a faint voice, he murmured, Butler, please don't deceive me. My sister said he is now Qi Yuting, and she will not care whether I live or die. I am Chui Yao, Dr. Chua. Oh, Dr. Chua. I am fine. Chui Yao sighed. At such a young age, how can one easily surrender after facing some setbacks? You must survive to prove your innocence. Gu Yan's pale lips twitched slightly. Clearly, I aimed too high, and now I've fallen so low that I can't even afford cremation. I have vanished in a thin air. Wen Zhihe could not help but step forward. It's me. I truly came to see you. The man on the hospital bed stiffened. Just hearing her voice triggered an uncontrollable surge of emotion. His long fingers clenched tightly, the fingertips digging deeply into his palms. Gu Yan's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes bloodshot as he desperately tried to lift his head, searching for her gaze. Wen Zhihe, do not leave. Wen Zhihe, he stood frozen, unable to comprehend how Gu Yan had become like this. It was as if he were possessed. Chui Yao quickly positioned himself in front of her, softly warning. He has ingested a significant amount of toxic poison, damaging his central nervous system. It will take time for him to recover. At times, he may experience hallucinations, but primarily, he is suffering from emotional turmoil. In simpler terms, Gu Yan had lost his will to live. Chui Yao assisted Gu Yan into a sitting position against the headboard. It was then that he noticed Wen Zhihe standing there, her exquisite face somewhat pale, her gaze unfamiliar and distant. Gu Shixiong, can you recognize me? Gu Yan extended his hand, his eyes glistening with tears. I'm sorry. Why do you apologize? Wen Zhihe took 2 steps closer, forcing a smile through her heartbreak. You used to be more optimistic and ambitious than I. Are you truly going to destroy your own success? I am a successful failure. Gu Yan gazed at her, his lips devoid of color, his voice hoarse, his hands cradling his head. Every time I think of you at Qi Yuting, it feels as if my head is splitting with pain. I was wrong. I should not have pretended to be engaged to Qi Mo Li. Wen Zhihe and Xiao Xiao both noticed the bandaged wrist, faintly stained with red. Had he truly attempted to take his own life? And Xiao Xiao gazed at his despondent expression and, moved, said, Gu Shixiang, please share any burdens weighing on your heart. After a moment, she added, let us start anew. Dr. Chu wishes to save you, and we all desire for you to live well. Gu Yan reached out to touch Wen Zhihe's face, but she instinctively turned her head away. Gu Yan, suicide is a coward's act. I know, Gu Yan replied, a shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. So, do you believe I followed Qi Yutong out of spite? Wen Zhihe regarded him with cold indifference. I cannot dare to hope that you ever loved me. But I was once your fiancé, the one you were to marry. Is it not out of hatred for me that you so quickly chose to be with him? Wen Zhihe scoffed, indeed, I have harbored hatred towards you. Meanwhile, outside the door, Gu Yuan slowly approached the man leaning against the doorframe. Dressed in a black shirt and trousers, with his sleeves rolled up, his tall figure exuded a cool charm. He was so worried for his little seedling, fearful someone might consume his precious heart, always ready to rush in at a moment's notice. Gu Yuan thought her heart could no longer ache, yet it twisted painfully like a braided rope. A tang, she softly called. Qi Yutong noticed her presence, casting a cold glance in her direction. Your family truly knows how to create drama. Gu Yuan had long grown numb to his biting words, and with a faint smile, she retorted, "And what of you? For a woman, you've turned into Spider-Man, clinging to the door." The man remained lazily leaned against the door frame, his narrow eyes emotionlessly fixed on the ground. "I'm more than willing," he replied in a chilling tone. Those three icy words pierced Gu Yuan's heart like a dagger, bringing forth a numbing pain. A surge of jealousy twisted her features, and a dark smile crept to her lips as she turned the doorknob, opening the door crack. "Since you're worried about Wen Zhihe being taken advantage of by my brother, you'd better listen closely to avoid feeling jealous." The phrase "feeling jealous," she spat through clenched teeth. Qi Yutang's gaze flickered as the conversation from within the room became clear. "Wen Zhihe, Guyan, why must you be this way? It was your own choice. A man should take responsibility for his own path." Guyan's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears. "No, I've long told you that the person I wish to marry is you. Yet 2 years ago, you suddenly became a stranger, so cold and distant, and Xiao Xiao could no longer bear it. Gu Xiao, how can you still bring up 2 years ago? 2 years ago, he confessed to you. Why did you reject her? Just because you're doing well in the entertainment industry, you've become arrogant?" Guyan's pupils widened in shock. He confessed to me? When? The two outside were equally astonished. When Zhihe had confessed to Guyan? Gu Yuan had not anticipated this unexpected revelation. A wave of relief washed over her. This was going to be entertaining. The door was forcefully pushed open. Qi Yutang's dark eyes fixed intently on Wen Zhihe, as if attempting to see through her very soul. His gaze was deep and consuming, suppressing a tumult of uncertain emotions. Guyan experienced a tumultuous surge of emotions, and his head began to throb painfully. He clutched his hair and pleaded, Don't go. I understand now. I was wrong." Xu Yao hurriedly supported him, saying, "All right, just lie down for now." Qi Yuting's eyes darkened ominously as he grasped Wen Zhihe's hand, his tone brooking no dissent. "Come with me." Wen Zhihe, still somewhat bewildered, responded, "Huh? If you don't come with me now, I will kill him." He pointed at Guyan, his gaze fierce. Chapter 74. All day long. Only knowing how to be tempted. Wen Zhihe could not comprehend why Qi Yuting was threatening Guyan. She was aware of his anger, stemming from the incident when she drunkenly confessed to another man. Yet, he had known about that for quite some time. Suddenly threatening a sick man seemed somewhat unprincipled. The grip he had on her was astounding, pulling her forward without allowing her a moment to think. Gu Yuan observed their retreating figures, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She added, addressing Qi Yuting's back, "Ting, I told you you would regret this." Qi Yuting did not pause. Regret? No, he never undertook actions that would lead to regret. He simply hadn't anticipated that she had once harbored feelings for Guyan. Wasn't he, it said, that no matter how many handsome men she saw outside, she only wanted to bring this one handsome man home? A deceiver, a siren. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and his grip on the girl's hand unconsciously tightened. The pressure was so intense that when he gasped in pain. Softly, she complained, "Brother, it hurts." Only then did Qi Yuting realize, halting his steps and releasing her hand. He cradled the small hand he had nearly crushed in his palm. They stood in the corridor, him tall and imposing, his dark gaze fixated on the delicate hand in his. His eyes betrayed an unmasked tenderness. Unconsciously, he began to stroke her hand with his thumb, his voice low and cold. "I'm sorry for hurting you." Witnessing this scene, Gu Yuan, who was about to enter the hospital room, halted, her blood-red eyes fixed on them. Why, despite being hurt by Wen Zhihe, did they still dote on her and cherish her? Did Qi Yuting have some sort of cognitive issue? Wen Zhihe gently rubbed the furrowed brow of the man, saying, "Don't be angry. That was all in the past. It's long been resolved." The man still did not look at her face, slightly hunching over, his tall frame trembling slightly. Gu Yuan, seeing this, immediately grew anxious and asked with concern, "Ting, are you experiencing stomach pain? I happen to have some medication here." Qi Yuting himself was uncertain about what was wrong. His heart felt as if it were in spasm. An aura of coldness surrounded him, and he parted his thin lips. "Get lost," he uttered in a low tone, halting Gu Yuan in her tracks. Infuriated, she tossed the stomach medicine into the trash. "Qi Yuting, this is your just desserts. Do you think when he is of any worth? She is cunning and superficial. Shut up. Wen Zhihe suddenly turned her head, her fox-like eyes glaring coldly at her, articulating each word with precision. Qi Yuting likes superficial things. You may not be superficial, but you are worthless. And Xiao Xiao also rushed out to confront Gu Yuan, scolding Miss Gu, while others are vibrant every day. Why do you seem to be losing your mind daily? Your brother's fate remains uncertain, yet you are here fretting over someone else's boyfriend? Was Zhuge Liang's cunning merely borrowed for your sake? How unfortunate. You all of you. Gu Yuan was overwhelmed by the harsh words, her heart racing from the barrage. When Zhihe's piercing gaze bore down on her, did you not wish to know why you cannot marry Qi Yutong? Just take a left at the exit and descend the overpass. For just 100 yuan, a fortune teller can reveal everything. And Xiao smiled. Give me 100 yuan, and I will tell you. It is because when Zhihe's fate opposes yours, it brings death to you. Gu Yuan exited the hospital and entered the car. Leaning against the vehicle, the driver, in a state of ennui, pulled out a lighter. Just as he lit a cigarette, he glimpsed his boss's pale face, nearly singeing his hair in shock. The normally invincible, cold-hearted Qi sire appeared utterly vulnerable. What could be troubling Mr. Qi? Is not the hospital a place for healing? How could a seemingly healthy person emerge in such dire straits? When Zhihe assisted him into the back seat, guilt washed over her, having been so close. She had failed to notice Qi Yutong's stomach pain. Swiftly, she rummaged through the emergency medication kit, trembling as she retrieved a pill, realizing he was suffering from gastric distress. Ah, there's warm water. She twisted open Qi Yutong's thermos, took a tentative sip to ensure it was not scalding, and gently placed the pill between his lips. His mouth was tightly sealed, making a challenge to insert the medication, his jawline rigid and cold. She softly blew against his cheek, as if fearing he might grind his teeth in discomfort. Is it very painful? She inquired tenderly. The driver remarked, this child is still too young, utterly oblivious to the care of others. Miss Zhihe, Mr. Qi is suffering from a stomach ache, not a toothache. Yet, his jaws were clenched so tightly that I could not administer the medicine. As she spoke, she nudged his lips with her nose, attempting to coax a smile. Qi Yutong's unwavering gaze fixated on her affectionate gesture. His throat felt parched, and he hesitantly licked his lips, finally swallowing the pill without water. How bitter it was. She noticed his atoms apple bobbing and looked up into his eyes, only to see him swiftly close them, turning his head towards the window, his long lashes quivering. Oomph. Do not think to toy with me again. When Zhihe felt a twinge of grievance, pouting, what are you doing? I told you about Guyan 2 years ago, saying my judgment was lacking. Yet you insisted my taste was impeccable. Let us not revisit this matter. Suddenly, Qi Yutong opened his eyes, his breaths uneven, gasping. I damn well do not want to hear it. When Zhihe was taken aback by his fierce tone, her lips fell into a frown. Is it you who does not wish to hear it? Or is it your mother? Had I known you were so petty, I would not have pursued a relationship with you. The driver, sensing the tension, found his hands trembling, rendered unable to drive or even glance back. He opted to exit the vehicle, granting these two tempests some space to argue. The young girl, with her naturally light brows and excessively fair skin, turned red at the corners of her eyes in her agitation. That small tear mole was bright and glistening. Her anger exuded a deadly charm, as if she intended to drag the Buddha's son down to the mortal realm. A single teardrop dangled on her rosy cheek, poised to fall. Qi Yuting had merely felt a few petals of his heart wither away, but now it seemed they had all fallen, leaving him in profound agony. The moment her tears touched him, all anger dissipated. He furrowed his brow, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with confusion and reluctance. At that banquet, you were inebriated and had confessed your feelings to a man. It was Gu Yan. When Zhihe admitted candidly, Qi Yuting's breath hitched as he stared intently into her eyes. Trembling as he asked, how did he reject you? When Zhihe inhaled softly, he said, we are not in a position to marry, but he will take good care of me. With a thunderous crash, Qi Yuting felt his belief shatter. Those words were his own. Thus, the young girl who had fallen in love at the tender age of 18 was not enamored with him, but with Gu Yan. That night, in her drunken stupor beneath the peach blossom tree, She had merely mistaken one man for another. At that time, she should never have developed feelings for her uncle. For this reason, he had even taken her to see a psychologist. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that had led to his impure gaze upon her, leading to frequent dreams of overpowering and tormenting her in various peculiar positions. What could he say now? That he had coldly rejected her then, only to yearn for her hand in marriage now. The mere thought was painfully excruciating. If she did not inquire, he would not reveal his identity, lest he face the embarrassment of a public shaming. Qi Yuding, do you feel any better? Wen Zhihe raised her hand to check the time. She had an important class in the afternoon and could not afford to be absent. Qi Yuding suppressed the tide of despair, his voice hoarse. I'm better now. Let us go eat. Wen Zhihe sighed in relief and instructed the driver to proceed. After a while on the road, he remained silent, seemingly trapped in some distant memory. In a whimsical moment, she placed her hand over his stomach, gently caressing it. Playfully, she remarked, seeing you in such pain earlier, I thought you were on the verge of death. Qi Yuding grasped her hand and shifted it slightly to rest over his heart. Oh, it's not a stomach ache. It's heartache. Would you be saddened if I were to die? Certainly not. So I cannot die now. I must wait until you would feel sorrow. A death with purpose. Wen Zhihe's fingers, however, found themselves on his prominent pectoral muscles, kneading them, her ears slightly flushed. You clever man, you truly know how to win me over. Each time he provoked her ire, he would either let her touch his chest or his abs, effortlessly pacifying her. Qi Yuding gazed down at her small hand, so tender, so pale. Yet, with unabashed boldness, she unbuttoned one of his shirt buttons and slipped her hand inside, teasingly squeezing and pinching. Indeed, she was utterly insincere, driven by mere lust. This woman had only ever desired his physique. Had he not possessed such appealing looks, she would have long since lost interest in him. Chapter 75. Once out of the restaurant, no more hugs. The car came to a gentle halt near the university cafeteria, a familiar haunt from their past. The chefs here crafted dishes with authentic flavors and an array of selections. Wen Zhihe ordered several of Qi Yuding's favorite dishes along with a nourishing pig stomach soup, mindful of his aversion to spicy food and his preference for milder tastes. In stark contrast, her palate embraced a wide spectrum, from gourmet delicacies to simple fare, relishing flavors both sweet and savory, hot and cold. Previously, Qi Yuding had perceived her as merely immature, a typical child who indulged in food without concern for health or consequences. Now, he saw her as someone who possessed a vast capacity for affection, able to accommodate many charming suitors. The primal urge for sustenance was vividly evident in Wen Zhihe. While he envisioned a future with her, she lingered precariously at the edge of romantic uncertainty. He had long since fallen into the depths of love, while she seemed indifferent, watching him drown without a hint of remorse. Delicious dishes soon graced their table. Wen Zhihe, driven by an overwhelming hunger, eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to devour her meal. Qi Yuding, however, remained still, as if in a state of meditation, feeling utterly drained, as if his very soul had experienced heartbreak. Concerned by his pallid, almost sickly complexion, Wen Zhihe's heart ached for him. She placed a slice of bamboo shoot into his bowl, urging him to eat. Brother, you must eat. You are a person of great significance, and many girls would weep if you were to starve. Qi Yuding lowered his gaze to his bowl, about to move his chopsticks, only to watch as she swiftly snatched the bamboo shoot for herself. With a knowing tone, she declared, Your stomach isn't well. You cannot eat bamboo shoots. Let me have it, as my mouth is more suited for them. Sipping on a spoonful of soup, Qi Yuding felt his stomach rumble, yet his heart felt as cold as ice. He turned his gaze out the window, observing numerous university couples hand in hand, sweetly interacting. Some shared a cup of milk tea, others donned a single pair of headphones, and a few wore matching couple bracelets, radiating youthful vitality. In his freshman year, Qi Yuding often occupied this very spot, awaiting Wen Zhihe after classes. Once, he had seen her walking alongside Gu Yan, trailed by the hapless Jiang Fu. After a debate between the two boys, Gu Yan emerged victorious, naturally escorting the young girl home. Later, when Qi Yuding went abroad, he wished to avoid witnessing her romance with Gu Yan. Little did he know that during his 2-year absence, Wen Zhihe had distanced herself from Gu Yan, culminating in the dissolution of their engagement. Now that fate had once again presented him with an opportunity, placing the young girl before him, he resolved to amplify whatever aspect of himself she might find appealing to its fullest potential. Following his gaze, Wen Zhihe noticed the street brimming with long-legged performers from the drama department. The new students this year are quite well proportioned, she exclaimed sincerely. She then offered Qi Yuding 2 slices of fish, resting her chin on her hand. Brother, if I were to disappear into the crowd, would you be able to find me? Retracting his gaze, Qi Yuding replied nonchalantly, I might have to file a missing persons report. Though his words were indifferent, his attention remained riveted on the delicate curvature of her lips and the graceful arch of her brows. Such a beautiful girl, lost in a sea of people, would surely be claimed by another man. Wen Zhihe's lips immediately puffed up, huffing, Brother, you truly have an allergy to romance. You have no idea what a girl wishes to hear. She had anticipated him to extol her as a singular beauty amidst the crowd, someone he could effortlessly identify. To her dismay, however, she had become a missing person in his words. The thought process of this older man was indeed peculiar. No wonder he had remained single for so many years. Qi Yuding could not bear to see her pouting in such a pitiful manner and promptly offered her a sizable piece of fish. She smiled once more, her dimples sweet enough to melt hearts. Suddenly, she chirped, Brother, look, isn't that Jianyu? Qi Yuding was taken aback and followed her pointing finger. Indeed, spotting Jianyu, he appeared flustered, his collar loose and disheveled, standing by the roadside while attempting to make a phone call, seemingly unable to get through. His frustration palpable. It seemed he had been dumped. How delightful. Wen Zhihe remarked without mercy. Qi Yuding rubbed his temples, taking a bite of his food, feeling an inexplicable discomfort that rendered him unable to eat. He recalled Laughing Laugh's words that Jianyu had recently been rejected by Huan after offering her a house and a car, which had made him laugh heartily. Qi Yuding replied in a neutral tone, I just learned he has a fiancée in England. Wen Zhihe immediately became agitated, exclaiming, No wonder. He is truly doomed this time. Huan will undoubtedly resign, and their relationship will be obliterated. Qi Yuding gazed deeply at her. Darling, did you hate Gu Yan and refuse to speak to him just because he turned you down? It depends on how he rejected you. Wen Zhihe sipped her soup, her little mouth pouting upwards. That grandiloquent, we cannot marry, but I will take care of you, is nothing but the rhetoric of a scoundrel. Huh, I wish him a lifetime of solitude. Qi Yuding was taken aback. Those were his sincere thoughts for her. How can they be deemed scoundrel rhetoric? Wen Zhihe glanced at the time, and then coldly regarded Jianyu outside the window. Look, your good brother has lost his girlfriend because of this. He deserves to be unloved, as wretched as a dog. Her expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on him. Qi Yuding, if you treat me like this, I shall ensure you never have a wife. Bang! Qi Yuding's hand trembled, causing the cup beside him to crash to the floor, colliding with her frosty gaze. He felt a pang in his chest, his palms sweating. I have never treated you this way. Huh! Wen Zhihe suddenly burst into laughter, dropping her act. It seems my experience in elementary school drama has paid off. How did I perform? Qi Yuding's heart raced, caught off guard, his gaze sharpening, you little rascal. Your acting was exceptional. He had indeed been startled by her performance. When Zhihe stood up, I must leave. I'll be late. I will walk you there, he replied, also rising and instinctively pulling her into an embrace. The girl, shyly nestled against him, felt her cheeks flush with 2 rosy clouds. In a sweet tone, she said, once we leave the restaurant, no more hugging. All right. As he savored her warmth and softness in his arms, Qi Yuding felt a sense of security settle within him. Upon exiting the restaurant, they walked side by side down the street, amidst the bustling crowd that cast curious glances their way. Is that Xiao Heimu and Fourth Master? My goodness, it's been 2 years since I've seen this delightful sight. Who would have thought they could walk so intimately together again? They're not bound by blood. You're closer than family. Fourth Master is indeed indulging her immensely. If only I had such a charming uncle. I would strive to score at least 60 in mathematics. I am utterly overwhelmed. I long to caress Fourth Master's magnificent figure. How delightful. Such a physique is truly stress-relieving. Wen Zhihe, with her head bowed, listened with the same calm demeanor as always. Since he had not sought her consent, Qi Yuding dared not publicly announce their relationship. After all, she is an actress, and every word and action bears responsibility for the entire crew. The man, bearing the burden of humiliation, furrowed his brow slightly at the comments drifting around him. Yet, when he turned to glance at the girl beside him, the tenderness in his eyes was unmistakable. Today, he had opted not to wear a tie, with one button undone and his sleeves rolled up. His demeanor was both cool and captivating. His complexion was fair and smooth, with strands of hair falling over his forehead, adding a touch of youthful charm, making him resemble a refined university student. A familiar girl approached, greeting him. Hee, long time no see. I've seen the behind-the-scenes clips of your new drama with Ning Zhan. It's already a hit before airing. Congratulations. Wen Zhihe offered a humble smile, expressing her gratitude for the encouragement. However, the girl lingered, casting a shy glance at Qi Yuding. Gathering her courage, she asked, Fourth Master, I'm from the class next to He. May I add you as a friend? Qi Yuding did not even glance at her. Instead, he lowered his gaze to Wen Zhihe, his voice resonant. She's blocking your way. The implication was clear. She should move along. Wen Zhihe replied, and the girl, blushing awkwardly, quickly stepped aside but still held up her QR code, now directly obstructing Qi Yuding's path. Wen Zhihe pinched her wrist, feeling anxious. I'm late. I must go. Chapter 76. Transfer 520-1314. P.S. You don't love me at all. Qi Yuding's gaze darkened, thinking the young girl was upset. He swiftly maneuvered around the obstacle in front of him, wearing an expression of disdain as if avoiding something unpleasant. He coldly remarked with eyes so dim, You'll graduate and still struggle to find a job. The girl was taken aback. She tucked her phone away, mentally reciting the student conduct code. Do not criticize the school, the cafeteria, the streets, or people. Maintain a quality life every day. Wen Zhihe was jogging, oblivious to the Mate 1 delivery guy approaching her shoulder. Watch out. Qi Yuding rushed forward, enveloping her in his arms, his expression suddenly icy. He glared at the delivery guy who had nearly collided with his girl, his eyes dark and menacing. The delivery guy had never encountered a man so striking yet so intimidating. Surely, when the goddess Enhua crafted this man, she must have been awed by her own handiwork. This man needed not utter a word. A single look was enough to paralyze someone with fear. The delivery guy repeatedly bowed his head, apologizing profusely. I didn't mean to. Wen Zhihe smiled gently. It's all right. She continued to run forward, calling out, Qi Yuding, see you tonight. Meow. Qi Yuding's gaze followed the most beautiful silhouette in the crowd, a soft smile gracing his lips. His eyes were tender, yet a sense of emptiness lingered within. It turned out she had not been angry after all, even with other girls attempting to add him on WeChat. She remained completely unperturbed. Suddenly, a male voice resonated from behind. Meow, even cats are going to school, yet you stand there like a stone, hoping for your wife? Qi Yuding turned around to meet Jiang Yu's haggard yet handsome face. Why do you look so dark in the face? Is the Jiang family on the brink of collapse? Jiang Yu shot him a glance, tugged at his sleeve, and said, Come on, accompany me for a couple of drinks. Drinking in broad daylight? Are you planning to tread the path of the underworld with your family's business? Jiang Yu, unable to endure any longer, retorted, Is your mouth only capable of functioning normally when it comes to Wen Zhihe? Qi Yuding raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Well, it has one purpose, to make her cry. Jiang Yu quipped, Does this count as a midlife rebellion? Qi Yuding, reluctantly engaged, wore an impatient expression. First, help me come up with an idea. Jiang Yu, anxious and restless, continued, Qi Huan sent me a resignation letter, and then his phone went dead. Qi Yuding regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a vengeful son confronting his father's killer. Moments later, he murmured, Isn't this the outcome every scoundrel desires? Upon entering the lounge, Jiang Fu jolted at the sight of Qi Yuding. Awakened, it's hunting time. Brother, how did you manage to invite the last son of humanity? Jiang Yu replied impatiently, Be serious. Three's a company, and one must be the teacher. Jiang Fu mockingly retorted, Aren't you the very serious teacher, Jiang? Yet you're still single by your own merit? Silence. Chi Yuding waved away a glass of whiskey, his dark eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Speak. What are your thoughts now? Jiang Yu, cigarette poised between his fingers, furrowed his brow. Initially, I thought this would be simple. 6 months ago, in a drunken impulse, I ended up with Huan Huan. He took a drag from his cigarette and continued. When I returned home, I mentioned to my father that if I weren't to be the heir, I wouldn't have to marry that unfamiliar girl from England. Naturally, he disagreed. Jiang Fu's eyes widened. Brother, how foolish. You were hoping to pass the heir position to me? Ha ha. But our father would surely say, your brother only knows how to squander money. How would he take charge? Jiang Yu shot a glance at his younger brother, who was nibbling on his nails, looking at him with childish curiosity. His mischievous eyes seemed to inquire, did I guess correctly? Annoying. This brother is intellectually gifted, but has no love for studying, only for slacking off. Jiang Yu gazed into his amber drink, murmuring, a ting. I find myself somewhat unable to part with Huan Huan. Being unable to part means you wish to possess her, primarily for companionship. Chi Yuding's expression was indifferent. At first, she misunderstood, thinking I regarded her as a substitute for Gu Yuan. I figured since I couldn't marry her, I might as well let her think as she pleases. Hence, we never discussed the future. Jiang Fu wore a contemptuous look. Brother, do older men really engage in romance, so grease-laden? Qini Huan undoubtedly has feelings for you. I can see it clearly. You think she has feelings for me? A flicker of brilliance crossed Jiang Yu's eyes. Chi Yuding suddenly turned his gaze to Jiang Fu, coolly stating, how can you discern that a woman holds feelings solely for you? I can solve this. Jiang Fu perked up immediately. He rolled up his sleeves, brimming with enthusiasm. Let me tell you, a woman who is entirely compliant with you does not love you. If she shows no jealousy, has no tantrums, and constantly fawns over you, she is merely playing you, intending to take her share and leave. A woman like Qini Huan, who remains unperturbed by praise or blame, would never stoop to plead with you. Instead, she would retort defiantly. If she were to succumb to darkness, she would undoubtedly become like Zhen Huan. Moreover, on that day before our mother, she could have easily chosen me over you, yet she did not. Upon learning of your engagement, she even berated herself for being the third party. After all, we emerged from the same womb. How can it be that a virtuous woman loves only you and not me? Jiang Yu tightened her grip around the cup, genuinely concerned for her well-being. That stubborn woman. Jiang Fu emptied his glass and leaned on the table, remarking thoughtfully, if a girl once adored someone else and suddenly returns to you, be wary. Her intentions may be ulterior. She may simply be using you as a stepping stone to achieve her dreams, not out of love, but from dependency. You become like her father, and one day, when you grow old, she will spread her wings and fly away. Chi Yuding listened, his heart inexplicably heavy. Aying, what troubles you? Jiang Yu noticed him suddenly clenching his fingers, his gaze dark and lost. After a moment, Chi Yuding slightly shook his head and said, if you truly desire Qini Huan, you might as well confront the one in England. With that, the truth was laid bare. Jiang Yu slapped her forehead, realizing, right? I cannot reject her. I can let her reject me. Jiang Fu raised his thumb in approval, commenting that when it comes to refusing a marriage proposal, Fourth Master is indeed remarkable. 2 words, sophisticated, 4 words, heartless and merciless. As evening descended, Chi Yuding sat alone with a few bottles of wine, rocking gently in a chair while watching the sunset. Wen Zhihe sent a sticker. Marrying young boss, I'm about to propose. So nervous I'm losing my hairline. Chi Yuding was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misread. It took a moment before he replied with a couple of envious words. Congratulations. He also transferred 999 yuan. Wen Zhihe, awaiting food on the sofa, saw this amount and was so thrilled that his phone slipped from his grasp, landing painfully in his lap. Ouch! That was quite a shock. Chun Xiaoyun chuckled at his posture as he shielded his lap. Indeed, a man is fully recovered upon leaving the hospital. Chi Yuding then proceeded to transfer to Wen Zhihe's account. With a head swimming from drink, he recklessly vented his emotions. You transferred 520 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, do you love me? You transferred 520-1314 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, you don't love me at all. You transferred $9.99 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, you don't like me. You transferred 888888 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, you're a gold digger. You transferred 00001 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, ancestor, I have money. Come and swindle me. You transferred 2028 to Wen Zhihe. With a note, am I that much older than you? As Wen Zhihe exited the tiered classroom, a gust of autumn wind lifted her dress gracefully. Notifications pinged incessantly on her phone. Alipay received 520 yuan. Alipay received 5,201,314 yuan. And it continued. Wen Zhihe's pupils widened in shock. Truly, money flowed in like the wind. Chapter 77. First, you must find joy. The rest can go to hell. Wen Zhihe understood that his extravagant generosity was merely a manifestation of his inner turmoil. In the past, when feeling down, the most I would say was, "Give me a smile," implying a desire for comfort. Today, having posed so many questions in one breath, it was evident that he was deeply troubled by matters concerning Guyan. Observing her account balance, which was several digits longer than her password, Wen Zhihe felt a pang of melancholy. She had always approached matters of the heart with a lack of nuance, to the point of superficiality. She believed that liking someone merely meant feeling good in their presence, while aversion dictated a desire to distance oneself. The daily musings on love and romance paled in comparison to a hearty barbecue accompanied by 8 well-defined abdominal muscles, at least that brought vitality to life. Accustomed to seeking assistance from Qini Huan, she regrettably found the latter's phone still switched off. Time trickled by slowly. At that moment, Qi Yuding squinted at the darkening sky. His glass of wine nearly emptied. Upon hearing his phone ring, he sprang up from the rocking chair. The screen displayed the name Baby, and he bestowed his brightest smile upon the screen where Wen Zhihe pouted, asking, "Qi Yuding, do you wish to break up?" Qi Yuding's smile faltered. Wen Zhihe, biting her nails, felt a heaviness in her heart. At first, when you asked me to be your girlfriend, paid, mind you, I was hesitant, wasn't I? Later, you promised I could act alongside Ning Zhan, which made me agree. Qi Yuding pondered. They say late bloomers are kind-hearted, yet she seems not to be. When Zhihe turned her phone to a secluded corner, her voice slightly hoarse. Honestly, during your absence these past 2 years, Huan Huan and Xiao Xiao became my entire life. I barely spent the monthly allowance you sent me. Let us not discuss finances. Qi Yuding gently pressed his fingers to his temples. Given that there was never much affection to begin with, discussing money would only worsen things. However, if your feelings for me cannot be measured in monetary terms, then I am left with no tangible evidence. At the Yuding residence, my life was far from pleasant. Mo Chili fed me leftovers, and Qi Yufeng forced me to socialize with unsavory older men. As Wen Zhihe grew more animated, she bit her lip, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Qi Yin stole my pocket money, and Qi Mo called me your dog, a scheming girl. Every time I see the music box you gifted me or the allowance you provided, I still find joy in it. Her sobs were stifled, the sound soft and delicate, akin to raindrops falling on leaves, gentle yet sorrowful, each drop piercing his heart. Each tear burned, melting his icy heart. All his agitation was soothed, transformed into a profound sense of empathy. Regaining his composure, he spoke in a husky voice, There, do not cry. It is my fault. I have frightened you." When Zhihe sniffled, her voice thick with emotion. When filling out parental information in school, I always wrote Qi Yufeng as Qi Yuding. I often wondered why your names differed by just a single character. He is so wicked, yet you are so kind. Baby, please do not cry. I wish so desperately that Qi Yuding was my father. Qi Yuding thought. The most despairing realization had come to fruition. She depended on him, but she did not love him. A tumult of emotions surged within him, sour and painful, yet tinged with a sweetness derived from her reliance on him. "I shall come to fetch you home." Qi Yuding stood up to retrieve his coat. When Zhihe had just awakened from her reverie, realizing she had yet to contact Huan Huan, a sense of unease settling in. "Jiang, you will find her. You need not search," he replied. "No, Huan Huan needs me now more than ever. If she wished to see Jiang Yu, she would have turned her phone on by now. I need you just as much." Qi Yuding refrained from voicing this thought, conceding instead, "All right, then you should eat your meal without waiting for me." He raised a hand to press against his temple and kicked a wine bottle with his foot. The bottle toppled to the ground, producing a crisp sound. His tone, laced with the languor of inebriation, revealed, "I have a headache and do not wish to eat." Only then did Wen Zhihe discern his drunken state, compounded by the sound of the bottle. With her moist eyelashes blinking, she inquired, "Have you been drinking?" Chi Yuding gently smiled, "Perhaps I've had a bit too much." "You heartless creature, you finally noticed I've been drinking. Hurry back and give me a hug." Wen Zhihe frowned, recalling that he had complained of stomach ache earlier in the day, now indulging in excessive drinking. Feeling a touch of irritation, she chided, "Chi Yuding, is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a small matter? The entire city recognized you as Gu Yuan's fiancé, yet I never held it against you." Chi Yuding's smile deepened, his drunken demeanor becoming more pronounced. "In truth, I would prefer if you did hold me accountable. You could question me, become angry, or even jealous." As Wen Zhihe made her way towards the computer science department, she mused, "Do you have a penchant for self-deprecation?" The man's voice turned serious. "When you entered the school, you said, 'Meow Chi Yuding, see you tonight.' Now that night has fallen. Are you perhaps watching too many Qiangyao dramas? It's infuriating, focusing on every little detail. I'll return once I'm finished. Remember, drink responsibly and don't drive." Without waiting for his reply, she ended the call and promptly instructed Aunt Lu to prepare a hangover remedy. When Zhihe sought out the head of the computer science club, Brother Fu, who was also searching for Qin Huan. "We had an event today, but Huan suddenly didn't show up. By the way, Teacher Jiang has also been looking for her. Well, he should refrain from searching next time." "Hey, Wei Miao," Brother Fu called out anxiously. "If you find Huan, have her send a message. My father's company urgently needs an intern assistant with generous compensation." When Zhihe replied with a teasing tone, "Brother Fu, have you been secretly trying to poach from Teacher Jiang?" Brother Fu's handsome face flushed instantly. "Hee, nothing escapes the keen eyes of little Wei Miao. Humph, you simply do not understand. My eyes may be slightly astigmatic, but seeing handsome men brings me double the joy. First and foremost, you must be happy. The rest can go to hell." When Zhihe bounced around the corner, clutching her books. Ouch! She nearly collided with a solid wall of flesh. "Fool! You should watch where you're running," Ning Zhan chuckled, bending down to pick up her books. When Zhihe's eyes lit up, "Zhang, what brings you back to school?" "This is my sister," Ning Zhan added. "Ning Ling, from the computer science department." "Ah, so you're his sister?" When Zhihe examined Ning Ling, her eyes widening in awe. "You're so beautiful. What else would you expect? If she weren't my sister, what would she be?" Ning Ling mischievously winked. When Zhihe cast her eyes downward, feeling a touch of embarrassment. She had previously heard that Brother Zhan occasionally returned to their alma mater because he had a secret girlfriend in her third year. Ning Ling's eyes widened in surprise. "Goodness gracious! Who said that? I am my brother's biological sister. 99.9%. Ning Zhan smiled gently. "Shall we take a stroll together?" When Zhihe, anxious to find someone, shook her head. "No, my best friend is hiding because she's going through some heartache, and I'm currently searching for her." "Huh? Let us search together." Could she ever turn to the dormitory? When Zhihe's eyes darted around. "It's highly unlikely. The dormitory has gathered dust." Ning Zhan's dark eyes resembled a deep pool beneath a cliff, his tone melancholic. "If I were feeling down and wanted to hide, then the deserted dormitory would be my ideal refuge." When Zhihe stared at him, stunned. "Have you ever hidden away by yourself? Do you really think of me as some celestial being?" Ning Zhan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Everyone has their moments of sorrow. The trio arrived at the girls' dormitory, only to find Jiang Yubi standing straight outside the door, knocking every few seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Many girls in the corridor opened their doors to see what was happening, some with jealous expressions, others in shock. "Oh my, why is Teacher Jiang here at the girls' dormitory? Is he looking for Qin Huan or Wen Zhihe? Perhaps he is searching for that flirty fish, the master of seduction, and Xiao Xiao." It had been nearly a year since anyone had stayed in their three-person dormitory. Surely it wouldn't be haunted? "Are you suggesting Teacher Jiang is a ghost? If you can't speak sensibly, don't pretend to be human. Teacher Jiang is my dream lover." Amidst the chatter, Jiang Yu casually slipped his hand into his pants pocket, his gaze intensely fixed on the door, and called out in a deep voice, Huan Huan. I know you're inside. At his words, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What? Huan Huan? He asked, looking for Qini Huan. Good heavens. Where's the oxygen tank? Quick, let me take a breath. I feel like I'm suffocating. I had coffee this afternoon. I'm going crazy right now. Wen Zhihe exchanged glances with Ningling. Should we go up and add to the chaos? Ningling smirked. I don't think so. Teacher Jiang's willingness to disregard his image and come to the girls' dormitory is as challenging as Tang Sung's journey to the West. Truly a monumental task. May Buddha bless him. Matters of the heart are best handled by the parties involved. Let us leave, Ning Zhan added thoughtfully. Ningling affectionately linked arms with Wen Zhihe. I'll take you to a place where there are plenty of trendy guys, and you can even receive gifts for free. Trendy guys? The kind that shows their chests? Wen Zhihe instinctively licked her lips. Ning Zhan observed her subtle gesture, a smile tinged with helplessness gracing his lips. You see, this gift is something I won. A limited edition ring. Ningling raised her hand, showcasing the silver ring on her pinky. It can even be engraved with letters or designs. Trendy guys? Free rings? Remembering the 50-cent ring she promised Chi Yutong, Wen Zhihe calculated with her eager little hands. 6. What a steal for 50 cents. Chapter 78. Why are all you courtiers silent? Qini Huan, I never expected you to be such a coward. Jiang Yu provoked her. Finally, the dormitory door swung open. Qini Huan, having removed her dripping gloves, leaned against the door, her previously pale face now tinged with a blush of anger. Looking stunning beyond words, she replied coolly, Who the hell are you calling a coward? As the words fell, the corridor felt like a hot air fryer. She cursed her mentor, questioning how Professor Jiang could have been so blind as to accept her as a student. Suddenly, the dormitory matron shouted, What are you staring at? It's raining. Hurry back and take in your clothes. In an instant, everyone recoiled. Then, the doors slammed shut with a series of loud thuds. The matron, with a smile, looked at Jiang Yu and said, Take your time chatting, Professor Jiang, casting a meaningful glance at Qini Huan. No wonder Lord Qi had instructed her to pay special attention to every girl in this dormitory. Indeed, each young lady emerging from here was extraordinary. Even the formidable Jiang Yu dared to be reprimanded. The wind tousled the strands of hair that fell beside Qin Huan's ear, giving her an air of fragile beauty. She lifted her gaze, looking towards the man outside the door. Is there something you need? Jiang Yu, his expression cold, stepped into the room and surveyed the pristine floor, still glistening with moisture. He furrowed his brow, concerned. Have you been cleaning here all afternoon? Bang! The door was slammed shut by Qin Huan. Immediately after, she turned and delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. Caught off guard, he turned his head, his expression momentarily blank, feeling a burning pain in his cheek. The woman lowered her gaze, her voice icy. This is what you brought upon yourself. You came here, so you deserve it. Jiang Yu's eyes returned